January 16th, 2066. This is an emergency broadcast from Shida. I repeat, the New York metropolitan area has fully fallen as of 0417 local time. By final resolution, the president of Shida has authorized the use of tactical nuclear weapons to purify Manhattan and the surrounding infected zones. May God forgive us all. Attention all Dongdao citizens, the following is a nationwide emergency announcement. The Earth is undergoing a global upheaval. This is not a war, but an unknown and severe trial. The National Survival Security System has been fully activated. Survivors should immediately enter sealed indoor spaces. For your own safety, please refrain from going outside as much as possible. All national forces have been mobilized for rescue. Help will arrive, but it will take time. Please keep communication lines open. Trust that we will overcome this. I repeat, all citizens. Yang Jinyu glanced at the zombified remains of his roommate on the floor, closed his phone, and fell into deep thought. The day before yesterday, the emergence of an unknown virus instantly transformed this world into purgatory. Countless humans were infected by the unknown virus, lost their self-awareness, and became monsters that only knew to kill and devour, officially designated by the nation as zombies. Unknown portals also appeared across the world, with all manner of creatures continuously emerging from within. As it happened at noon the day before yesterday, when the virus broke out, Yang Jinyu was huddled in the dormitory, playing games with his roommate, Yin Dongpeng. Had his reaction not been swift enough, kicking the zombified Yin Dongpeng away and smashing the zombie's head apart with 2 swings of a baseball bat, Yang Jinyu himself would have long since turned into a zombie. Before his eyes, 2 prompts flickered continuously. Time until next simulation 111111. Time until next trait draw 111111. Though the world is dangerous, I, Yang Jinyu, am a man with a system. When he killed Yin Dongpeng the day before yesterday, a system was inexplicably activated. Yang Jinyu focused his mind, and the system panel immediately unfolded. Post-apocalyptic golden finger draw system. Host Yang Jinyu. Level 0. Ability none. Current golden fingers simulator trait draw. Simulator. A simulation can be performed every 3 days of survival. During simulation, you may intervene appropriately. Upon conclusion, all memories, levels, abilities, strength, and skills acquired during the simulation will be fully inherited. Trait draw 1 draw can be performed for every day survived. Equip traits 13 Iron Head White. Obtain traits 2 Iron Head White Big Eater Gray. Trait draw probabilities Trash Gray 90, Common White 9, Rare Blue 0. 9 Epic Purple 0. 09 Legendary Gold 0. 0099 Mythic Red 0. 0001. One has to admit, this golden finger draw system is ridiculously overpowered. Other systems only draw items and abilities, but his system's prize pool is filled entirely with golden fingers. From the newbie gift packs, 1 draw, Yang Jinyu obtained an absurdly overpowered golden finger simulator. From the newbie quest first kill rewards, 1 draw, his luck exploded. He drew yet another trait draw. It's just that the trait draw's probability is a bit moving, even colder than some domestic card pools. The Trash Gray trait probability is actually as high as 90. As the name suggests, trash traits are genuinely trash. No positive effects at all, only negative consequences. Big Eater Gray. Hey buddy, you've got a stomach the size of a bear. If you don't fill it up quickly, your whole body will go limp and powerless. Common White traits are passable. At least they have no negative effects, just a tiny bit of positive use. Iron Head White. Your Iron Head has its sworn brotherhood with a construction pile driver. Smash your forehead on a rock, and you can leave a steel stamp. You are humanity's hardest-headed person. Though the trait descriptions are hardly serious, every word written is true. Yang Jinyu once tested Iron Head White's effect. With just a bit of force, his forehead actually cracked a 3 cm thick pure rock slab tabletop. Currently, there are only 3 equipment slots. Looks like he'll need to level up before he can have more trait slots. Ah, damn it. Another scream came from outside the window. Yang Jinyu was already numb to this. Such things happened every day, with some starving students venturing out to find food. After all, not every college student keeps a whole case of instant noodles in their dorm. A case of Baixiang Tang, how he has 24 packs in total. He ate 3 before the apocalypse, 6 meals worth of 6 packs after the apocalypse began. Now only 15 packs remain, enough for maybe another 5 days of 15 meals. He turned the entire dorm upside down. Apart from these instant noodles, the other small snacks couldn't even substitute for a single meal. He can't stay holed up in the dorm forever. These noodles will eventually run out. Besides, the water and electricity haven't stopped yet. Yang Jinyu can still eat some hot-boiled noodles. Once the water in the bathroom stops, humans can survive a while without food, but without water they'd probably be dead within a few days. Still, he shouldn't rush outside. At the very least, he should wait until midnight tonight to start one simulation. Going out with his current strength would simply be suicide. Time passed minute by minute. Apart from the occasional screams, the outside world was eerily quiet. Dad, Mom, are you guys okay? Don't worry, son. The family may not have much money, but we have plenty of food. Enough for me, your mom, and your sister to last a month or so. But you so far away in Xuanxing, you have to be careful. Don't worry, I'm just holed up in my dorm, right now, not going anywhere. Totally safe. That's good, that's good. What about my sister? Her. She's playing in her room. That girl. After reporting safety to his family, Yang Jinyu stared intently at the system interface before him. Time until next trait draw 00001. Draw. A streak of light swept across the gacha interface, trailing a ghostly blue tail flame as it descended. Suddenly golden light burst forth. Starlight poured out like rain, the background transforming into a resplendent galaxy. At the dazzling, brilliant center, several large purple characters gleamed. Wow, golden legendary. My heavens. Am I really this lucky? Yang Jinyu stared at the system interface in disbelief, his pupils literally dancing with joy within their sockets. Gold, legendary trait. Longevity gold, as long as you don't die you shall live forever. Lifespan is no longer the shackle binding you to survival, though you still need to eat and sleep. This is undeniably powerful, but it's not particularly useful for post-apocalyptic survival. Danger lurks everywhere in this apocalypse. Who knows when you'll die in a zombie's jaws? Whatever, it's still a gold legendary regardless. Let's just equip it, there are 3 trait slots anyway. Simulator ready. Damned apocalypse, damn zombies. Just you wait. I've got golden fingers. Simulator activate. A black page unfolded before his eyes, lines of golden text slowly emerging, much like those text-based cultivation games on WeChat mini programs. Simulator cooldown in progress. 72000 remaining. Equip traits longevity gold, iron head white. Simulation begin. Day 1, early morning. Only 13 packs of instant noodles remained in the dormitory and food was no longer plentiful. You decided to take the risk and venture out to find a way to survive. Before heading out, you prepared thoroughly, layering several cotton coats over yourself until you resembled a stuffed dumpling. You grabbed the baseball bat, pushed the door open, and stepped outside. Unfortunately, a zombie stood right at the doorway. Employing door-blocking tactics, you made short work of it, smashing its head open with a few swings of the bat. Though the zombie managed to scratch at you a few times thanks to your thick layered coats, you remained unharmed. However, those harsh clashing sounds drew several more zombies nearby. You knew there was no way to face so many zombies at once, so you immediately retreated back into your dormitory. However, the old dormitory door clearly could not hold out for long. You made a snap decision and shoved the bed against the door, sealing it as tightly as possible. Soon enough, the frenzied zombies outside smashed a large hole through the door and began crawling into the dormitory from there. Rather than panicking, you actually laughed. This zombie only had half its body through the door. Wasn't this practically offering you its head on a silver platter? You swung the baseball bat with force, and before long that zombie was dead. You shoved that zombie back out, and following the same method spent the entire day, clearing out every zombie you could lure into the dormitory building. You were utterly exhausted. For lunch and dinner you ate 2 packs of instant noodles each time. Looking at the remaining 9 packs of instant noodles and 5 sausages, you knew time was running out. You kicked open the door of room 605 across the hall. There were no zombies inside because you had long since been listening at the wall for half a day. After barricading the door and searching the place, you didn't find much food, just a few bags of chips and spicy strips. After a quick wash, you collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. At midnight, you were awakened by the system. 001, please draw a trait entry. Beginning trait draw. Draw successful. Golden left hand white. Oh wow, this is solid pure gold, my baby. You can switch your left hand into pure gold at any time. Adjust trait entry. The simulated you will not adjust trait entries autonomously. This option only pops up each time you draw an entry for you to personally decide which entries to equip. Yes, no. The simulation paused, and Yang Jinyu, lying on the bed, was completely stunned. Is this correct? Can you really draw 1 trait entry per day just by surviving in the simulator? Then wouldn't I be invincible? With this thought, Yang Jinyu suddenly had another idea. What if he had his simulated self stay cooped up in the dormitory forever? This simulation does not seek foresight, only more trait entries. But before long, Yang Jinyu shook his head and rejected this thought. Let alone the fact that the simulated self couldn't be controlled anyway. The supplies in the simulator were nearly exhausted. He wasn't some large fat man. Without food, just water, how long could anyone last? Forget it, take it 1 step at a time. Equip the trait first. There's still exactly 1 empty trait slot remaining anyway. Equipped golden left hand. You realized you were inside the simulator, then had an epiphany. Try nesting dolls, open the simulator again to start another simulation. Unfortunately, it failed. You silently screamed at the ceiling, why won't you let me exploit the bug? Yang Jinyu turned over in bed and sighed, what a pity. If it had worked, I could have declared myself invincible. Your strength increased once more. You really wanted to charge straight out of the dormitory building. But reason told you that only by striving to survive could you draw more trait entries. The idea of playing it safe took root in you. One pack of instant noodles per meal could last 3 more days, but the food in your hands could not be eaten now. You had to save it for emergencies. Next, you must search the dormitory building for food as soon as possible. If you only have 3 packs of instant noodles left and haven't found anything to eat in the dormitory building, you'll have no choice but to risk leaving to search for more. Conversely, as long as you still have more than a day's worth of food, you'll hole up in the dormitory building. Day 2 noon. You woke much later than usual, and every part of your body ached. You cooked 2 packs of instant noodles with a sausage and ate to your heart's content. After eating and resting for a bit, you picked up the baseball bat and opened the dormitory door. The moment you stepped out, you saw 2 heads peeking out from either side of the corridor. Hey bro, Yang, President Yang. It turned out the 6th floor wasn't the only place where people hadn't turned into zombies. 2 other classmates had also survived unchanged. Room 601. Quan Hui, your shadow good friend. Room 618. Shen Jinghua. Because your grades were good and your interpersonal relationships excellent, plus you were quite close with the teachers by your junior year, you had even earned the title of president of the student union at Hedong University. So even the unfamiliar Qin Jinghua recognized you right away. You briefly explained the situation and the 2 of them decided to follow your lead. But being cautious, you made them strip down to their underwear and very carefully inspected their bodies. No signs of having been bitten by zombies. Though they felt a bit embarrassed, they could understand your caution. Only this way can you trust each other with your backs. All 3 of you bundled up like dumplings and went door to door, clearing zombies and gathering supplies. With them along, things became much easier. Over the course of one day, the 3 of you searched 4 floors from the 3rd to the 6th. Honestly, you had to admit, being broke college guys sure paid off. They actually found over a dozen boxes of instant noodles, fewer than 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice, a box of sausage, instant noodle partners, a big bag of braised eggs, and even a large pack of plain dried noodles. Meanwhile, 4 more surviving classmates passed your routine bare-ass inspection and joined your team. Yao Songjieju, Wenhao Zhonglong, and Zhao Hu. The 7 of you came back and went through the routine check, then shared a group dinner together. After eating and drinking their fill, they learned from Quan Hui about your heroic feat of clearing wandering zombies and instantly treated you as the leader of the team, though you already were. They all declared that from now on they would follow your lead. You will ride together through the apocalypse. Tonight, all 7 of you slept together in room 401. Many people means many benefits. You can take turns standing watch, which is much safer in the apocalypse. At midnight, you were awakened by the system again. 0001, please draw a trade entry. Beginning trade draw. Draw successful. Battering strike blue. This strike shall utterly obliterate you. When holding a stick-like object, as long as it hits the head, damage is guaranteed to double. Adjust trade entry. Yes, no. Awesome. I was just lacking an offensive trade entry. What a perfect fit, exactly what I needed. Haha. From now on, the baseball bat in my right hand plus the golden left hand, and if things really get tough, there's still the iron head to fall back on. Yang Jinyu laughed very happily. Dad, Mom, sis, wait for me. Immortality is powerful, but in the apocalypse, strength comes first. Without hesitation, you immediately replaced longevity with battering strike. Day 3, early morning. After the 7 of you ate and drank your fill, you created suitable sounds, used the door-blocking trick to lure the remaining wandering zombies in the building over and kill them. You quietly made your way down to the 1st floor, killed the zombies in the lobby, then closed the dormitory building's main door. You all exchanged knowing smiles. The situation was much safer now. You are overwhelming in numbers, and the few remaining zombies in the dormitory are far from enough to satisfy your rampage. After searching all the dormitories, you unearthed quite a bit of supplies. The first thing upon returning to the dormitory was the usual shameless routine inspection. Fortunately, still no brothers had been infected. You were astonished. Not a single classmate had survived on the first 2 floors. At midnight, you woke up on your own accord. Soft and flabby gray. Hey, you're only 22. How come you're already not working? Your great dragon will always be soft and flabby. What kind of ridiculous trait was that? No. Day 4. Everyone stayed in the dormitory to exercise, and when hungry, they cooked themselves a bowl of noodles. You were practicing with the only fire axe from the dorm matron's office. Pointy head gray, so I ask you. No. Day 5. You were all practicing cooperation. You finally decided that the baseball bat was more convenient, and with the bonus from the trait, you wrapped up the fire axe. You witnessed a female student from the opposite dormitory jumping to her death. Your mood instantly darkened considerably. Egg God Gray eats 40 eggs every day for 5 years, but only the egg whites. What a mess. No. Day 6. Yesterday's incident deeply moved you. The girl who jumped was Chi Yue, a freshman who had confessed to you before. Now you stand at the crossroads of fate. Please choose your next step. 1. Beauties are my desire. Rescue all survivors in the female dormitory opposite. 2. Cultivate the family and govern the state. Save the survivors on campus. 3. Heartless and indifferent. Continue hiding in the dormitory. 4. None of my business. Keep playing and dancing. The simulation paused again, awaiting Yang Jinyu's deliberation to reach a final decision. Staring at the system panel before him, Yang Jinyu sank into deep thought. What's the difference between option 3 and option 4? Sorry, but my brain is mediocre. I truly can't discern any significant distinction between the two. Although Yang Jinyu was indeed saddened by Chi Yu's suicide yesterday, it wasn't from a romantic perspective, but rather a senior's regret for a junior sister's tragic fate. Clearly Quan Hui and the other 5 were not in the right state of mind. If there were no intervention, or if I did nothing, it might leave something behind in their hearts. Perhaps it was humanity, perhaps disappointment in me, perhaps admiration for me. The system did not explain. This meant success came with no reward and failure with no punishment. A man dies like a bird. If you don't submit, we fight. The 7 of us are now somewhat skilled. Why be afraid? They're just a bunch of zombies. You chose option 2. Brothers, I don't know how you feel, but seeing our junior sister forced to jump off the building really tore at my heart. The other 6 stopped what they were doing and listened quietly as you spoke. Thanks to your generous support, a lazy fellow like me somehow got elected as student council president. They listened in silence. Now we have plenty of food and drink, weapons in hand, and layers of thick cotton coats for protection. Do you dare to make a great undertaking with me? They stood there motionless. You thought your heartfelt words had no effect, but the next moment, Quan Hui pounded his chest. Brother Yang, whatever you want to do, I'll follow you. Chen Jing was said, yeah, Brother Yang, that's why we all voted for you. We respect you. Let's do it. What's there to fear? Brother Yang, I believe in you. You never expected your influence to be so great. After all, what is a student council president? The students would rather stab you in the back. They wouldn't be satisfied unless they tore your spine out. To be honest, brothers, I knew that girl. She was a famous prodigy in the freshman year. Seeing that scene, my heart ached. The brothers listened to you quietly. Since you lifted me up to be the student council president, I can't betray your support. I've decided to start tomorrow and do everything I can to rescue every classmate. What do you think? Brother Yang, we support you. Voices of support rose one after another. At midnight, you woke up on your own. You're in split gray. Hey, you're only 22. How come you're peeing in 2 streams? Look at this. Why? Isn't it pathetic? No. Are you really going to pick on little Yang Jinyu? No. Day 7, early morning. You were awakened by Quan Hui's screams. He seemed to have a nightmare. Brother, what's wrong with you? You stepped forward with concern and saw Quan Hui rolling on the ground covered in blood. Dense scales were sprouting out from under his skin, somewhat like snake scales, yet not quite. The 6 of you watched anxiously, not knowing what to do. About an hour later, Quan Hui tilted his head and passed out. Another hour later, he regained consciousness. Brother Yang, what's happening to me? Quan Hui showed you the scales that could be revealed and hidden. You wondered, could this be a superpower? Quan Hui laughed. Brother Yang, you can try hitting me with the axe. Are you kidding? What if I hit you too hard and hurt you? You eventually couldn't resist Quan Hui. You all tested it. Apart from the fire axe leaving clear wounds, other weapons like fruit knives couldn't break Quan Hui's scale defense at all. Moreover, his recovery ability had greatly increased. The wound from the fire axe healed in no time, and the damaged scales grew back. Quan Hui's strength also increased significantly. You felt a little envious, but were happy for your brother. Half jokingly and half seriously you smiled, and said, brother, now that you're so strong, you should be the leader. Nonsense. Brother Yang, you'll always be my leader. Tell me to go east, and I won't go west. Tell me to chase dogs, and I won't chase chickens. You truly couldn't understand why everyone supported you so much. Was it just because of this damned student council president? Since Quan Hui had awakened a superpower, the team needed to be reorganized. You and Quan Hui would be primarily responsible for combat, while the other 5 would lure the monsters and collect supplies on their backs. Without further ado, you opened the window of room 101 on the first floor of the male dormitory and used an iron rod to strike a metal basin, attracting the zombies wandering in the yard. You extended your baseball bat through the protective net. One blow to the head was enough to take down a zombie. Quan Hui was far more brutal. Relying on his scales, he reached his hand through the protective net, grabbed a zombie, and began to tear and claw at its neck. Within half an hour, the wandering zombies in the yard were all piled up haphazardly outside the north-facing window of the first floor. You were all a bit tired and sat down to rest for a while. You carefully opened the dormitory gate and tiptoed into the female dormitory building. Following the same method, you eavesdropped and found a zombie-free dormitory room 106. Unexpectedly, there were people inside, and they were 2 girls, Huang Hua and Zhaoing. They exclaimed happily, President Yang. You were astonished by your own fame. Hello. Your team expanded once again, but the girls' strength was limited. They probably couldn't be of much help and might even cause trouble. You wanted them to stay in room 106. They both shook their heads simultaneously, indicating they wanted to join you, and took out all their food, placing it into the hiking backpacks carried by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. You laughed. Why put it so nicely? Isn't it just that you want us guys to protect you? You agreed after setting 3 rules. Huang Hua and Zhaoing also wrapped themselves up like dumplings, each carrying 2 wooden table legs. Things didn't develop as you expected. They actually volunteered to take on the eavesdropping task. Now with the 9-person team working together, your progress was rapid. In less than a day, you cleared the entire female dormitory. You couldn't believe it. The whole female dormitory had only 2 survivors. Despite having collected 5 full hiking backpacks of food, you still wore a worried frown. You were someone who liked to boast and enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people. An unsettling thought popped into your head. Could it be that there were hardly any survivors left in the entire school? Then in the future there would be no one to listen to my boasting. Anxiety carried you into slumber. At midnight you woke up automatically. Extraction successful. Golden spear never falls white. Wow, this is pure gold, my darling. As long as you don't want it to fall, it will never fall. If you wish, you could even turn little Yang Jinyu into gold. Adjust the entry. Yes, no. A very useful. But it's useless for now, no? Day 8 morning. Yesterday you cleared an entire female dormitory and the 9 of you were exhausted. The sun was high and the 7 brothers were awakened by the aroma of egg ham sausage and noodle soup. Huang Hua and Zhaoing had just finished cooking breakfast. The 9 of you looked at each other and laughed. This was pure post-apocalyptic survival friendship. After a brief meeting, you decided to move with all the supplies tomorrow. Target comprehensive commercial building. It was the largest building at Hudong University, housing not only mini snack shops, but also daily convenience stores like a courier station and a supermarket. This route would pass by the school hospital, and you planned to pick up some common medicines. Then you would go through the school's north gate. Yes, your dormitory was north of the north gate. After passing the north gate, you would pass by 13 student dormitories and finally reach the comprehensive commercial building. Given that Quan Hui had awakened, you guessed that there would definitely be mutated zombies in these 13 dormitory buildings. Even so, you still wanted to check each one and rescue every surviving classmate. You knew it would be very difficult, and you might even die. You also knew you were somewhat of a saint, but the admiring looks from the other 8 made you realize you couldn't just think about saving yourself. What's there to fear? It's just a simulation. Oh, at worst I'll die. You comforted yourself like this. At midnight you woke up automatically. Extraction successful. Fleet feet blue. Haha, I'm the fastest man. You are the enduring peak bolt. Adjust the entry. Yes, no. Simulation paused. Yang Jinyu is thinking. Since you decided to save every survivor, speed was indeed crucial. Otherwise you could easily be overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Golden left hand really only turns the hand into gold. The arms are still flesh. Overall, not very useful. You replaced golden left hand with fleet feet. Day 9, early morning. Except for you and Quan Hui, the other 7 people carried huge hiking backpacks and thus set off on the unknown path. There was not a single living person in the school hospital, only zombies and shreds of flesh. Whether it was an illusion or not, you always felt that the zombies wandering outside were becoming fewer. Day 15, afternoon. Yesterday, water, electricity, and internet were cut off. The team now had as many as 122 people. Fortunately, the school had a landscape water system, so the drinking water problem wasn't a big worry. For some reason, you always felt that the zombies seemed to be decreasing. Today, you arrived at dormitory building 7. At first, it went smoothly. Using reasonable noises, you attracted the zombies wandering in the corridors and killed them. Watching the well-coordinated classmates, a sense of pride arose in your heart. Look, these are the soldiers I trained. When you reached the 3rd floor, you found that the corpses in the corridor were nothing but skeletons. You realized something was wrong. There might be some nasty thing lurking here. You spoke softly, warning everyone to be careful. Before the words faded, a grotesque zombie using its long legs as front claws and its arms as hind claws charged at you in an extremely bizarre posture. That zombie, like an aberrant creature, rushed straight at you. You immediately swung your baseball bat, aiming for a single hit. Unfortunately, you missed. This was the first time you missed. Previously, zombies were stiff-limbed and slow. You realized this might be the mutated zombie you had feared. The aberrant zombie split its pelvis and opened its gaping maw, seemingly intending to bite off your head. Fortunately, Fleet Feet was not just for show. Slightly sidestepping, you performed a left-right dodge, evading the zombie's fatal strike. Quan Hui beside you immediately activated his ability, and grayish-blue scales covered his body. He leaped and landed beside the aberrant zombie, engaging it in combat. After a few exchanges, you noticed that their physical strength was about equal. For now, neither could overpower the other. Quan Hui, see if you can choke its neck, and let me finish it off. Quan Hui nodded and began looking for an opportunity. You glanced at the trembling classmates behind you. Although they were terrified, they didn't turn and run. You can't help much but find a place to hide first. Hearing your words, they then went to find hiding spots. Seeing them so sensible, you felt gratified. After an unknown amount of time, you finally found an opportunity. You swung the baseball bat, hitting the aberrant zombie on the head. The first strike that had always been invincible today failed miserably, having no effect, as if striking a rock. You were stunned for a breath. Although the aberrant zombie wasn't injured, it was clearly in pain and immediately lunged at you furiously. The immense force knocked you to the ground, and the sharp pain in your chest robbed you of the ability to resist. The aberrant zombie pinned your limbs, and the baseball bat had slipped from your hand. At this critical moment, Quan Hui rushed forward, desperately pulling at the aberrant zombie to save you. The classmates who had hidden also threw bricks and cement chunks at the zombie. How could you admit defeat and resign yourself to death? Iron Head was never just for show. Your head clashed head-on with the aberrant zombie. Clearly your Iron Head was superior. The aberrant zombie's head was ringing. You broke free from the zombie's grip, grabbed the baseball bat in a few steps, and rained down blows. 1, 2, 3. Like a storm upon the aberrant zombie's head. Indeed, its skull wasn't that hard. On the ninth swing, the immense force completely shattered the zombie's head. White brain matter scattered with the bat's swing, and you keenly noticed something glimmering within the zombie's brains. However, instead of checking immediately, you turned around to see Quan Hui collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. The aberrant zombie was not only extraordinarily strong, but also had exceptionally sharp toenails and fingernails, and you feared that your good brother might have been infected with the zombie virus. Deeply worried, you hurried over and asked, "Are you hurt?" Quan Hui shook his head, indicating that the zombie couldn't even break through his defense. After a thorough check, you noticed that the scales on Quan Hui's body seemed to have changed color, from a grayish blue to a pale blue. You were astonished. Had his superpower advanced? Or had the scales simply matured? Clearly this was not something that could be figured out in a short time. As long as your brother was fine, that was all that mattered. Then, recalling the strange object you had seen earlier, you quickly searched the area and found it in no time. You picked it up and saw it was a gel-like substance about the size of a toffee candy. In the dozen or so days since the apocalypse began, you had killed many zombies, but had never encountered anything like this. You suspected that this was something that only appeared in mutated zombies' brains. Carefully, you stored it in a sealed bag. Today had been somewhat thrilling, but overall it was a close call. Was the superpower that strong? Why hadn't I awakened a superpower? That night you fell asleep with questions lingering. Day 21, early morning. You woke up in dormitory building No. 1. The team had now expanded to 179 people, 65 males, and 114 females. You couldn't believe that out of the 600 students enrolled at the central campus of Hedong University, this was all that remained. Aside from the International Education Dormitory, all other dormitory buildings combined had only 179 survivors. You felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't you started rescue operations earlier? Perhaps there would have been more survivors. Now there were barely any zombies visible on campus, and you had no idea what had happened. Could it be that zombies die naturally? An uneasy feeling settled over you, as if something somewhere was watching you. Moreover, the team's combat strength was increasing. In addition to Quan Hui, 4 others had awakened superpowers. Interestingly, a pair of twin sisters awakened their abilities simultaneously. The elder sister Xia Mushua possessed ice power, while the younger Xia Qing wielded fire power. They looked just like mages from movies. The other two were none other than Zhang Long and Zhao Hu from the beginning. Their abilities were somewhat similar. Both had greatly enhanced physiques. Over the past 12 days you had drawn 12 attributes, but there was nothing to boast about. They were all gray trash. It snowed today. All 179 of you had to huddle in dormitory building No. 1. Gazing at the vast white expanse outside the window, you felt a surge of melancholy. Was humanity on the verge of extinction? Around you everyone was orderly, no different from the days before the apocalypse. People were pure at heart. There was no cannibalism nor bullying of female classmates. Some, however, were reluctant to contribute and sought to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Without surprise, after a lesson from Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, they became obedient. These past few days some female classmates kept hovering around you, making you uncomfortable. Why did they want to gain without effort? Was the comfort obtained by selling oneself truly comfort? Before lunch you held a meeting. You emphasized that you were not someone who let his lower head control his upper head, and that no one should try to become a privileged class through you. After the snow stopped, you would head toward the comprehensive commercial building. Everyone agreed, at least on the surface. After a full meal, the female students threaded needles and mended the damaged padded jackets and armor. Seeing them like this, you felt a little better. Like in ancient times, the males were primarily responsible for combat and a bit of carrying supplies. The females handled daily chores, such as cooking, laundry, sewing, and carrying supplies. With this division of labor, surprisingly, no one stepped up to argue. That took you by surprise. Perhaps everyone felt that the males risking their lives at the front balanced out all other tasks. Or maybe those who liked to argue had already died. As early as day 14, water, electricity, and internet had been cut off. Fortunately, you had scavenged a radio from the dormitory. Now you listen to the broadcast every day, and today you heard a different broadcast. Attention, all surviving citizens, please proceed immediately to the shelter on the south shore of Central Lake. The military is making every effort to clear threats and ensure road safety. Trust in the nation's strength. We are with you. Had the military finally regrouped? You thought for a moment Hedong University was not far from Central Lake, less than 3 kilometers. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing the broadcast, and you immediately held a small meeting. Unsurprisingly, everyone agreed to head to the shelter. Although you had plenty of food and drink here, it was always a bit nerve-wracking. Staying close to the National Army would bring more peace of mind. The snow fell for a day and a night. As a native of Hedong province, you had never seen such heavy snow. The snowdrift was as thick as 1.5 stories. At midnight, you woke up from the cold. Draw successful. One person cries true love is invincible blue kid. This is the power from the Zong AI family. As long as there are tears in your eyes, one punch can kill an ox. Adjust attribute. Yes, no. Yang Jinyu didn't hesitate and immediately chose yes. Finally, he got lucky. He had endured 11 failed draws before. He replaced Iron Head with one person cries true love is invincible. Looking at the system panel, he felt that the future still held hope. Day 22, early morning. Gazing at the pure white snow, a faint unease spread through the crowd. You keenly sensed it. To dispel the anxiety, you proposed a snowball fight. With your lead, the unease was temporarily buried in the joy of play. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. Was something coming? Looking at the snow outside, you frowned and fell into deep thought. Day 22, late at night. The snow had hardly melted and the weather was bitterly cold. In your sleep, you were awakened by screams. To your astonishment, a massive python was devouring your classmates. Quick, quick, run. You shouted twice, then hurriedly put on layers of cotton-padded clothes, gripping a baseball bat in your right hand and a fire axe in your left. Huan Hui beside you was also swift. The two of you charged at the python together, trying to rescue your classmates from its jaws. Unfortunately, you soon discovered a startling truth. You couldn't even break through the python's defense. The scales, each as large as a plate, left only a white mark when struck by the fire axe. Listening to the screams of your classmates, you felt a deep sense of helplessness. The Xia sisters' abilities struck the python without even creating a splash. You guessed that the python was immune to magical damage. The python ignored you, allowing you to attack while it focused on devouring your classmates. Even one man's tears, true love invincible, could only barely crack the scales. You Quan Hui Zhonglong and Zhao, who had no choice but to fight with your bare bodies. How utterly reckless. The screams around you grew fewer and fewer until they ceased completely. You suddenly realized the python had almost swallowed all the other classmates. Even Zhonglong and Zhao, who beside you, were nowhere to be seen. Now only you and Quan Hui remained. Brother, we'll meet again. After saying that, Quan Hui rushed forward. Brother Yang, I'll buy you time. Run. You knew there was no hope of victory, so with tears in your eyes, you turned and fled. You couldn't waste the time your brother had bought with his life. A crisp crack. You didn't need to look to know it was the once resilient Quan Hui. Tears welled in your eyes, but you still sprinted upstairs without hesitation. One thing puzzled you. The python wasn't that huge, about 20 meters long. How could it have swallowed so many classmates? Was it a glutton too? You used the stairs to dodge the python. You had the eerie feeling that its intelligence was not low. The python wasn't in a hurry like a cat toying with a mouse before catching it, just closely following behind you. You felt mentally broken. Now you finally understood why the zombies wandering the school had been dwindling. Where did this bizarre python come from? Was it mutated? Impossible. Only 25 days into the apocalypse. How could such a monster have appeared? Could it be from the portal? You fled to the rooftop where the python couldn't squeeze through for a moment, but you saw it climbing up the outer wall. You quickly retreated back into the building, playing a game of cat and mouse with the python. After several rounds, the python grew enraged. It smashed the concrete roof with its head, shattering it. It glared at you furiously. Its vertical pupils shot out a chilling, murderous intent. You had no idea how to survive. The baseball bat and fire axe couldn't break its defense, so you simply tossed them aside. Thinking of the dead classmates, tears filled your eyes. One man cries true love invincible. Bang! 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 The python seemed to be playing with you, matching you in a well-matched fight. You knew it was the python's sick amusement. You looked up to the sky and said, sorry old me for not living longer and drawing more traits. Tears dripping from your eyes, you swung your fists and charged at the python. Crack! The python caught you in its mouth and boundless pain devoured you. You swung your fists weakly against the python's head, fierce in spirit, feeble in attack. The python smugly ground its teeth, but you could no longer feel the pain. At the brink of death, you thought of a brilliant plan. The great sage's tried and true method of subduing demons. Crawl into its belly and wreak havoc. But looking at the python's unexpanded belly, you wondered. Over 100 classmates, and it still wasn't bloated. Was its stomach a dimensional pocket? The python lifted its head and swallowed you. Darkness enveloped you. You died. Congratulations. You have inherited the following: 1. Memories and combat experience of 22 days surviving the apocalypse. 2. Physique enhancement. 3. Swift legs blue, a blow to the head blue, one man's tears true love invincible blue, unyielding spear, white golden left hand, white limp gray pointy head, gray egg god gray, split stream gray. A total of 21 traits. All of the above inherited. The 22 days of apocalypse memories flooded into your mind without any discomfort. It was like watching an ultra-long first-person movie. You could remember every detail, but without any attached emotions. Good heavens, this is the system. Yang Jinyu clenched his fist. It felt as if this body had truly experienced days of combat noticeably stronger than before. 21 traits drawn, yet only 5 useful. Such a wretched probability, you had to admit defeat. Apocalypse Cheat Extraction System Owner Yang Jinyu Level 0 Ability, None Current Cheats, Simulator Trait Extraction Simulator Simulate once every 3 days of survival. During the simulation, you can intervene appropriately, and after the simulation ends you will fully inherit the memories, levels, abilities, power, skills, etc. acquired during the simulation. Trait Extraction Extract once every day of survival. Equipped traits, 33 Swift Legs Blue, A Blow to the Head Blue, 1 Man's Tears, True Love, Invincible Blue. Acquired traits, 24 Longevity Gold Iron Head, White Unyielding Spear, White Golden Left Hand, White Glutton, Gray Limp, Gray Pointy Head, Gray Egg God, Gray Split Stream, Gray. Trait Extraction Probability, Junk, Gray 90, Common White 9, Rare Blue 0. 9, Epic Purple 0. 09, Legendary Gold 0. 0099, Mythic Red 0. 0001. This simulation was not entirely fruitless, but it yielded nothing substantial. The strongest were these 3 blue rare traits. But they were of little use, still getting crushed by that bizarre python. Thinking of this, Yang Jinyu suddenly shuddered. So that python had been lurking around the school from the very beginning. Just you wait. Give me 3 more days, and if 3 aren't enough, 3 more. One day I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. Yang Jinyu woke to find the sun already high in the sky. He boiled 3 packs of instant noodles, added 2 sausages, and a marinated egg, and ate until his belly was round and full. After resting for a while, Yang Jinyu, fully geared up, pushed open the dormitory door. Quan Hui Qinjingwa, hurry up and come out. Time waits for no one. We need to move. The 2 heads that had just poked out were utterly bewildered. Quan Hui asked in confusion, Brother Yang, how did you know I was still alive? My good brother would never die. Stepping forward, Yang Jinyu grabbed Quan Hui in a tight embrace. Thank you, brother. Quan Hui immediately shoved him away. Brother Yang, I'm a straight man. Even if you saved my life, that doesn't mean you can get freaky with me. Not now, at least. Not with outsiders around. Get lost. Who would want your ass? Move. After their playful banter, Quan Hui finally asked, Brother Yang, you killed all the zombies in the building. How are you so strong? Don't mention it, time is tight. Let's not chat. Go back and grab some thick clothes and put them on. We're going to rescue classmates. Qinjingwa, you too. Qinjingwa on the other side heard this and was quite puzzled. How would President Yang know someone like me, a total nobody? After gearing up completely, Yang Jinyu commanded Quan Hui and the other 2 as they rapidly swept through the boys' dormitory. Yao Songjia stepped forward. Zhu Wenhao, come out, it's safe. Zhang Long. Zhao. Leading 6 followers, Yang Jinyu crushed the zombies almost like mowing grass. With 1 baseball bat swing, 1 zombie fell, and with a tearful punch, a zombie's head exploded. The remaining 6 were dumbfounded. When did the president learn martial arts? His combat skills were simply invincible. In just 1 morning, not a single zombie survived in the entire boys' dormitory. They were all killed by Yang Jinyu and his companions. In the dormitory lobby on the 1st floor, Yang Jinyu looked at 3 strangers before him. Li Weiwei from 202, Wang Chang from 209, Zhang Lei from 107. In the simulator, all 3 of them had not survived. Right this time he had advanced by a full day, so they were alive. But watching them wolf down their food, they would likely perish tomorrow while searching for provisions. Yang Jinyu shouted loudly, All right, all the real men here. Those well-endowed should wrap up in several layers of thick clothing and follow me across to rescue our classmates. Those less endowed stay right here and wait for us to return. 9 fully geared individuals stood before him, and Yang Jinyu felt deeply moved. Are you not afraid of death? Zhang Lei smiled. Brother Yang, without you saving us today, we would have starved to death tomorrow. Once we're dead, we face the heavens. Having Brother Yang leading us, I fear nothing. That's right, we fear nothing. Yang Jinyu laughed heartily. Excellent. Brothers, let's move out. Following Yang Jinyu's commands, they lured all the zombies from the courtyard outside to the windows. They had to thank their nation. Every school in China equipped windows with high-strength protective grills. Terrain advantage, my friend. A table leg, a baseball bat, a bed frame. Soon over 100 zombies in the courtyard had been beheaded. The north-facing windows of the boys' dormitory were piled high with corpses. Everyone was exhausted, yet no one complained, for each held a warm, steaming pot of instant noodles. After eating their fill and resting briefly, Yang Jinyu stood up and declared loudly, Brothers, although we go to rescue people, we must prioritize our own safety first. Quan Hui shouted, If bitten by a zombie, I'll jump off the building myself. Same here. Seeing their resolve, Yang Jinyu asked curiously, Then I have a question. Why do you trust me so completely? Quan Hui cried out, Brother Yang, did you forget? That winter when we skated on the river and I fell through the ice. It was you who pulled me out with all your strength, or I would be dead. Brother Yang, I had a fever of 39 degrees and requested to skip morning exercise, but Director Guo refused. It was you who signed the note. Brother Yang, last month I was scammed and had no money for food. You lent me yours. Brother Yang, my girlfriend was manipulating me, treating me like an ATM. You helped me see her true colors. Brother Yang, last year when I got into a fight with local thugs outside school, you settled the matter for me. Brother Yang, when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, you organized a school-wide charity donation. You saved my mother's life. My life now belongs to Brother Yang. Yang Jinyu scratched his head. Had he really done all these things? Except for the incident with Quan Hui, he had almost no memory of any of it. Aren't all these things something a student union president should do? Very well. I still hope everyone prioritizes their own safety before rescuing others. Understood? They answered in unison, understood, Brother Yang. Seeing everyone was prepared, Yang Jinyu pushed open the main gate, and the group of 10 set off toward the girls' dormitory. Tears glistening in his eyes, Yang Jinyu charged ahead, one swing of the bat, felling one zombie, one punch crushing another's skull. Seeing their president in tears, his brothers assumed he could not bear to witness his classmates' plight, and they swung their weapons with even greater fury. After the frenzied slaughter, Yang Jinyu was astonished to discover that 17 students had survived in the girls' dormitory. That meant in the simulator he had abandoned 15 people for the sake of certain advantages. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon, Yang Jinyu looked toward the campus clinic in the distance. In the simulator, not a single doctor had survived at the clinic. If he went there now, could he save a doctor from the zombies? In the apocalypse, without a doctor, people would die very easily. Yang Jinyu looked at the half-room full of supplies, then at the 26 students. Classmates, night is falling. You stay here. I'm going to the clinic to see if any doctors are still alive. Having a doctor in this apocalypse game would be a qualitative shift. The girls did not want Yang Jinyu to take such a risk, while the boys clamored to accompany him on the adventure. Yang Jinyu shook his head. You all stay here for now. The girls will prepare dinner tonight, and mend your thick clothing in your spare time. The boys rest here. You've been fighting alongside me all day and must be exhausted. Quan Hui said worryingly. Brother Yang, let me go with you. At least there'll be someone to watch your back. The other brothers rose to their feet. Brother Yang, let's go together. Yang Jinyu refused firmly. Brothers, I understand your hearts. But this time stay by my side, no? If I encounter danger alone, I can actually run away. I run very fast. Keiwei walked over, helped Yang Jinyu change into a thicker set of clothes, and then still uneasy layered another garment over his outerwear. Brother Jinyu, you must return safely. For certain reasons, Yang Jinyu dared not meet her gaze directly. Yeah, don't worry. I won't throw my life away. The moment he turned around, he felt someone embracing him tightly. Patting her hand gently, Yang Jinyu said firmly, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Having instructed Quan Hui and the others to secure the dormitory doors, Yang Jinyu slipped quietly toward the campus hospital. No sooner had he entered than several zombies lunged at him. Wielding his baseball bat, Yang Jinyu dispatched them with swift, decisive blows. After the one-sided slaughter, he found no survivors on the first floor of the campus hospital. Second floor, Rehabilitation Medicine Department. Vice Principal Fan Minli was berating several women mercilessly. You brainless fools. This is the apocalypse. Without a powerful protector, how do you expect to survive? Sure, and I scrutinized them, without the least concealment, his gaze raking over their bodies from head to toe. Quite fine indeed. Just a stubborn streak. Why couldn't they see sense? I am a man who could take on a zombie one-on-one. Submit already, ha. So what if he's your lover? Are you suggesting he'd force himself on us? Just wait. I'll report you. Smack. Fan Minli backhanded her without hesitation. You little bitch, who do you think you are? You're a worthless stray nobody wants. The fact that Sure and I shows interest in you is your greatest honor. In this apocalypse, can women fight zombies alone? Dr. Li Guangyuan shouted. We refuse to live as dependents under someone else's thumb. Your choice to cling to him is none of my business. Smack. Smack. Fan Minli, like a rabid beast, swung her palm wildly at the woman. Say that again. You insolent creature. Do you look down on Sure and I? He is far above you. Sure and I was an exchange student bearing some great terror within him, powerful enough to make the heavenly Tao summon its most fearsome deity. Thanks to Fan Minli's position, Sure and I had used the pretext of accompanying studies to prey upon numerous female students. Once he grew weary of them, he would pass them along to other kindred spirits. It was their cherished tradition. After nearly a full day of coaxing and coercion, Sure and I was losing his patience. No one knew how long they would survive in this apocalypse. Might as well satisfy himself with a few more sluts before death claimed him. With that thought, Sure and I rose, intending to force himself upon these women. Bang! The rehabilitation department door was kicked open, and a strangely dressed figure appeared before them. Sure and I bellowed arrogantly. Who dares disturb me? Seeking death. Yang Jinyu ignored Sure and I, and turned instead to Fan Minli, Principal Fan. Fan Minli instantly shed her vicious expression and donned the visage of a dignified educator. Who are you? It's me, Yang Jinyu. Fan Minli's face immediately lit up as she scurried forward. Young Yang. You're here. Quick, come in and take shelter. The zombies outside are terrifying. Shiranai muttered curses in his native tongue as he shut the door. Yang Jinyu said nothing, merely turning his gaze to the women crouching on the floor. Dr. Li. Nurse Su. Why are you squatting on the ground? Isn't it cold? Upon hearing Yang Jinyu's voice, Dr. Li burst into tears. Young Yang. Fan Minli, that beast is colluding with Shiranai to assault us. Nurse Su hid behind Yang Jinyu, pointing accusingly at Shiranai. Jinyu, if you had arrived any later, those two devils would have forced themselves on us. You dog of accompaniment. Fan Minli, don't you have any shame? What about your position? From these few exchanges, Yang Jinyu deduced why the campus hospital had no survivors in the simulator. Doctors Li and Nurse Su were exceptionally defiant in nature. If anyone had attempted to force himself on them, they would have chosen death over submission, even opening the main doors to perish alongside their tormentors, falling into the jaws of zombies. Yang Jinyu had also been eavesdropping outside just long enough to time his entrance perfectly. Yang Jinyu advanced towards Shiranai, step by step, baseball bat in hand. Fan Minli grew fearful. Young Yang, don't do anything reckless. Shiranai he's my lover, he. Shiranai, however, showed no fear. Snatching up an iron stool, he hurled it at Yang Jinyu. What the hell are you? Flying speed activated. In the blink of an eye, Yang Jinyu appeared behind Shiranai. You struck first. This is self-defense. Bang! Shiranai's head burst open like a watermelon, and his blackened corpse crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this, Fan Minli wailed bitterly, her trembling hands slowly stroking the body she had favored. Yang Jinyu, you've killed a man. This is murder. I'll report you. I'll expel you from your organization. Principal Fan, I still call you principal out of old sentiment. Yang Jinyu grinned, rotating his baseball bat. But this is the apocalypse. Where is order now? Even if you wanted to expel me, you'd need a meeting. Where are your people? How many can you still find? Leaving that old spade behind, Yang Jinyu turned to Li Guangyuan and Su Jing's sister Yuan. Who are these? Li Fangfang, nurse. Wang Na, nurse. Zhang Min, my apprentice and turned doctor. Yang Jinyu stepped forward. Sisters, it's over. Let's go. Careful. Li Guangyuan and Su Jing cried out in unison. Yang Jinyu didn't turn around. Dropping into a low sweep, he brought his bat down with both hands, crushing Fan Minli's skull directly onto the floor. Another grotesque blossom of crimson bloomed. Sister Yuan, Sister Jing, you saw that right. That was self-defense. Ugh. Yang Jinyu felt nauseous and dry heaved several times. Li Guangyuan and Su Jing hurried to his side and patted his back. Young Yang, rest assured. You saved us, and we won't remember a thing about what just happened. That's right, Jinyu. Fan Minli and that other bastard just dropped dead suddenly. The other three chimed in agreement. Yang Jinyu smiled. Sister Jing, that's quite the dramatic way to put it. After exchanging a brief update, Yang Jinyu spoke. Right, nightfall approaches. Let's hurry and rejoin the others. Li Guangyuan and the others had wrapped themselves in thick blankets, binding them tightly with cloth strips to prevent them from slipping off during any zombie encounters. Li Guangyuan asked, Young Yang, what about the medicine? We'll come back for it tomorrow. Zombies grow far more ferocious at night, and their hearing becomes extraordinarily acute. We must depart now. Under Yang Jinyu's protection, the group returned to the women's dormitory with only narrow escapes. Quan Hui and the others immediately threw open the door, blocking the pursuing zombies outside and dispatching them effortlessly with door trap tactics. Their seamless coordination earned a nod of approval from Yang Jinyu. Brothers, your teamwork has grown remarkably sharp. All thanks to Brother Yang's training. Upon entering, Li Guangyuan and the others were overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of so many survivors. Zhang Min, Li Fangfang, and Wang Na broke down in tears immediately. Li Guangyuan and Su Jing embraced the three and comforted them. During Yang Jinyu's absence, Qi Yu had already led the other girls in preparing dinner. Thus they gathered together, sharing laughter and conversation over the evening meal. After dinner, Qi Yu leaned close to Yang Jinyu's ear and whispered, Brother Jinyu, I have something to tell you. Will you come with me for a moment? Yang Jinyu dared not meet her gaze, furrowing his brow, and thought, what does she want? Surely not another confession. I truly have no heart for romance right now. With my life hanging by a thread every day, where's the mood for love? Room 101, the farthest dormitory on the first floor. Qi Yu wore a grave expression. Brother Jinyu, although our food supplies are currently plentiful, at this rate of consumption will be empty within roughly 20 days. I'm aware. That's why our next target is the comprehensive commercial building. Qi Yu's expression softened slightly. Brother Jinru, while that method might help us last longer, the current food supply will eventually run out. If we want to survive long term, we must become self-sufficient. Yang Jinru smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know that too, but we're all college students who've dropped out. Who here knows how to farm? Qi Yu fell silent. The two exchanged glances before hastily looking away. An awkward tension spread between them. Yang Jinru couldn't bear it any longer and spoke first. Yeah, if there's nothing else, I should head back. Chi-Yu stepped forward 2 steps and embraced Yang Jinru tightly. Brother Jinru, do you really not like me? If I have any flaws, just tell me, and I'll change. Yang Jinru didn't know where to place his hands. Should he put them on her back? That might be misinterpreted. Or let them hang naturally. That might hurt her feelings. After much deliberation, he ended up frozen midair. Brother Jinru, you don't have a girlfriend, and I don't have a boyfriend. I like you, and you don't dislike me either. Why can't we be together? We're already in the apocalypse. You saved me today, and I might die tomorrow. I don't want to leave any regrets. Hearing this, Chi-Yu caught him off guard and kissed him directly on the lips. Yang Jinru didn't resist or take the initiative. He simply yielded to her tentative exploration. After a long moment, they parted. Chi-Yu blushed. Brother Jinru, you didn't refuse me. Does that mean you agree? Yang Jinru finally shared his thoughts. Yeah, when you enrolled, I only helped carry your luggage as a courtesy. I genuinely didn't have those feelings for you at the time. Besides, I was worried others would gossip and say I was using my position as president to pursue junior girls. So I had to refuse every classmate who showed interest. Chi-Yu's eyes widened. Brother Jinru, you just said you didn't then. What about now? I do. Upon hearing Yang Jinru's response, Chi-Yu was overjoyed, her entire face flushing red. Thump. Chi-Yu suddenly collapsed backward, her body trembling uncontrollably. She clutched her head tightly and screamed, Brother Jinru, my head hurts so much, Yang Jinru panicked. What was happening? He had never witnessed such a scene before. Was she bitten by a zombie? He immediately locked the door and carefully examined every inch of Chi-Yu's body, checking for any signs of bites or scratches. After thoroughly inspecting her, he found no injuries. Then it struck him. He remembered a particular scene. Wait, no? He had seen this before when Quan Hui awakened his superpower. Chi-Yu was awakening her ability. Was this some kind of joke? It was only the 4th day since the apocalypse began. Yeah, stay calm. You're awakening your ability. Focus on what's changing inside you. It'll pass soon. The students in the dormitory hall heard Chi-Yu's screams, but did not immediately rush over to investigate. Quan Hui arrived with Zhang Long, and Zhao Hua. Li Guanyuan came with Su Jing. The group of 5 walked in together. Seeing the door was locked, Li Guanyuan gently knocked. Little Yang, what's going on? Quan Hui naturally recognized Chi-Yu. She was his future sister-in-law. Brother Yang, what happened to Chi-Yu? After awkwardly helping Chi-Yu put her clothes back on, Yang Jinru opened the door and sighed. It looks like she's awakening her ability. Superpower. Quan Hui grew excited. Brother Yang, does that mean I can awaken one too? Yang Jinru patted his shoulder. Of course. And your ability will be quite powerful. Really? Really? Li Guanyuan glanced at Chi-Yu, who was curled on the floor, trembling continuously. Little Yang, what does awakening a superpower mean? Sister Yuan, haven't there been posts online these past couple days? Someone claimed they awakened a superpower and could spit fire and water. Oh, is that real? Yang Jinru voiced his speculation. The unknown virus probably doesn't just turn people into zombies. Those who don't become zombies have likely been modified in some sense, which is why a portion of people awaken superpowers. Quan Hui's mind raced quickly. Brother Yang, if that's the case, won't we encounter zombies with superpowers in the future? Hearing this, Yang Jinru immediately thought of that peculiar zombie. Absolutely. Awakening superpowers isn't exclusive to humans. Even animals might be able to awaken them. After exchanging a few words, Yang Jinru stayed behind to accompany Chi-Yu during her awakening, while Quan Hui and the others returned to the dormitory hall. About 5 hours passed, yet Chi-Yu still weakly cried out in pain. 001, please draw a trait card. Starting trait draw. Draw successful. Beastbane purple, all beasts will cower before you. Damage dealt to beasts increases tenfold, damage received is reduced to 1/10, and you gain immunity to all mental attacks from beasts. Would you like to adjust the trait? Yes, no. Good heavens. The first purple grade poetic trait. Is its effect really that overpowered? Then why are golden legendary traits considered trash? Well, they're not exactly worthless. Longevity gold is barely considered a conceptual trait. As long as you don't die, you achieve immortality, no longer bound by lifespan. That said, it does require some thought. Tears of True Love blue is quite powerful. As long as there are tears in one's eyes, a light punch can explode a zombie's head, and a casual slap can send zombies flying without any harm to the user. Blunt Force blue is also quite strong. Swift Legs blue can save lives at critical moments. Given this, there's no need to adjust now. When facing beasts later, equipping Beastbane won't be too late. In reality, traits can be swapped at any time. It's only within the simulator that adjustment is limited to the draw phase. Having made up his mind, Yang Jinru gazed into the dark night. A python would count as a beast, right? Yes, absolutely. Just wait. I'm coming for your head. Yang Jinru dozed off, but suddenly felt movement in his arms. Someone draped a jacket over him. Opening his eyes, he said, Yeah, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm fine. I can somehow form a mental link with zombies. Yang Jinru was shocked. What do you mean? Chi-Yu smiled sweetly. Yes, I seem to be able to temporarily control zombie movements like manipulating my own body. But if it goes on too long, the zombies will break free from my control. Yang Jinru eagerly asked, how long can you control them? Have you tried? About 20 minutes at the limit. I already felt strained after 15 minutes. Yang Jinru immediately picked up Chiyu and spun around several times. Yeah, this is remarkable. Your ability covers both combat and reconnaissance. You're going to be a true all-rounder. Chiyu slightly nodded, a blush spreading across her face. Jinyu, you just undressed me. Yang Jinyu was startled, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry. You look like you were infected with the zombie virus. Chiyu stood on tiptoe, gave him a light kiss and smiled. It's fine, I've never seen you so nervous before. Night fell, and Chiyu nestled in Yang Jinyu's arms. Jinyu, how long do you think we can survive? Silly girl, with me here, you can live as long as you want. The shadow of being ambushed by the giant python in the simulation still lingered in Yang Jinyu's mind. Before sleeping, Yang Jinyu arranged the night watch personnel and had the boys completely block the dormitory gate with beds and cabinets. January 18th, 2066, late at night. Yang Jinyu and his group of 32 had already moved to dormitory building 11 with supplies and basic medicines. Thanks to their increasingly seamless cooperation, they cleared both 17-story dormitory buildings No. 11 and No. 12 in a single day. The team had now expanded to 163 people, 88 boys and 75 girls. Yang Jinyu noticed that fewer girls had survived today. It seemed that in the apocalypse, men had a higher survival rate given their physical advantages. Habit became second nature. At midnight, Yang Jinyu woke up automatically. Trade extraction initiated. Extraction successful. Fear of beasts gray, you have been toyed with by a giant python, leaving a deep psychological scar. Damage from beasts is unconditionally increased by 10-fold, and you cannot muster any fighting spirit against them. Adjust trait. Yes, no. What kind of crappy trait is this? No. Feeling Chiyu's faint breathing on his chest, Yang Jinyu soon fell asleep. Tonight, it was Quan Hui's turn to lead the night watch. Brother Hui, how did Yang get so fierce? Did he awaken an ability too? Probably. I remember Yang barely moved when playing basketball before, but now killing zombies is like chopping vegetables. Yeah, as long as Yang is here, we'll survive the apocalypse. On the 19th, near dawn, Yang Jinyu dreamed again of being devoured by the giant python in the simulation. When he woke with a start, his head ached unbearably. At first, it felt like a rusty screw drilling into his brain. Soon the pressure exploded, turning into thousands of red-hot steel needles piercing outward from inside his skull. His vision began to warp and twist with each pulse. Every heartbeat was like a heavy hammer smashing into the back of his head, making his entire skull buzz, as if something inside was desperately trying to burst out of his crown. Chiyu held Yang Jinyu in anguish as they rolled on the ground. After an unknown time, the unbearable headache suddenly vanished. Like a spring compressed to its limit, Yang Jinyu felt an overwhelming relief throughout his body, then slumped unconscious. Chiyu, deeply worried, hugged his shoulders tightly. Jinyu, you must be okay. The next instant, Chiyu felt a sharp pain like an electric shock, her entire body stiffening and unable to move. Looking down, she saw arcs of electricity flickering on Yang Jinyu's skin. Zzz. Crackle. Chiyu realized that Yang Jinyu must have awakened some formidable ability. But there was no time to celebrate, because if this continued, she would be electrocuted. Seizing the moment, Chiyu pushed Yang Jinyu away with all her strength and quickly hid outside the room to peek. As if sensing that Chiyu was safe, the arcs on Yang Jinyu's body grew violent. Sky blue currents danced across his skin, crackling with sharp discharges. An invisible aura spread outward, causing bits of metal to tinkle. The students watching from outside the room could feel a tingling numbness on their faces. Feeling the surging power of thunder within him, Yang Jinyu was overjoyed. This was a natural type ability. In novels, only the protagonist gets such power. So this is an ability? Quite interesting indeed. Yang Jinyu got up from the ground, and with a thought, a blue-violet arc flickered between his thumb and index finger. Zzz. Apocalyptic Cheat Extraction System. Host Yang Jinyu. Level 1. Ability Thunder S. Current cheats: Simulator Trade Extraction. Simulator can simulate once every 3 days of survival. During the simulation, you can intervene appropriately, and after the simulation ends, you will inherit all memories, levels, abilities, strength, skills, etc. acquired during the simulation. Trade Extraction can extract once every day of survival. Equipped traits: 36 Quick Feet, Blue Head, Strike, Blue, Lonely, but Invincible, Blue. Acquired traits: 26 Longevity, Gold, Beast Slayer, Purple, Iron Head, White, Indestructible Spear, White, Golden Left Hand, White, Glutton, Gray, Limp, Gray, Pointy Head, Gray, Egg God, Gray, Urine Split, Gray, Fear of Beast, Gray. Trade Extraction Probability: Junk, Gray, 60, Common, White, 30, Rare, Blue, 9, Epic, Purple, 0. 9 A Legendary, Gold, 0. 0.99 Mythic, Red, 0. 0.01 S-Rank Ability. Am I this lucky? Or is it not determined by luck? Yang Jinyu never dwelled on things he couldn't understand. He put aside the confusing matters and figured they'd reveal themselves in time. Indeed, after awakening the ability, he leveled up. But he didn't know how to level up further. 1 level up and 3 trait slots were added. The lousy trait extraction probability looked a bit better now, at least only a little over half the chance of drawing garbage. Longevity gold, though a legendary trait, was still useless in the apocalypse. Indestructible spear white didn't help much against zombies, and it was best not to indulge too much in the early apocalypse. A healthy 22-year-old guy had tremendous energy. If he used it, she'd probably have trouble walking after one night, let alone carrying supplies. If he equipped that improper trait TSK, can't imagine. After a brief thought, Yang Jinyu equipped Beast Slayer purple iron head white and golden left hand white. If he could survive just one more day, he could activate the simulator again at dawn. Thought of this, a smile spread across Yang Jinyu's face. This time I have an ability, you damn giant python, just wait. Immune to magic. Then I'll electrocute your mouth, electrocute your flesh. I don't believe you're immune to everything. Detected that the host harbors deep hatred for the Azure Sky Python. A subjugation mission has been triggered. Now you stand at the crossroads of fate. Please choose the next step. 1. I want to eat snake soup. Kill the Azure Sky Python within 7 days. Reward 100,000-year soul ring. 2. Not only do I want to kill the Azure Sky Python, but I also want to find the portal and kill all the monsters inside. Reward a random cheat. 3. Though I hate it, I'm still a bit scared. Be a turtle and forget about the Azure Sky Python. No reward. 4. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Leads to unknown. Please choose. Wait system, what's with this 100,000-year soul ring? Of course I choose 2. Yang Jinyu didn't hesitate to pick 2. Subjugation mission accepted. Please complete it as soon as possible. A new day dawned. While sweeping through the dormitory buildings, Yang Jinyu did some testing and roughly figured out the power of his newly acquired ability. With proper control, a single arc of lightning could easily pierce a zombie's head. He could release about 20 arcs in total, and after expelling all the thunder within him, his body would feel a sudden weariness and fatigue. It wasn't that he collapsed to the ground in utter weakness, but rather a feeling of being unable to straighten his back after a long day of labor. At this stage, his ability was still too weak to hold the fort, so he would have to rely on his traits to get through the early phase. When will I get a powerful trait? I've been yearning for a strong trait for so long. Come on. With more people, there are also more unexpected incidents. Today during the sweep, there was the first casualty. A boy was bitten by a zombie and concealed it, leading to another boy being bitten by him. And there was also a girl. Though Yang Jinyu was a bit of a softie, he wasn't a fool. With a wave of his hand, 2 arcs of lightning sent them both to the afterlife. At the same time, he held a brief meeting to reiterate personal safety. If anyone finds a classmate who has been bitten and is concealing it, they should immediately report to Yang Jinyu, so he can personally eliminate the rotten apple. As the saying goes, a large forest is home to all kinds of birds. With more people, hearts stray and discipline wanes. Yang Jinyu began to wonder if he had been too soft-hearted. He could clearly walk through this apocalypse unopposed with just a few friends, so why did he bring along so many dead weights? Thinking this, Yang Jinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, in this apocalypse, only a fool like me would be so soft-hearted. The classmates couldn't be said to be completely useless. At the very least, they could carry supplies, help with lookout, and provide a bit of negligible combat support. Plus, having so many girls around was a sight for sore eyes, wasn't it? After a day of arduous struggle, Yang Jinyu's group swept through 6 more dormitory buildings. The team had now expanded to 479 people, 288 males, and 191 females. Looking at the vast crowd, Yang Jinyu felt quite proud, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. See, these are all people who survived because of me, the butterfly. However, with so many people, the rate of food consumption was alarming. It seemed he had to solve the food problem quickly. In the meeting just now, Yang Jinyu established several departments. The combat department, led by Quan Hui, the daily management department, handed over to Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, the life department, under Qi Yue, and the medical department, naturally headed by the only Dr. Li Guanyuan. The combat department had 160 people selected as the strongest, 160 from the males. As the name implies, they handled all combat. Those in the combat department could skip all other tasks and focus solely on fighting. Although exhausting, it was a life of ease, having everything done for them. The daily management department had 128 people responsible for many aspects: daily vigilance, luring and engaging monsters in battle, maintaining order, etc. The life department had 144 people covering food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and it consisted entirely of girls. The medical department had the fewest people, only 47, yet they were responsible for the health of over 400. A heavy burden indeed. With so many people now, the dormitory lobby was naturally too crowded. 10 people per dorm room, they filled 3 entire floors of the dormitory building. Yang Jinyu and Qiyu slept in room 101. After living side by side for 2 days, Qiyu was now quite forward with Yang Jinyu. He wondered if she was in her ovulation period. As expected, Yang Jinyu, a hot-blooded young man and an innocent, handsome lad, ultimately couldn't resist such temptation. Trait, Golden Lance, unyielding white, has been equipped. Late at night, looking at the somewhat tired Chi-Yue, Yang Jinyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yue, go to sleep. It's your first time too. I'm sorry I was a bit too. No, brother Jinyu, I'm very happy and very blessed." Chi-Yue hugged Yang Jinyu's arm and gradually drifted into dreamland. As the saying goes, habit becomes second nature. At dawn, not a second more or less, Yang Jinyu woke up automatically. Starting trait extraction. Extraction successful. A blinding red light nearly blinded Yang Jinyu. The notification sound was also frantic. Wow, red mythic. With a trembling heart and shaking hands, Yang Jinyu shakily opened the trait description. Deep blue stats read, everything I have now is all due to my own efforts. Deep blue stats, let me see your limits. Automatically acquire 1 free attribute point per day. Adjust trait. Yes, no, oh my god. Is this the first time I've drawn a red mythic? Damn, deep blue stats. Who doesn't know about it? Powerful, indeed powerful. And combined with longevity gold, it could have earth-shattering effects. Give me 100 years, and with over 36,000 attribute points, who would dare to act recklessly before me? But that was all for the future. For now, he needed to quickly raise his strength and survive the apocalypse first. A mere azure sky bull python had bullied him to such an extent before, let alone the countless portals in the world. Thinking of this, Yang Jinyu calmed his excited heart. System. Apocalypse Cheat Extraction System. Host Yang Jinyu, age 22, level 1 ability Thunder S attribute panel. Constitution 16, stamina, vitality, muscle strength, abnormal status resistance. Agility 12, flexibility, balance, reaction speed. Intelligence 17, logic, memory, mental power. Magic 21, magic capacity, magic perception, magic application. Perception 13, intuition, senses, insight. Charm 17, temperament, affinity, leadership, charisma. Remaining attribute points 1, current cheats, simulator trait extraction simulator, can simulate once every 3 days of survival. Trait extraction can extract once every day of survival. Equipped traits 66, deep blue stats, red beast bane, purple swift legs, blue first strike, blue one man's tears, true love, invincible blue, iron head white. Acquired traits 27, longevity gold, golden lance, unyielding white, golden left hand white, big stomach, gray limp, gray pointy head, gray egg god, gray split stream, gray fear of beast, gray. It seemed that the peak attribute value for a normal person should be 10 points. I have an ability, so being a bit higher is reasonable. After a moment's thought, Yang Jinyu decided to invest points in Constitution first. For now, Constitution seemed to offer the most obvious boost to combat power. The 3-day period has arrived. Welcome the Dragon King's return. Little Azure Sky Bull Python, clean your neck and wait for me. In this simulation, I will definitely kill you. Simulator activate. Currently equipped traits deep blue stats, red beast bane, purple swift legs, blue first strike, blue one man's tears, true love, invincible blue, iron head, white change. No. Simulation start. Day 1, early morning. As you expected, the deep blue point allocation settled in the simulator as well. You unhesitatingly added 1 free attribute point to Constitution. Your Constitution became 18 points. You decided to change your approach. Since the ultimate destination was the shelter on the south bank of the central lake, why wander around with so many burdens? Why not use Building 5 as your shelter for these days? After all, Building 5 was adjacent to the landscape water system, so even if the water supply was cut off, drinking water would be no problem. You would take the combat unit to rescue classmates and bring a small part of the daily management unit to carry supplies. Thinking this, you nodded with satisfaction. This was how it should be. After selecting your troops, you set out with 100 elite combat members and 30 daily management members. In your school, except for buildings 11 and 12, which had 17 floors, all other dormitory buildings were 6 stories. Building 4. Rescued 31 classmates, no injuries, reaped a full harvest of 11 backpacks of supplies. Building 3. Rescued 28 classmates, collected 7 sacks of living supplies. 1 combat member was injured, but not by a zombie bite. He accidentally broke his leg. At noon, you returned to Building 5 and had a fragrant lunch. Afternoon, Building 2. You were surprised to find the aberrant zombie here. No wonder you hadn't seen her in Building 7. Times had changed, your strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The Thunderbolt ability restricted her movements, and 2 strikes blew her head off. Familiar with the process, you dug out the milky white gel mixed with blood from her head and carefully stored it in a sealed bag. Quan Hui, Yao Songjie, Zhu Wenhao, and others were stunned by your strength. The mutant zombie couldn't last a few rounds under your hands. After sweeping Building 2, you actually rescued 56 classmates. You were puzzled, did the presence of the mutant zombie drive away, or even hunt ordinary zombies? Otherwise, it was inexplicable why so many classmates survived in this building. After sending these classmates and supplies back to Building 5, you and your team arrived at Building 1. Under the dusky setting sun, you looked at the familiar environment of Building 1A. and the painful lesson from the last simulation surged into your mind. Tianqing Yomong. Bullshit. Just wait for me. You waited with immense anticipation, but after sweeping the entire building, the damn Tianqing Yomong never came. You knew the timing was wrong, the location and number of people were also wrong, so it was normal not to encounter your fated opponent. Building 1 actually had 73 surviving classmates. You felt increasingly uneasy. Why were there more and more survivors? In the last simulation, you hadn't noticed this. Was the number of survivors related to the Tianqing Yomong, or to the portal that brought the Tianqing Yomong to Earth? Could the unknown virus that turned humans into zombies have come to Earth through various portals? You scratched your head. The mass transformation of humans into zombies and the opening of many portals seemed to happen at the same time. There was no sequence. Logically, even if the unknown virus spread rapidly, there should have been a buffer time. You remembered a classmate bitten by a zombie, but it took about half an hour for him to fully turn. A sudden guess struck your mind. Could the portals and the zombie virus be in a competitive relationship? Otherwise, why would the Tianqing Yomong feed on zombies? You were excited. I think I've discovered the truth of the apocalypse. You led the survivors back to Building 5. Now including you, there were 667 survivors in Building 5. You were very pleased because in the last simulation only 179 people from these 15 dormitory buildings had survived. That night you enjoyed Chiyu's comfort and slowly drifted into sleep. At midnight you woke up automatically. You drew another gray junk trait and stared at the system panel in disbelief. Wasn't the probability of gray junk traits only 60 now? Why did you draw another one? You looked up at the ceiling speechlessly. Oh God of luck, please cast your glance upon me. You added today's free attribute point to Constitution again. Now you have 19 Constitution. Day 2, early morning. Today you planned to take the combat unit to the comprehensive commodity building. Because it held your hopes. There were too many surviving classmates now. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't even take a month before you finished all the stored food. After a quick breakfast, you led 100 elites south toward the comprehensive commodity building. After killing a dozen wandering zombies on the street, you pulled open the iron gate of the comprehensive commodity building. A strong smell of blood rushed out. Indeed, as expected, when the apocalypse came, this was where the most people in the school gathered. The first floor of the comprehensive commodity building was covered with human corpses, blood, severed limbs, and intestines. Many of your brothers still felt nauseated at the sight. Though you were battle-hardened, you had never seen such a horrendous scene. After a careful search, you noticed some suspicious details. Why did some bodies not look like they were bitten and torn by zombies? Instead, they seemed to have been killed by humans using weapons. But the weapons seemed very blunt. The wounds on the bodies were uneven. You could imagine the torture these people had suffered before death. After a thorough search on the first floor, you didn't find much food. The small supermarket showed signs of being ransacked. Huan Hui and a few others returned and shook his head at you. Brother Yang, no zombies, not a single one. And no survivors found. It's really strange. Hearing this, you weren't too surprised which survivor would live on the first floor. But one thing puzzled you: why wasn't even a bottle of water left in the small supermarket? Could it be that someone had set up a shelter in this comprehensive commodity building and looted everything? You frowned. Were there many survivors in this building? Indeed, it was highly possible. The comprehensive commodity building covered an area of 120 square meters with 12 floors above ground and 1 basement level. You warned your brothers to be careful and led them to the basement. The basement, which you had the highest hopes for, was a whole supermarket. Nothing but food. As you were envisioning mountains of food in the basement, you suddenly noticed a azure portal standing in the center of the basement. And some greenskin monsters were fighting and looting the food there. You were shocked. Weren't these the most common monsters in Western fantasy games? Goblins. There were 2 portals in our school. Could it be that the damn Tianqing Yomong also came from this portal? You immediately made a gesture, and everyone crouched quietly in place. Because you discovered that the system had popped up a mission window. Now you have arrived at the crossroads of fate. Please choose your next step. 1. Slaughter the goblin settlement alone. 15 goblins. Hunt the anchor creature, goblin shaman, alone to close the secret realm. Reward 1 related trait, minimum quality gold. 2. Lead your brothers to slaughter the goblin settlement. 15 goblins. Hunt the anchor creature, goblin shaman, to close the secret realm. Reward 1 related trait, minimum quality blue. 3. I didn't see anything. No one saw anything. Nothing happened. Retreat. No reward. Attention destiny holder, this choice will have a profound impact on the future. Simulation paused, waiting for Yang Jinyu to weigh the pros and cons and make the final decision. Staring at the system panel before him, Yang Jinyu fell into deep thought. What was happening? Could missions be triggered in the simulator as well? And the rewards were quite generous. Choosing 1 guaranteed a gold trait. That was so generous. Goblin shaman. Could I do it alone? Choosing 2 guaranteed a blue trait, which was also good. But the brothers were still mere mortals now. Could they really defeat these goblins? Were these goblins just roadside trash, or the troublesome kind like those in Goblin Slayer? or Grimgar of fantasy and ash. Moreover, what did anchor creature in the mission description mean? From the name and the system's mission description, to close the secret realm portal 1 first had to kill the anchor creature. Yang Jinyu thought for a moment and guessed the so-called secret realm was actually a portal which could not just appear on Earth casually, it required an anchor point. But if that was the explanation, why was the anchor creature not an Earth creature, but rather an otherworldly creature? Equipped traits: deep blue, point allocation red, beast bane, purple, fleet-footed blue, a blow to the head blue, one man, cries true love, prevails blue, ironhead white. Ability thunder S. Yang Jinyu stared at the system panel and thought for a long time. In the end he chose screw it, let's do it. The bold are stuffed, the timid starve. Fortune favors the brave. You hesitated but chose option 1. You knew you had to lure one goblin out to test the waters, so you led everyone quietly back to the entrance of the comprehensive commodity building and told Quan Hui to take the brothers back first. Brother Yang, are you planning to take the risk alone? Sure, leveling up solo is cool, but you need to be careful. Don't throw your life away. Quan Hui, don't worry. If I can't win, I'll run. You've seen my speed. Do you think these little green skins can catch me yet? Although the brothers were very worried about you, they obeyed your arrangement. After the brothers had all left, you cautiously made your way to the basement level of the comprehensive commodity building. You thought to yourself there were 15 goblins in total, and you didn't know if the goblin shaman was included among them. Now you were considering how to lure out one goblin without attracting the attention and alerting the others. In Western fantasy novels, goblins are usually depicted as greedy, stupid, curious, gluttonous, and so on. You thought for a while, and came up with a plan that you thought was feasible. Because you noticed a weak goblin that was being bullied by the others, and it was relatively smaller. That's the one. Use delicious food to lure it out. At the corner of the stairs you unwrapped the oil paper from the sausage, and a strong aroma of grease immediately mingled with the wind. The thin goblin that always couldn't grab meat, and was alone, its nose twitched violently a few times. You gently rolled the sausage to the edge of its vision, slowly dragging it with a thin thread. It licked its lips greedily, and while the other goblins were tearing at the display shelves, it sneaked out of the group. Its greenish eyes fixedly stared at the piece of sausage gradually retreating on the ground, completely unaware that the thin thread was leading it to the first floor of the building. Step by step the thin goblin moved away from the group, quickly following the bouncing sausage, and arrived at the first floor lobby of the building. Finally the sausage stopped moving. The thin goblin held the fragrant sausage in both hands, saliva continuously dripping onto its palms. Yet it was completely unaware that a human was crouching several meters behind it. Perhaps because the human corpses in the building were piled into a skull pyramid, the goblins didn't care about the smell of humans at all. You smiled with a prepared mind against an unprepared one. The advantage is mine. As long as you could kill it with one blow, the other dozen or so goblins would no longer be a threat. As long as the plan was well executed, it was just a matter of a dozen swings. You gripped the solid steel baseball bat tightly, crouched, and moved slowly, minimizing the noise as much as possible. Wagaga. The goblin savored the sausage, a radiant smile on its face. This was the best thing it had eaten in days. Soon you easily crept to within 1 meter behind the goblin. Quite a close distance. You could not only smell a strange odor from the goblin, but even see the hairs on its skin. This is the moment. You suddenly stood up, gripping the baseball bat with both hands, and swung a home run. The goblin only then noticed the movement behind it, and had just turned its head. To your astonishment, the goblin's head was like a baseball hit by a precise long swing, detaching from its neck and flying straight to the other side of the building. It landed in the distance, bounced a few times on the ground, rolled, and tumbled into the pile of human corpses. Because you didn't know the goblin's specific stats, you had put all your strength into that swing. Because you used too much force, the immense power carried by the bat was not diminished much by the goblin's head, causing the bat to almost slip from your hand and fly away. You sighed, what the heck, I thought it would be a bigger threat. It's not even as tough as a speed bump. Plopped. At this moment the goblin's headless body fell straight to the ground. You hid cautiously behind the pile of corpses, eyes fixed on the staircase leading to the basement. Sure enough, before long 3 goblins came up, cursing under their breath. Wakaka. The goblin's sense of smell was comparable to dogs. The 3 goblins naturally smelled the blood scent unique to their own kind. They each pulled out stone axes from their waists and silently crept toward your crouching position. You knew you had probably been exposed. No problem, just 3 speed bumps. When the goblins ran to the opposite side of the corpse pile, where you were hiding, you leaped out, suddenly activated a blow to the head, and the leading goblin's head exploded on the spot. The other 2 goblins did not react, because they had never seen such a ferocious human. In the past, the humans in those villages would only be chased around by them. Of course, you didn't let them seize the opportunity to gawk. The club rose and fell, swish swish. The other 2 goblins dropped stiffly to the ground, their heads already burst open like grotesque crimson flowers in the air. 11 remained. You glanced down toward the basement level beneath your feet. A question surfaced in your mind: if the goblins were so weak, why had they completely taken over the entire negative first floor? Even without humans around, the zombies should be far more formidable than them. Could the real issue lie with that goblin shaman? Or does this goblin pack have some kind of advantage? After a brief rest on the first floor of the main building, you were pondering your next move. If memory serves, goblin shamans in standard Western fantasy games typically wield multiple spells. A goblin shaman would likely be more troublesome than ordinary goblins, but if you could eliminate the entire pack surrounding it, the mission should be fairly straightforward. Then again, if the task were truly this simple, why would the system offer such generous rewards? A thought crossed your mind: what if there's a trap lurking ahead? After a moment's consideration, you decided to tie a rope around a headless goblin corpse and toss it down to the basement level as bait to lure out and provoke the others. If your plan went smoothly, you would draw out the remaining goblins one by one and eliminate them. Even facing the shaman alone at the end, you shouldn't have any major issues. After all, your strength had grown considerably. You could hardly imagine how much trouble a single goblin shaman could cause against you now. A weak army means a weak leader. With such feeble, disorganized subordinates, the shaman commanding them couldn't possibly be extraordinary. You acted on this instinctively, pulling a rope from your pack and securing it tightly around a headless goblin corpse. Let's do this. With a loud thud, you hurled the headless goblin corpse down the stairs into the corner of the basement level. The goblins playing nearby instantly snapped to attention, gripping their crude stone spears as they sprinted toward the stairwell corner. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not bad. Only 4 appeared. But where's the shaman? According to stereotype, a goblin shaman should be wielding a staff carved from beast or human bone. Scanning the area, you didn't see any such goblin. You didn't have time to dwell on it. Dragging the headless corpse behind you, you began moving back toward the first floor. Waka waka. The 4 goblins spotted their kindred's headless body and let out furious roars. You hit at the stairwell corner on the first floor, waiting for the first goblin to expose itself. Thwack! The lead goblin's skull exploded like a watermelon, and the 3 behind it charged straight at you. You were puzzled. The goblins were reacting faster than expected. Swiftfoot lived up to its reputation. These goblins could barely graze your clothes. Striking once, you used your speed advantage to slip away. Employing the same tactic repeatedly, you dispatched 4 more goblins with ease. Still concealed behind the pile of corpses, you peered out cautiously, but this time no goblins came responding to the noise after a long wait. What was going on? 7 of their kind missing, yet none of the goblins seemed to realize it. After catching your breath, you crept quietly to the corner of the basement level. Near the azure portal, not a single goblin was in sight. Treading carefully into the basement, you found only bloodstains and scattered morsels of flesh on the ground. No zombie or human corpses at all. Staring at the empty basement, your initial doubts resurfaced. How did such weak goblins manage to completely overrun this place? The mission briefing had already specified the settlement consisted of 15 ordinary goblins, plus 1 shaman. You had only killed 7 so far, yet there were no other goblins anywhere in the basement. Staring at the shimmering blue portal, a thought struck you: could the mission count include the goblins on the other side? Taking 2 steps forward, your eyes widened in shock. 2 zombified goblin corpses lay beside the portal. Can creatures from another world actually contract the zombie virus? Before you could process the sight, a faint, unusual sound reached your ears. It emanated from within the portal, so faint that without careful attention you might have missed it entirely. Was this some kind of goblin mating call? No. Goblin voices are always shrill, but this sound was rough and deep, completely unlike theirs. Nor did it sound human. It resembled some kind of beast. What was going on? What were the goblins even mating with? Prioritizing caution, you resisted the urge to peer directly into the portal. Instead, you gripped your baseball bat firmly in one hand, while lifting the zombified goblin corpse with the other, then hurled it forcefully toward the portal. Waka waka. A familiar cry echoed from the other side of the portal, though noticeably deeper and more resonant than any goblin you'd heard before. You deduced the voice belonged to the goblin shaman. Better safe than sorry, you decided to proceed with caution. You quickly took cover behind the stairwell corner, holding your breath as you gazed at the azure portal in the center of the basement. A strangely proportioned goblin, standing at human height, stepped through the portal. An elite goblin. Or perhaps a grung. Wait, your mind froze in shock. In most Western fantasy games, grungs were known purely for brute strength, but this one wasn't just muscular. It carried a staff crafted from human spine bones on its back. Good heavens. The goblin shaman was actually a grung. Seriously, bro. You're just a goblin, not the protagonist. Why bother mastering both physical combat and magic? While you were still reeling from this revelation, the shaman stood there carelessly scanning its surroundings with zero concern about modesty. Good grief, goblins truly were a subjugated race. Did they possess absolutely no shame? You thought the shock was over, but then another emerged, and another still. 2 more grungs identical to the first stepped through the portal, right down to the same anatomical features. Holy crap. System, you're pulling my leg. Three supreme beings from a single lineage. What kind of goblin settlement with barely a dozen members had three grungs? Just when you thought it couldn't get more shocking, a massive green arm suddenly extended from the portal. With a single yank, it hauled all three grungs back inside. That primal mating sound resumed once more. Witnessing this scene from afar, you were filled with awe. You also felt relieved, grateful that you hadn't rashly stepped through the secret realm portal. What kind of creature did that enormous arm belong to? The incessant sounds of mating filled your ears, leaving you utterly bewildered. Were those three bugbears actually copulating with the owner of that arm? You imagined that indescribable scene, and a shudder ran through your body. How terrifying. Now there was a question you couldn't figure out. The three bugbears were dressed identically, each carrying a human dragonbone staff on their backs. Which one was the goblin shaman? Also, what exactly was the owner of that thick, colossal arm? In a fleeting glance, you vaguely recalled that the green arm seemed to have hair similar to that of a goblin. Could that be a goblin too? That seems unlikely. What kind of goblin has such a massive build? Wait. You suddenly remembered a 1v1 combat game that had a card called something like Goblin Giant. You didn't want to recklessly charge into the secret realm portal and gamble with your life. After all, the task had no time limit, and the other survivors couldn't possibly hunt down those bugbears. Today you killed 7 goblins, leaving only 8. Take it slow, no need to rush. Moreover, you thought of a perfect reconnaissance plan. Yaya's ability. Have her control a zombie to enter the portal. That way it's safe, and you can easily get a general idea of the secret realm inside. With that thought, you quickly retreated to dormitory building 5. Quan Hui swiftly opened the door for you and hurried over to examine you with concern. You smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not hurt. I'm perfectly fine. Let's go, we'll have a meeting to discuss the secret realm portal." The two of you walked toward dormitory 101. Some new brothers skillfully used the doorway kill tactic, easily killing the few zombies you had intentionally brought back for them to practice on. Indeed, there are many benefits to not being alone in the apocalypse. If you didn't save people, you'd have to do everything yourself. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Of course, leading a group also comes with many troubles. Everything has its pros and cons. Since you've chosen this path, just keep walking it. In dormitory 101, a large round table stood in the center. Yu Quan Hui Chi Yuexia Mushu Xia King Zhang Long Zhao Huli Guan Yuan and Su Jing, 9 people, sat around the table. As soon as he sat down, Quan Hui asked impatiently, "Brother Yang, are all those in the portal goblins? Have you been inside to see?" You shook your head. No, although goblins are weak, there are 3 bugbears in that portal, and one seems to be a goblin giant. What? Quan Hui was somewhat shocked upon hearing this. Brother Yang, a goblin giant? You nodded, indicating it should be true. The management cadres present were all shocked. Zhang Long even suggested, "Brother Yang, maybe we shouldn't set our sights on the comprehensive commercial building." How can that be? Seeing that you didn't want to give up the idea, everyone expressed concern. You smiled and said, "It's fine, the main issue is those 3 bugbears. The goblin giant can't come through. Its body is too huge, it simply can't pass through the secret realm portal to Earth." Hearing this, everyone's expressions relaxed a bit. Chi Yu said, "Brother Jinyu, since you've decided, what are your plans next?" You turned to her with a smile and said, "Yeah, it really depends on you now." Hearing that you needed her help, Chi Yu was delighted. "Brother Jinyu, just tell me what to do, I'll follow your orders." You then explained your idea to everyone. Chi Yu immediately nodded in agreement and promised to do her utmost to help you investigate. The other 8 reported to you about the shelter situation, and you gave your opinions. You looked around. Good heavens, among the 9 people present, 2 had already awakened their abilities. Quan Hui Zhang Long Zhao Hu Xia Mushue and Xia King would also awaken one after another in the coming days. It was just unknown whether Li Guan Yuan and Su Jing would awaken. If they also awakened abilities, that would be truly impressive. All 9 management members having abilities. In the early stages of any apocalyptic novel, that would be a top-tier force. Thinking of this, you suddenly noticed an important detail you had often overlooked before. You awakened because you dreamed of the tragic death in the last simulation. Yaya awakened because of intimate contact with you. Quan Hui seemed to have awakened due to a nightmare as well. So it seemed that awakening abilities required a great emotional upheaval as a prerequisite. Could ability awakening be artificially controlled? You had always been a person of action. After the meeting, you kept Quan Hui aside alone. "Brother, do you really trust me?" Quan Hui thumped his chest. "Absolutely. If you told me to die the next second, I wouldn't hesitate a bit." "In that case," you said with a smile, "that won't be necessary." Quan Hui, what are you most afraid of in your life right now? Or what kind of dream would frighten you? Quan Hui thought carefully. It would probably be dreaming of my ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing this, you fell silent. Because Quan Hui's ex-girlfriend, to threaten him into getting back together, jumped into the river and disappeared. When she was found again, she had swollen up like a dough ball. Seeing your guilty expression, Quan Hui forced a smile and patted your shoulder. "Brother Yang, we're fucking brothers. If there's something, just say it. If not, just tell me straight. What's our relationship? We're brothers who could almost share a pair of pants." You nodded seriously. "All right. First, I'm sorry. Brother, think carefully about the last appearance of your ex-girlfriend. Although Quan Hui was puzzled and his expression pained, he followed your instructions without hesitation. Time ticked by. Quan Hui was drenched in sweat, his face and head dripping. Mind you, this was the coldest time of the year in the north. Thud. Just as expected, you watched Quan Hui collapse to the ground, shouting in pain. In no time, his fair skin was torn and bloody from the layer of gray scales. Brother, hang in there. You're awakening your ability. With that, you walked toward the door. You told Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to call out everyone from the first-floor dormitories. The two of them knew that something big was about to be announced. Before long, all the brothers on the first floor emerged. Indeed, these 200 elite brothers were all from the combat department. They were housed on the first floor because of their fierce combat power, strong vigilance, and quick reaction speed, enabling them to respond swiftly and follow commands to handle emergencies. Brothers, based on my observation, reasonable deduction, and verification, the rumored ability, Awakening, is completely controllable. I now possess a method to artificially induce ability awakening. You smiled and said, but currently I cannot be 100% certain. Later I will arrange for Quan Hui, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu to preside over the awakening process, one dormitory at a time. Got it, Brother Yang. The brothers' voices were uniform, low, but forceful. They were brothers who had followed you through battles, naturally admiring and even worshipping such a powerful leader. Your words were absolutely unshakable in their hearts. Because everyone here was a survivor you rescued from the apocalypse. Without you as their leader, they might have died long ago on the road searching for food. Everyone calm down. Quan Hui will finish awakening soon, and then we'll let him share his personal experience. The morning passed. Under Quan Hui's guidance, a full 37 of the 200 combat department brothers awakened abilities. The abilities were truly diverse: Rubberman, Electric Man, Spider-Man, and other physical type abilities, as well as fire control, light control, water control, and other natural type abilities. There was even a brother who awakened a conceptual type ability. You aptly classified everyone's abilities into 4 types: physical, natural, mental, and conceptual. That brother who awakened the conceptual type was none other than Yao Songjia, the one who had followed you from the very first batch. His ability was quite peculiar. As long as he knew and could name a person, he could speak inside that person's mind. However, for now it had a range limit of about 100 meters in radius. You were delighted and immediately had him come to your side to serve as a human communicator, or in a more dignified term, a liaison. You divided the remaining 36 people into 3 teams of 12 based on ability compatibility. Quan Hui, Yao Songjia, and Zhu Wenhao each led one team. They would primarily be responsible for high-risk combat. Yes, Zhu Wenhao also awakened a natural type ability. He could generate and control fierce winds, but having just awakened the wind was not very strong, just enough to blow people off balance. You looked at everyone full of anticipation. If all 200 brothers could awaken abilities, my goodness. But then you realized a blind spot. How come it seemed that the brothers who had followed you from the very beginning all awakened? Was it because they constantly walked the edge of life and death? Or did they have more contact with zombies, leading to a deeper infection of the unknown virus? Finding the answer was simple. Just wait until the afternoon, when the Daily Management Department began their awakening. In the afternoon, the Daily Management Department began their awakening one by one. As expected, it was just as you predicted. Without the stimulation of combat or sufficient exposure to zombies, hardly anyone from the Daily Management Department awakened. Among the 207 brothers, aside from Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the 2 managers, only a mere 7 awakened. In the evening, it was the turn of the Living Department and the Medical Department. Surprisingly, 11 female staff from the Medical Department awakened abilities. The Living Department also did okay. 7 female staff awakened abilities. Even more astonishing, 5 of these 7 female students were Li Guangyuan, Su Jing, Li Fangfang, Wang Na, and Zhao Man, the 5 you had rescued from the school hospital. It should be noted that the Living Department and Medical Department were all female, totaling 259 people, with 18 awakening. The Daily Management Department had 207 male staff, and including Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, only 9 awakened abilities. The gap was indeed quite large. You could only speculate. Perhaps the female students had overly vivid imaginations and were prone to emotional fluctuations, which led to 18 of them awakening. In the evening, you called your family and let Chiyu meet them. After the 2 of them fooled around for a while, you held the soft and cuddly Chiyu and drifted off to sleep. At dawn, you woke up on time. As usual, you allocated points to Constitution. Now you had 20 Constitution points. Whether it was an illusion or not, you felt an inexhaustible power within your body. Please draw a trait. Starting trait drawing. Drawing successful. Most beautiful Gundam Grey Deer Baby. If you fall into the hands of some people at West University, you will become the most beautiful Gundam in the world. Adjust trait. No. What a mess. I can't understand this trait at all. It's simply ridiculous. I didn't even walk to West University. Day 3, early morning. After a hearty breakfast, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, at your request, led the remaining combat department personnel to nearby restaurants and teaching buildings, doing their best to scavenge supplies and rescue fellow students and teachers. Meanwhile, you led Chi Yue Quan Hui Yao Songjia and Quan Hui's team 112 ability users to the comprehensive commercial building. Quan Hui and his team captured a zombie alive and tied it up tightly like a dumpling. You looked at Chi Yu and said, "Yeah, there might be some censored scenes over by the portal later. You need to be mentally prepared." Chi Yu pretended to be nonchalant. "Brother Jinyu, don't worry, I'm ready." You frowned slightly, looking at the reclosed gate of the comprehensive commercial building. "Who closed this?" "I deliberately left the gate open yesterday." You looked up at the dazzling glass exterior of the comprehensive commercial building under the sunlight. There are indeed survivors inside, and quite a few by the looks of it. Using your abilities, your group quickly reached the corner of the stairs on the first basement level. You looked inside and indeed saw 4 goblins playing there. Beside them, a bugbear was lying sound asleep. You quickly gestured, "Don't move, there's a situation. You all go up first." Chi Yu led everyone up to the first floor. You used the same trick again, luring the 4 goblins out with a ham sausage. The brothers were about to swarm in, but you stopped them. "Brothers, let me handle this. Let me take the experience alone." In one encounter, your baseball bat smashed one goblin's skull, and your left fist crushed another goblin's head. Before the remaining 2 goblins could react, you took them down with fluid movements. Although everyone was puzzled why you didn't let them fight, they unconditionally followed your orders. 74 makes 11 ordinary goblins plus the 3 bugbears. That's only 14. The mission clearly stated 15, so where is the last one? Could it be that the suspected goblin giant is counted? No. The mission clearly stated that the goblin shaman is calculated separately. Could it be? A bold guess emerged in your mind. Could it be that the goblin shaman hasn't shown its face yet? The configuration of this goblin settlement is too strange, isn't it? Or rather, you told everyone to find a safe place to hide first, as you were going to hunt the bugbear alone later. Chi Yu looked at you with some worry, but still led the brothers away without a word. You returned to the corner of the staircase on the negative first floor. Gazing at the Azure Secret Realm portal, you speculated, could it be that this goblin settlement has more than 16 goblins? But the mission only required slaughtering 15 goblins. Thinking about it this way, it does make much more sense. In that case, let's engage first. Taking advantage of this bugbear being alone, kill it, and then have Chi Yu control the zombies to scout the other side. Then, based on the reconnaissance results, formulate a corresponding battle plan. If all else fails, have the brothers gang up on them. You can't afford to be too reckless. Only by surviving long enough can you reap the maximum benefits. You looked at the sleeping bugbear and directly threw several pieces of broken cement at it. One of the pieces, without bias, landed precisely on the bugbear's little brother. Ow! Wakaka! The bugbear suddenly woke up, vigorously clutching its crotch, its large eyes scanning around. You did not leave, but stood openly at the stairwell entrance. The bugbear immediately spotted you as the culprit. It had just lifted the human dragonbone staff beside it when it realized you were already running up the stairs. Your action successfully enraged the bugbear. It was furious. If you damaged its signature treasure, it might be crushed to death by a big but tonight. The bugbear charged furiously toward the stairs. You toyed with the baseball bat in your hand, building up emotions to unleash one man, cries true love invincible. The enraged bugbear stopped 10 steps away from you, and the tip of the human dragonbone staff began to condense a green light. You didn't give it time to complete the spell. You slid swiftly to the left front, and the acid ball grazed past your right shoulder, hissing white smoke as it corroded the cement floor behind you. It took advantage of your dodge to rush and close its right fist, whistling as it swung from lower right to upper left. Instead of stepping back to create space, you advanced half a step, shortening the distance for its punch to gather power. The bat thrust straight down from above, using the hardest part of the metal handles to precisely strike the front of its swinging fist. A dull thud, and its offensive collapsed, leaving a slight opening in its center. The bat beat it to the punch, shattering its fragile wrist guard, and the human dragonbone staff was instantly disarmed. It swung its left claw in a counterattack. You lowered your wrist and precisely jabbed the bat's handle end into its armpit. Its thick arm instantly went limp. The second swing swept horizontally, landing a dull blow on the outside of its knee. Its massive body immediately lost balance and fell to its knees. Now, with tears in your eyes, you gripped the bat with both hands, and at the moment it tried to raise its head, and roar swung down with all your might. The immense force carried the metal baseball bat crashing down, and the sound of shattering skull bones was crisp and pleasing. At this moment it was finally afraid, but it was too late. The ferocity in its eyes instantly extinguished, and its body fell heavily. You patted the thick cotton-padded jacket on yourself, indicating that the hem was slightly dirty. In the distance, Chi Yu's gaze toward you grew increasingly fervent. "So handsome, this is my Jinyu Gidge." You gave her a reassuring smile, then walked down the stairs again to the secret realm portal. You tentatively picked up a piece of broken cement and threw it in. Wakaka! A familiar goblin roar sounded. You activated full-speed swift feet, and in the blink of an eye you reached the corner of the stairs to peek. Soon one enraged bugbear walked out, then another bugbear walked out. Good heavens, it lured out the remaining 2 bugbears at once. You realized things were far from over. 1, 2, 3, 4. A full 27 ordinary goblins and 2 bugbears surged out of the secret realm portal. What's going on? So many. You looked at the system panel in confusion. Regional mission: slaughter the goblin settlement alone. 15 goblins completed. Hunt the anchor creature, goblin shaman, alone, and close the secret realm. Incomplete. Mission completion rewards 1 related entry with a guaranteed minimum of gold grade. I wonder if these 2 bugbears are the goblin shamans. To be on the safe side, you decided to personally hunt these 2 bugbears. As for these ordinary goblins, they can be practice for the brothers. Let them also experience the charm of the goblin brand speed bump. You ran to the stairwell and patted your butt, and one of the bugbears went mad with rage. Successfully aggroed Ron. With the speed of thunder and lightning, you dashed into the first floor hall. Brothers, you've got work. Come out and experience the goblin brand speed bump. Hearing your call, everyone wore relaxed smiles and lined up behind you in formation. The goblins came up from the negative first floor. You pointed at the 2 bugbears in the distance. Brothers, leave those 2 bugbears to me. These goblins are yours. Watch out for bugbear sneak attacks. Everyone answered in unison yes. The battle was about to erupt. A brother with ice ability raised his hand, and 27 ice spikes all stabbed into 3 goblins. Lightning burst from your palm, turning 3 approaching goblins into charred remains. Quan Hui's figure charged among the remaining goblins, every movement accompanied by the dull thud of goblins falling. You sighed. Quan Hui's ability is still too overpowered. Just as Quan Hui turned, stone spikes suddenly pierced the ground beneath his feet. Of course Quan Hui wasn't hit. Someone seasoned in battle always stays alert for hidden attacks. You sneered coldly. The bugbear couldn't hold back and launched a sneak attack. You immediately charged toward the bugbears, and in an instant you were locked in battle. The brothers surrounded the goblins, and the goblins were soon overwhelmed and killed by all sorts of flashy abilities. Seeing the plight of their kin, the bugbear you were fighting still chose to launch a sneak attack. A glob of acid shot from a distance toward Chi Yu's nape, but was intercepted and detonated mid-air by an arc of lightning you flicked out. You're asking for death? How dare you split your attention to sneak attack while fighting me? You struck with a furious swing of the bat square in its forehead, and the sneak-attacking bugbear's head exploded directly. The bugbear on the side, upon seeing this scene, already had the intention to retreat. Where did this group of mages come from? Holy crap, I need to retreat, or else I won't have any treasure to use. The bugbear turned and fled backward, scrambling on all fours toward the shadow of the alley. A figure, however, intercepted from the side, slanting a baseball bat before it. A low growl rolled from the bugbear's throat. Its sharp claws swiftly traced several gestures, and a dark green acid arrow formed at its fingertips, shooting rapidly toward your head. You merely sidestepped. The acid flew past your clothes, etching a plume of smoke on the wall. You had no time to examine the corroded marks. With a casual swing of the baseball bat, silvery white electric light crackled and coiled around the bat, illuminating your indifferent, handsome face. The bugbear was forced to parry, raising a human dragonbone staff to block. The metal bat, wreathed in lightning, struck the human dragonbone staff, and a flash of lightning exploded abruptly. Even a processed human dragonbone, how could it withstand such abuse? Crushed by the immense force and lightning, the bones scattered into pieces. Lightning snakes crawled up the bugbear's thick arm, and the smell of burnt fur immediately spread. It screamed and retreated, its entire right arm already charred black by your lightning. You suddenly stepped forward, a dark thought sprouting in your mind. The baseball bat in your hand was poised to strike. A more intense lightning accompanied the bat, precisely thrusting into the bugbear's mouth, which gaped in terror. Boom! The sound of a thunderclap rang out. The bugbear's wailing ceased abruptly. It stood rigid for a few breaths, then its heavy body crashed to the ground, the fierce light in its eyes completely extinguished. At the same time, you heard an angry and sorrowful hoarse voice coming from downstairs. Then you felt the floor beneath you unstable, as if something was violently pounding the floorboards. In an instant you guessed it must be the so-called goblin giant. You looked at the system panel. The area quest still hadn't been completed, which meant those 3 bugbears were not goblin shamans. Could it be that the raging goblin giant downstairs was actually the goblin shaman? You were dizzy from that convoluted and twisted thought. Brothers, there might be a tough battle downstairs. Let's go down and take a look. Everyone responded and followed you downstairs. No sooner had you descended the stairs than you saw a shocking sight. A large, unusually rugged, yet somewhat humanoid alien with twin tails was firmly stuck in the secret realm portal, with tears and snot streaming down its face in torrents. Half of the huge alien's body was writhing wildly in the secret realm portal, and it wailed loudly, "Da Chong Da Ji Da Bai." When you heard these 3 words from the alien, a strange expression crossed your face. Although you knew the language was unintelligible, these 3 words sounded quite ridiculous. Could these 3 words be the names of those 3 bugbears? At this thought, your expression became even more indescribable. You carefully examined the huge alien. It wasn't entirely like a goblin. It had huge canine teeth similar to a troll or ogre, yet its ears were long and green like a goblin's. Could this be the offspring of a goblin and an ogre or troll? Thinking of a tiny goblin mounting a huge ogre's rear, you couldn't help but shudder all over. Oh my heavens! Is the reproduction concept in the world across the portal so open? Can a toothpick stirring a water tank also give birth to new life? You were dazed for only 2 breaths, then shouted, "Everyone be careful, this guy might be crazy." You all fall back, let me test its depth. Everyone did not hesitate, and quickly hid behind the wall at the stair corner. The hybrid monster's bloated buttocks were firmly stuck in the portal frame. It roared furiously, hurling all sorts of debris at you standing at the stairway entrance. Shelves and iron buckets flew whistling. You crouched low and dashed forward, weaving in a zigzag pattern to dodge the hybrid monster's throws. A broken metal shelf grazed your shoulder, hitting the wall behind you and scattering debris. You didn't slow down. The baseball bat was already wreathed in fine lightning. When you closed to 3 meters, the hybrid monster stopped throwing and swung its right arm thick as a tree trunk in a horizontal sweep. You abruptly stopped, executing a high-difficulty backbend. The arm swept past, bringing a choking stench that brushed your nose. My God, what was that smell? It stank worse than rotted feces. Before the hybrid monster could retract its arm, you suddenly stepped forward and slammed the arcing bat hard into its wrist. With a crackling sound, the hybrid monster howled in pain and withdrew its arm. Taking advantage of the monster's attack interval, you flashed to the side, lightly leaped onto a toppled wooden crate, and thrust the lightning-wreathed baseball bat straight at the monster's eye socket. The hybrid monster jerked its head aside to dodge, and its left hand slammed down toward your body. You twisted in midair, jabbed the bat tip against the monster's arm to gain leverage, and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the slap. The crate you had been standing on was smashed to pieces. The moment you landed, you crouched low and charged forward, sweeping the baseball bat low along the ground. The fully charged current struck solidly into the joint of the hybrid monster's only weight-bearing right arm. Dazzling lightning exploded. You poured out most of the thunder from your body. The sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. The hybrid monster lost its balance, its head smashing heavily onto the ground, and a tremendous scream echoed through the comprehensive commodity building. The hybrid monster's upper body leaned forward involuntarily. You didn't let go of this fatal rigidity. You kicked off the ground, leaping high, and channeled all your strength and immense electric current into your hands. The baseball bat transformed into a blazing white thunderbolt, thrusting upward from below into the monster's wide-open jaw. Dazzling lightning burst from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The massive body convulsed violently for dozens of seconds, then finally went completely limp, stuck motionless in the secret realm portal. Admittedly, you were somewhat exhausted. However, the system panel still hadn't indicated quest completion. You relentlessly raised the baseball bat, once, twice, thrice. After dozens of blows, the hybrid monster's head was beaten into a pulp, yet the area quest remained incomplete. On the contrary, a faint halo of light shone through the hybrid monster's abdomen, accompanied by trembling and shaking. You immediately sensed something wrong and turned to run outside, shouting, "Brothers, run! Danger!" Bang! The remains of the hybrid monster suddenly exploded. Several bright rays burst from the cracks, and from within the corpse stepped out an aged bugbear. The bugbear looked sadly at the bracelet in his hand. Of the 5 shiny stones, only 1 remained. The other 4 had all split in half. Wakaka! Ayo! In his hand, he clutched a beautiful bone staff with a fist-sized gem set at the top. You glanced back as you fled. No need for a second look. That thing was clearly a goblin shaman. At your shout, everyone hurried toward the exit of the comprehensive goods building. Before long, you burst out into the open with the goblin shaman in fierce pursuit behind you. It looked as though it bore a deep blood feud, and you strongly suspected the goblin shaman had lost one of its young. There was no telling which of the 3 bear gremlins it might be. Surely not that bastard creature it had dismembered. The goblin shaman was coming straight for you, since all those acid and flame arrows it had cast were aimed directly at you. Yeah, take everyone far away, and let me test its capabilities first. If things really go south, I'll call you for help. Everyone quickly scattered to the nearest dormitory building. No. 1. Once you confirmed everyone had made it out, arcs of electricity crackled across your body, and you tightened your grip on that metal baseball bat in your right hand. You lunged forward in a crouch toward the goblin shaman, your baseball bat already swinging diagonally through the air. The shaman's staff struck the ground first, sending dark green ripples erupting from the concrete floor. You leaped up and dodged it with ease, though the hem of your thick cotton jacket was torn to shreds by the magical ripple. The moment you landed, you pushed off the ground and spun back around the bat's momentum, aimed straight for the goblin shaman's head. The shaman blocked your strike horizontally with its staff, the magic gem atop the bone staff, glowing a sickly yellow as 3 acidic orbs shot forward in a triangular formation. You rolled to the side to dodge 2 of them, but the third grazed your left shoulder. The thick cotton padding hissed as white smoke rose and was completely corroded away. Using the momentum from your roll, you swept the bat downward, striking at the back of its knee. The goblin shaman staggered and immediately drove its staff into the ground, causing stone spikes to suddenly erupt from the surface. You performed a series of backward rolls, but the spikes kept chasing after your heels. Before the 5th spike could rise, you stomped hard on the tip of one to launch yourself forward, your baseball bat wreathed in blue-white lightning striking the staff. The tremendous force hit the exquisite bone staff with a cracking sound, yet it didn't break immediately. You marveled. What kind of bone is this? The goblin shaman was forced backward. Seizing the opportunity, you surged forward several steps, your golden left hand crackling with lightning that popped and hissed as it slammed straight into its chest. But the goblin shaman backhanded and grabbed your wrist, vomiting an inexplicable sour-smelling acidic fluid from its mouth. You frantically dodged and avoided it. When that failed, the goblin shaman raised its hand again, pressing the magic gem at the top of its exquisite bone staff straight toward your face as terrifying power surges pulsed from within. You knew you couldn't let the old son of a gun complete his charging, so you immediately drove your elbow upward, shattering its jaw, while simultaneously driving your right knee hard into its abdomen. The goblin shaman released its grip and staggered. You spun around, channeling all your lightning into your right hand, and threw a right hook laced with tears streaming from your eyes straight at its head. When crying alone truly makes one invincible. Your fist connected with its temple, unleashing a blinding blue flash as the goblin shaman crashed into the glass wall of the comprehensive goods building like a severed wooden stake. Oh! The goblin shaman howled in agony as immense strength drained from its body, cracks spreading across the glass wall like a spiderweb. You panted, watching it slide to the ground with the bone staff rolling aside and the magic gem's light gradually fading. The goblin shaman went completely silent, lying motionless on the ground. You weren't sure if the goblin shaman was dead, but your favorite part was always the finishing blow. In the blink of an eye, you dashed forward, swinging the bat again and again, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Only when the goblin shaman's head had been completely reduced to mush did you finally stop, albeit reluctantly. With a look of exasperation, you dispatched 3 more headshots to the zombies that had come to join the fray. You tugged at the tattered layers of your cotton jacket, the fabric fluttering down around you. The baseball bat tapped lightly against the ground, and the remaining filaments of electricity danced for a moment in the morning light before dying out. Your heroic performance in battle was not only praised endlessly by your brothers, but also etched into the eyes of onlookers hiding in the shadows. After this fierce battle, you felt somewhat exhausted. But blood and chi surged through your body, filling your mind with killing intent, and you felt a sensation of losing control over your own body. You arrived with your brothers, and after carefully examining you, she gazed at your eyes with worry. Brother Jinyu, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? For some reason, looking at your brothers, and Chi-Yu beside you, an astonishing thought suddenly surfaced in your mind. Perhaps if you killed them, their wails would sound more melodious, and the blood that flowed would be a more enchanting crimson. Thinking of the brotherhood you once shared, and recalling Yia's tenderness over the past few days, you gradually calmed down. Yeah, I'm fine. You forcibly suppressed the bloodlust in your heart, smiling as you looked into Chi-Yu's concerned eyes, reaching out to pat your brothers like Quan Hui on the shoulders. Brothers, let's clean up and go take a look downstairs. You looted the goblin shaman's belongings, and naturally that exquisite bone staff went into your possession. Seeing the system notification that the mission was complete, you immediately clicked on the reward collection button. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden trait. Goblin Slayer Gold. You are the most fearsome father to all goblins. When the enemy is a goblin, all your attack damage is unconditionally increased by 100 times. All attacks from goblins will be unconditionally weakened by 100 times. Moreover, every goblin, and even goblin-like creatures, will fear you unconditionally, as they would fear their natural predator. A smile spread across your face. Not a bad trait. Although it's not a universal one, being able to deal special damage to goblins is quite useful, especially since you won't have to fear any goblins in the future, not even a goblin god. Do you want to adjust the trait? Yes, no. Looking at the system interface before him, Yang Jinyu thought for a moment. You chose to replace golden left hand white with Goblin Slayer Gold. You weren't sure if the dimensional portal on the basement level had already closed, but you vaguely remembered the area mission mentioned something about it. You hurriedly opened it to check. Friendly reminder: the dimensional portal will close 1 hour after the anchor creature dies. Please make sure to leave the world behind the dimensional portal within 1 hour, otherwise you'll become a human from another world. After the update, you led everyone to the basement level. Chi-Yu controlled the zombie to move the remaining corpse of the hybrid monster aside. The Azure Mystic Realm portal stood before you. Some of the brothers were curious, but you told everyone to stay calm, and signaled Chi-Yu to have the zombie enter and investigate. The zombie shuffled across the Mystic Realm portal. Brother Jinyu, it's very dark and messy inside, like being in a cave. There are some small animal limbs and human corpses. There seems to be some noise, sounds a bit strange. You guessed what it was and put your arm around her shoulder. Yeah, relax, be prepared. The scene might be a bit stimulating. Soon you saw Chi-Yu's face flush bright red. Brother Jinyu, you guessed it. You nodded and replied, in recent years of entertainment media, goblins have transformed from cunning predators into the symbol of evil procreation. Chi-Yu suddenly understood. No wonder they could mate with wild boars. Hearing her words, the brothers around couldn't hold it in, and several burst out laughing. Yao Songjie, who had been single since birth, widened his eyes and sighed. Wild boars. Oh my god. They really aren't picky. Brother Jinyu, there are still 13 goblins in the cave. In the largest cave there is a treasure chest filled with their accumulated loot, still stained with blood. You nodded and replied. Alright, in that case have the zombie attack them first, see how many you can kill. We'll rest a bit before going in. Naturally, everyone followed your arrangement. After a while, Chi-Yu's voice sounded a bit tired. Brother Jinyu, I didn't fail the mission. I launched a surprise attack, catching them off guard, and tore them all apart. I also killed all the young goblins and finally had the zombie I controlled commit suicide. Yeah, you did well. Let's go in. Your group turned on flashlights and stepped through the Mystic Realm portal together, arriving in a pitch-black cave. It must be said the cave was incredibly stinky. The smell of rotting corpses, excrement, and some inexplicable odor of procreation mixed together, anyone without strong nerves would have thrown up. Fortunately, you were all seasoned fighters. Even Chi-Yu had killed plenty of zombies, so the worst among you was just her pale face. Following Chi-Yu, you came to the treasure chest. Inside were some human armor and swords. You took inventory. A set of plate armor, 2 sets of cloth armor, 2 daggers, a common Western fantasy longsword, and a branch wand. The rest were gold and silver treasures. The best loot naturally belonged to you. The brothers had no objection, and Chi-Yu even used her cotton coat to wipe clean the fine plate armor before handing it to you. You didn't decline. Glancing at the plate armor, you noticed some magical array engravings on the surface. You immediately put it on. It was truly a high-class item. The plate armor, which had been a bit small for a 182-centimeter tall man from Hudong, instantly adjusted to a perfectly fitting size. Quan Hui also wiped clean the long sword and handed it to you. You examined it carefully. The material was good, the weight balanced, and it was very sharp. There were also some engravings resembling magical arrays. Oh my god, you had struck gold. You sighed. I wonder which careless fool wore such plate armor and wielded such a fine sword yet still died to goblins. You then thought, brother, I'll gladly accept your gear. Whenever I encounter goblins in the future, I will slaughter their settlements to the last. Consider it revenge for you. The harvest was good, but you still had one idea to test. Was the world behind the Mystic Realm portal a real world? Or did it exist in the form of something like a game instance? You had the others move the food the goblins had brought back to Earth. You yourself walked toward the dark cave. After a while you saw some light. It seemed you had reached the exit of the goblin cave. You stepped out of the goblin cave. Outside was a forest, dense and thick. So this was it. The Mystic Realm portal led to a real world. You didn't dare venture into the forest, afraid of getting lost and not finding the cave entrance within an hour, which would mean being unable to return to Earth. You turned back into the cave, but didn't notice a huge figure in the distance. Soon you rejoined the group, and everyone passed through the Mystic Realm portal back to Hudong University. Counting the goblins' stone spears and stone knives in the brothers' hands, the haul was quite good, giving a sense of happiness like getting loot from a dungeon in a game. Basically, everyone in your group got 1 or 2 pieces of loot. Quan Hui said he didn't want the 2 cloth armors because they weren't as durable as his scales. So you planned to leave them for Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Although they had also undergone physical enhancement, their bodies were still vulnerable since they didn't have scales like Quan Hui. Although these so-called trophies weren't as good as their original baseball bats, fire axes, and iron bars, just looking at the captured items felt satisfying. You told everyone to take some supplies back first, and also call some people to move the food and other things. You yourself prepared to go upstairs alone to check the situation. That way, even if there was a tricky situation, you could escape immediately without being held back by others. You went straight up to the 2nd floor, quietly searching for a while, but found nothing interesting. Clothes were scattered everywhere in the clothing store. Phones and tablets in the mobile store had all vanished. Zombies and human corpses were piled up all over. Just as you were about to take the stairs to the 3rd floor, you heard footsteps coming from the stairs above. The rhythmic sound was not from zombies, and there were far more than 1 or 2 people. Good heavens, are survivors coming down to find food? Thinking about this, you wondered there was indeed a lot of food missing from the basement, but few goblin corpses. How did they get the food? Steal? Or rob? While you were puzzled, a shrill scream came from above. Han Guoban, you beast. Are you even human? You traded me for food. F your mother. Alright, now you didn't have to worry about that question. Sounds of beating came from above. The owner of that voice was now only making groaning sounds. The Han Guobang you've been hearing about is the dean of the International Education College at Hudong University. Rumors had circulated around campus that he once attempted to force himself on a female teacher, and when that failed he abused his authority to persecute her until she fell into severe depression. You never imagined that such a scumbag could still be alive, and judging by the looks of these survivors, he even seems to be their leader. You chose not to intervene, instead hiding in the shadows on the second floor observing. Who was that downstairs? Does anyone recognize him? Dean, he's wearing armor. Even if we knew him, we couldn't tell who he is. Then what good are you to me? May the Goblin Lord be safe. After a few more words the group fell silent. Hearing this you were utterly baffled. Why would Han Guobang address a goblin as Lord? And why would he offer his own men to the goblin in exchange for food? Since when do goblins trade? If the goblin didn't devour him on the spot, it could only be because he reeked too badly. Why would the goblin be willing to exchange food with him? Could it be that Han Guobang can actually communicate with goblins? What the hell? Even if he's the dean of the International Education College, there's no way he could speak the goblin tongue right. After the 6 men escorted a battered figure down the stairs, you stealthily followed, curious to see what drama would unfold. If it wasn't too much trouble, you might even rescue that poor bastard who got beaten. In the basement, the group headed straight for the Azure portal without a moment's hesitation. But Han Guobang seemed puzzled. The Goblin Lords usually love to play around here. Why are they nowhere to be seen today? You smiled silently. Your Goblin Lords were already dead. They were all lying on the first floor. As you chuckled to yourself, a student suddenly exclaimed, Dean Han, look. Isn't that the shaman's precious daughter? Han Guobang rushed over to the hybrid monster's corpse and wailed, as if mourning his own mother, Lady Abi, what happened to you? You couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, but luckily they were too far away and too deaf to hear. So that hybrid monster was the goblin shaman's own daughter after all. Dean Han, I think I also saw the body of the Bugbear Lord. What? Han Guobang was struck dumb. These were the pillars of his power in the apocalypse. How could they die so easily? Did you get my permission to kick the bucket so casually? Han Guobang furiously punched the hybrid monster's corpse. None of them noticed a huge gray arm reaching out from the secret realm portal. It was even larger than the hybrid monster's arm. As if with intent, the massive arm slammed directly into Han Guobang's back. Han Guobang flew far away like a ragdoll hit by a truck. With a loud wah, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, but he slowly got up and walked toward the portal muttering, "Wait, You frowned. Was that goblin language coming out of his mouth? In the next instant, the massive arm from the portal swept sideways, knocking everyone present off their feet, except for the student who had been beaten and was still lying on the ground. You witnessed a shocking sight. A figure that resembled an ogre squeezed itself out of the secret realm portal. Compared to the hybrid monster, this ogre was even more grotesque. Not only was it huge but stuck in the portal, but its fat belly was also jammed. Another classic half-stuck ogre monster. The ogre grabbed Han Guobang in its hand. Oglo ne tululu. Han Guobang shook his head like a rattle and waved his hands frantically. Kakadu-taimi. Clearly the ogre didn't believe a word Han Guobang said. It slammed him onto the ground with force. Han Guobang wasn't just bleeding from 7 orifices. He was spraying blood from them. Holy shit. Fucking ogre, I'll fuck your mother. Han Guobang's curses were cut short. The ogre's fist came down once, twice, 3 times. Soon under the ogre's fists, Han Guobang didn't even get a few more curses out before he croaked. Seeing this, the students no longer had any thought for Dean Han. They scrambled to their feet and fled upstairs. The students ran into you at the corner. You didn't hold back. A few heavy chops to the neck knocked the 5 of them unconscious one by one. You planned to keep them for questioning. After tying them up securely and tossing them into a corner of the stairwell, you turned your gaze back to the basement portal. To your horror, the ogre cradled the hybrid monster's shredded remains in its hands, tears streaming down its face. After a long moment, it began to devour its own daughter's flesh. My God, this sight did a number on your sanity. You never imagined that the ogre's way of mourning its kin was to eat their corpses. In the distance, you saw the fellow who had been lying motionless on the ground slowly crawling toward you. His desperate struggle actually moved you a little. You pulled a rope from your backpack and tossed it toward the crawling man. Though startled, the crawling man grabbed the other end of the rope without hesitation. You gave a sharp tug and pulled him over in one swift motion. Without even checking his torn clothes, the man stood up immediately. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Now that he was close, you found him vaguely familiar, but no matter how hard you stared, you couldn't place him. No need to thank me, brother. I'm Yang Jinyu, President Yang. The man was stunned. Yeah, it's me. Tears streaming down his face, the man sobbed. President, you've saved me again. I have no other wish in this life. From now on, Tong Yu will serve you like a beast of burden. Hearing that, you finally remembered who he was. Tong Yu, the junior who had reported Han Guobang for abusing his power to force himself on a female student. Without your intervention, he would have been expelled long ago. After all, wasn't Han Guobang still the dean of the International Education College before the apocalypse? How could a penniless righteous student like him ever hope to challenge a dean? The ogre spotted the 2 of you and hurled a metal shelf in your direction. You quickly dragged Tong Yu behind a nearby wall for cover. Upon seeing the 5 people bound hand and foot, anger surged within Tong Yu. He spat at them several times to vent his hatred. You observed the ogre's attack patterns. Aside from wildly swinging its massive arms and hurling objects at you, it posed virtually no real threat. Relieved, you turned to chat with Tong Yu. Tong Yu, how did you end up in this mess? You're about to become goblin food. Tong Yu sighed. So you saw everything, Brother Yang. That bastard Han Guobang is worse than a beast. At first he just refused to work, making us scavenge supplies and kill zombies to feed him. Then somehow he made contact with those greenskin monsters and started trading us students and goblins for food. The most despicable part, he tortured several female classmates to death. I swear to God, the more I opposed him, the more he plotted to eliminate me. These lackeys are his henchmen, and they were involved in the deaths of those girls too. Hearing this, you clicked your tongue. Fine. We'll take them up for interrogation soon. Seeing you armored in plate mail, Tong Yu exclaimed excitedly, the guild master has arrived. Peace will reign at the school again. Justice will prevail. You pat Tong Yu's shoulder helplessly. Bro, cut it out. Check yourself for wounds first, or I might have to. Tong Yu immediately stripped naked without any shame. Holy shit, man, I'm right here. Have some decency. Tong Yu chuckled. Brother Yang, it's nothing. This body will belong to you anyway. I'll face any trial without flinching. Nonsense. Don't you have parents and a younger sister? Hearing this, the smile faded from Tong Yu's face. Brother Yang, my parents and sister went missing. I know they're probably lost to us. Not knowing how to comfort him, you said, very well. I'll take your life. But take care of it. I have great use for you. A smile returned to Tong Yu's face as though he'd found reason to keep living. You drew a dagger and handed it to him. Brother, stay here and check yourself for injuries and keep an eye on these little ones while you're at it. Tong Yu nodded with a grin and resumed inspecting himself thoroughly. Only then did you venture a glance outside. The ogre was still feeding on the corpse of that abomination. Given its massive size, speed and agility would be key to victory, much easier than before. With plate armor now protecting you, your margin for error had improved significantly compared to fighting that creature. Spotting you from within the portal, the ogre roared in fury. It swung its thick arms wildly, but you ducked low and slipped beneath its armpit, bringing your electrified baseball bat down hard on its elbow joint. The ogre snarled and yanked its arm back, grabbing a metal shelf to hurl at you. You leapt sideways to avoid it, and the shelf smashed into tiles, sending shards flying everywhere. Frustrated by your slippery evasion, the ogre slammed both hands onto the ground repeatedly in a rage. You weaved through its strikes, then feigned a retreat to draw it forward. Springing off the ground, you launched an uppercut that connected with its jaw. Lightning erupted on impact, leaving char marks as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. The ogre shook its head and spat vile saliva before bringing both hands down like a hammer. You rolled aside and swung your bat, crackling with electricity, straight into its wrist. Ignoring the pain, the ogre grabbed the bat and yanked hard. Perfect opening. Summoning every ounce of strength, you charged forward and delivered a flying kick to its nose. As the ogre released its grip and clutched its face, you landed gracefully, channeled lightning into your knuckles, and unleashed 3 rapid strikes to its collarbone. Bones cracked with each impact. Enraged, the ogre lunged at you with its jaws wide open. You jammed the bat horizontally between its teeth and pried upward with both hands. Electricity surged through the bat into its mouth, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. The creature thrashed wildly to free itself, then charged its forehead toward your chest. You arched backward in a breathtaking dodge and drove your elbow into its temple, leaving it momentarily dazed. Seizing the opening, you rained blows upon its ribs. Each punch crackled with lightning, and blackened impact marks spread across its ashen skin like a map of destruction. Recovering from the assault, the ogre swung its forearm in a devastating arc. Unfazed, you activated swift legs and dodged with ease. You noticed the portal flickering. It was time. Had an hour really passed so quickly? You launched yourself upward with all your might, raising the bat above your head as every ounce of lightning concentrated into the weapon. The blinding strike crashed into the back of its neck, erupting in a fierce blue light. The ogre's body went rigid as the portal contracted violently. You rolled clear upon landing and watched in stunned silence as the portal bisected the creature's massive form. In those fading yellow eyes, barely clinging to life, lay pure defiance. Kneeling and gasping for breath, you watched the lightning fade from your bat. The battle had been far from easy, and yet was it truly over? The severed half of the ogre crashed onto the tile floor. Where the portal had vanished, a pristine edge remained, but not a single drop of blood escaped. Before your eyes, those hateful orbs flushed crimson as dark purple veins bulged beneath its skin. Oh God, its frenzy had awakened. Instinctively, you backed away 3 swift steps. The ogre launched itself forward with impossible speed, propelling itself on both hands. You retreated frantically as 3 stone spikes erupted from the ground where you'd stood. The jagged edges grazed your leg armor, sending fabric and stone fragments scattering. A dull ache throbbed in your calf. The creature swung its massive fist at you, and you raised the bat to block. The impact drove you backward several steps until you crashed into a shelf behind you. Never letting up, the ogre hammered the ground repeatedly, causing stone spikes to fan out around your feet. You darted sideways, but the spikes pursued your every movement relentlessly, thrusting upward. A temporary eradication mission has been triggered. Please choose your next course of action. 1. Eliminate the half-maniac cannibal ogre before you. Reward: a random cheat ability. 2. Half a maniac cannibal ogre. Even just half of one is far beyond your capabilities. Turn around and flee. No reward. 3. Hey cannibal ogre, maiden, we are fated to meet. How about we exchange feelings? Outcome unknown. Please make your choice, master. The simulation pauses as Yang Jinyu falls into deep thought. What is going on? Another mission triggered in the simulator. And this time it is an eradication mission. The reward is actually a cheat ability. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Even though half of the cannibal ogre is frenzied, its speed still pales in comparison to mine. It can barely hope to lay hands on me. Taking a risk to obtain a cheat ability. What an enormously profitable endeavor. Even if I perish during the simulation, it still counts as accumulating experience, making next time easier when facing this half-cannibal ogre. Great fortune comes from great risk. Besides, there is hardly any real danger. I will take the gamble. Worst case, I die, and that is it. After all, it is not like I am really dying. You selected option 1. As you flee, your mind races furiously. You know full well that the rune-etched longsword on your back is powerful, but as an ordinary college student, where would you gain experience wielding cold weapons? That is why during the previous engagement you relied solely on this premium alloy baseball bat valued at thousands. Your passion for the sport makes it second nature to wield effectively. However, in this current situation, the baseball bat's power clearly falls short of killing the ogre. I will have to wait for an opportunity to use the rune sword, but I must not rush. Suddenly drawing out the longsword. This half-ogre may be on guard, so the rune sword must deliver the decisive blow at the critical moment. You retreat hastily, and 3 sharp stone spikes erupt from where you stood moments before. Your baseball bat swings electrified and strikes its forehead with a dull thud. The smiting blow double damage effect fails to achieve even a fraction of success. The ogre's upper body merely tilts backward slightly. Its right fist slams down on the ground, and more stone spikes rise from beneath your feet. You roll sideways to dodge your rune plate armor scraping against the stone spikes and sending sparks flying. Before you can react, the ogre lunges at you again, both fists striking the ground in rapid succession as stone spikes radiate outward, cutting off all escape routes. You dash forward and leap over the lowest stone spike, swinging the baseball bat toward its temple. The ogre, though frenzied, has not lost its wits. It immediately raises its arm to block your attack, the baseball bat smashing against its forearm without causing much effect. The ogre's other hand reaches out to grab the bat, but you immediately unleash a thick bolt of lightning and pull back with all your might to barely retrieve your weapon. The frenzied ogre has indeed become very troublesome. You cannot even imagine what a complete ogre would bring. Fortunately, your swift leg skill proves invaluable. The ogre cannot fully unleash its frenzied strength and is forced to rely on its clumsy, earth-piercing magic. The ogre crawls after you, its palms striking the ground in alternation. Stone spikes continuously erupt around you, forcing you to navigate through the limited gaps. Dodging back and forth, you eventually lose track of position. This time you were half a step too slow. A stone spike grazes your leg armor, the impact sending you stumbling. It takes advantage to charge forward, its left fist striking your chest armor hard. Your rune plate armor emits a dull hum as you are knocked back several steps and crash into a shelf. You pant while adjusting your grip on the baseball bat. The ogre opposite you strikes the ground again, and this time stone spikes pierce down vertically from the ceiling. You roll to avoid the spikes, but the ogre has already closed the distance. You swing the bat with both hands, and the ogre does not dodge. The bat smashes directly onto its head. The enraged ogre grips the bat tightly with its right hand while its left fist crashes toward your head. You tilt your head quickly, and the ogre's fist grazes your plate helmet, sending a ringing through your ears. You immediately release the bat and retreat. The ogre, caught off guard by your abandonment of the weapon, freezes in place and looks at you with curiosity. Now is the time. You draw the rune sword from your back. The dull runes on the blade begin to glow the moment they touch the residual lightning coursing through your hand. Clearly the runes on the sword are amplifying your lightning. The ogre staggers forward again, but you grip the sword with both hands and advance instead of retreating. The tip of the rune sword plunges into the ogre's open mouth as it roars. You press your full weight onto the blade, struggling to push it backward. The ogre grabs the sword blade with both hands, trying to stop you, but the runes on the sword are now fully illuminated by the lightning. You pour all remaining lightning into the hilt. A blinding light erupts from the ogre's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This half-ogre freezes for a moment. The half-cast earth spike spell dissipates into rubble before it can fully form. You stagger back half a step, watching it slowly fall. The rune sword blade remains embedded in its mouth as the rune's glow gradually fades. But you do not let your guard down. You yank the rune sword free, striking the ogre's head repeatedly with heavy blows. In no time, the ogre's head is chopped into mince by the sharp rune sword. Still uneasy, you pick up the baseball bat and smash the half-ogre into meat paste, spreading out into a mound of minced meat several meters wide. Congratulations, Master, on completing the temporary eradication mission. You lean against the wall and sit down, every muscle in your body screaming in pain. The plate armor has taken some scratches and dents, but it protected you from any real damage. The once noisome underground floor falls silent save for the humming of the powered freezer and your exhausted, heavy breathing. Extracting cheat ability. Please wait, Master. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the cheat ability evolution. Curious, you open the system description for evolution to read. Evolution. Every 3 days of survival allows one evolution on a usable target. Using it will upgrade the skill target's level. No consumption required, can be used again after cooldown. Available uses 1. You immediately jump up with joy. It is quite powerful, is it not? Extraordinary. This adventure really paid off for me. You suddenly have an idea. Skill target. It does not specify it must be used on an item. I have a clever idea. Would you like to use evolution on the apocalypse cheat system? Yang Jinyu smiles. Just like me, our thoughts align perfectly. Yes. For unknown reasons, evolution failed uses retained. Would you like to use evolution on yourself? Yes. For unknown reasons, evolution failed uses retained. Would you like to use evolution on evolution? Yes. Success. Congratulations, Fate Bearer, you have obtained the Golden Finger Super Evolution. Super Evolution. For every 3 days you survive, you can perform a Super Evolution on a usable object. Using it will greatly elevate the rank of the target skill object with no consumption. Once the cooldown ends, it can be used again. Current available uses 0. Yang Jinyu grinned. Indeed, this Golden Finger system of mine has so many ways to play. Even the bug-like playstyle works. Awesome. Since that's the case, I'll try again in 3 days. Let's see what happens when I Super Evolve Super Evolution. I can't wait. You scrutinized the skill description of Super Evolution for a while. Your eyes twinkled as you anticipated what would happen 3 days later when you Super Evolved Super Evolution. Haha, that's so me. Great minds think alike. You leaned against the wall for a short rest, then searched the half-eaten ogre's corpse. Apart from a crude canine tooth pendant hanging around its neck, there was nothing of use. You stared at the canine tooth pendant for a while, but couldn't discern anything special. You simply tossed the pendant into your backpack and walked toward the corner of the stairwell. Tong Yu looked at you with admiration. Brother Yang, when did you develop such skills? I only trained these in the past few days, just enough to protect myself. After a bit of casual chat, you asked, Brother, how many survivors are upstairs? Tong Yu's expression froze, and he sighed. Brother Yang, there were over 100 originally. Now counting me and these 5 bastards, there are only 56 left. What? You were shocked. Tong Yu gritted his teeth as he looked at the 5 bound men, then toward the pulp of Han Guobang in the distance. It's all the doing of these 6 scoundrels. At first I wanted to lead people to resist them, but they threatened the lives of my classmates, so I had no choice but to lie low. But compromise doesn't bring real peace. Every day there were fewer classmates. At first I thought they died while searching for supplies. Tong Yu's eyes glistened with tears, and he shouted in a low voice. Only today did I learn that these 6 beasts traded the bodies of our classmates with goblins for food. You patted his shoulder to comfort him. Indeed, resistance is a path that must be taken to the end. The moment you compromise, the team becomes hard to lead. Once people's hearts are scattered, what capital do you have left to fight against the wicked higher-ups? You told Tong Yu to gag the 5 beasts with strips of cloth, then woke them up, ready to head to the shelter upstairs. Tong Yu immediately kicked one, then another, then another. The 5 beasts each bore the imprint of Tong Yu's size 44 shoes. The 2 of you escorted the 5 beasts toward the shelter on the 5th floor. According to Tong Yu, there was another shelter upstairs presided over by the sports student Zhang Jitao. Zhang Jitao. The name rang a bell. He seemed to be a retired athlete re-enrolling. That shelter had fewer people, only about 20. Tong Yu also mentioned that the 2 shelters didn't get along well. It seemed that Zhang Jitao, a lecherous fellow, wanted to trade some living supplies with Han Guobang for female students. How could Han Guobang, that old pervert, agree? Female students should all belong to him, the dean. How could they be casually traded away? You didn't immediately believe Tong Yu's account. You asked if he had directly interacted with Zhang Jitao. Tong Yu said no. He had only heard it from Han Guobang and the 5 beasts. You shook your head with a helpless smile. You're really too naive. Could there be a single word of truth from those 6 beasts? Before long you arrived at the 5th floor shelter. You saw that they had turned a large jewelry store into a shelter. Well, it made sense. The tempered glass of such luxury shops was different from ordinary ones. This kind of tempered glass had a laminated layer offering some anti-theft and explosion-proof properties. Common bulletproof glass had this structure. Cheap and sturdy. A group of people sat on thick cardboard boxes watching you, and Tong Yu escort the 5 beasts back. Each face bore expressions of numbness, doubt, surprise, unease. It seemed they had been tormented by Han Guobang. After Tong Yu explained everything, the crowd learned the truth and realized that the person beneath the plate armor was none other than the famous student council president. Cries of Brother Yang and President Yang made you feel as if you had instantly returned to some pre-apocalyptic event. You were delighted because many showed relief and joy at your arrival, as if finding a pillar of support. Tong Yu led everyone in a quick tidy-up, then all followed you downstairs with high spirits. After a short wait, Quan Hui indeed returned with a large group. You told Quan Hui to take them to organize the food in the basement, and then head back to dormitory building 5. You whispered to Quan Hui, "Brother, don't let them in directly. Check each one carefully for bites or scratches. Don't let a single zombie inside." Quan Hui laughed, "Brother Yang, I know. Even when we return normally, don't we always check thoroughly?" You nodded with satisfaction, handed the group over to Quan Hui, and then walked alone upstairs. You wanted to contact Jiang Jitao and see if he was a decent person. If he was rotten, you wouldn't mind eliminating him for the public good. You thought this was something you should do as a matter of course. After all, since you were here, how could you not go up and have a look? As you climbed the stairs layer by layer, you occasionally heard the roars of zombies. Good heavens, so this building hadn't been cleared yet. These people were really something. How could they tolerate monsters sleeping beside their bed? Leaving those zombies around, they were bound to suffer a huge loss sooner or later. As you walked, a man suddenly jumped out from the stairs, pointing a solid iron rod at you. "Who goes there? State your name." Hearing the strange tone, you shook your head helplessly. "I mean no harm. I'm Yang Jinyu." "Who are you?" The man rushed up to you. "President Yang. Is that you? Was it you who fought the goblin downstairs?" Yes. And you?" "President Yang, it's me, Jiang Jitao. When I enrolled, you showed me around the school. You took me to get my campus card access past dormitory check-in." Hearing him mention it, you seemed to remember that indeed there had been such an occasion. "President Yang, haven't you eaten? Come on, we have plenty of food here looted from those goblins. I may not be able to defeat them in combat, but they can never catch up to me. Back in my days, I was known as the swiftest runner on the international stage." Good heavens, he truly is a sports major. You were pulled into the shelter established by the enthusiastic Jiang Jitao. Taking a large sausage from the counter, Jiang Jitao pressed it firmly into your hands. The place wasn't large, resembling an internet cafe at first glance. You hadn't visited this place throughout your 3 years at university. Attending every class, completing all assignments your teachers entrusted to you, and addressing every reasonable request from your classmates left you with no spare time for entertainment before the apocalypse. A few computers were still glowing in the internet cafe, and you noticed several people gathered around them playing single-player games. Even though you'd never played it before, you recognized it as an old game from decades past, something called Black Myth Wukong. Jiang Jitao led you over and called out to the group, "Brothers and sisters, take a guess who this is." "Brother Jiang, where did you find this cosplayer? With the apocalypse upon us, isn't wearing such elaborate clothing just a burden?" Jiang Jitao glanced at his teasing companion and retorted, "Old Yuan, shut up. This is our President Yang." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and after a few moments, Old Yuan rose to his feet. "Yang Jinyu, President Yang." You chuckled and confirmed, "I'm the real deal." The gaming companions immediately rushed over. "President Yang, what brings you here? Is there an announcement from the school? Can we evacuate to a safer location?" Everyone understood that you personified the university itself, at least in the eyes of these students. While ordinary instructors and counselors couldn't always count on their words being heeded, yours almost always carried weight. Your reputation for courage and excellence as an organizer was known to nearly every student, with stories of your accomplishments posted throughout campus. You smiled and explained, "There is no place that is absolutely safe. However, there are indeed relatively secure locations. I have established a survivor base in dormitory building 5, which currently houses nearly 700 students. Would you be interested in joining?" Upon hearing your invitation, Jiang Jitao eagerly agreed. "That would be wonderful, President Yang. I've grown so weary. These fellows never cease to worry me. They lack skill in combat and prove poor at fleeing, forcing me to serve as both father and mother to them. How exhausting." Those students then turned to Jiang Jitao and called out, "Father Jiang, Mother Jiang, thank you for your care these past days. We'll be dutiful children and ensure you're well cared for in your old age." Jiang Jitao lightly smacked the student's head in mild annoyance. "Shoo shoo, I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. All of you combined. So how did I become your parents?" Observing the genuine warmth of this gathering, you decided to ask, "Old Jiang, how did things become so strained between you and Han Guobang downstairs?" Jiang Jitao's anger flared instantly as he cursed, "Damn that bastard Han Guobang. I went down once to steal the food the goblins were guarding, and that son of a bitch actually teamed up with the goblins to harm a female student. Hearing this, your own anger rose. "Is that the kind of harm you're referring to?" Jiang Jitao nodded furiously. "Yes, President Yang, I've never encountered such a monster. After he harmed her, that wretched Hanguobang simply watched as the goblins devoured that female student alive. Bloody hell. I was so furious I grabbed an iron bar intending to crush his skull, but the goblins spotted me, forcing me to flee. A question puzzled you: if your relationship is so bitter, why didn't Hanguobang send his goblin allies after you? Jiang Jitao sneered. He doesn't dare? Those people on the 5th floor still see him as the dean. If the goblins discovered he was hoarding so many living souls instead of feeding them, his goblin masters would tear him apart themselves. After some more casual conversation, you spoke up. All right, go pack your things and come with me downstairs. Let's return to Building 5 together. Jiang Jitao and the others awakened those still sleeping in the private rooms, 17 souls in total, including a male and female instructor among them. The male teacher bore dark circles beneath his eyes and had bruises mottling his frame, clearly having ventured out repeatedly in search of sustenance. Shortly thereafter, you descended to the ground floor with the supplies, encountering Quan Hui's group, still busy organizing provisions from the comprehensive goods building. Gazing at everyone in their busy activity, a sudden sensation of being watched crept over you. What was happening? Had that damned heavenly azure bull python arrived? Scanning your surroundings, you failed to spot the heavenly azure bull python anywhere. Trusting your instincts, you rushed out of the comprehensive goods building, searching repeatedly, yet finding no trace of the creature. Darn it. Thieves may steal once, but the real danger lies in their persistent obsession. After this reflection, you fell into deep thought. The school had now been cleared of 1/6 of its population, all concentrated within the densely occupied dormitory buildings. This suggested the heavenly azure bull python was running low on prey, given its enormous capacity. It must be growing restless soon, so the immediate priority was staying alert to prevent a surprise attack. Yet constant vigilance proved unsustainable. No one could guard against a thief indefinitely. Perhaps it was time to set a more tempting trap and lure it into taking the bait. A plan began forming in your mind. Surveying your surroundings, you couldn't help but cry out to the heavens. When will they issue me a map? Who doesn't have access to maps with their golden finger? Why do I keep getting the short end of the stick? I'm utterly exhausted. Your party returned laden with provisions. Quan Huizhonglong and Zhao, who were overseeing physical examinations for the male survivors, while Qi Yueli Guangyuan and Su Jing attended to the female survivors. After thorough checks revealed no injuries among anyone, all supplies were gathered in a first-floor room adjacent to your own quarters, room 101. The provisions now filled 11 dorm rooms, completely enough to sustain the 735 people, 667 plus 51 plus 17, for quite some time. And the comprehensive goods building still held plenty more that hadn't been cleared out yet. Seated in the dormitory lobby, you regarded the 5 bruised and bound creatures before you. These accomplices needed proper punishment. Their treachery was no less dangerous than the beasts themselves. They could serve as bait to lure out the heavenly azure bull python. With a wave of your hand, you ordered Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to take the 5 prisoners to the dormitory entrance. The tattered cloth gagging their mouths had been removed, and the 5 creatures wailed incessantly, begging for mercy. Though most of the residents had no idea what crimes these 5 had committed, they largely backed your judgment. After all, you were their savior, and they trusted your decisions without reservation. After waiting an entire afternoon, night fell, but the Tianqing Niumang still didn't show its head, and that sensation of being watched had also vanished. However, you didn't let your guard down. You had your brothers reinforce the dormitory building's entrance defenses. Tables, chairs, and beds were piled up to block the door tightly. That night you enjoyed Qi Yu's melodious singing and slowly drifted into a dream. On the 4th day at midnight, you woke up automatically. Your physique had been raised to 20 points. Agility was only 13 points, automatically increased by 1, originally 12. Let's raise agility to 20 points. You clicked and agility became 14. Please draw a trait. Starting trait: draw. Draw successful. Ear wiggling technique: gray. Your ears are very flexible, on par with the skill of Big Ears Tutu. Your ears can wiggle and turn at will. Do you want to adjust the trait? Yes, no. No. My luck is too bad, right? Drawing 2 gray traits in a row with a 60 chance. I'm really speechless. This time you didn't go to sleep, but instead went to the window and looked outside. The cold moonlight shone on the stone bricks in the courtyard. You looked closely. Nowhere were those 5 beasts that had been torn apart by zombies. Where were the zombies? Your nose twitched. What was that smell? Sweet and light, just like the cotton candy you ate as a child. You pushed Qi Yue, who was asleep, twice. Usually she would wake up with you, but today she was sleeping unusually soundly. You realized something was wrong. Tiptoeing into the dormitory lobby, you saw that usually only a dozen or so people were on night watch, but today you had arranged a full 30. As a result, your brothers were now lying on the ground in all directions, fast asleep. Damn. The Tianqing Niumang. This thing is poisonous. Ding. A temporary subjugation mission has been triggered. Please choose your next step. 1. Kill the Tianqing Niumang that came to ambush. Reward: 1 mission-related trait guaranteed. at least gold. 2. Repel the Tianqing Niu Mang that came to ambush. Reward 1 mission-related trait guaranteed, at least purple. 3. Tianqing Niu Mang come into your brother Yang's arms, and let me pamper you. Leads to unknown. Please Fate Master make your choice. Simulation paused. Yang Jinyu didn't hesitate and immediately chose 1. You didn't hesitate and immediately chose 1. Thinking of this, your head spun and your body felt a little numb. Staggering 2 steps, you almost fell to the ground. Oh no, I've been hit too. You quickly opened a bottle of mineral water with a cotton cloth strip and wrapped it around your face. The dampness made you feel a little better. Hastily putting on that set of plate armor, gripping a baseball bat in both hands, and carrying the rune-engraved longsword on your back, you cautiously made your way to the dormitory lobby. The door wasn't even opened. Tianqing Niu Mang, where the hell are you? Speak of the devil, and he appears. Outside the dormitory gate, a gust of putrid wind suddenly slammed against it. Tables, chairs, benches, and bunk beds were all sent flying by the Tianqing Niu Mang. The huge noise didn't wake anyone up, everyone was knocked unconscious by the beast's poison mist. 2 dim yellow big lanterns lit up in the shadows, followed by a scraping sound of scales against the ground. The massive snake head thrust into the dormitory gate, and a pair of vertical pupils locked onto you. An icy fear instantly seized your heart, making you gasp for breath. You had never felt such terror. It was as if you were being crushed on a soul level. The effect of Beast Slayer to immunize against mental attacks was actually ineffective. What was going on? Was it a skill? Or a talent? You forced yourself to dive sideways. Almost simultaneously, the spot where the giant python had been coiled erupted with terrifying speed. Its massive body smashed through wooden tables and chairs, sending splinters flying everywhere. You rolled to your feet and swung your left-handed baseball bat, crackling with blue-white electricity at the sweeping tail. With a loud clang, sparks flew, your arm went numb, but only a shallow scratch was left on the scales. The giant python twisted its head back, opened its gaping maw, and spewed a cloud of dark green mist. No, this creature's destructive power was too terrifying. If we kept fighting inside the building, the classmates might be killed by the shockwaves. You immediately rushed out of the dormitory building, rolling a few times to reach the open ground outside. As the poison mist touched the doorframe, metal and glass emitted a corrosive hissing sound. Seeing you flee, the giant python followed without hesitation, charging out of the dormitory. Its body crushed the flower beds in front of the building, snapping the shrubs. You tried to create distance, but suddenly your body became abnormally heavy, your movements sluggish as if trapped in quicksand. The python's tail, like a steel whip, struck your chest squarely. The rune plate armor flashed with light, emitting a humming sound as it bore the impact. You were sent flying backward, crashing into and breaking a small tree before hitting the ground. Every bone in your body screamed. At that moment, the eerie heaviness disappeared. You coughed incessantly as you climbed to your feet. What was that? Was it the python's ability? It could slow down my reaction. But the duration didn't seem too long. The python approached again, opening its mouth to bite at you. You gripped the bat with both hands, channeling all your electric power into the tip, and stabbed fiercely into its gaping maw. Lightning exploded in its throat. The python, somewhat pained, immediately retracted its head. You seized the opportunity to draw the rune-engraved longsword from your back. As soon as the rune sword was in your hand, that heavy, binding sensation descended again without warning. Damn you, damn Tianqing Niu Mang, have you become a spirit? Your control skills are so well chained. Your movements froze instantly, and you watched helplessly as the python's head came crashing toward you like a battering ram. You could only barely hold the sword horizontally across your chest, trying to withstand this blow. You really hadn't expected that in the last simulation the python had completely crushed you without using any abilities at all. After a thunderous crash, both your feet left the ground, and you slid backward more than 10 meters, plowing 2 furrows into the tiled floor. You checked the system interface. Indeed, Beast Slayer was equipped. All attacks from beasts should be reduced to 1/10. Is the Tianqing Niu Mang's strength so terrifying? After about 10 breaths, that binding sensation disappeared again. You immediately dove to the side. The spot where you had been standing was smashed by the python's tail, sending dirt flying everywhere. With such immense power, you probably couldn't withstand many more hits. You realized that the python's slowing effect seemed unable to be used consecutively. On the other side, the python sprayed poison mist again, and the range was wider than before. As you retreated rapidly, you swung your longsword. The lightning coiled around the blade, stirred the air, slightly dispersing the approaching poison mist. You risked activating your full speed, fleet-footed, to circle around to its side and rear. With a powerful stamp of your feet, you leaped high and thrust the longsword with all your might at the gap between the python's scales. The incredibly sharp rune sword barely pierced in a little. The python, in excruciating pain, writhed violently, flinging you off its back fiercely. Before you could steady yourself, the deadly slowing sensation descended once more. This time its massive body directly rolled over you. You couldn't dodge completely and were grazed by the side of the snake's body. The rune-plate armor emitted a grating sound of deformation, and a dull pain radiated from your ribs. You were knocked down by the tremendous force. The python's gaping maw was already descending over you, its hot, rank breath spraying onto your face. Coughing up blood and foam, you struggled to your feet from the ground. The serpent's vertical pupils contracted in the twilight. It opened its mouth again toward you, but instead of spewing poison mist, as before, the venom condensed into a liquid projectile that shot toward you with even greater speed. You instantly rolled to the side, and the concrete where you had stood was corroded into a pit by the venom. You realized that the serpent's venom ejection had a brief interval. With your left hand, you grabbed the fallen baseball bat and charged toward its left side. The serpent swiftly swung its tail to intercept, but you suddenly halted, letting the tip of the tail graze your armor, using the momentum to leap onto the roof of a nearby parked car. As you leaped again, you channeled all your thunderous power into the bat, striking directly at the serpent's right eye. The serpent was no fool. It closed its eyes in time, and the scales on its eyelids absorbed most of the impact. However, the explosive thunder forced its head to recoil slightly. As you landed, you swung the rune-etched longsword. The serpent's head slammed down toward you with brutal force. You hastily raised the sword to block your feet, sinking into the dirt. The heavy sense of sluggishness descended once more. You could not escape, only watch helplessly as its body coiled around you. You quickly released the baseball bat in your left hand, gathering lightning to strike the ground. The immense recoil propelled you backward, sliding rapidly. The serpent's body scraped across the armor on your chest, leaving deep gouges. After 10 breaths, the sluggishness faded. You noticed a pale area on the roof of its mouth, seeping blood, likely the wound caused by the earlier electric shock from the baseball bat. The serpent seemed to perceive your gaze and discern your intent. Its attacks became even more ferocious. Heavy tail strikes came one after another. You dodged left and right, your sword probing the scales, searching for gaps between them. During a block, you deliberately left an opening. The serpent immediately lunged to bite, but you stepped forward instead of retreating, sliding low beneath it, your longsword thrusting upward toward its lower jaw. The sword's tip sparked against the scales, finally wedging into a bone crevice. With tears in your eyes, you pushed down with all your might, and the blade sank 3 inches deep. The serpent shook its head violently in pain, and you were flung into the air along with your sword. Below it opened its massive maw, awaiting its meal. Now, the perfect moment. As you fell, you adjusted your posture, pouring all remaining electricity into the sword's hilt. The runes inscribed on the blade lit up one by one with a blue glow. You plummeted like a thunderbolt, the long sword piercing straight into the roof of its mouth. The entire meter-long blade sank into the serpent's head. Before it could close its jaws, you withdrew your arm and rolled out, hearing the grating screech of its teeth against your armor. The Tianxing Niu Mang thrashed wildly, its tail sweeping down 2 lampposts by the roadside. You lay on the ground, watching it repeatedly smash its head against the dormitory wall. Go mad, I'll just watch you quietly, you thought. Bricks and stones from the wall peeled off under the immense impact. The Tianxing Niu Mang's movements gradually slowed, and finally it toppled onto its side, its long tail twitching weakly twice before the massive body lay still. You didn't believe it would die so easily. You quickly pushed yourself up, assuming a defensive stance. Your armor was covered in dents and scratches, and your whole body ached with fiery bruises. You picked up the baseball bat from the ground and cautiously approached to confirm. The long sword was still embedded in the serpent's upper jaw, only the hilt visible, with a pungent, burnt smell thick in the air. You dragged your feet closer to the serpent's limp body. It lay on its side, its pupils seemingly glazed. You grasped the sword's hilt with your right hand and pulled it out with force. In that instant, the pair of bright yellow-amber vertical pupils contracted sharply into 2 dangerous slits. A wave of fear and pressure, several times stronger than before, crashed down like a tangible force. Your breath caught, and your limbs turned icy cold. Then the familiar heaviness pressed down on your movements. As expected, the Tianxing Niu Mang was not dead at all. Its long tail, which had pretended to be limp, had already coiled around you silently. Now it tightened like a spring, the massive serpent body instantly wrapping around you. You desperately stepped back, but the sluggishness made your movements more than half a beat slower. The cold scales scraped against your waist and legs. You were about to be completely ensnared. In the face of life and death, you poured thunder power into your armor without regard for cost. The runes on the armor flickered violently, amplifying your thunder ability many times over, bursting forth a ring of explosive electric arcs. The Tianxing Niu Mang's coiling motion paused slightly, apparently stunned by the thunder. You seized the chance, using all your strength to fall backward, rolling out through the gap in the still unclosed snake ring. The tough scales scraped against the armor with a harsh screech. You knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The sluggish effect had completely faded. The serpent's disguise was thoroughly torn. It raised its still bleeding head, letting out an angry hiss, and lunged at you again. A ruthless glint flashed in your eyes. With your left hand, you grabbed the baseball bat on the ground. With your right, you tightly gripped the rune-etched longsword. The runes on the blade glowed blue and crackling arcs of electricity danced along it. The Tianqing Niumang had already charged right in front of you. Instead of retreating, you advanced. With your left hand, the bat wrapped in crackling arcs swept toward its right eye. The Tianqing Niumang closed its eyes and tilted its head, the bat striking its brow bone. At the same time, your right hand thrust the long sword straight into the spot on its neck, where a scale had been slightly lifted from the earlier thrashing. With the assistance of thunder, the tip of the rune-etched sword sank deep into its flesh. The Tianqing Niumang writhed in agony, venom mist spraying from between its teeth. You held your breath, your left hand battering the same eye repeatedly with the bat, while your right hand twisted the sword and pressed down to widen the wound. The Tianqing Niumang immediately slammed its head into you with vicious force. The tremendous impact knocked you back several steps, but you lunged forward again immediately. By now you had abandoned all defense. Your eyes were bloodshot like a mad demon swinging the bat and sword with frenzied abandon. The bat cracked scales, the sword slid into gaps, and lightning exploded with every contact. The Tianqing Niumang whipped its tail fiercely against your back. You felt no pain, instead you used the momentum to step forward and absorb the force, then swung your sword back, slicing across its snout. The Tianqing Niumang in pain opened its mouth to bite you. You shoved the bat deep into its throat, releasing an electric shock, then pulled it back before it could close its jaws. You stepped on a segment of the Tianqing Niumang's body to gain leverage, leaped up, holding the sword with both hands above your head. All remaining thunder converged onto the blade, and you drove it down with full force into its left eye. The blade pierced through the orbit. You pressed down with all your strength until the entire rune-etched longsword was buried in the eye socket. You summoned every bit of thunder within you, channeling it through the sword into the Tianqing Niumang's body. The Tianqing Niumang's body suddenly stiffened, then began to tremble violently and convulse. It thrashed wildly, flinging you off. You were hurled several meters away. The Tianqing Niumang there was still writhing, but its movements grew increasingly faint. From the eye socket pierced by the sword, a blackened liquid seeped out slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, you mustered your emotions once more. A lone cry, true love, invincible, plus a blow to the head. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Then you drew the rune longsword, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Until you had hacked the Tianqing Niumang's head to pieces, its ghastly white bones exposed in all their grotesqueness. Only then did you finally understand why this giant python was called the Tianqing Niumang. On the skull of the Tianqing Niumang, there were actually 2 small horn-like bones. The tremendous noise finally roused the poisoned brothers from their stupor. The combat personnel, all bundled in thick cotton coats and brandishing weapons, glared at the corpse of the Tianqing Niumang and surrounded you protectively. Huan Hui asked, "Brother Yang, what the hell is this snake? Do we have such a huge snake in our country?" You shook your head helplessly. "This is not an Earth species at all. It came through the portal." "A portal? Where? I didn't see it." You patted Quan Hui on the shoulder. "I didn't see it either. The portal should be near the International Education College, or maybe by the Economics and Management building or the Biology building." You instructed everyone to check the buildings for injuries, repair the dormitory gate, and add some fortifications outside against zombies. You plopped down onto the back of the Tianqing Niumang, staring at the system interface before you. Golden Finger extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Golden Finger storage space. Curiously, you opened the system description of the Golden Finger storage space to examine it. Storage space. The space has a total of 100 slots. Items stored in the slots are frozen in time with no decay whatsoever. Only items can be stored in the storage space. Friendly reminder, each slot can only stack the same type of item. For example, although there are many brands of instant noodles, you only need to use 3 slots to store them separately: cup, bag, and box. You were thrilled. This was an essential Golden Finger for survival in the apocalypse. Yang Jinyu frowned. In other systems, space and maps are all built-in functions. How is it that in my system this counts as a separate Golden Finger? Could it be that my system is giving me some kind of castrated configuration? Forget it, having it is better than not having it. And Yang Jinyu had another conjecture. You immediately stood up and pointed at the corpse of the Tianqing Niumang. Storage space, Tianqing Niumang Corpse 1. Yang Jinyu hurriedly flipped through the pages to check, and sure enough, the storage space actually contained Tianqing Niumang Corpse 1. This being the case, couldn't I steal my heart, not let the students eat, and store all the food into the storage space? Would I use this method to farm infinite food in every simulation? After thinking for a while, Yang Jinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still a kind person after all. I can't bear to watch my classmates starve to death, even though half of this food was found by you and your team. If I get used to this playstyle, won't my future methods gradually change? Moreover, 2 cases of red eyes have already appeared during this simulation, and I don't know what they are related to. Could it be the unknown virus that triggers the awakening of abilities? Although it didn't turn me directly into a zombie after awakening the ability, the concentration of the unknown virus in my body is still increasing. If that's the case, could ability users directly transform into zombies under certain circumstances? At this thought, Yang Jinyu couldn't help but shudder. You were certain that you could exploit the storage space bug to farm infinite food, but after a brief consideration you gave up. No matter how others might act in the apocalypse, at the very least you wanted to hold on to your inner principles. Save as many compatriots as you could. Seeing the sudden disappearance of the Tianqing Niumang's corpse, a few brothers came over to ask with concern, but you brushed them off with a casual excuse. Although you are a kind person, you are not in the habit of casually revealing your abilities to others. After all, this is the apocalypse now, and no one can predict whether a former friend will stab you in the back tomorrow. It's always good to keep a trick up your sleeve. Even with one's own parents, no one would lay all their cards on the table right. You returned to Dormitory 101 and used the properties of your Thunderclaw ability to slightly reshape the plate armor on your body. After heating it with lightning to soften the metal, you hammered the dents back into shape. After a short rest and preparation, you decided to go find the portal anchored by the Tianqing Niumang. She was a bit worried and wanted to go with you, but you talked her out of it. You left Dormitory Building 5 with a baseball bat. Now you no longer carry the rune longsword on your back. Instead, you keep it in the storage space. When needed, suddenly taking it out from the space can have a surprising effect. Molo's Sword 1. Molo. So this is the underestimated guy who died at the hands of goblins. I'll remember this, Molo. I will definitely kill every goblin I encounter for you. After searching for a while, you discovered an Azure Secret Realm portal in the center of the front square of the school. This should be the portal anchored by the Tianqing Niumang, right? It can't be that there are 3 portals in our school, can it? That would be too incredible. Even though you thought this, you still probed, cautiously, not recklessly charging in right away. You first poked your head through. The other side was pitch black, and you couldn't see anything. Taking a flashlight from the storage space, you finally made out the situation inside. As expected, it was the nest of the Tianqing Niumang. A large pile of human and zombie corpses formed the base of the nest, topped with dried grass and twigs you didn't recognize. The smell perfectly matched the fishy stench of the Tianqing Niumang. You crept up cautiously. What's going on? Why are there so many eggs here? In the nest lay a huge pile of snake eggs, each the size of a human head. A smirk tugged at your lips, and you immediately tried to see if you could store them in the storage space. Tianqing Niumang, fertilized egg 21. It actually worked. You opened the item description. This is a fertilized egg of the Tianqing Niumang. If conditions are suitable, it can hatch into a Tianqing Niumang. Oh my god. But for now, I don't know the temperament of the Tianqing Niumang. If it's very docile, wouldn't hatching them give us a group of powerful minions? At this thought, you shook your head and sighed. Even if they hatch, I'm afraid they won't follow my orders. Unless I can find a way to control animals someday. You had thoroughly looted the Tianqing Python's lair, packing all manner of weapons, armor, jewelry, gold, and silver into your storage space. 5 sets of tattered leather armor, 1 chainmail suit, 2 plate armors, 3 long blades, 5 long swords, 1 spear, 7 daggers, 1 longbow. Several hundred gold coins, 12 necklaces, and 23 rings. Looking at the dozens of storage slots now occupied, a surge of wild excitement filled your heart, along with an extravagant fantasy. If in some simulation you lived on for thousands of years, growing so powerful that you could slay gods themselves, wouldn't you then inherit divine essence and sacred artifacts in the real world? Shaking your head, you dispelled those unrealistic fantasies. You then walked out from the Tianqing Python's lair. Before you lay a lush, dense forest. Panic seized you, and you hastily retreated back into the cave. You dared not wander recklessly. Encountering a formidable foe like the Tianqing Python would spell certain death. You obediently returned through the secret realm portal to the other side, standing in the central square of the campus, casually dispatching several zombies as you went. Beneath the moonlight, a faint confusion stirred in your heart. What should your next goal be? Should you go find your parents and sister? Or should you first escort these classmates to the military shelter on the southern shore of Central Lake? You had no idea how the shelter was progressing. If you recalled correctly, the broadcast had only come on the 20th day during the previous simulation. By that logic, it should take at least another 13 or 14 days before the shelter was mostly ready. Perhaps this time you should just go home and take a look first. But the distance from Kwanshan City to Lin City was a full 267 kilometers. Soloing through such a vast distance alone, you feared it would be fraught with danger and mishaps. You had spoken with your family just the previous evening on the phone. They were still safe, yet something felt off. Your older sister was always busy and never came over to chat with you, while your parents seemed to be hiding something from you. In the previous simulation, you hadn't even heard your sister's voice by the final phone call. You had no idea what had happened. In the past, whenever you called home, your sister always loved to crowd around and join the conversation. Yang Jinyu tightened his embrace around Chiyu. Yeah, this is too strange. Last night when I called home and wanted to chat with my sister, my parents kept making excuses. Their words were off too. What if I used the simulator to go home and check things out? At least it would spare me the torment of the simulation and ease my restless heart in reality. But the Yang within the simulator, he doesn't take orders from me. Sigh, the me inside the simulator. Hey, why don't we just head home first? You decided that once dawn broke you would venture alone to the southern shore of Central Lake. If the military had already taken up residence there, you would entrust your classmates to their care. If they hadn't, well, there would be nothing more to do. You would simply have to let your classmates fend for themselves on campus. You had protected them for so long, if surely they could survive the zombie apocalypse on their own, could they not? After all, you could not shelter them for the rest of your life, nor did you bear such an obligation. In the end, you made up your mind to return home. Family would always come first. You hoped your classmates would understand. Under the cover of night, you walked back toward dormitory building No. 5 with the moonlight at your back. Everyone had already regained consciousness from their earlier fainting. Quan Hui came to report to you, Brother Yang, no one was injured. It seems everyone was merely knocked out by the toxic smoke. You nodded. Good. Gather everyone together, I have something I'd like to discuss with the group. Not long after all the shelter leaders had assembled, you didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Brothers and sisters, I have a feeling my family is hiding something from me. I want to go home and take a look. The moment those words left your lips, expressions of astonishment crossed everyone's faces. Zhang Long asked, Brother Yang, what about the 700+ people here with us? Zhao Hu spoke up, Brother Yang, we naturally support you going home to check on things. But without a leader to hold things together while you're gone, people will start playing their own games, and I'm afraid many will die. You smiled. I understand, and I'm fully aware. But can I really abandon my own family for the sake of my classmates? Even if someone tries to guilt-trip me, I will absolutely not yield. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurriedly apologized. Brother Yang, that's not what we meant. You stood up and patted both of their shoulders with a smile. I know. I've already figured out how to settle the classmates. You looked around with a grin. According to reliable intelligence, our Quanshan military region is nearly finished integrating. They plan to establish a citywide shelter on the southern shore of Central Lake. I plan to head over there at first light. If the military has stationed troops there, I'll send the classmates over. What do you think? The moment you spoke, everyone fell into deep thought. Chi Yu immediately raised her hand. Brother Jinyu, I think it's a great idea. My parents are already missing, so wherever you go, I'll follow. You affectionately patted Chi Yu's head. Good. Most of the leaders present had lost contact with their families. In this apocalypse, everyone understood what missing meant. Only Zhao Hu and Yao Songjia's families were still safe for now. Zhao Hu was from Quanshan City itself, while Yao Songjia hailed from neighboring Shanbei province. Zhao Hu raised his hand. Brother Yang, I support your decision. After all, you're no bodhisattva saving all beings. The fact that you've sheltered us this long already makes you a saint. Zhang Long spoke up. Brother Yang, from now on I'll follow you wherever you go. The moment he said it, Quan Hui, Li Guanyuan, Su Jing, Yao Songjia, and Zhu Wenhao all raised their hands in agreement. We'll follow Brother Yang too. Wherever he goes we go. Hearing everyone's words, you felt genuinely pleased. Good. After discussing a few more matters regarding the shelter, you asked Quan Hui to summon all the ability users. After questioning them, all 63 ability users, every single one of them, expressed their desire to continue following you. You were shocked. What about your families? The ability users gave various answers. Some said their families had gone missing, others said their families were safe, but too far away to reach. Some simply wanted to survive by following you, still others insisted you had saved their lives, so they owed you everything. You were deeply moved. Brothers and sisters, since you trust me, I'll make a promise. As long as I draw breath, none of you will die. Your words sent waves of excitement through the crowd. We will be the sharpest blades in Brother Yang's hands. Brother Yang, I would ride through swords and leap into fire for you. Brother Yang, you saved my life. It belongs to you. You seemed to see glimmers of adoration in their eyes. You couldn't help but wonder, am I really that great? I only happened to save some classmates and acted as their nanny and bodyguard for a few days. How can they be willing to shed their blood and lives for me? Truly, it seems that cultured yet inexperienced college students, the pure-hearted, were the demographic most prone to forming blind reverence and faith. On the fourth day, early in the morning, after eating and drinking your fill, you headed toward the south bank of Zhongshin Lake, 3 kilometers away. Along the way there were quite a few zombies, but they were all ordinary ones. Not even a ripple was stirred as you crushed their heads with a single swing of your baton. Moving swiftly with no major incidents, you arrived at the south bank of Zhongshin Lake. In half a day you had roughly scoured Zhongsenu Street and Quanxing Street, but found no sign of the south bank shelter of Zhongshin Lake mentioned in the broadcast. As you wandered, you mused. You had to admit the military had picked a good spot. These 2 streets were encircled by the Dongol River with access only via a few major bridges. Unless you enjoyed swimming. Whether for subsequent reconstruction or daily defense, this place was far better than ordinary streets. Moreover, there were many shops and stores here, so food was abundant. Plenty of it. Just then you heard a sound that you had only ever heard in videos before. Gunfire. While you were puzzled, a buzzing noise suddenly came from above. You looked up. Good heavens. Two large drones were hovering 3 meters above your head, their gleaming gun barrels trained squarely on you. After observing for a short while, they seemed to realize you weren't a zombie. A stern voice came from the drone. Fellow, haven't you found any food? Come to Quanxing First People's Hospital. We've set up a temporary shelter there. All right, I'll head over right away. The drone's voice rang out again. Just come, we'll escort you from the sky. Following the route in your memory, you walked toward Quanxing First People's Hospital. On the road, many zombies were attracted by the drone's noise, but none could withstand the Gatling guns mounted above. Watching the zombies riddled with holes beside you, you finally let out a relieved smile. Thank goodness technology is in the hands of civilization. From this perspective, the apocalypse would probably be over soon. What zombie could withstand a drone-mounted Gatling gun? And there were 2 missiles loaded on it. Although you weren't a military enthusiast and didn't recognize the missile model, everyone knew that the power of a missile was no small matter. Let alone ordinary zombies. You estimated that even mutated zombies couldn't withstand machine gun fire plus missiles, right? As you fiddled idly with your baseball bat, you suddenly noticed a swarm of black, unknown creatures rushing over in the distance. You immediately became alert. Fellow, don't be afraid. Those are our robot dog squad. A dark mass. You guessed there were at least 50 or 60 of them. The more you thought, the more incredible it seemed. Since they had such powerful firepower, why hadn't they gone to rescue people at Hodong University until the 20th day in the previous simulation? They only told everyone to go to the shelter over the broadcast. Was it because of the electricity? That couldn't be. Even a civilian like you could realize that, so the military bigwigs must have considered it too. Unless some kind of accident had happened. You glanced at the distant buildings. Could it be that there was a portal here and the alien creatures inside were exceptionally powerful, causing heavy losses to the unmanned mechanical units, forcing them to protect the shelter and unable to go out for rescue? That would make sense. Currently, ammunition was abundant and electricity was still supplied, but every lost mechanical unit was one less. In this situation, the military factories must have already stopped production, unable to fully ramp up their forces. Otherwise, did you think the legendary industrial Cthulhu was just a joke? Under the protection of the unmanned mechanical units, you soon arrived at Quanxing First People's Hospital. There was actually a long line here with dozens of soldiers maintaining order and protecting the civilians. As soon as you entered, 2 fully armed soldiers walked toward you. Fellow, please take off your armor and cooperate with a full body examination. You were led to a side door where 2 oddly shaped security gates stood at the entrance. Please remove your armor, keep only 1 layer of underwear, and submit to the examination calmly. You complied. You felt that the scenarios in many apocalyptic novels would not happen here, because this was Eastern University, a people-oriented Eastern University. The military was the people's weapon, not a private one. An inspector in protective gear approached you. You had to admit the protective suit looked like an astronaut's spacesuit, extremely thick. You stripped down to a pair of blue shorts, and the inspector meticulously examined every inch of your body. They also scanned your body with some kind of temperature gun. Nothing was wrong. You were guided through 1 security gate, and it remained silent. No issues. When you passed through the 2nd security gate, it suddenly blared an alarm. The dozen or so soldiers around immediately raised their rifles at you. Are you an ability awakener? The inspector asked, keeping their distance. You nodded, and the inspector quickly signaled the soldiers to lower their weapons. The inspector approached again, raised a hand, and patted your shoulder. Good lad, get dressed quickly, don't catch a cold. You are the ability awakener with the highest virus concentration I've seen in these few days. What do you mean? The inspector smiled. The virus concentration in your body is even higher than that of an ordinary zombie, which is why the 2nd security gate triggered the alarm. This indicates that your ability is extremely powerful. Would you mind disclosing it for registration? You put your clothes and armor back on. Yang Jinyu ability Thunder. That is manipulation of lightning. The inspector stared at you in astonishment. What? Thunder. You can control the weather. You shook your head awkwardly. No, at least not yet. For now, I can only manipulate the lightning generated within my body, and I've tested that I'm immune to our 220V electric shocks. After registering on the computer and paper files, the inspector pointed to the safety door behind them. All right, you can go in now. You stepped through the safety door, and the inspector looked at your file. Name Yang Jinyu, age 22, identity organization member studying at Hodong University, majoring in metallic materials engineering, currently serving as the student council president of Hodong University with several acts of bravery. The inspector nodded and sighed. A talent excellent in both ideological awareness and moral character, and now he has awakened the strongest natural elemental ability. A genius, a prodigy. After the exclamation, the inspector made a phone call, reported briefly, and Yang Jinyu's file was classified as top secret. And it was marked with an SSS label. As you stepped through the door, a female officer with 1 bar and 2 stars who had been idly sitting there immediately greeted you. It seemed that the treatment for those entering through the side door differed from those who came through the front. Hello, I'd like to ask, there are over 700 survivors in our school right now. How can I bring them here? Upon hearing your words, the female officer was astonished. How many? Which school are you from? Hedong University. The female officer was even more incredulous. The main campus. You nodded. Yes. Come with me, I can't make a decision on this. The female officer led you to the 4th floor of the hospital. After waiting outside the dean's office for a moment, she emerged and said, "Come with me, the commander wants to see you." Upon entering, you saw a spirited officer with 1 star and 2 stripes. Greetings, Chief. He smiled slightly. Comrade Yang Jinyu, hello. I am Yang Kaiching, commander of the Quanqing Military District. To build rapport, the two of you exchanged a few pleasantries. You then asked, "Chief, how do we transfer the 700 survivors from our school?" Yang Kaiching chuckled. Comrade Yang Jinyu, don't worry. We'll send people to bring them over. Speaking of which, I have a question for you. Please go ahead. Seeing your somewhat tense demeanor, Yang Kaiching walked over and patted your shoulder. Comrade Xiao Yang, don't be so nervous. I'm just an ordinary old man. You smiled nervously without saying a word. Comrade Xiao Yang, to be honest, yesterday we dispatched a team to rescue Hedong University, but they lost contact shortly after. This is the footage from their combat recorders. With that, Yang Kaiching played a video on the projector. A brutal battle between the Tianqing Yeomang and the soldiers. All the soldiers we sent were killed. How did you manage to come directly here? And you even wandered around Central Lake Street for a while. You did not hide the truth and said directly, "Chief, that Tianqing Yeomang was killed by me early this morning. I came here to find a shelter, but after wandering around for ages I couldn't find one." Yang Kaicheng was visibly stirred but maintained a calm expression. Comrade Xiao Yang, are you telling the truth? You killed that giant serpent, what you call the Tianqing Yeomang, all by yourself? Yes, but it was also very dangerous. I almost died. A look of admiration flashed in Yang Kaicheng's eyes. Well done, Comrade Xiao Yang. Would you be interested in joining the People's Army? Without hesitation you replied, of course. It's just that I want to go home first and check on my family. I'm a bit worried about them. Yang Kaicheng smiled and shook his head. Comrade Xiao Yang, rest assured. I've already asked Old Li from the Linqing Military District to look for your family. We should be able to get in touch soon. You were somewhat surprised. Isn't that too much trouble? My family hasn't lost contact. We even spoke on the phone last night. I know, but only by ensuring the safety of a hero's family can the hero be free from trivial distractions. We will never let heroes bleed and also shed tears. Yang Kaicheng patted your shoulder a few times. To be honest, it hurt a bit. General Yang had quite a strong grip. Comrade Xiao Yang, I assume you were the one who saved all 700 survivors at your school, right? You smiled modestly. I did my part, but most of it was the students saving themselves. Yang Kaicheng looked at you with growing fondness. Comrade Xiao Yang, don't push the credit away. If it's your merit, it's yours. We soldiers don't play games. Get ready. This afternoon we'll bring your classmates over and tonight I'll process your paperwork. Yang Kaicheng reached out and patted your shoulder. Expediency is necessary, but your rank won't be too high. At most 1 bar and 3 stars. You were stunned. General Yang, this is too much. What qualifications does a college student like me have to directly receive 1 bar and 3 stars? Yang Kaicheng let out a hearty laugh. Xiao Yang, that's where you're wrong. Your awareness is extraordinarily high. You're only a junior in college, yet your organization membership has been over a year. And when the apocalypse came, you had the ability, but chose not to look out only for yourself. You chose to help the whole world. As he spoke, Yang Kaicheng's gaze grew more intense. Xiao Yang, tell me, if you're not qualified for 1 bar and 3 stars, who is? Besides, anyone with supernatural abilities who chooses to enlist starts with 1 bar. And your ability is the most absurd natural element ability. You asked curiously, natural element ability. How does our Dongda classify abilities? Yang Kaicheng looked at you and laughed. Xiao Yang, you really have a short memory. Isn't that ability classification your own work? The videos you posted on Douyin under the name Jinyu. You were somewhat awestruck. General Yang, are you saying my classification has been recognized by the state? Yang Kaicheng nodded, then his expression turned serious. Actually, we sent a team to Hedong University to rescue you primarily, but I never expected all the dozen or so young men we dispatched to be killed. For me, yes, Xiao Yang. The educational videos you posted on Douyin have saved the country a lot of losses in personnel and supplies. To our nation, you are a treasure. Do you understand? You were a bit puzzled. Aren't you curious about how I knew all this? Of course we are curious, but we also know that everyone has their secrets. Since you've made all your knowledge public for the benefit of the people, we won't force you to reveal how you obtained it. You smiled slightly. It's nothing to hide. I just gained a lot of knowledge through constant battles with zombies. And I actually just learned something else. Yang Kaicheng asked, what is it? Behind the secret realm portals is an entire world, and I don't know if all the portals lead to the same alternate dimension. Yang Kaicheng smiled and nodded. We actually already knew that, but it seems we learned it a bit earlier than you did. You were not surprised. After all, Dongda was vast and rich in resources. With many people, and even more prodigies, there were always those more favored by heaven and more extraordinary than yourself. Xiao Yang, when the ability detector is issued from above, I'll test your power level. At this you were puzzled. Ability detector. Power level. Yang Kaiching smiled and explained for you. Our country is working hard to develop an ability detector. Then we won't need to interrogate and inspect. Just a scan will tell us what the ability is. A simple scan will reveal the ability. Oh, I see. What does energy level mean? Are abilities ranked by tiers? Yang Kaiching nodded. Yes, they are graded according to the virus concentration within the body. Any concentration below 10 per unit is E tier 10 squared, is D tier 10 cubed, is C tier, and so on. You asked curiously, can we test ability levels right now? Not yet. The ability detection device hasn't been developed. We can only obtain accurate results through specialized laboratory testing, but unfortunately Quanqing City, First People's Hospital cannot do that yet. You chatted a bit longer then rose from your seat. General Yang, you must be busy. I won't take up more of your time. Let me go back and organize the students so that when the military arrives we can evacuate here as quickly as possible. Alright, wait just a moment. I'll make a phone call. You can lead the team there directly. You waited briefly. Yang Kaiching summoned the female officer who had been outside earlier and asked her to escort you to the rear of Building 2 to rendezvous with the troops. The female officer patted your shoulder. Comrade Xiao Yan, you're quite impressive. There aren't many outstanding university students like you these days. You didn't reply, merely offering a faint smile. Comrade Xiao Yang, let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Jiang Yaqing. You shook her hand solemnly. Good evening, Lieutenant Jiang. What Lieutenant Jiang? Just call me Sister Yaqing. And I'll take the privilege of calling you Brother Jinyu, how about that? Glancing at the striking and capable young officer before you, you nodded deeply. Very well. We might even end up as partners in the future, so building rapport now makes sense. Huh. You really don't hold back, do you? Quick on your feet. Fine, then I'll be your sister. As she continued leading you toward the back of the building, Jiang Yaqing said, Brother Jinyu, even if you do join the military, we may not be assigned to the same unit. After all, your abilities are far too extraordinary. Hearing this, you grew curious. Aren't there many nature-type ability users at Dongbei University? Not many. Of course there are plenty, but the majority of them can only summon a flicker of flame or spit out a mouthful of water. What? You were utterly astonished. What was going on? Were nature-type abilities that weak? Jiang Yaqing noticed your surprised expression and smiled. What's with that look? You think everyone is as exceptional as you. Did our commander personally greet you? Before meeting you, we all assumed physical-type abilities were far superior to nature-type ones. Soon you spotted 2 squads of 24 fully armed soldiers standing in neat formation in the backyard. They all wore the brass insignia of a sheaf of wheat with 2 crossed rifles and 3 thick stripes on their shoulders. You couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. What a high-ranking unit. What special forces division was this? They stood silently like a towering mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, a military officer with 2 bars and 3 stars emerged from behind you. Prepare to move out. Destination Hedong University. Escort surviving students to evacuation. Yes, sir. 24 voices spoke as one. Led by you, the group set off. The lead officer struck up conversation. Comrade Yang Jinyu, I am Xiong Wanyin, captain of the Hunter Falcon Squadron. Good evening, Captain Xiong. A phalanx of black mechanized dogs and 6 fully armed UAVs followed alongside you toward Hedong University's central campus. You heard gunfire for the first time with suppressors attached. The report was surprisingly quiet, yet every shot found its mark. Zombies barely exposed themselves before being killed instantly by the NCOs surrounding you. You were deeply stunned. Were these 24 NCOs truly the cream of the crop? Soon you arrived at the dormitory area of Hedong University in front of Building 5. Quan Hui gazed at the 25 soldiers before him, his eyes sparkling. My God, they're so cool. I envy them for getting to serve the country. Ignoring him, you said, save your breath. Hurry and tell everyone to pack and assemble. We're heading to the Central Lake South Shore shelter today. After Quan Hui left, you raced to the rooms storing supplies. 11 dormitories worth of provisions. I won't take too much. Over half should be reasonable, right? You waved your hand and absorbed the food from 6 of the dormitories into your storage space. Thanks to this incident, you discovered for the first time that the grid limit of your storage space was not 99. Staring at the 154 cases of instant noodles stacked before you, you felt a profound sense of security. In this post-apocalyptic world, food would never be a concern for you again. With repeated simulations, you feared your storage space might even run out of room. After some time, everyone gathered in the courtyard of the dormitory building. Quan Hui directed them into formation, bearing the supplies from the remaining 5 dormitories on their backs. During this period, everyone had more or less distributed all their provisions into backpacks worn on their backs, and each person was layered in several thick cotton coats. Seeing everyone was well prepared, you stood on the steps and called out, Students, I'll keep this brief. We're heading to the true safe zone, the Central Lake South Shore shelter, which is the Quanqing City First People's Hospital. Move out. Watching the vast crowd of students, Captain Xiong Wanyan of the Hunter Falcon Squadron wore an expression full of admiration. Captain Xiong were ready to depart. With military protection, nothing unexpected occurred. Your group of over 700 people arrived at Quanqing City First People's Hospital in a grand procession. Soldiers were organizing routine security checks at Building 1. The 600-plus students without abilities were all undergoing screening there. You led the 71 ability users to the side entrance of Building 2. The checkpoint personnel had changed. Presumably the previous officer had gone on break. You completed the basic registration for everyone and were then assigned to the fourth-floor office area to wait. All sat quietly on benches. Quan Hui looked at you. Brother Yang, weren't we supposed to go to Lin City? Why do you look like you're settling in for the long haul? You smiled faintly. Not at all. General Yang is simply conducting my commissioning ceremony tonight. After that I'll officially become a member of the People's Military. Quan Hui's eyes widened. What? Brother Yang, you actually became an officer? Upon hearing this, all 71 people present turned to look at you, their eyes filled with envy, and none of it was bitter. They were genuinely happy for the treatment you had received. You stood up and declared loudly, after tonight, every single one of us will hold at least the rank of second lieutenant. You'll all be officers too. Understood? Huh. Everyone was utterly stunned by this sudden wave of elation. Night. The Grand Conference Hall's lofty ceiling hung with vibrant military flags. The 72 of you superpowered individuals sat as straight as pines, your deep green uniforms forming a silent forest. You were all no more than 22 or 23 years old, your shoulder badges, yet to be bestowed, awaiting the weight of expectation. Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching stepped into the assembly hall. Though he was now over 50, his steps still carried a measured precision. The furrowed lines between his brows were the marks left by years of scrutinizing responsibility. His gaze swept across each of your young faces, which glowed with a similar tension under the dome lights. The barely suppressed breaths of excitement caused the fabric over your chests to tremble faintly. You are the future hope of this apocalypse, and now I will. The voice of the administrative officer calling out names echoed continuously in the hall. Naturally, you were the first to be called. You rose with a slight hesitation, then straightened your spine and walked onto the ceremony platform. Your eyelids quivered slightly, your gaze fixed on the rank insignia, 1 bar with 3 stars, in Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching's hand. At the moment the metal teeth bit into the shoulder badge, you felt, whether it was an illusion or not, a distinct weight on your shoulder, as if suddenly sensing something intangible yet real. You pressed your lips tight, your jawline hardening, and saluted Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching with resolute eyes. Then one by one your former classmates stepped onto the platform in succession. Some had red ears, some had bobbing Adam's apples, some had stiff fingers when returning the salute. Under the same light, various subtle tremors were reflected. The classmates still waiting sat in silent watch, their eyes following the faint glimmers on their peers' shoulders. Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching stood upright throughout. He adjusted the position of the shoulder insignia for each person, his fingertips touching the uniform with the focus of a calibrating instrument. He repeated this gesture 72 times, each time as solemn as the first. General Yang saw in the eyes of these young people the reflection of the military flag's red, and also saw something deeper awakening, a realization about countless future moments when they would need to step forward. The last pair of shoulder insignia was fixed. Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching stepped back and surveyed this new constellation before him. The shoulder badges on you were still so new they were almost glaring, needing time to be worn, sweat to be soaked in, and tempering through difficult choices before they could be forged into true radiance. The hall was as silent as the deep, see only the rise and fall of each other's breaths. Everyone's gaze gradually settled, the initial agitation replaced by a calmer, deeper something. You began to understand that this ceremony was not a reward, but a responsibility. At the moment of completion, everyone saluted simultaneously. The wind of raised arms converged into a brief roar under the bright dome like a cry from the future. Lieutenant General Yang Kaiching returned the salute solemnly, his gaze passing over those young arms to their resolute faces. He saw not 72 individuals, but 72 seeds about to be scattered across the vast land of Dongda. Applause suddenly erupted, steady as a tide. You lowered your arm, your fingertips inadvertently brushing the new shoulder badge. The metal was faintly warm, having absorbed your body heat. You couldn't quite remember what happened afterwards, only that you somehow returned to your room. Staring at your dark green uniform and the 1 bar 3-star shoulder badge, you were lost in thought. Did I really enlist? To have fulfilled my childhood dream under such circumstances. Chi Yue, sitting nearby, was also in a daze, her eyes fixed on the uniform, her fingertips gently stroking the single bar shoulder badge. Brother Jinyu, are we really soldiers now? Of course, you said with a serious tone. The night was too long, so long that you couldn't close your eyes at all. You felt as if an extra burden of responsibility had suddenly been placed on you. For some reason you felt that you were no longer the same as before. Early morning. Time passed, and you were still full of energy. You added points to agility, and now you have 15 points of agility. Please draw a trait. Starting trait draw. A flash of red light suddenly burst forth, the intense stimulation blurring Yang Jinyu's vision. A prompt sound came, urgent and continuous, causing a buzzing in his ears. Wow, red mythical. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Yang Jinyu shakily opened the trait description. Draw successful. Iron Great Wall red. You are the eternal Great Wall before the people. As long as you protect the people, you will never fall, and the people behind you will never be harmed. No matter what happens. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Simulation paused. Looking at the system interface, Yang Jinyu was completely stunned by this trait. For some reason his eyes became slightly moist. Without hesitation, you immediately replaced Iron Head white with Iron Great Wall red. Currently equipped traits: 66 Deep Blue Point Allocation red, Iron Great Wall red, Beast Bane purple, Fleet-footed blue, A Blow to the Head blue, One Person, Cry True Love, Invincible blue. Looking at the system interface, a surge of pride arose in your heart. Now you really could walk sideways in this apocalypse. With your own considerable strength, backed by the powerful motherland and a group of lovely classmates, no comrades, drifting into sleep with visions of a bright future. On the 5th day, early morning. You got up early, washed up, put on your smart military uniform, and headed to the dean's office. Good morning, Chief. Yang Kaiching smiled and said, Little Yang, what brings you here so early? You reported, I don't know what to do. Please give me instructions. Yang Kaiching laughed immediately. Little Yang, you don't need to be like this. Things are different now. In the apocalypse, you enlisted as a special talent. You won't be assigned any specific work for now. Ah, you asked in confusion. Yang Kaiching pulled you to sit down. Didn't we talk last night? You'll lead your former classmates, now your comrades, to form a special ability battalion. You are the person in charge of this battalion, the captain. You can report directly to me. You were shocked. Ah, I'm just a 1-3 leading a whole battalion alone. Haha, special talents get special treatment. Besides, your rank is just a formality. Who knows, maybe one day you'll reach my position. In the past you never interrupted others, but today you smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Chief. I dare not even think about such a thing. Yang Kaiching waved his hand with a smile. All right, enough banter. Briefly tell me your plans. You spoke up immediately. Sir, I'd like to go home first and try to bring my family along. Yang Kaiching nodded, his expression growing grave. Of course, that's perfectly fine. In fact, we received word from Lin City last night. Your parents are doing well. It's just what? Sir, please speak plainly. Yang Kaiching gently patted your shoulder. Xiao Yang, your older sister, has become a zombie, and your parents have been keeping her alive until now. You froze. At that moment, Yang Jinyu was also stunned. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Her older sister had become a zombie. No way. I'm going back today. Gazing at the night sky outside, Yang Jinyu ultimately forced herself to calm down, suppressing her crumbling spirit. Even if I go back now, there's no way to reverse what happened to my sister. No wonder Mom and Dad were being so evasive on the phone, as if they were afraid I'd discover something. After a long while, you finally composed yourself, tears glistening in your eyes as you asked, Is my sister still alive? Yang Kaiching nodded. The search and rescue team intended to shoot her, but your parents stopped them. She's currently restrained in an iron cage. When did my sister turn into a zombie? Yang Kaiching sighed. According to your parents, she transformed on the very first day of the apocalypse. Your parents had wanted to kill her, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to do it. After considerable struggle, they managed to tie her to the bed. You forced yourself to think rationally. Sir, I need to return today? Hearing this news, I can't wait another moment. Certainly. You have no special duties here. You're free to do as you wish. Just keep me updated on your discoveries in real time, and protect those you can along the way. Should the 71 members of the ability squad stay here? Yang Kaiching laughed. Captain Yang, they are your soldiers. You're the one who makes the call. No need to report every trivial matter to me. You have considerable autonomy. This isn't the pre-apocalypse anymore. Rules don't need to be so rigid. Yang Kaiching added meaningfully, in this damn apocalypse, all we can do is save as many people as possible and let civilization endure one more day. I hope you understand this. Yes, sir. You stood up and saluted solemnly, then left the director's office. Watching your retreating figure, Yang Kaiching smiled and remarked, What a fine young person. He'll surely achieve greater things than I have. You returned to the rest area and had Quan Hui assemble all members of the ability squad. From now on, we are all soldiers together. Going forward, I expect everyone to follow orders without question. Those who refuse to take command can be handed over to Lieutenant General Yang. Yes, you paced a few steps. Is there anyone who doesn't want to go to Lin City? Speak now, and I'll leave you behind to assist. Having said that, you fixed your gaze on Zhao Hu in the ranks. Report. Speak. Zhao Hu bellowed, Captain, I obey your command. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. You walked over and patted his back. Zhao Hu, aren't your whole family here? Wouldn't following me to Lin City separate you from them again? Report, Captain. I want to realize my life's worth. Following you is how I can achieve that. You asked again, very well. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to go to Lin City? No. Over 70 voices answered in unison. You clapped your hands. Good, everyone, prepare yourselves. We depart in half an hour. As the crowd began to disperse, you looked at Jiang Yaqing in the ranks with some confusion. Lieutenant Jiang, why are you in the squad? Jiang Yaqing smiled gracefully. Captain Yang, you truly have a head full of important matters and forget the trivial ones. I'm the political commissar of our ability squad. Oh, you thought back carefully and recalled that something like that had indeed happened last night. Commissar Jiang, do you have an ability? Hearing that title, Jiang Yaqing couldn't help but smile. Captain Yang, you're quick to change your form of address. You two chatted for a while, growing more familiar with each other to facilitate future collaboration. Commissar Jiang, aren't your parents here? No, they're not in Hedong province. They're in Shanjing. Oh, I see. Time flew by, and everyone had changed out of their military uniforms into specially made anti-zombie combat gear. Commissar Jiang stood beside you. Since everyone is ready, follow me downstairs to collect equipment. Our ability squad can't rely solely on abilities in battle. You received no special privileges. The equipment you were issued was identical to everyone else's. The only difference was that you were accustomed to cold weapons and completely unfamiliar with firearms. They were all students after all, who could possibly handle guns proficiently. Yet everyone's faces were filled with excitement, as if saying, hey, 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 these are real guns. You didn't distribute ammunition to anyone. Although they had all enlisted, their lack of firearm familiarity made accidental discharges a real concern. You collected full quotas of ammunition, then slipped away from others and stored the ammo in your storage space. Jiang Yaqing was puzzled about where you put all the bullets, but she didn't ask, for everyone has their secrets. After a brief rest, you set off in a grand procession on bicycles, leaving Quanqing First People's Hospital and heading toward Lin City's urban area. Holding the military map you'd been given, you studied it for a moment and sighed. This precision is incredible. They've even marked every single tree. Jiang Yaqing remarked, I didn't know you could read maps. Reading a map is simple enough. I look at it, and everything becomes clear in my mind. Jiang Yaqing shot you a sideways glance. You sound just like Li Yunlong when you talk like that. Along the way, you coordinated seamlessly with various abilities flying through the air. Ordinary zombies were mere sitting ducks in your hands. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yaqing couldn't help but sigh. Captain, why does everyone in our ability squad have such different abilities? And why is the destructive power so immense? No wonder Commander Yang assigned me to be the political commissar. Speaking of which, Jiang Yaqing took action. You witnessed something quite extraordinary. Several zombies hadn't even reached you when suddenly their bodies went limp and collapsed to the ground. Their entire forms appeared to wither slightly, as though someone had drained away their vitality. Jiang Yaqing waved her hand, scattering a patch of green light toward her comrades. You immediately felt increased stamina within your body, and even the soreness in your legs from walking was relieved. As you can see, my ability is life manipulation. A day passed. You rode 60 kilometers in 10 hours. It wasn't that you were slow, but the road was clogged with chaos. Burned out car wrecks and bodies strewn haphazardly. Each obstacle hindered your speed. Though exhausted, no one complained. You found it utterly incredible. Was this the effect of Jiang Yaqing's formidable ability? Along the way, Jiang Yaqing shared the life energy she absorbed, leaving little need for rest. At night, you chose a village to set up camp. After a brief search, you found no survivors, only elderly zombies. That was to be expected, given how few people remained in the village nowadays. After dinner, you held Shiyu and drifted into sleep. At midnight, you both woke up on time. You allocated points to agility again, now reaching 16. Please draw a trait. Trait drawing initiated. Successful. Another crimson light blazed its intensity, blurring Yang Jinyu's vision. A prompt tone followed urgent and sustained buzzing in his ears. Wow. Red myth. Good heavens, 2 reds in a row. 2 consecutive red myths. With trembling hands, Yang Jinyu opened the trait description. Eternal with heaven and earth red. When the blue hair is dead, I no longer care to explain. Eternal with heaven and earth. Pour all alien energy into the longsword to create a vortex of sword chi, instantly killing all life within 100 meters. After unleashing, the user triggers instant death. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Simulation paused. Yang Jinyu stared wide-eyed at the system interface. Though it was a self-sacrificing output trait, it was his first pure offensive red myth. Why has my luck been so explosive these past 2 days? After a long excitement, Yang Jinyu fell into thought. I already have 3 output traits. Among these 3, crying alone makes true love invincible. Blue cannot be removed. As long as tears are in the eyes, it provides all-around boosts. Beastbane purple is a situational trait, but in the apocalypse, aside from zombies, there are only mutated beasts. Better keep it on. If I hadn't had this trait during the last encounter with the Tianqing Yo Python, I would have been GG on the spot. So the only option is to remove blow to the head blue. Now that I have a plate armor and a longsword, the baseball bat is indeed outdated. Wait. I found a blind spot. Yang Jinyu's trembling hand opened the description of the Iron Great Wall Red trait. Iron Great Wall Red, you are the eternal wall before the people. As long as you protect the people, you will never fall, and the people behind you will suffer no harm, no matter what happens. Another bug, which has higher priority, the settlement of Iron Great Wall Red, or Eternal with Heaven and Earth Red. If Iron Great Wall Red has higher priority, wouldn't I be able to protect the people and abuse the bug to keep unleashing Eternal with Heaven and Earth Red? Could it really be that absurd? Must try it sometime. You replaced Below to the Head Blue with Eternal with Heaven and Earth Red. Currently equipped traits, 66 Deep Blue Point Allocation Red Iron Great Wall Red Eternal with Heaven and Earth Red Beastbane Purple Fleet Feet Blue Crying Alone makes True Love Invincible Blue. A broad smile spread across your face. Your future tactics would change. If you can't win, run. If you can't run, take them down with you. Since you'll end up dead anyway when you can't outrun or outfight them, you might as well drag more along as company. And you plan to attempt the bug when the time was right. If it works. Your cackling laughter gave Chi-Yu goosebumps all over. Jinyu-ji, what are you thinking? Your laugh is terrifying. Nothing, hee. You hadn't forgotten your other golden finger. Ultra Evolution. Today was the 6th day. The 3-day cooldown was over. Ultra Evolution. Every 3 days of survival you can perform an Ultra Evolution on a usable target. After use, it greatly raises the target's rank. No cost, reusable after cooldown. Current uses 1. Do you choose to use Ultra Evolution on Ultra Evolution? Yes. Ultra Evolution in progress. Please wait. Successful. Congratulations, Fate Holder. You have obtained the Golden Finger Ultimate Evolution. Ultimate Evolution. Every 3 days of survival you can perform an Ultimate Evolution on a usable target. After use, it raises the target's rank to the maximum. No cost, reusable after cooldown. Current uses 0. Yang Jinyu grinned. Just as I thought. Our Golden Finger system has so many ways to play. And the buggy playstyle works so smoothly. Awesome. In that case, I'll try again in 3 days. What will happen if I use Ultimate Evolution on Ultimate Evolution? I'm so looking forward to it. You fell asleep with a barely concealed smile. Day 6, early morning. You packed up and set off again toward Lynching City. On the road, you rescued a few survivors and left them some food. They thanked you with tears in their eyes. You wanted to bring them along to Lynching, but they smiled and refused. Soldier uncles, this is our home. We'll live here and die here. Go carry out your mission. Don't let us hold you back. You shook your head and sighed. Why haven't I encountered the classic apocalyptic human nature from traditional novels? Perhaps we Chinese may sometimes be a bit selfish, but we all have humanity. 5,000 years of culture compel us to follow universal values, even in the apocalypse. The survivors insisted on giving you money, but you didn't take it. Not because money was currently useless, but because soldiers always adhere to the 3 main rules of discipline. Even if you had only just enlisted 2 days ago. Obey orders in all actions, do not take a single needle or thread from the masses, turn in everything captured. Another day passed, and you covered 70 kilometers today. At this rate, you might reach Lynching City in another 2 or 3 days. However, you looked at Jiang Yaqing with some worry. Her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and the red gleam in her pupils somehow looked ominous. Are you okay? If you can't handle it, stop using your ability. I'm afraid you'll turn into a zombie if this continues. Jiang Yaqing shook her head. It's fine. It's because I've used too much zombie life force. The virus concentration in my body might have risen temporarily, but I won't turn into a zombie. Really? No. Commissar Jiang, you can't use your ability anymore. I have a bad feeling about this. Jiang Yaqing smiled, pale lips parting. It's okay, I've been like this before. It'll pass in a few days. You frowned and barked. No. Captain Yang, don't you want to get home sooner? You said firmly, of course I do, but I won't allow it at the cost of your health. Jiang Yaqing smiled weakly. Alright, I understand. I won't use it then. The Special Abilities Brigade is now divided into 8 squads, each consisting of 9 members, including the captain. Coincidentally, the male members are split into 5 squads, while the female members form 3. The 8 squad leaders are Quan Huizhang Long, Zhao Huyao, Song Jizhu, Wenhao Li Guangyuan, and Su Jing. The final squad captain is filled by Political Commissar Jiang Yaqing Anan. You instruct the members of Squad 8 to assist Jiang Yaqing to rest. After dinner, accompanied by Chi-Yu's melodious singing, you drift into a deep slumber. At midnight, you 2 awaken promptly as always. You allocate another point to agility, and your total agility now stands at 17. Please draw a trait card. Trait, draw initiated. Draw successful. Desperate Fighter Purple, I'm putting my life on the line. Care to test it? Whenever the user senses a threat of death, all damage inflicted is guaranteed to triple. Would you like to adjust your traits? Yes, no. The simulation has paused and a hint of relief finally appears on Yang Jinyu's face. My strength has improved once more. Parent sister, just wait for me. I'm almost back. I was just feeling that the blue trait alone, weeping true love is invincible, was becoming a bit ineffective. Talk about timely assistance. My luck has been truly exceptional these past few days. First a winning streak, and now I've pulled a purple legendary trait. Without hesitation you replace Desperate Fighter Purple with Alone Weeping True Love is Invincible Blue. Currently equipped traits: 66 Deep Blue Point Allocation Red Steel Great Wall Red Heaven and Earth Shared Lifespan Red Beast Bane Purple Desperate Fighter Purple Sprinter Blue. Chiyu is curious about why you awaken promptly every night and gesture at the empty air in front of you, but she never asks, for she knows everything you do has its purpose. On the 7th day dawn breaks. You contact the Lynching Military District in advance via satellite phone. It turns out the Lynching Military District has also established a shelter at Lynching City People's Hospital. You are very familiar with the roads there as your home is not far from that location. Commander Li Yunfei of the Lynching Military District says, Xiaoyang, you must be careful. Several northeast tigers in the zoo have mutated. They are extremely troublesome. We have already lost over 20 robotic dogs and 3 drones. Northeast tigers. Mutated. A foreboding feeling arises within you. Could you be so unlucky as to run into them? No, absolutely not. My luck has been excellent lately. You had barely departed for a day when you encountered a pack of mutated zombie dogs. You distribute ammunition to everyone, letting them practice their marksmanship on the zombie dogs. True to form, though our compatriots rarely handle firearms, they pick it up remarkably quickly, and their shooting skills are surprisingly decent. After dispatching the pack of zombie dogs, considerable ammunition remains. Though you say nothing, your comrades willingly hand over the remaining ammunition. You smile and say, from today onward there is no need to return bullets. I will issue each of you another 100 rounds shortly. Although return is not required, ammunition usage must still be recorded. Comrades, do you understand? Understood. After a day's march you cover another 60+ kilometers. Without Jiang Yaqing's ability-assisted mobility, everyone is utterly exhausted. The straight-line distance to your destination remains over 70 kilometers. Glancing at the map you decide to ease your pace slightly. During dinner Zhang Long asks with a grin, Captain Yang, since we're eager to get home, why not drive directly? Instead we're pedaling bicycles. You explain helplessly, we're already moving this slowly on bicycles. If we drove, wouldn't it be even slower? What good roads have we encountered along the way? True, but don't we have off-road vehicles? You lightly punch Zhang Long's shoulder in exasperation. You lad, where would we get so many off-road vehicles? And don't mention Commander Yang's supply. That's reserved for the Quanqing shelter. Each of our squads already has 2 robotic dogs and 1 fully loaded drone, which is more than enough. Don't harbor illusions for more desirable equipment here. Zhang Long scratches his head and laughs sheepishly, right, haha. After the meal you hold Chiyu and fall into a deep sleep. At midnight you two awaken promptly as usual. You allocate another point to agility, and your total agility now stands at 18. Today's luck finally takes a downturn, a gray rank trait, Sickly Wraith. You don't even glance at it, and immediately choose no. On the 8th day dawn breaks. After a hearty breakfast you and your comrades mount your bicycles and continue toward Lynching City. You had warned your comrades that the Lynching urban area may harbor dangers, several mutated northeast tigers, and various other mutated creatures. Everyone has become more cautious, yet not excessively so, for they all know of your formidable strength. Throughout the journey you have hardly needed to fight, and they have handled ordinary zombies and mutated beasts on their own. You increasingly sense that something unexpected is about to occur. Watching the map as Lynching City draws ever closer, an uncontainable surge of anticipation wells up within you. Home is finally in sight. You wonder how your parents are faring and whether your sister still has any hope of reverting to human form. As depicted in many novels online, a serum capable of reversing the virus and transforming zombies back into humans is often developed by the mid to late stages. You long for that day to arrive soon. By the end of the day you have covered another 60+ kilometers. Lynching urban area lies less than 20 kilometers away. You choose to make camp in a building inhabited by survivors. You distribute some of the daily supplies collected along the way to them. Overcome with gratitude they offer to stand night watch for you. Though you accept their kind offer, you still assign several of your men to maintain the regular night watch. At midnight you and Chiyu awaken promptly as usual. You allocate another point to agility, bringing your total to 19. Trait: Draw initiated. Draw successful. Luck, it seems, is indeed conserved. After a stretch of good fortune, misfortune is bound to follow. As expected, yet another worthless trait. You disdainfully reject it. You attempt the ultimate evolution, and predictably it fails. You have not yet decided how to employ this one ultimate evolution. Your mind is entirely consumed by the image of returning home and your sister's smile. On the 9th day dawn breaks. After breakfast you set forth once more toward the Lynching urban area. Whether by illusion or not, goosebumps rise all over your body. You have an overwhelming sensation that something formidable is watching you. Could those mutated northeast tigers from the zoo have taken notice of us? It must be so. You vaguely recall having seen in a nature documentary that tigers prefer to consume live prey. Under ordinary circumstances they would not resort to feeding on carrion. Brothers, stay alert. I believe something has taken notice of us. Hearing your words, everyone dismounted their bicycles and went on alert, simultaneously launching a drone to observe the surroundings. Jiang Yaqing, who was operating the drone, shouted, "Captain Yang, it seems there are 3 tigers, and they appear to have scales on their bodies. I dare not fly any lower." Just now a tiger leaped up and nearly reached the drone. Hearing this, your heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Have the Siberian tigers evolved wings? Even if the drone flew lower, it would still be at least 10 meters or so above ground, right? You picked up the binoculars and looked toward the drone. Sure enough, 3 Siberian tigers were glaring at your direction with fierce intent. But why are there 3 Siberian tigers? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers unless they are a male and a female. These 3 don't fit the pattern. Could it be a mother tiger with 2 cubs? Not likely. These 3 tigers are all abnormally huge, especially the leading one, which is a full circle larger than the other 2. It seems they have taken you as today's prey. Brothers, prepare for battle. 3 Siberian tigers are about to attack us. Everyone loaded their bullets and waited silently for the tiger assault. However, to your surprise, the tigers did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, they kept a suitable distance, making it hard for you to see their figures clearly. What a trick! Were they playing a strategy of wearing down the enemy? The standoff lasted for a long time until the sun was high in the sky, yet the tigers still hadn't launched any attack. Everyone was growing restless. After all, the current situation was like a long sword hanging over your heads with no knowing when it might fall, so your hearts were simply panicked. You looked at the system interface before you pondering your next move. With the Iron Great Wall in effect, your comrades theoretically wouldn't be injured since they were also considered part of the people. Moreover, you yourself would never fall, but you didn't know whether this never fall meant not getting injured or dying, or simply that you wouldn't fall even if dead. The Beast Bane was still active. These mutated Siberian tigers couldn't be more formidable than the Tianqing Neopython, right? It was only the 15th day of the apocalypse. Even if tigers mutated, they couldn't have undergone a qualitative leap, could they? At most, their physique and speed had increased, or at worst, their teeth and claws had become tougher. However, the scales that Jiang Yaqing had mentioned earlier caught your attention. Why would tigers grow scales? In what direction were these Siberian tigers mutating? You ate a lunch filled with anxiety. As dusk gradually fell, you anticipated that the 3 Siberian tigers would soon attack. Sure enough, just as you had expected. You were now on the open ground of the abandoned warehouse district at the edge of Lynching City. You had already learned the movements of the giant tigers through the drone. You shouted loudly, "Comrades, don't act on your own. Just provide support from behind me, and I'll keep you safe." 3 giant tigers covered in dark scales emerged from behind containers in different directions. Their shoulder height exceeded 3 meters, and their amber vertical pupils locked onto you and your comrades behind. The leading Tiger King let out a low growl, its oppressive aura flooding like a tide. The members of the medical team behind you caught their breath, but you merely narrowed your eyes, feeling no discomfort in your body. So that's it. It seemed the pressure released by the Tianqing Neopython earlier was special, so the Beast Bane couldn't neutralize it. The left giant tiger was the first to pounce on a comrade on the flank of the formation, its speed so fast that it left after images. You moved. Your speed was even faster and fiercer. The concrete ground beneath your feet exploded into spiderweb-like cracks. You cut in sideways like a streak of blue-white lightning, your baseball bat arriving after the strike, but hitting first, smashing heavily into the side of its forelimb joint. It was not a head-on clash with the tiger's scales, but a clever strike at the joint connection. Amid the dull impact, the giant tiger's forward charge lost balance. It staggered past the comrade, missing its target. Your comrade raised a hand in tacit understanding, conjuring a wind wall that pushed the tiger's body slightly aside, creating space for you. The right giant tiger pounced almost simultaneously. Without turning back, you reversed your grip and thrust the bat into the ground behind you. Arcs of electricity exploded, forming a brief electrical barrier. This was an ability move you had devised in your spare time. The giant tiger crashed into the barrier, its scales crackling and its movement faltered. The shield-bearing comrade stepped forward at the right moment, swinging an iron rod to push it back. It wasn't that you weren't using firearms. First, the formation was too dense, making friendly fire easy. Second, you had already fired earlier, and it was clear that the guns had little effect on the giant tiger's scales. At that moment, the distant Tiger King charged straight at you, its massive body carrying a reeking wind. It knew you were the king of these humans, and it wanted to hunt you to prove its own superiority. You no longer held back. The power of thunder coursed through your limbs, increasing your speed further. Without dodging or avoiding, you charged straight at the giant Tiger King. At the moment before impact, you suddenly dropped into a sliding tackle, passing beneath its belly. In your hand, you had somehow switched to a rune-forged longsword. The blade of the rune sword swept upward, tracing a series of dazzling sparks along the relatively fine gaps between the belly scales. After the sparks came a gush of blood. Sure enough, these mutated giant tigers were not on the same level as the Tianqing Neopython. You had full confidence that you could easily take down these 3 mutated Siberian tigers. The giant Tiger King landed and spun around sharply, its furious roar making empty cans vibrate. The wound that had been gushing blood soon slowed to a trickle. What a monster! This healing ability was practically invincible. It had only been half a month into the apocalypse, and they had mutated such an outrageous power. You had slid to its rear. As you stood up, your left hand caught the spinning baseball bat that had flown back, while your right hand pointed the longsword diagonally at the ground. The other 2 tigers shook off the comrade's interference and converged on you again. "Control the field," you shouted loudly. As your words fell, the ground beneath the giant tigers suddenly softened, and the left tiger's limbs sank into the suddenly marsh-like earth. Chun Chun, the comrade who controlled the earth, made his move. The right giant tiger was entangled by a whirlwind summoned by Lu Chan, the wind-controlling comrade. Though it couldn't be fully trapped, its movement was greatly slowed. Your gaze locked onto the Tiger King. "Let me truly test your mettle." The giant Tiger King charged at you again, unleashing its full pressure to intimidate you, but it was utterly useless. A slight smile curled at the corner of your mouth. The radiance of lightning around you surged, even more violent than its aura. The giant Tiger King was stunned. "This guy seems even more formidable than me." You charged straight at the Tiger King, sidestepping and twisting your body at the very moment its claws descended, narrowly evading the blow. Simultaneously, you swung the baseball bat upward from below, wreathed in concentrated lightning, and precisely thrust it into the gaping maw created by its roar. You increasingly found this maneuver handy. No matter how formidable the enemy, the mouth remained the most exposed and vulnerable part of the entire body. The massive, thunderous force detonated within the Tiger King's fetid maw. The Tiger King let out a pained whimper, frantically throwing its head backward in a desperate attempt to escape your assault. How could you possibly let such an opportunity slip? Immediately, you stowed the baseball bat into your storage space, gripped the rune longsword with both hands, and leaped high into the air. The runes on the blade lit up one by one, humming with a delighted resonance. Like a falling meteor, you drove the longsword deep into the scale behind the Tiger King's neck, where a patch of slightly paler scales was barely noticeable. The tip of the rune longsword effortlessly breached its defenses, sinking until the entire blade was buried within. The Tiger King's massive body convulsed violently, then crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. You landed lightly, not even sparing a glance, and turned to dash straight toward the left tiger that had just freed itself from the mud. Seeing the Tiger King fallen, the giant tiger lunged in a furious assault. You ducked low and charged forward, abruptly sliding onto your knees at the moment of contact passing beneath it. The longsword followed the motion, slicing through the relatively softer scales on its belly, leaving a long charred wound. The giant tiger howled and turned, but you had already rebounded off a shipping container, landing a mid-air kick on its bleeding wound as lightning surged through its body. It collapsed, lying on the ground and babbling incoherently. The last giant tiger had just broken free from the whirlwind's grasp, only to witness its 2 companions fall. It charged at you with bloodshot eyes for a final killing strike. You stood still, planting the longsword in front of you, hands cupped loosely, as lightning gathered from your entire body into your palms, condensing into a blinding sphere of light. As it leaped into midair with no leverage, you thrust both palms forward. The lightning blasted forth like a cannon, not a scattered discharge, but a highly concentrated energy impact that struck it square in the chest. Though its tough scales absorbed most of the damage, the immense force hurled it backward through the air, sending it tumbling a dozen meters away, struggling and unable to rise for a moment. You had never been one to drag things out. You stepped forward calmly and pulled the rune longsword from the ground. It tried to get up, but you stomped a foot on its head, gripped the sword hilt with both hands, and pointed the blade downward. Lightning surged through your arms into the blade. With a swift motion, the sword tip pierced precisely through its eye socket. Everything fell silent. You breathed slightly heavily, a thin sheen of sweat on your forehead. Several clear claw marks and dents were left on the rune plate armor. Though there was a faint ache beneath, the armor itself didn't even have a single decent crack. You rolled your shoulders, feeling only a dull ache from bruising. Your comrades gathered around, clean and barely dusty, not a single one injured. "Jinyu Gij, are you okay?" You smiled at Chiyue, waved your hand to indicate you were fine, then walked over to pull the slightly charred baseball bat from the Tiger King's mouth, and the longsword from its neck, flicking off the blood. The 3 massive tiger corpses lay still on the open ground. Only then did everyone snap out of it, and immediately surround you. "Captain Yang, that was awesome. Captain Yang, you're invincible. Captain Yang, we can announce it now." That move got my blood boiling. Listening to their praise, you smiled and responded to each one. You looked at these lovely comrades. "Ha, you don't know, do you? Actually, you all deserve a lot of credit. If it weren't for you being part of the people, I might have had to work much harder." Without any pretense, you waved your hand and stored the 3 tiger corpses into your storage space in front of everyone. Though everyone was astonished, no one asked, not even discussed it. It was as if nothing that happened to you was surprising. If there was anything, it was perfectly normal. Seeing Linqing City's urban area so close, you suddenly wanted to rush home as soon as possible. But under the darkening night sky, you suppressed that impulse. After all, so many days had passed, one more day wouldn't make a difference. Even with the Iron Great Wall trait, you couldn't guarantee your comrades would always be behind you. If one of them died because of your haste, you'd be guilty enough to lose sleep. Your team eventually settled in a residential building on the outskirts. After dinner, Jiang Yaqing came to you. Captain Yang, we're about to enter the city. Why not go in today? You smiled. Even if I'm anxious to get home, I can't risk my brother's lives. Zombies are unusually active at night, and many carnivores hunt after dark. Jiang Yaqing said with admiration. I didn't expect a young man of 22 to be so considerate. Oh, Sister Jiang, may I ask how old you are? Jiang Yaqing rolled her eyes at Yang Jinyu. Captain Yang, what do you mean by that? I'm not that old, just 3 years older than you. You sighed. 25. And you're already a first lieutenant. Impressive. That sounds weird. Captain Yang, you're only 22 and already a captain. You shook your head. It's different. I got my captain rank after the apocalypse. You were already a first lieutenant before it. The gap is huge. They chatted idly while Qiyu scrutinized Jiang Yaqing up and down. At night you fell asleep holding Qiyu. At midnight you both woke up on time. You allocated points to agility again. Now you had 19 agility. Today's luck was as poor as ever. A gray trait, you didn't even look at it, and directly chose no. Day 10, early morning. After a quick wash and a simple breakfast, you called home. Your parents said they were now at the People's Hospital shelter and your sister was in the alloy cage next to them. After a brief preparation, you led everyone toward the People's Hospital shelter in the city center. For some reason, you suddenly raised your binoculars to look far behind you, searching, but finding nothing. Yet you felt a prickling sensation on your back. Hadn't you already killed the 3 mutated tigers yesterday? Could there be an even stronger enemy? The morning mist shrouded the Linqing urban area. You stood on the slope of an abandoned highway overlooking the Linqing District People's Hospital 3 kilometers away. That once pristine white building now bore mottled walls, yet the newly constructed high walls and watchtowers made it remarkably conspicuous in this post-apocalyptic world. Captain Yang, the defensive fortifications here in Linqing are better built than those in Xuanxing, Quan Hui said, handing over the binoculars while keeping his voice low. He took the binoculars and observed carefully. The 6-meter-high concrete wall was topped with interlaced double-layer barbed wire, and the heavy machine guns on the 4-corner watchtowers glinted coldly in the morning light. All buildings within 50 meters outside the wall had been leveled, creating an open field of fire. It was standard military-grade defense. You had crammed some military knowledge over the past few days. Professional. You lowered the binoculars and turned to look behind you. The 71-member team was silently hidden in the shadows of the dilapidated buildings. The elite members of your Special Ability Brigade, each face bearing the exhaustion of a long journey, yet their eyes remained sharp. Captain Yang. Jiang Yaqing walked over from the middle of the formation. Her protective suit, though slightly worn, was still neat. We have sent the identification signal to the shelter according to protocol. Reply confirmed, allowing us entry. You nodded. As the political commissar of the Special Ability Brigade, and the only true veteran, Jiang Yaqing always handled administrative affairs with impeccable order. Brothers, let's move out. We finally arrived. You gave the order in a low voice. Quan Hui lead the first squad as the vanguard. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu guard the flanks. Wen Hao and Song Jia cover the rear. Stay alert. We're unfamiliar with the situation in Linqing urban area. The Special Ability Brigade began to move 71 people, silently advancing through the abandoned streets. The road was littered with rusted car wrecks and bones of unknown creatures. Some walls bore fresh bullet holes and scorch marks from battles fought in recent days. The closer they got to the hospital, the more evident the signs of vigilance became. Camouflaged pits on the ground, simple observation systems made of reflective mirrors on rooftops, and even several carefully placed minefield markers. Fortunately, Jiang Yaqing had been a soldier before the apocalypse, or they would have almost stepped on them. 200 meters from the wall, a voice came from the loudspeaker above the main gate. Stop. Identify yourselves. You raised your right arm, and the Special Ability Brigade halted in unison. Quan Hui stepped forward 3 paces, unfurled an orange identification flag, and waved it left and right at the predetermined frequency. This was the information you had received during the phone call this morning. The small door beside the protective mesh gate opened, and 6 fully armed soldiers filed out, fanning out in a semicircle. The leader was a second lieutenant. He kept a cautious distance, scanning every person in the formation. His voice was somewhat muffled through the protective mask. Please present your identification verification. Jiang Yaqing stepped forward, took a file folder from her backpack, and extracted 3 documents. Special Ability Brigade of the Quanqing Military Region ordered to return to Linqing for a mission. This is Commander Yang Kaiqing signed. Order the brigade's organizational documents and the complete personnel roster. The lieutenant took the documents, examined them carefully, and scanned the encrypted seals with a portable device. During the tens of seconds of verification, the atmosphere was tense. You noticed that the sniper on the wall kept you locked in his sights. You sighed inwardly. Damn, why is the vibe completely different from the Quanqing military region? Come to think of it, the Linqing military region is closer to the Linqing urban area, so it's natural they have some advantages. Actually, you forgot that when you were in the Quanqing urban area you were led by a drone, and the outer perimeter fence simply let you through. The device emitted a crisp beep and the green light lit up. The lieutenant visibly relaxed and raised his hand to signal his men to lower their weapons. Sorry, Captain Yang. There have been a lot of people trying to sneak in lately. The lieutenant paused, but according to the new regulations, all incoming personnel need to undergo quarantine and weapon registration. You looked at Jiang Yaqing, who gave a slight nod. This was a reasonable procedure mandated by the higher-ups. You nodded and said fine. But my people must be quarantined together in one area, and the weapons should be stored where we can supervise them. Understood. Area D, Warehouse 3, has been arranged as your temporary quarters. Weapons can be stored centrally there with keys jointly held by your team and the garrison. Reasonable arrangement. You approved the plan. The gate slowly opened. The scene inside the protective mesh made many team members widen their eyes. The main road was clean and tidy with orderly rows of tent areas on both sides, and even simple makeshift stalls made of waterproof cloth. Early risers had already begun their day's work, some repairing tools, others distributing food, and children playing in designated areas. The world inside the walls was orderly, a stark contrast to the ruins outside. You remarked, Commander Li really manages this place well. Definitely better than Commander Yang. All these fancy arrangements also mean immense resource pressure, Jiang Yaqing analyzed calmly. Look, everyone's rations are very lean and the children's clothes are clearly altered from larger sizes. You noticed the details, she pointed out. The order here was built on strict control, and control consumed resources that were already scarce. Your group was led by the lieutenant toward Area D. On the way, as you passed the main building of the Linqing People's Hospital, you couldn't help but slow down. My sister should be inside there now, right? Seeing you pause, Chi Yu asked, Brother Jinyu, what's wrong? Are you thinking about your sister? You smiled and nodded, then led the team forward. Area D, Warehouse 3, was originally the hospital's equipment storehouse, spacious enough to accommodate 100 people. The garrison had already cleared the area with simple partitions dividing it into sleeping quarters, equipment storage, and even a command space. You sighed inwardly, what's going on? Had they started preparing as soon as I left the Quanqing urban area? You said to Jiang Yaqing, complete quarantine and set up within 2 hours. Then I'll go see my parents. Prepare the materials needed for the meeting with Commander Li. Understood. Jiang Yaqing immediately began assigning tasks. The quarantine procedure was strict but efficient. Each team member underwent blood tests, temperature checks, and basic physical exams. The medical staff explained that this was to prevent latent-stage mutants and infectious diseases from entering the shelter. After the apocalypse, Linqing had experienced an internal mutation outbreak that killed over 20 people. After completing the quarantine, you handed over team management to Quan Hui and headed to the residential area where your parents lived, accompanied by Chi Yu and Jiang Yaqing. Your parents were assigned to Zone B, second floor, a family unit converted from the former inpatient ward. Laundry was drying in the corridor, and the air was thick with a mix of disinfectant and food. You stopped before a door marked 207, took a deep breath, and began to knock. Before long, the door swung open. Your mother stood at the threshold holding half a potato. She stared at you for 2 seconds, and the potato slipped from her hand, rolling with a dull thud until it hit the wall. Jinyu. Her voice trembled. You stepped forward and embraced her tightly, feeling her frail shoulders and the sharp protrusion of her shoulder blades. She had lost so much weight since the holiday half a year ago. Your father hurried out from the inner room, his glasses askew on his nose. When he saw you, he paused for a moment, then strode over and wrapped his arms around both you and your mother. You're back, your father said, his voice hoarse. Safe and sound. That's what matters. Chi Yu stood quietly outside the door, while Jiang Yaqing tactfully stepped back a few paces, giving your family space to reunite. Your mother released you, cupping your face in her hands as tears streamed uncontrollably. Child, why did you take so long to come back? Were you hurt on the way? Have you eaten? Who are these two? Never mind. Come and sit down. Your father had already noticed the insignia on your shoulder, but he said nothing, only giving your back a firm pat. You entered the cramped space of less than 20 square meters. The room was divided into 2 areas by a makeshift partition, the outer area for living and cooking, the inner area for sleeping. Everything was arranged in neat order, reflecting your mother's habitual tidiness, but also revealing a scarcity of supplies. Every item showed signs of repeated use and mending, with patches visible everywhere. Your gaze involuntarily drifted to the farthest corner of the room. There, a large object covered completely with dark gray canvas lay, about 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. From beneath the canvas came a faint metallic scraping sound, as if from some mindless repetitive motion. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy. Your mother gripped your hand tightly. Your father pushed up his glasses and walked toward that corner, his hand hesitating at the edge of the canvas for a few seconds before he yanked it aside. The bars of the alloy cage were as thick as an adult's wrist, the welds reinforced with steel plates. Inside the cage, a figure in a dark brown trench coat sat with its back to you, its hair yellowed and tangled, almost covering the neck. Hearing the noise, she turned slowly. A single glance made your breath catch for several seconds. "Sister!" You cried out, but your excited shout was met only with hoarse growls. That was your sister, and yet it wasn't. Her pale face bore dull, lifeless eyes with pupils so dilated that the original dark brown was almost invisible. Her lips were cracked with dark brown stains at the corners of her mouth and similar marks on the hospital gown at her chin and chest. Most glaring was the black metal collar around her neck with a red light blinking at a fixed frequency. You knew it was a remote-controlled bomb, Commander Lee's contingency for your parents' safety. It wasn't powerful enough to harm bystanders, but it would sever your sister's neck instantly. Your sister stared straight ahead, seeming to see you, and yet nothing at all. Her fingers clutched the bars, her once beautiful nails were broken with blood scabs from repeated friction. Click, click, click. She continued that mechanical scratching motion against the cage. Your father's voice was as dry as sandpaper. When the apocalypse came, your sister turned into this. I was terrified when I first saw her. Your mother added in a barely audible whisper, we wanted to end her suffering, but we couldn't bring ourselves to do it. In the end, your father and I had to tie her to the bed. You approached the cage and crouched down. The sister you remembered could play the piano, loved baking cookies on weekends, and always sent messages reminding you to take care of yourself. But now the creature in the cage was only her outline. Your voice was hoarse and trembling. Does she still recognize anyone? Sometimes she seems to react a little, your mother said, her voice quivering with a heartache that fixed on your sister. When we feed her, she pauses and looks at us, but soon she goes back to this. Your father, however, said she probably doesn't. She's lost all humanity. You noticed two stainless steel bowls in the corner of the cage, one with clear water, the other with a few chunks of raw bloody flesh. The water was almost untouched, but the meat bore clear signs of gnawing and tearing. You frowned and asked, Dad, what kind of meat is that? Your parents didn't answer, but the answer revealed itself. You reached out to touch the bars, but Chiyu gently caught your wrist. Brother Jin, you be careful. Just then your sister in the cage suddenly stopped scratching. Her head tilted to one side, and her murky eyes seemed to focus on your face. You stared at each other for a few seconds, if that could be called a stare. Her lips moved, producing a few indistinct syllables that were impossible to decipher. Your heart leaped. But the next second your sister abruptly opened her mouth and let out a low growl utterly unlike a human voice. Her teeth slammed into the metal bars with a grating screech that set your teeth on edge. Her hands shook the cage frantically, making the entire structure tremble. Your father quickly pulled the canvas down, covering the alloy cage. The growling continued beneath the canvas for half a minute before gradually fading into meaningless whimpers. You stood up abruptly, feeling something churning in your chest. Chiyu's hand covered yours, and only then did your emotions settle a little. Mom, Dad, what did the doctors here say? Is there any chance of reversal? You asked, though you already knew the answer. Your father shook his head heavily. They said the mutation is irreversible, like terminal cancer spreading to the brain. But Commander Lee mentioned that Quansheng is the provincial capital with more complete research facilities. Maybe. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. Jiang Yaqing walked in from outside. Captain Yang, Commander Lee has arranged the meeting time. You looked at your parents. I'll be back soon. If you need anything, just tell Chiyu. She's my girlfriend. Your mother wanted to say something, but only nodded. Your father came over and patted your shoulder. Official business matters. Go ahead. We'll take care of your sister. You cast one last glance at the canvas-covered cage, and as you turned to leave, you heard your mother's stifled sobs. The command center was set up in the basement of the hospital's original administrative building, which boasted the sturdiest structure and most comprehensive defenses. After passing through 2 security checkpoints, you entered a vast underground space. The walls were covered with maps of lynching, and its surrounding areas crisscrossed by complex battle diagrams marked with various colors and lines. In the center of the room, a group of officers were huddled around a massive sand table deep in discussion. Hearing footsteps, they turned around. Standing at the forefront was Commander Li Yunfei. Around 60 years old with graying hair but a straight back, his face etched with deep lines, yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He wore a faded combat uniform, the general's stars on his shoulder boards, slightly worn. Captain of the Superpower Squad, welcome home. Li Yunfei extended his hand, rough and powerful. You shook his hand. Commander Li, thank you for taking care of my family. He said succinctly, it's my duty. Protecting the people is my responsibility. Then Commander Li Yunfei's gaze shifted to Jiang Yaqing. Isn't this Xiao Jiang? Jiang Yaqing saluted Commander Li. Li Yunfei gestured for you to approach the sand table. Let's get straight to business. You must have seen it on your way back. Lynching's situation is far worse than Xuanqing's. There are far too many mutated creatures here. The sand table clearly displayed Lynching's current state. 17 striking red markers were scattered across the city, each with detailed annotations. You asked, are these all Mystic Realm portals? Yes, and we in Lynching are the unlucky chosen ones. This is the highest number of Mystic Realm portals among all prefecture-level cities in the country. Li Yunfei pointed to the nearest marker only 2 kilometers from the hospital. In the past 2 weeks, we've only managed to close one. Each rift periodically spews out mutated creatures, sometimes known species, sometimes entirely new ones. Commander Li Yunfei continued. Our firearms and machinery malfunction once inside the portals, so we've been luring the anchor creatures out and killing them outside. Anchor creature's an interesting name. Captain Young, what made you choose that term? You quickly replied, I remember a game I played used that term, so I adopted it for convenience. Li Yunfei nodded, then picked up a pointer and tapped on different markers. Rift 3 spewed a swarm of shelled creatures last month. Their carapaces could withstand 12 7mm machine gun rounds. We lost 37 men clearing them out. Rift 5 produced flying species 2 weeks ago, fast and venomous, causing 3 drones to crash. You studied the sand table carefully, but found it somewhat confusing, so you asked, is there a pattern? A bespectacled staff officer replied, there is, but it's not precise. Each rift has a different active cycle, the shortest being 3 days, the longest 17. The active period usually lasts 6 to 12 hours, during which a large number of creatures emerge. We've tallied an average of 50 to 200 otherworldly life forms per rift per surge. You furrowed your brow, silently lamenting, how did I never notice this before? There's a pattern like this. Learned. Jiang Yaqing beside you was rapidly recording data. What response strategy are you currently using? Passive defense with limited active elimination. We've established observation posts and defensive positions around each rift. Hold the line during active periods, attempt to push forward during inactive ones. But casualties are high and ammunition consumption is unsustainable. Li Yunfei's face was etched with worry now. After the apocalypse's impact, our robust production supply chain has temporarily gone dormant. Every lost drone or robotic dog is gone forever. You notice the number of blue markers on the sand table, representing defensive positions, were gradually decreasing. You asked, how are the living resources? The logistics chief opened a folder. Food reserves at current rationing can sustain us for 108 more days. Ammunition stock is at only 27 and fuel is even scarcer, just 15 of pre-apocalypse levels. Medicines are in severe shortage, especially antibiotics and painkillers. The most troublesome issue is energy. According to higher-ups, the power supply is about to be cut off, and our backup generator fuel will only last 3 weeks. The numbers were worse than anticipated. You looked at Commander Li Yunfei and asked, so what do you need from me? Li Yunfei met your eyes directly. I need you to bring this situation back to Chuanqing, and I also need you to assess a feasible backup evacuation route. If Lincheng cannot hold out, the 12,000 people here need a way out. The room fell silent, broken only by the occasional static from communication equipment. After a moment, Li Yunfei spoke again. The straight line distance is over 270 kilometers. How many did you lose on the way here? 72 departed, 72 arrived, no casualties. You answered truthfully, we traveled light, without heavy supplies. If a transport convoy were to pass through, it would require at least 3 times the escort force, and a safe corridor must be cleared. Looking at you, Li Yunfei smiled with relief. Oh, I forgot, you're all superpowered individuals. No casualties is indeed normal. But that's the problem. With families, the elderly, and children, a safe corridor is absolutely necessary. Li Yunfei traced a line on the sand table. On the shortest route from Lincheng to Chuanqing, there are 3 large mutated creature nests and 2 active portals. To open this route, we need to organize a large-scale extermination operation. You asked, one of the large mutated creature nests has 3 mutated northeast tigers, right? How did you know? Li Yunfei's eyes widened suddenly. Did you kill those 3 mutated northeast tigers? You didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Li Yunfei gave you a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder old Yang spoke so highly of you. But it wasn't 3 tigers, it was 4. And a massive tiger king among them. You pondered this information. No wonder I felt a prickling sensation on my back this morning. So that Tiger King was watching us. Correctly, Yunfei said. That mutated Northeast Tiger King is incredibly formidable. The other 3 tigers were its underlings. The Tiger King is especially cunning, and it even attacks otherworldly creatures emerging from the Mystic Realm portals. Li Yunfei's expression turned serious. Let's get back to the main topic. Each portal has a different anchor creature. You young folks know them from games. To kill the anchor creature, we need to escort an elite squad close to the portal, or even enter it, pinpoint the target amidst a swarm of otherworldly creatures, and execute a decapitation strike. At this point, Li Yunfei looked at you, his gaze clear. This is exactly the kind of combat your superpower squad excels at. Li Yunfei grasped your right hand tightly with both of his. Captain Yang, Li Yunfei beg you. Can you help me with this? To leave a backup escape route for the 12792 people of Lincheng. You understood his meaning, and also understood his difficulties. You nodded and said, I need all known data on the secret realm portals along the route, including their activity patterns, the types of creatures that emerge, terrain information, and all your previous combat records. Li Yunfei was overjoyed. Captain Yang, have you agreed? You smiled and said, I am now part of this unit, so it is only natural that I should contribute my share of strength. However, I need to protect every member of my team. Whenever there is danger, I have the right to decide whether we proceed or withdraw. Li Yunfei chuckled. Captain Yang, you worry too much. I do not have the authority to deploy you, which is precisely why I am requesting your help. Hearing this, you were puzzled. What do you mean? Li Yunfei glanced at you. You will understand in time. Though somewhat helpless, you spoke up. My team needs at least half a day to rest and analyze. After that, we can develop a specific clearance plan. Li Yunfei nodded. All the materials are ready. By the way, how long do you plan to stay after returning this time? What did old Yang mean by that? This was the critical question. Everyone on site turned to look at you, waiting for your answer. You fell silent for a few seconds before deciding to be straightforward. Commander Yang's point is that I should make my own decisions freely. Quancheng is, after all, the provincial capital. If anything happens, they will send people there first. You thought of your sister trapped in the cage and your promise to Yang Kaicheng. As for my own opinion, once I complete your commission, I will take my parents and sister to Quancheng. After all the medical and research conditions there are far better. Perhaps we can find a way to save her. And I have promised Commander Yang that I will return. Jiang Yaqing gave a slight, not a faint smile appearing on her face. She had long known your decision would be this way. Li Yunfei's expression remained unchanged, as though he had anticipated this answer. A reasonable personal choice. I can understand. But before that, I asked you to assist Linqing in eliminating the portal threat. This is not only for the 12,000 people here, but also to secure the corridor between Linqing and Quancheng. If you intend to relocate your family, this route must be safe as well. You nodded. I understand and I agree. Closing the secret realm portals is in the shared interest of all humanity. I promise my team will do our utmost while ensuring our own safety. Li Yunfei warmly embraced you. Captain Yang, thank you for your assistance. You will formulate the specific combat plan yourself. Commissar Jiang, please handle coordination. Our Linqing military region will fully cooperate with your plans. Jiang Yaqing saluted yes. The meeting continued for another hour with detailed discussions on each portal, available troop deployments, and equipment distribution. When you finally left the command center, the sky had already darkened. Upon returning to Warehouse D, the team members had already settled in. Quan Hui reported on the outer perimeter defense arrangements. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu briefed you on equipment inspection and maintenance status. Zhu Wenhao and Yao Songjia had already completed an initial survey of the shelter's internal structure. Captain Yang, the situation is more complicated than we imagined. Zhu Wenhao spread out his hand-drawn sketch. Inside the shelter there are at least 3 different faction groups. Commander Li's direct troops, several large survivor groups centered around powerful ability users, and some recently absorbed scattered factions. On the surface, everything seems harmonious, but privately there are numerous frictions. You nodded with a sigh. The more scarce the resources, the more intense the infighting. Commander Li is too lenient. Why doesn't anyone directly eliminate those troublemakers? Yao Songjia added from the side. At first, our daily ration allocation was 30% below the shelter standard. The excuse was some damn adaptation period for new arrivals. Fortunately, General Li Yunfei sent someone to handle the matter promptly. Jiang Yaqing frowned. Someone is testing us. You sighed helplessly. Or perhaps it is simply xenophobia. Why does my hometown have to be such a forsaken place? Truly barren lands breed unruly people. Your tone turned cold. Regardless, we will focus on doing what we should and let our strength speak. Meanwhile, investigate who is behind this. I want them to suffer, or even die. Yes, Captain Yang. You looked at Jiang Yaqing. Do you think I was too harsh? Jiang Yaqing shook her head. No, it was necessary. In an apocalypse, instead of uniting, they dare to skimp on our supplies. Such parasites truly deserve death. After arranging the regular night watch, you walked alone to the rooftop of the warehouse. This place was once the hospital's laundry terrace, now stacked with discarded materials. In the night, the shelter blazed with lights like an oasis in the apocalypse. Footsteps approached from behind. Without turning around, you knew it was Chiyu. You were far too familiar with everything about her. As for your parents, I had the medical team deliver extra living supplies to them. She stopped beside you. Your mother's blood pressure runs a bit low, and your father has mild malnutrition. But overall, their condition is better than most people here. It seems Commander Li arranged this. You pulled her into an embrace. Yeah, thank you. Chiyu was silent for a moment. I am sorry about your sister. You gazed at the distant darkness without answering. Some things lie beyond the reach of words. Chiyu broke the silence. Commissar, Jiang has compiled an analysis plan. She suggests we start with Portal No. 3, where our intelligence is most complete and the distance is relatively closer, making it easier for us to respond flexibly. You murmured absent-mindedly, a sound suggestion. Then you spoke slowly. I wonder what our comrades are thinking inside. I wonder whether everyone would be willing to lend Linqing's military a hand. Chiyu smiled. Brother Jinru, I am your soldier, and I am also your. Wherever you go, I will follow. I believe our comrades will support your decision as well. This was indeed a problem you had to face. 72 team members, each with their own concerns. You could not make decisions on their behalf, even though they were all soldiers. You thought for a moment and said, I will give our comrades the right to choose. This is a life and death mission. I cannot force them. Chi-Yu rested her head on your shoulder. Brother Jinru, you will get your answer. They have followed you for so long not because you coerced them, but because they trust you. The two of you stood in the night for a long time until the relief sentinel climbed onto the rooftop. You did not return home. The room assigned to your parents was far too cramped to accommodate both you and Chi-Yu. When you returned to the warehouse, most of the team had already fallen asleep. You and Chi-Yu lay down on two canvas cots pushed together, closed your eyes, but sleep would not come. Chi-Yu sensed your inner unease and spoke softly. Brother Jinru, my ability allows me to connect with zombies, so I can sense that your sister seems somewhat different from ordinary zombies. You did not speak, merely reaching out to stroke Chi-Yu's long hair. The scenes from the day kept replaying in his mind: his sister's cloudy eyes, his parents' gaunt faces, the red marks on the sand table, and Li Yunfei's words, leave a backup path for these 12,792 people of Lin City. Responsibility, promises, family bonds, duty. These weights pressed upon your shoulders, but you had long grown accustomed. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone carries burdens forward, the only difference being how much you choose to bear. You recalled what Yang Kaiqing said to you when you left Chuanqing. In this damn apocalypse, all we can do is try to save more people and let civilization last one more day. Outside the window on the watchtower, searchlights split the night sky, illuminating the ruins beyond the walls. In the distance, the howls of unknown creatures echoed, but were soon swallowed by the night wind. You knew the road ahead was dangerous and that you might pay a price for it, but you also knew it was something you had to do. A person must have an ideal to live. Your ideal was not grand, a hope that all kind-hearted Chinese people could survive the apocalypse living happily and joyfully. For your parents, for your sister, for these 12,000 people, and for your promise to Yang Kaiqing and all who trusted you. You finally closed your eyes, beginning to simulate various combat plans in your mind. Today has been so long. The night was deep, and you finally drifted into unconsciousness. At midnight, the two of you woke up punctually. Still adding points to agility, now you have 20 agility. Next, you plan to add points to intelligence, as your intelligence was only 17. Begin trade extraction. Extraction successful. Luck truly is balanced. After a period of good fortune, bad luck will strike. Sure enough, yet another trash trait. You dismissed it with disdain and immediately chose no. You idly examined that ultimate evolution. The day before yesterday, you had no mood or intention to use it immediately, but now you wanted to give it a try. Ultimate evolution. Every 3 days of survival, you can perform one ultimate evolution on an applicable target. After use, it will raise the target's tier to the highest level. No consumption whatsoever, and it can be used again once the cooldown ends. Current available uses 1. Selecting Self-System Simulator Ultimate Evolution Trait Extraction. All still prompted failure due to unknown reasons. Individual traits could indeed be used, but it was somewhat wasteful because you discovered that there was a golden finger that could utilize Ultimate Evolution. That was storage space. Do you choose to use Ultimate Evolution on storage space? Yes. Ultimate Evolution storage space in progress. Please wait patiently. Use successful. Congratulations, the owner has obtained the Golden Finger Demiplane. With an excited heart and trembling hands, you open the description of the Demiplane. Demiplane, a limited extra-dimensional space existing in the multiverse, 1.0 meters in length and width, with an area of 100 million square meters. This is a different world anchored to you where living creatures can be stored, but they must be from the prime material plane. Seeing this, you turned your head to glance at Chi-Yu, who was sleeping soundly, and a bold idea sprang up in your heart. You reached out to try to put Chi-Yu into the demiplane, but the system prompted containment failure. Sure enough, exploiting the bug failed again. The characters in the simulator were indeed not living creatures from the prime material plane. You had a sudden inspiration. What about yourself? You tried to squeeze into the demiplane yourself, but it also failed. You looked up and silently shouted, "Old me, what a pity I can't see you." Yang Jinyu smiled for the first time in a long while, laughing heartily. "Old me, our ideas are too similar and too wild, aren't they? Only, you still discovered a bug." Those 21 fertilized eggs of the Azure Sky Ox Python stood quietly in the demiplane. What does that mean? Can I exploit the bug to get more Azure Sky Ox Python fertilized eggs every time in the future? Or is it a bug caused by this upgrade? This can only be figured out by trying later. A 100 square kilometer demiplane. Now you never have to worry about insufficient storage space slots. You smiled as you held Chi-Yu and drifted into dreamland. Day 11, early morning. After breakfast, all of you gathered to discuss today's battle plan. You first asked, "Comrades, brothers, yesterday, I promised Commander Lee to help clear a safe passage. This is definitely dangerous, and you've all seen the corpse of the Azure Sky Ox Python. The alien creatures from the secret realm portals cannot be judged by common sense. So I hope you all follow your hearts and make choices you won't regret. Anyone who doesn't want to go can stay here and investigate who exactly is targeting us. After speaking, you looked at the comrades present. Those who don't want to go can raise your hands or talk to me alone later. This really isn't forced. After all, it's something I promised myself. Even if none of you want to go, it's fine. I'll just sweep through it alone. Everyone shouted in unison, we'll all go. You were deeply moved. Comrades, trust me, I will protect you all. With Iron Great Wall, you were that tough. After the discussion, the 72-person team had assembled in front of the gate. You stood at the front of the formation, your gaze sweeping over every face. Have you all memorized the intelligence on the third portal? Your voice was not loud, but it reached everyone clearly. The 72 answered in unison, we have, Captain. You had repeatedly studied all the information about the third portal. It was located in the old industrial area on the northern outskirts of Lin City at the former fertilizer plant site. The portal's active cycle was 5 to 7 days, and each activation lasted about 8 hours. The creatures that emerged were mainly skeletal alien beings, slow-moving, but astonishingly numerous skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers that could shoot arrows from a distance and throw bone spears, and a few hulking skeleton warriors wielding bone shields and bone axes. The anchor creature of the secret realm portal was a skeleton knight that had only appeared once in the intelligence. This information was obtained from a far observation by the last reconnaissance team using a drone. Our target is the skeleton knight, not to eliminate all skeletons. You reiterated the tactical focus, Zhang Long and Zhao, who lead the second and third squads, to establish a defensive position ahead. Zhu Wenhao, your Gale will control the density of skeletons, creating a path for our assault team. Yao Songjie, stay by Political Commissar Zhang's side. Keep communication clear and report any anomalies immediately. A few replied simultaneously, understood. The assault team consists of me, Quan Huiqi, Xia Qing, and Xia Muxue. Political Commissar Jiang will coordinate from the center with life manipulation, ready to support at any time. You looked at Jiang Yaqing, and she nodded to indicate she was ready. All right, let's move out. The farther north they traveled, the more severe the city's devastation became. Many buildings were not destroyed by artillery fire, but had been torn apart from within by some immense force. White bones were scattered across the streets, some human, others belonging to creatures too deformed to identify. Gnaw marks still lingered on several of the remains. Quan Hui kicked aside a femur. Do the mutated creatures also feed on these skeletons? Jiang Yaqing crouched down to examine the fractures, not feeding, destroying. Look here, there are clear bite marks and tearing wounds. The skeletal creatures attack each other, perhaps vying for some kind of energy. Look here, there are clear bite marks and tearing wounds. The skeletal creatures attack each other, perhaps vying for some kind of energy. You recalled your earlier speculation. The creatures surging from the portal did not belong to a unified faction. They killed and devoured one another. This might be one of the reasons humanity still clung to survival in the cracks. Half an hour later, you reached the edge of the industrial zone. The air was thick with the pungent stench of chemicals. Even after all this time, the pollutants leaking from the fertilizer plant had not fully dissipated. Zhu Wenhao suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. Captain Yang, look. You followed his gaze. 800 meters away at the entrance of the abandoned fertilizer plant, the air rippled and distorted like the surface of water. Through that azure ripple, you could faintly make out the scene on the other side. A gray-white wasteland, the ground studded with the bones of all manner of creatures, the sky trapped in eternal twilight. Portal number 3. At the same time, a pop-up window appeared before your eyes on the system interface. You are within the influence range of the secret realm portal. Please choose whether to accept the regional quest. Regional quest: hunt the anchor creature, Death Knight, and close the secret realm portal. Completion reward: 1 related trait guaranteed, at least gold rarity. Yang Jinyu accepted without hesitation. A free gold tier legendary trait was not something to pass up. You have accepted the regional quest. Beside you, Jiang Yaqing compared the data in her hand. It's at least a third larger than the records described. It's expanding. You made your judgment. The anchor creature must be growing stronger. Everyone proceed according to the original plan. The team moved swiftly. Zhang Long and Zhao, who led 6 squads, to establish defensive positions in the dilapidated buildings on either side of the portal. Heavy machine guns were set up at commanding heights, and snipers sought their firing positions. The remaining 2 squads formed a mobile unit under Jiang Yaqing's command, ready to fill any breach in the line. The 6-man assault team took their positions behind the heavy machine guns as planned. You would lead the charge with Quan Hui 1 step to your left, Qi Yu on your right, and the Xia sisters guarding the rear. Jiang Yaqing remained 50 meters behind the defensive line, where she could survey the entire battlefield and provide timely support to any direction. They're coming. Yao Songjie's voice transmitted directly into everyone's mind through his ability. The ripples of the portal trembled violently like water disturbed by a thrown stone. The next second, a tide of gray-white surged from the ripples, a sea of skeletons. In the front rank were hundreds of humanoid skeletons, their bones a sickly gray-yellow with azure soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. They moved with a dense clatter like a storm of bones. Following them were dozens of larger skeletons, some with 4 arms, others with bone spikes sprouting from their spines. At the rear you could barely make out a dozen bowmen carrying bone bows. You gave the order, first wave fire at will. Gunfire instantly tore through the silence of the ruins. The skeletons in the lead fell in waves, bullets shattering their skulls and extinguishing the soul flames. But more skeletons pressed forward over the broken bones of their comrades, their pace accelerating. Zhang Long's voice came from the left flank. The skeleton archers are about to volley. Watch out. No sooner had he spoken than a volley of bone javelins arced up from the rear of the skeleton formation, tracing a curve through the air and descending toward the human defensive line. Zhu Wenhao smirked, thrusting both hands forward, wind wall. A violent whirlwind took shape above the defensive line, deflecting most of the bone javelins. The few that landed pierced the barricades. The bone spearheads actually penetrated the concrete. But even if they struck the brothers, your steel great wall was no joke. Everyone standing behind you was invincible. Xia Qing frowned, her palms blazing with flames. These bones are reinforced. Captain, want me to burn a patch and see? Wait. You stared into the depths of the skeleton sea. The Death Knight hasn't appeared yet. We must conserve our energy. The skeleton vanguard had already charged within 100 meters. The leading skeletons began to sprint, their speed matching that of an adult man. Grenades. Dozens of grenades arced in parabolic trajectories, landing among the skeleton horde. The explosions swallowed large swaths of skeletons, bone fragments flying like rain, but the gaps were quickly filled by the skeletons behind. Zhang Yaqing's command came through Yao Songjia. They feel no fear, no pain. You must completely destroy the skull or the spine. Even if you break a leg, they'll still crawl toward you. The defensive line was now engaged. The frontmost soldiers used rifles fitted with bayonets, but ordinary thrusts could hardly shatter the reinforced bones. One skeleton broke through the line, its bone claws reaching for a soldier's face. Unfortunately, it caused no damage at all. The soldier calmly raised his gun and shot the skeleton's skull to pieces. Similar incidents kept happening. As long as you were present, everyone was invincible. A gray-blue shadow flashed past. Quan Hui's fist slammed into a skeleton's head, the entire skull exploding like porcelain. He shook his hand, only a few white scratches on his scales, hard enough, but not hard enough. The rune sword in your hand swept out, wreathed in lightning, cleaving 3 skeletons apart at the waist. The thunder spread along their bones, extinguishing the soul flames in their eye sockets. Qi was protected behind you, wielding a Damascus longsword with fierce, agile movements. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue, the 2 sisters, fought the skeletons head-on with spears. The skeleton's claws struck them without leaving a scratch, and the 2 sisters impaled one skeleton after another with a single thrust. The ability users were already far beyond ordinary humans in physique. The battle had lasted 15 minutes. The skeleton's assault showed no sign of weakening. The portal was still pouring out new units. The broken bones before the defensive line had piled up into a half-meter-high wall. Zhang Yaqing's analysis echoed in everyone's mind through Yao Songjia. We can't keep this up. The Death Knight is wearing us down. We need to force it to appear. You understood her meaning, but shouted loudly. No need to rush. With me here, just take it slow. No one will get hurt. Then you took a deep breath, lightning energy surging through your body. You charged toward the portal. Quan Hui Chiua, cover me. King Muxue, prepare to focus fire. I'm going to check the portal area. Xia Muxue exclaimed anxiously. Captain Yang, it's too dangerous. This is the fastest way. With my strength, no problem. You had already dashed forward. You swung the baseball bat and shattered the skull of the skeleton before you. Arcs of electricity leaped onto the 2 neighboring skeletons, causing their movements to stiffen momentarily. Quan Hui seized the opportunity to charge forward, his scaled fists smashing them into fragments. More skeletons poured forth from the mercury-colored portals, light membrane, shambling forward with unwavering determination. Qi stood a few paces behind and to your right. A dull gray whiteness clouded her eyes as she reached forward with both hands. The 7 fallen skeleton fragments suddenly quivered, their bones reassembling as they rose shakily, turned and lunged at the nearest living skeletons, tearing at them with broken bone claws. However, the soul fires in the eye sockets of her controlled skeletons flickered uncertainly, and 2 of them suddenly detonated, collapsing into scattered remains. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu each led a small squad to defend your left and right flanks. They thrust with bayonet-equipped rifles and smashed with gun, but keeping the skeletons attempting to close in from the sides at bay. Ammunition was running low, and they had to conserve what remained. Xia Qing raised both hands, and 3 fire serpents surged from her palms, rushing toward the dense cluster of skeletons ahead. Flames spread across the ashen white bones with crackling intensity. Xia Muxue followed in coordination, releasing frost over the areas the fire had scorched. The skeletons, suffering from the drastic temperature change, shattered into bone fragments. Zhu Wenhao manipulated air currents from 10 meters behind you. Unable to strike the solid skeleton bones directly, he could deflect their thrown bone spears, disrupt their formations, and stir up dust to interfere with their soulfire perception. A grotesque skeleton with bony spurs growing along its spine charged from the front. Just as you prepared to engage, Yao Songjia's voice suddenly echoed in your mind, "Captain Yang, there are 3 skeletal archers on the right taking aim at you." You immediately rolled to the left as 3 bone spears whistled past the spot where you had just stood, embedding themselves in the ground. Quan Hui roared as he charged toward the archers, colliding with 2 blocking skeletons and sending them flying, scales grinding against bone with a piercing sound. The grotesque skeleton before you struck downward with all 4 bone arms simultaneously. You stepped back half a pace, swinging the baseball bat upward with all your strength and striking the junction where the forearms met. Lightning erupted, instantly severing all 4 bone arms at once. You stepped forward, drew a rune-edged longsword from your semi-plane storage, and thrust it straight into its eye socket, twisting your wrist to crush the soul fire within. More grotesque skeletons appeared. There were armored skeletons wielding bone shields and axes, quadrupedal skeleton hounds that scurried forward with terrifying speed, and ghostly floating skeletons that continuously fired shards of bone. The pressure on the front line surged dramatically. Jiang Yaqing's orders arrived once again through Yao Songjia's ability. She instructed Zhu Wenhao to concentrate his wind power to clear the spectral skeletons in the air, ordered the Xia sisters to use their ice-fire combination to restrict the advance of ground-based variants, and commanded Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to tighten their defense line into a denser circular formation. Jiang Yaqing began channeling life energy, a faint green light connecting every team member on the battlefield, slightly relieving their exhaustion. You took a deep breath and actively charged into the densest cluster of skeletons. Your baseball bat swept left and right, each strike crackling with explosive lightning. You specifically targeted the joints of the skeletons. Shattered remains collapsed to the ground, only to be trampled into rubble by the wave of skeletons surging behind them. Yu attempted to control the fallen fragments, but the newly emerging skeletons burned with stronger soul fire in their eye sockets, resisting more fiercely. She could barely influence 4 or 5 of them. Quan Hui advanced alongside you on your flank. Abandoning technique entirely, he relied purely on brute force and the defense of his scales. He grabbed a skeleton's leg bone and wielded it as a weapon, smashing down everything in his path. But more skeletons closed in, leaving white scratches across his scales with bone blades and claws. Seeing this, you quickly shouted, "Quan Hui, stay behind me. Don't charge ahead of me. As long as you remain at my rear, you will not take a single scratch." Xia Qing's firewall erupted 10 meters ahead, temporarily halting the skeleton tide. But a few skeleton hounds circled around the flames from the side, lunging toward you. Xia Muyue immediately condensed ice on those positions. The hounds slipped beneath their paws, and you seized the opportunity, your baseball bat striking in rapid succession to shatter their skulls. Just then the portal's light membrane trembled violently. A bright silver skeletal warhorse carrying a knight burst through the portal's light membrane, its hooves striking the ground heavily. Black mist coiled around the bone lance in the knight's grasp, and silver soul fire locked onto you. It did not charge immediately, but instead raised its lance. All soul fires within 30 meters, whether in intact or broken skeletons, drifted forth from their eye sockets and flew toward the bone lance. What is happening? So this is the undead knight. Yao Songjia's alarm shrieked sharply in your mind, everyone alert. An anchor creature has appeared. Avoid frontal engagement. But the knight had never intended to target you from the start. Having absorbed the soul fire, the bone lance turned toward Quan Hui on your flank, and a ball of black energy shot forth. Quan Hui was entangled with 5 mutated skeletons and had no time to dodge. You hurled your baseball bat with all your strength, the bat wrapped in compressed lightning, crashing into the black energy ball. The 2 energies detonated mid-air, the shockwave sending Quan Hui and the surrounding skeletons flying. Fortunately, Quan Hui was standing behind you. Though tossed aside, not a single injury marred him. The undead knight seized the moment, urging its steed toward you, bone lance aimed straight. You drew your rune-etched longsword to parry the lance and sword, colliding in a fierce clash of black mist and lightning. You were driven backward by the tremendous force, your feet carving grooves into the ground. Quan Hui rose and crashed into the horse's flank from the side. Xia Qing's fire dragon and Xia Miyue's ice spike struck the knight's head simultaneously. Zhu Wenhao's whirlwind attempted to disrupt the warhorse's footing. Yu unleashed her ability to its fullest, and the 7 or 8 fallen skeleton fragments around the knight suddenly gripped the horse's legs. The undead knight's movements lagged for a moment. You seized the opportunity, pouring all your lightning into the longsword, as every rune on its blade blazed to life. You charged forward, thrusting the sword toward a gap in the knight's chest armor. The undead knight raised its lance to block, but the multiple interferences from your comrades slowed it by a fraction. The sword tip pierced 3 inches into the bright silver bones. Lightning surged along the blade, and the undead knight's entire skeletal frame shuddered violently. You pressed your full weight onto the sword, driving it 2 more inches deeper. Quan Hui collided once more, this time with clear intent, targeting the hind leg joint of the warhorse. With a sharp crack, the horse's leg shattered. The undead warhorse collapsed to its knees, and the knight lost its balance. You gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down with all your might, the blade shearing through bone and emerging from the knight's back. The bright silver soul fire flickered wildly, then extinguished. As the undead knight crumbled apart, the portal's light membrane contracted violently, and the surge of emerging skeletons halted abruptly. But the membrane had not vanished entirely, only dimmed, still maintaining the shape of a gateway. You frowned in confusion. What's going on? Wasn't that an undead knight? Or is this undead knight not the anchor creature? You withdrew your longsword and gasped for breath. The minor bruises on your body ached dully, and fresh scratches marked your armor plate. Before you could rest for a moment, skeleton monsters began to emerge from the secret realm portal again. You peered through the shimmering membrane of the portal and saw an endless sea of skeletons. You felt no fatigue, only a strange, inexplicable excitement. With crimson eyes, you stomped on the accumulated white bones beneath your feet and charged forward. The blue electric light on your baseball bat traced an arc, shattering the skulls of 3 skeletons. Broken bone fragments flew as you pressed on over the debris. 100 meters behind you, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu each commanded their defensive lines. Gunfire rang, steady bullets shattering the skeleton archers attempting to flank from both sides. Quan Hui was 10 meters to your left. He let out a low growl, his arm covered in gray-green scales sweeping across to smash a row of skeletons. More skeletons surged endlessly from the portal's silvery membrane. The new batch had darker bones, shifting from gray-white to bright silver, appearing tougher. A particularly tall skeleton leaped from the bone pile, spikes along its spine and curved bone blades in both hands, charging straight at you. You didn't retreat. Instead, you slid forward beneath its legs. Your baseball bat swung upward from below, crackling with electricity, and slammed into the middle of its spine. Lightning surged through it, causing the skeleton to convulse violently before exploding into a pile of smoking fragments. You rushed to within 10 meters of the portal. The air here was thick with a chilling energy, and the ground was piled with bones up to your ankles. Through the rippling silver membrane, you could faintly see a gray-white bone wasteland beyond, with a pale mountain made of all kinds of giant bones at its center. No one stood on the mountain, yet you felt as if something was watching you. Your hands never stopped, continuing to clear the skeletons blocking your path. Your left hand gripped the rune sword tightly, while the baseball bat in your right hand crackled with electricity. You were like a grinding machine carving a path through the sea of bones. Sword and bat swung in turns, slashing and sweeping, each strike accompanied by the crunch of bone and the faint glow of extinguished soul fire. Chi Yu was to your right rear, her eyes veiled with a gray-white mist, her hands clawing at the air. A dozen fallen skeleton remained suddenly convulsed and rose, turning to attack other skeletons, relieving the pressure on her side. Yao Songjia's calm voice echoed in your mind, relaying Jiang Yaqing's orders. Watch the right front. A small group of skeleton warriors is gathering, threatening the flank. Zhu Wenhao is ready to clear them. You felt a sudden shift in the air around you. A small tornado formed 10 meters to your right front, sweeping up over 20 strong skeletons armed with bone shields and axes, flinging them into the distance. Then Xia Qing's fireball and Xia Mushiwe's ice spear flew over your head, landing in the densest part of the skeleton horde. Explosions and freezing erupted simultaneously, clearing a patch of ground. You seized the opportunity, charging forward until you were less than 3 meters from the quivering portal. You could feel the cold death energy seeping out, and it seemed as if countless souls were wailing in your ears. You smashed the last skeleton archer in your way with your bat, about to focus entirely on the portal when an unexpected change occurred. 2 meters behind you, a pile of seemingly ordinary bone fragments rose silently. There was no warning, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. A warhorse made entirely of dark gold bones burst from the rubble, its hooves landing with hardly a sound. On its back, a 3-meter-tall, desiccated undead knight materialized, as if from the shadows. The bone spear in its hand was wreathed in thick black mist, and the spear tip, in the instant you turned, had become a black lightning bolt, stabbing straight at your back. This was a true ambush. It had been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, disguised as ordinary bone fragments, waiting for you to advance deep into the front, your attention fully absorbed by the skeletons emerging from the portal. The spear tip hadn't yet reached you, but the chilling, killing intent made the hairs on your back stand on end. At the critical moment of life and death, relying on instincts honed through countless battles, you twisted your body to the left to dodge. At the same time, your right hand swung the baseball bat backward instinctively. With a tearing sound, the golden bone spear tip didn't pierce your back fully, but slashed viciously across the back armor on your right side. The rune plate armor screeched under the friction, sparks flying out. The rune plate armor wasn't pierced, but it left a deep, blackened scratch. The black mist clinging to the spear tip corroded the runes on the armor, and the faint glow quickly dimmed. A wave of cold death energy penetrated through the armor, numbing the right half of your body. You felt a surge of power, as if your entire body had been amplified several times. Clearly the desperate gambler had been triggered. So the undead knight had finally lost patience and launched a sneak attack. You rolled forward, creating distance, while turning to face your enemy. The desiccated undead knight looked like a dried corpse now fully revealed. It rode the tall dark gold bone horse, its golden soul fire burning calmly in its eye sockets locked onto you. The timing and angle of the undead knight's ambush revealed its intelligence, far surpassing the mindless charging ordinary skeletons. It was a tactical hunter. The undead knight didn't immediately pursue you. It seemed slightly surprised that you had only taken a light wound from the sneak attack, its golden soul fire flickering slightly. But it didn't hesitate long. The bone horse's front paws gently pawed the ground. The next second it charged again, this time a frontal assault, but several times faster than any skeleton before, like a streak of dark gold light. You took a deep breath, suppressing the numbness in your right half. Lightning energy surged through your body, expelling the invading cold. Instead of dodging, you planted your feet and charged straight at the knight. Just as the two sides were about to collide, you lowered your body, sliding dangerously under the bone horse's raised hooves, and with all your might your baseball bat swung upward from below, crashing into the horse's front leg joint. A sliding tackle, kid. How do you like that? A heavy thud accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. The bone horse let out a silent neigh, its charge faltering slightly, but it didn't fall. The undead knight's reaction was astonishingly fast. As you slid past its side, its bone spear whipped back like a serpent, stabbing straight at your ribs. Your left hand's rune sword came around just in time, standing vertically beside your ribs. With a clang, the sword and spear collided with a deafening metallic ring. The immense force transmitted through the blade sent a violent shock through your left arm, knocking you 2 steps sideways. The undead knight seized the opportunity to wheel its horse around, the golden bone spear wreathed in black mist sweeping horizontally, the shaft aiming for your head with a sinister wind. You ducked and dodged the spear's wind, scraping past your helmet in a piercing shriek. You rolled forward, creating distance, and hurled your baseball bat. The bat wrapped in highly compressed lightning shot, like a blue javelin, toward the knight's head. The knight seemed not to expect you to throw your weapon, but it merely tilted its head slightly and flicked the spear upward. The bat was knocked away by the spear tip, but the attached lightning exploded with a dazzling flash, enveloping the knight's upper body. The black mist around it churned violently, and several scorched marks were left on the dark gold bones. At that moment, Quan Hui finally broke free from the skeleton horde and reached your side. He roared and slammed into the bone horse from the side, his scale-covered shoulder like a battering ram. The knight had to divert its attention. Its left arm bones suddenly expanded as it threw a punch at Quan Hui. Fist met fist, and Quan Hui was knocked back several steps, a few gray-green scales shattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But the knight's bone horse was also knocked askew by the impact. Brother, don't be reckless. Stay behind me and deal damage. All right. Xia Qing and Xia Mushua's support arrived then. A blazing whip of fire lashed at the knight from the left, while sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground on the right, restricting the bone horse's movement. The undead knight's eyes flashed with golden fire. The black mist around it suddenly expanded like a shield. The fire whip struck the black mist, rapidly dimming and extinguishing. The ice spikes shattered on contact with the black mist. The knight seemed irritated by these harassments, its golden soul fire flickering. It ignored Quan Hui and the ranged attacks, locking onto you again. You could feel it absorbing the scattered soul fire energy from the broken skeleton remains on the battlefield. The black mist around its spear thickened, and the spear tip began to tremble slightly, emitting a low hum. Seriously, did all you undead knights learn your tricks from the same master? You shouted out your plan. You intended to charge head-on, engaging in a direct confrontation, while instructing the Xia sisters to fully disrupt the black mist's defense when you launched your attack, and having Quan Hui attempt to strike the horse's legs to create an opportunity. The Death Knight completed its power gathering. This time it leveled its bone spear, the tip aimed directly at you. The black mist on the spear shaft spun and compressed wildly, ultimately forming a fist-sized energy orb in front of the spear tip. The pitch-black sphere's surface flickered with ominous dark red arcs of electricity. You sighed inwardly, judging by the sight. This move of the Death Knight was far more powerful than that of the Skeleton Knight. It released its grip. The black energy orb shot out silently, not fast, yet carrying a sense of weight that seemed to lock down space. Where it passed, even light appeared to be twisted and swallowed. You could not dodge sideways, for if you did, the comrades behind you would no longer be in the absolute conceptual safe zone of your back. With a swift turn of your eyes, you simply stood your ground, gripping the rune longsword with both hands. The ancient runes on the blade lit up one after another, spreading from the hilt to the tip, resonating with your lightning power and emitting a low hum. You poured all the remaining lightning power within you along with what had just recovered into the longsword, without reservation. The blade blazed with a dazzling blue-white light extremely condensed and focused on the edge. Ignoring the incoming black energy orb, you focused all your mind and strength on the next thrust. The moment the orb entered the 5-meter range before you moved. With a forceful step, the ground instantly cracked beneath your foot. Your entire body moved with the rune longsword transforming into a straight bolt of lightning. It was neither a slash nor a chop, but the simplest and most direct thrust, yet it condensed all your essence, spirit, and extraordinary energy. The lightning sword tip and the black energy orb collided head-on. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then came a silent annihilation. The blue-white lightning and the pitch-black death energy frenziedly neutralized and consumed each other, culminating in an explosion. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the heart-stopping dull rumble from the center of the energy clash and the visual distortion of space. The black energy orb was pierced through the center by your lightning, then torn apart. Yet your sword momentum still had residual force. After piercing the energy orb, the condensed lightning, though dimmed by more than half, still surged forward, undauntedly aimed straight at the skeleton knight's chest. The Death Knight clearly had not anticipated its death energy orb being broken through head-on. In the past, unleashing this move would always kill meddlesome priests and knights alike. Now the Death Knight belatedly tried to raise its bone spear to block, but it was too late. Xia Mushue's frost precisely covered the joints of its arm at that moment. Though instantly eroded by the black mist, it caused a negligible, yet real momentary delay. Xia Qing's flames transformed into several fire serpents coiling around the bone spear shaft, disrupting the flow of energy. Zhu Wenhao's directional wind pressure squeezed from the side. Though unable to move the knight, it made the lightning on your sword even more concentrated. Chai! The dim yet still sharp lightning sword tip precisely pierced into the gap in the center of the skeleton knight's breastplate, which seemed to be a seam formed by runes. The rune longsword's blade sank 3 inches into the bone, but was caught by the hard bone. However, the lightning power had already surged wildly along the sword tip into the interior. The Death Knight's entire body shuddered violently, and countless tiny blue-white lightning snakes burst from the gaps in its dark gold bones. The golden soul flames in its eye sockets shook and leaped wildly, emitting a silent shriek. It dropped the bone spear, its 2 bone claws fiercely grabbing the blade, thrust into its chest, trying to pull it out. How could you give it the chance? You gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, your feet planted like roots on the ground, pressing all your weight forward while channeling the last trace of lightning to continuously inject. Quan Hui, who was nearby, seized the opportunity. He charged over again, this time targeting the bone horse's hind leg. His scale-covered iron fist smashed down with full force, and with a crisp crack, one of the bone horse's hind legs snapped. The bone horse lost its balance and fell forward onto its knees. The Death Knight, on its back, also pitched forward, loosening its grip on the rune longsword's blade. You let out a roar, then took the opportunity to press your full weight forward, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and twisting with all your might. Crack! Crash! Empowered by the lightning force, the rune longsword brutally ground the bones inside the knight's chest cavity to pieces, then burst out through its back. The golden soul flames in the Death Knight's eyes abruptly swelled to their limit, then suddenly extinguished like a candle in the wind. The dark gold bones instantly lost all their luster, becoming gray and brittle. As the bone horse completely collapsed, it too crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of fragments that could never be reassembled. The long bone spear that had fallen to the ground also saw its black mist rapidly dissipate. The shaft turned into ordinary white bone and then snapped apart. Just as the skeleton knight perished, the mercury-colored portal light membrane 20 meters away rippled violently like a boiling water surface. The light membrane trembled fiercely, and several skeletons that had just emerged halfway were ruthlessly crushed by spatial force. While the battle was over, this was the scene of the mystic realm portal anchor creature being slain. You pulled out the rune longsword embedded in the shattered bones, leaning on it as you panted heavily. Aches and stabs of pain coursed through your muscles, a normal reaction to overexertion and high-intensity combat. The rune-plated armor was covered in scratches and dents, especially the long mark left by the ambush on your back, which was the most prominent. Yet the plates had not been penetrated, protecting you from severe bone injuries. Upon closer inspection, it seemed you had gained several bruises, but nothing more. Not far away, Quan Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and walked toward you, the scales on his body slowly regaining their luster. Chi Yu trotted over and held your arm, her eyes full of worry and lingering fear. Brother Jinyu, are you alright? That ambush just now really scared me to death. Xia Qing and Xia Mushue supported each other, their faces pale from the consumption of their powers. Zhang Long and Zhao, who began directing the team members to maintain vigilance, while quickly cleaning the battlefield, collecting potentially useful materials from the mutated skeletons, especially the dark gold bone fragments left by the skeleton knight. Jiang Yaqing walked over, accompanied by Yao Songjie. Her face was also somewhat pale, The continuous sharing of life energy and precise command had consumed a great deal of her energy. She carefully examined your injuries, then looked at the pile of dark gold bone fragments and the location of the vanished portal, nodding to you with a look of approval and a hint of relief. Fortunately, it was a close call, but without real danger. As for the rest, Jiang Yaqing did not speak much. Instead, she began issuing new orders through Yao Songjia, arranging for personnel to rotate for rest, tallying the consumption of this battle, and transmitting the news of successfully closing Portal No. 3 back to the Lin City Command. After resting for a while, you led your brothers to clean up the battlefield. You harvested a great many weapons, spears, broadswords, greatswords, longbows, arrows, and the like, so many that almost everyone had 1 or 2 each. You prepared to press the advantage. After eating and resting for a while, you would go directly to shut down the next troublesome secret realm portal. Because the monsters in the next secret realm portal were goblins, your favorite prey. In one go, you would seize both troublesome secret realm portals. Then you could take your parents and sister to the provincial capital. Congratulations. You have obtained a gold trait. Evil Bane Gold. You are the harshest father of all evil beings. When the enemy is an evil being, all your attack damage is unconditionally increased by 100 times. All attacks from evil beings are unconditionally weakened by 100 times. Moreover, any evil being will unconditionally fear you just as they fear the righteous gods. A smile spread across your face. A good trait. Though not a universal one, it's excellent for specialized anti-evil combat. After all, from now on, no matter what evil being you encounter, even if a dark god comes, you should have nothing to fear. Do you want to adjust the traits? Yes, no. Yang Jinyu looked at the system interface before him and pondered for a moment. Currently equipped traits: 66, Deep Blue Allocation, Red Iron, Great Wall, Red Eternal Coexistence, Red Beast Bane, Purple Desperate Gambler, Purple Swift Feet. Blue. Nearby, a mutated Northeast Tiger King was eyeing you menacingly, so Beast Bane Purple absolutely could not be removed. Swift Feet Blue, although only a blue trait, it had contributed the most among all the traits so far. Next, you were going to shut down the Goblin Secret Realm portal, so Goblin Slayer Gold had to be equipped. Then all goblins would be no better than speed bumps before you. It seemed you could only temporarily remove Desperate Gambler Purple and equip Goblin Slayer Gold. After all, Eternal Coexistence Red was still there as a safety net. You thought for a moment and replaced Desperate Gambler Purple with Goblin Slayer Gold. You led a few comrades into the Secret Realm portal, cleaned out the undead nest, and found many good weapons and armors. However, none of them were as good as your rune longsword and rune plate armor. At noon, you took out some food from the demiplane and had a good lunch with your comrades. After the meal, you let everyone rest on the spot. The midday sun filtered through thick clouds into a pale gray light, barely illuminated the ruins of Forest City. You briefly rested near the original site of Portal No. 3. Jiang Yaqing, who was beside you, crouched down and used gravel to sketch a rough map on the ground. Portal No. 3 had already disappeared. Your current target was Portal No. 7, located in the old zoo area 7 kilometers to the north. That was also the pre-apocalypse residence of the Northeast Tigers. The monster type was goblins, and the anchor creature of the secret realm portal was the Goblin King. Jiang Yaqing finished drawing the map, smoothed it with her foot, then stood up and looked at you. You finished the last sip of your Maison drink and tossed the empty bottle aside. Goblins. You still had a very deep impression of the goblins you had killed, because back then you were not very strong and had suffered a bit at the hands of the goblin shaman and ogres. You knew everything about them, and you knew how to kill them most efficiently. You had the goblin-specific trait Goblin Slayer Gold. You stood up and put the unfinished Maison drink back into the demiplane. The team was assembled, all 72 people looking spirited. The fierce battle in the morning had only cost them a little stamina and ammunition, and not a single person was injured. Not even a minor injury. This was a good omen. Your gaze swept over the entire team. Quan Hui was checking the scales on his arm. Several white scratches left by skeletons in the morning were slowly fading. Chi Yu adjusted the straps of her arm guards. Her ability was limited against living creatures, but controlling zombies for interference and early warning was still valuable. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue stood quietly, their abilities suited for area clearing. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were quietly checking the ammunition count. Zhu Wenhao closed his eyes to sense the wind direction. Yao Songjia had already extended his consciousness to establish a communication network. You didn't need to give a pre-battle speech. Everyone knew where they were going and what to do. You simply raised your hand and waved it forward. The entire team began moving northward. Passing through abandoned streets and around collapsed buildings, the 7-kilometer distance quickly shrank in silence. The closer you got to the zoo, the stronger the peculiar stench in the air became. The smell of goblins mixed with the odors of feces and rotting corpses. You stopped at a half-collapsed office building 100 meters from the zoo entrance. You signaled the team to take cover, then went up to the second floor with Quan Hui and Shi Yu to observe through the broken windows. Most of the zoo's walls had collapsed, allowing a direct view of the interior. In the central square, the mercury-colored portal light membrane stood quietly, no different from the one you had closed in the morning. Just a stable spatial passage. Around the light membrane, dense green figures were moving about. Goblins most less than 1.5 meters tall with gray-green skin, pointed ears, and flat noses, wielding bone clubs, stone axes, or crude short bows. They wandered aimlessly, fought over food, shoved, and screeched at each other. A typical goblin nest, chaotic, filthy, and disorderly. You roughly estimated that there were at least 300 ordinary goblins in the square. Among them there were about 30 slightly larger goblins wearing tattered leather armor and wielding metal weapons, elite goblins or bugbears, who were roughly driving away the ordinary ones. Directly in front of the portal in the center of the square, there was a crude platform made of stones and rotten wood about 1 meter high. The platform was covered with a few dirty animal skins, currently empty. The Goblin King had not yet appeared. You observed for 3 minutes. The goblins had no tight defenses, no patrols, and no warning mechanisms. They simply gathered around the portal like flies around rotting meat. You stepped back to the first floor. Jiang Yaqing looked at you, waiting for your orders. You felt that no complicated plan was needed. Against goblins, the simpler the tactic, the more effective. Moreover, you had the 2 traits Goblin Slayer Gold and Iron Great Wall Red. Everyone could hardly be safer. You raised your hand and began assigning tasks directly. At the same time, a pop-up window appeared on the system interface before you. You are within the influence range of the Secret Realm portal. Please choose whether to accept the regional quest. Regional quest: hunt down the anchor creature Goblin King and close the Secret Realm portal. Quest completion reward 1 related trait guaranteed, at least gold. Yang Jinyu unhesitatingly chose to accept. A free gold legendary trait. Why not take it? You accepted the regional quest. You ordered Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to each lead 25 men flanking the zoo square from left and right. Their mission was not to assault, but to establish a fire blockade preventing the goblins from scattering while clearing any ambushes that might emerge from the surrounding buildings. Zhu Wenhao led 5 natural elementalists to erect a wind wall on the outskirts of the square, disrupting the goblins' ranged attacks and any potential toxic gas or smoke. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue led 10 natural elementalists to provide covering fire from the front, clearing the common goblin horde and paving the way for your assault team. Yu Qiyu with her controlled mutant zombie and Quan Hui formed the assault team, heading straight for the center of the square to target the Goblin King. The remaining personnel were directly commanded by Jiang Yaqing, serving as reserves and support, ready to fill any gaps in the line. Orders were conveyed silently through Yao Songjie, and everyone nodded in understanding. You drew your rune-etched longsword, holding it in your left hand while gripping a baseball bat in your right. Quan Hui rolled his shoulders and cyan gray scales began to emerge from beneath his skin. Qiyu took a deep breath, a gray-white mist flickering in her eyes as the zombie beside her stirred. Let's move. Begin the operation. You were the first to step out of the office building, heading straight for the collapsed gate of the zoo. For goblins were squabbling over half a rotten rat at the entrance. They froze at the sight of you, then let out piercing shrieks, grabbing bone clubs and charging at you. Without breaking stride, you swung the baseball bat casually. Lightning crackled, and the 4 goblins stiffened simultaneously, their heads severed by your sword blade the next instant. The corpses fell, and you stepped over them into the zoo. The shrieks spread. The goblin horde in the square stirred, turning to see you and the influx of your team behind you. After a brief chaos, they grabbed their weapons and surged forward like a filthy green tide. You continued advancing, your pace unhurried but steady. Quan Hui was half a step to your left, the mutant zombie slightly behind on the right. The first wave of goblins, about 20, reached you brandishing a variety of crude weapons. You didn't even use lightning, you used just a simple combination of sword and bat. The long sword pierced one goblin's throat, and as you pulled it out, you slashed another's carotid artery. The bat crushed a skull, then swung back to break 2 ribs. The movements were clean and efficient without a single wasted motion. Beside you, Quan Hui was even more direct. He didn't bother dodging, letting bone clubs and stone axes strike his body, the scales producing dull thuds. With his scale-covered fists, he shattered a goblin's chest, grabbed another by the leg, and swung it to flatten a cluster of its kin. Qiyu didn't attempt to control the goblins. That would be too draining. So she merely interfered as much as she could, spreading her power across the area. The leading goblins would suddenly slow down, trip inexplicably, or briefly lose their will to attack. Though each time she could only affect 3 to 5 for a second or 2, it was enough for them to fall under your blade or Quan Hui's fists. With Qiyu's controlled mutant zombie, the 3 of you drove into the goblin horde like a wedge, leaving a trail paved with green corpses. Behind you, the elemental group, led by Xia Qing and Xia Muxue, began to unleash their power. A chaotic barrage of fireballs, ice shards, lightning arcs, and stone spikes rained down on the densest areas of goblins. Explosions and screams mingled into a cacophony. Goblins fell in droves. Some scorched, some impaled, some reduced to charred husks by electricity. Every conceivable method of death was on display. On the left and right flanks Zhang Long and Zhao, whose teams had taken position, and gunfire began to ring out. It wasn't sustained spray but precise targeted shots aimed specifically at goblins attempting to flank or flee. Bullets pierced heads and hearts and goblins fell like mown wheat. Indeed, everyone's marksmanship had improved considerably. You could only attribute it to the peculiar talent of the Chinese people. At the outermost perimeter, Zhu Wenhao's wind wall began to take shape. Gale force winds kicked up dust, obscuring vision and disrupting the aim of goblin shortbow archers. The occasional bow and arrow that was loosed veered off course, landing harmlessly in empty space. A massacre. This was a one-sided massacre. The goblins' numerical advantage was meaningless against such organized slaughter. They were stupid, chaotic, and utterly lacking in courage. After the first wave charging in was easily crushed, the goblins behind began to retreat and push each other, even attempting to flee back through the portal to their realm. But they couldn't escape, because you at the very front had blocked the portal. One man holding the pass, 10,000 unable to break through. Nor could they flee outward. Zhang Long and Zhao, whose fire blockade had already closed. Any goblin trying to break out of the square was felled by bullets. Zhu Wenhao's wind wall further compressed their space. An inexplicable panic spread through the goblin horde. They shrieked and shoved each other, trying to retreat toward the portal, but that was where you stood. They only died faster. You were 40 meters from the platform. Just then the air above the platform shimmered. A towering green figure appeared on the platform. The Goblin King had arrived. What was this? Teleportation. You were puzzled. The Goblin King stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, his skin a deep dark green covered in a patchwork of old and new scars. He wore a helmet adorned with curved beast horns and a crude suit of plate armor pieced together from metal scraps and leather. In his right hand, he gripped a massive double-bladed battle axe, its blade stained with dark red grime. His left hand held a round shield covered in thick hide. A pair of crimson eyes swept across the battlefield, taking in the goblin corpses littering the ground and the steady advance of your figure. The Goblin King opened his mouth and let out a low guttural roar, a mix of anger and fear. Hearing the roar, the goblins that had been panicking suddenly froze. Fear flickered in their eyes again, not of you, but of their king. Then, as if lashed by an invisible whip, they turned back and charged with even greater frenzy. This fear of the king even overpowered their fear of you, diminishing the terror you inspired. At the same time, the elite goblins mixed among the common ones began to act. They no longer drove their kin forward, but formed small squads and launched organized attacks. 3 elites charged at you from the front, moving in concert. One raised a shield defensively, one thrust a spear, and one swung a saber from the side. Well, they actually showed some semblance of combat. You did not stop your pace, nor did you slow down. The moment the spear was about to pierce you, you stepped half a step forward and to the left, and the spear tip grazed your right rib. Your left hand pressed the longsword downward, pinning the spear shaft, while your right hand swung the baseball bat at the edge where the shield met the arm. With a loud bang, the shield was knocked outward, exposing half of the elite goblin's body. Your longsword retracted, and then slashed upward diagonally, the blade grazing its throat. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the elite goblin clutched its neck and fell. A chopping blade came from the side. You slightly turned your body, and the blade edge scraped across your breastplate. Your right hand swept the baseball bat back, smashing it against the bare goblin's wrist that held the knife. After the sound of cracking bones, the chopping blade flew out of its grasp. You stepped forward, raised your left knee, and smashed its jaw, then followed with a strike to the head, shattering its skull. The frontline elite goblin tried to withdraw its spear, but your long sword was still pressing down on the shaft. With a flick of your wrist, the blade slid along the spear shaft and severed its 5 fingers. The goblin screamed in agony. You kicked it in the chest, sending it flying and knocking down 3 ordinary goblins behind it. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and all 3 elite goblins lay dead at your hands. You continued forward 30 meters from the platform. The Goblin King's crimson eyes narrowed. It jumped down from the platform, and its heavy body raised dust as it landed. It did not charge at you directly. Instead, it raised its battle axe, pointing the blade toward the sky, and let out an even louder roar. The roar carried a certain power. All the goblins in the plaza, both ordinary and elite, began to glow red in the eyes simultaneously. Their breathing grew heavy, and saliva streamed from their mouths. You were very familiar with this technique. Berserk. You did not attempt to interrupt it, for whether the goblins went berserk or not, they were nothing before you. The Goblin King unleashed their ferocity. At least 100 goblins, including more than 20 elites, abandoned all other targets and surged toward you frantically. No longer fearing death, they only sought to tear you apart. Quan Hui tried to rush over to help you, but was entangled by more berserk goblins. He roared and tore one after another apart, but more threw themselves at him, grabbing his legs, clutching his arms, biting with their teeth, and scratching with their claws. Quan Hui's scales could block weapons, but they could not withstand such prolonged entanglement. You quickly turned and shouted, "Quan Hui, stay in the safe zone behind me. I don't need your help." Take care of yourself. Xia Keping and Xia Mushua attempted to clear the goblins around you with area attacks, but the berserk goblins did not care at all about fire and ice. They rushed through the firewall, bodies ablaze, still charging forward. They stepped over the icy ground, feet frozen, yet continued crawling on their hands. Chiyu did her best to disrupt them, but could only cause the lead goblins to move slightly slower. Beside them, the mutated zombie swung its claws until they smoked, yet it still had little effect. You were completely surrounded. More than 100 frenzied goblins formed layer after layer around you, utterly impenetrable. You stopped and planted both feet firmly. The long sword in your left hand pointed at the ground, while the baseball bat in your right hand slanted toward your side. You took a deep breath, and lightning energy surged wildly within your body. A goblin rushed toward you, raising a bone club to smash your head. You sidestepped to dodge it, then lightly tapped its wrist with the baseball bat. The bone club flew from its grasp, and your long sword slashed upward in one fluid motion, shearing off half of its skull. 2 more goblins pounced at you simultaneously. You stepped backward half a step, dodging the claws reaching for your face, smashed one's knee with the baseball bat, and pierced the other's heart with your longsword. Another goblin sought to sneak attack you from behind. You did not even turn your head, relying solely on the wind to locate it. You thrust the bat backward through its abdomen, flicked your wrist, and sent it flying forward, colliding with and toppling 2 incoming goblins. You began to move at great speed. It was not a straight charge, but precise footwork weaving through the goblin encirclement. Every step landed in the most optimal position, every turn avoided the maximum number of attacks, and every strike claimed a life. The baseball bat swept, tapped, smashed, and lifted with each movement, each strike carrying precisely measured lightning. Powerful enough to paralyze goblins and strip them of combat effectiveness, yet not so excessive as to waste energy. The rune-etched longsword danced in your hands like a venomous serpent, striking every thrust, landing with pinpoint accuracy at vital points. It was as though you knew beforehand the attack pattern of every goblin, when they would lunge, when they would swing at you. Your movements contained not a single unnecessary gesture, not a trace of panic. Every motion flowed as one, like a dance rehearsed 10 million times. Yet within this graceful dance, death alone was the rhythm. Goblin corpses piled up around you. Green blood splashed across your plate armor, dripping from your blade. Your breathing remained steady, your eyes as cold as ice. Is this all? This isn't even worth a speed bump. 5 bear goblins attacked simultaneously from different directions. You stepped half a step forward, evading the warhammer from behind, blocked the spear with your left longsword, and parried the chopping blade with your right baseball bat. Your body rotated smoothly, your elbow knocking aside a short sword aimed at your abdomen, and your leg kicked upward, shattering the jaw of a lunging goblin. By the time the rotation completed, you had already moved to the flank of the 5 elites. Your longsword sheared across, cutting open the bellies of 2, and the baseball bat swept back, crushing the skulls of the other 3. It had barely been 10 seconds or so, yet fewer than 30 of the more than 100 goblins surrounding you remained standing. The crimson fervor in their eyes began to fade, replaced by the fear of facing their natural predator once more. They looked at the piles of their kin beneath your feet, the blood-dripping weapon in your hand like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. That unervingly calm face of yours was the most terrifying sight they had ever witnessed in their lives. Fear overtook them, and they slowly began to retreat. You stepped forward, and they retreated several steps. You accelerated your advance, and they turned and fled. The Goblin King let out a roar of supreme anger. It could not accept that its army had collapsed before a single human. It raised its battle axe and charged at you personally. Its heavy footsteps thudded against the ground. The Goblin King's massive body rolled over the fleeing goblins like a war chariot heading straight for you. The battle axe soared overhead, whistling through the air as it came crashing down. You watched the axe blade fall and did not dodge. When the blade was still half a meter above your head, you stepped forward, entering the Goblin King's blind spot. At the same moment, the rune-etched longsword in your left hand slashed upward diagonally. It was not meant to block the axe blade. Its true target was the wrist holding the axe. The sword tip pierced precisely into the gap between the wrist and the armor. The Goblin King roared in pain, its chopping motion distorted, and the axe blade scraped past your side, splitting a deep trench into the ground. With your right hand, the baseball bat swung downward, striking the exposed side of its right knee. The joint of the knee guard was its weak point. The bat, crackling with compressed lightning, slammed into the seam, distorting the armor and shattering the kneecap. The Goblin King's right leg gave way, and it dropped to one knee. Its left hand swung the shield in a brutal arc toward you. You retreated half a step, the shield's edge grazing your breastplate with a shower of sparks. Seizing the moment as it withdrew the shield, you stepped forward, thrusting your longsword into the gap between its helmet and shoulder armor. As expected, the rune-engraved blade pierced the skin, but thick muscle and sinew caught it, burying the tip only 2 inches deep. The Goblin King released its shield with its left hand, grabbing the blade with immense force, nearly wrenching the longsword from your grip. Simultaneously, its right hand swept the battle axe in a horizontal arc, aiming to cleave you in 2. You instantly let go of the sword's hilt with your left hand, leaning back as the axe blade passed mere inches from your abdomen. In the same motion, you raised your right foot and kicked its left hand, still gripping the sword. Under the 100x damage multiplier, the kick landed with the force of 10,000 tons. A sickening crack echoed. Finger bones shattered from the impact. The Goblin King, wincing in pain, released its grip. You reclaimed the hilt, twisted your wrist, and rotated the blade within its neck, widening the wound. Green blood gushed out, splattering across the surface of your plate armor. A choked roar escaped the Goblin King's throat as it raised its battle axe once more, but its movements had already slowed. You pulled the longsword free, stepped back to avoid the spray of blood, and then, as the axe descended, you surged forward again. This time your target was the eye slit of its helmet. The rune longsword shot forward like lightning, driving straight in. The tip pierced the eyeball, penetrated the cranial cavity, and emerged from the back of the skull. All movement ceased. The Goblin King's massive frame froze in place, the axe slipping from its grasp and crashing to the ground. The crimson glow in its eyes faded rapidly as life ebbed from the wound. Its body toppled forward, hitting the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. You planted one foot on its head, yanked the rune longsword free, and flicked off the blood and brain matter from the blade, turning your gaze toward the battlefield. Every surviving goblin in the square froze. They stared blankly at their fallen king and at you standing beside its corpse. After a few seconds of dead silence, fear erupted like a plague. The goblins let out piercing shrieks and fled, not an organized retreat, but utter rout. They dropped their weapons, shoved aside their comrades, desperate only to put as much distance between themselves and you as possible. Some collided, blindly tumbling to the ground, trampled by those behind. No goblin attempted to attack anymore. They only wanted to escape the slaughterhouse. The moment their king fell, the remaining goblins in the square completely collapsed. They screamed and scattered in all directions, abandoning weapons and pushing allies aside like cockroaches whose nest had been disturbed. You flicked the green blood from your blade, watching their fleeing backs. The shimmering membrane of the portal remained stable in the center of the square, not vanishing immediately. After the anchor creature's death, the portal would persist for about an hour. You raised a hand to signal the pursuing team to halt. Through Yao Songjie, you issued new orders: pursue, disperse stragglers as feasible, then regroup to enter the portal. Annihilate every goblin in the nest. Quan Hui tore apart the last frenzied goblin that lunged at him, then walked back to your side. His cyan gray scales were smeared with green blood, but not a single wound had been inflicted. Chi Yu's expression softened slightly, the grayish-white mist fading from her eyes. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue ceased their abilities, and the surrounding temperature returned to normal. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu directed their squad to quickly clear the battlefield's perimeter, establishing a temporary defensive line to ensure no goblins could counterattack from outside. Zhu Wenhao's wind wall shifted to a watchful mode, forming a zone of turbulence around the portal. Of the 72 people, none were seriously injured, only 3 had minor wounds. Those were the ones who had charged too eagerly and gotten too close to you, or were scratched by goblin claws or crude weapons. The medics had already treated them. You looked at the silvery membrane. Through its rippling surface, you could vaguely glimpse the scene on the other side. It wasn't the lifeless stillness of the skeleton wasteland from this morning, but a dim, crude cave. The same kind of cavern you had entered before. Vague green shapes scurried about in panic. You said simply, "Today's mission is the complete extermination of this goblin nest." Jiang Yaqing nodded yes. You needed no further explanation. Raising the rune longsword, you pointed it at the portal. The assault team regrouped. Yuquan Hui Chi Yue, the Xia sisters plus Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu, each leading 10 elites, formed a 30-person purge squad. The remaining 42 were commanded by Jiang Yaqing to guard the portal exit against any surprises and to receive the spoils. You were the first to step through the membrane. A familiar slight dizziness, spatial shift. When your feet touched solid ground, you stood in a vast natural cavern. The light was dim, illuminated only by bioluminescent moss on the walls and a few scattered torches. The air was damp and stale, thick with the foul stench of goblin bodies, excrement, and decay. The cavern was over a dozen meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, its depth unclear, but chaotic echoes came from deep within. Screams, running, and clattering sounds of goblins. You seemed to be at the cavern's entrance area. The ground was littered with garbage, broken bones, and tattered cloth. 30 meters ahead, dozens of goblins huddled together in panic. They saw you emerge from the membrane and let out terrified shrieks, but did not immediately charge. Their king's death had drained all their will to fight. You surveyed the surroundings. On both sides of the cavern were rough-hewn rock ledges upon which crude huts were built, haphazardly assembled from branches, animal hides, and rags. Each hut was piled with junk, moldy food, rusted weapons, filthy furs. Some huts held trembling little green figures. Those were young goblins, barely half a meter tall, emaciated with wide, terrified eyes. Deeper in the cavern, you could make out more clusters of huts and branching passageways leading further in. This was a complete goblin nest. Behind you, Quan Hui Chi Yue and the others stepped through the portal one by one. The 30-person purge squad had all entered. You didn't need to devise a complex strategy. The environment was relatively enclosed. The goblins had nowhere to flee. You pointed toward the depths. Clean them out. Big and small, leave none alive. Yes, sir. The command was transmitted simultaneously to everyone through Yao Songjia. The slaughter began. You walked toward the nearest group of goblins. There were about 50 of them huddled together with crude weapons in hand, though they were all trembling. You stopped 5 meters in front of them. The elite goblin at the front was clad in tattered leather armor and wielded a rusted machete. It gazed at you, then at the squad approaching behind you, a guttural sound rumbling in its throat. Part threat, part plea for mercy. You made no effort to evade and charged forward directly. The elite goblin instinctively swung its blade. You sidestepped the strike, thrusting your left-hand longsword into its throat. As you withdrew it, the blade sheared off the heads of 2 ordinary goblins beside it. Your right hand swept the baseball bat horizontally, shattering the rib cages of 3 goblins. You charged into the goblin pack like a tiger among sheep. Each thrust of the longsword claimed a life. Each swing of the bat crushed bone. You didn't even need to summon your lightning power. Pure physical force was more than enough. The golden title of Goblin Slayer was no mere decoration. These goblins had utterly lost their will to fight. They offered no resistance, only frantically attempting to dodge and flee, yet there was nowhere to escape to. The cave entrance was blocked by you, and deeper within lay a dead end. You slaughtered all 50 goblins in less than a minute. Green corpses piled beneath your feet. You pressed onward. Inside huts on the platforms along both sides of the cave, little goblins were screaming. You leaped onto the platform and used your longsword to pry open the tattered coverings. Inside were 3 little goblins huddled together in the corner. Expressionless, you swung your sword, and 3 small heads rolled away. Those not of our kind will forever be enemies. You harbored not a shred of pity, for goblins were a scourge. Cubs left alive today would grow into new raiders tomorrow. You knew the true nature of these green-skinned bastards. The original owner of the rune longsword in your hand had fallen to them. You leaped down from the platform and continued advancing. Quan Hui was clearing another sector to your left. Far more brutal than you, he simply crashed into the huts, crushing the goblins inside along with the structures. He snatched an elite goblin and tore it in half with both hands, green viscera and blood splattering across the ground. Chi did not directly participate in the slaughter. She walked at the center of the formation, her eyes pale and clouded, her perception fully expanded. Her ability found a new purpose here. She could sense the goblins hiding in the shadows, attempting to ambush or conceal themselves. Whenever she pointed to a shadowy corner or a crevice in the rocks, a team member would immediately go and drag out the hidden goblins to kill them. Of course, the mutated zombie commanded by Chi Yu was no mere ornament. It brutally tore apart the goblins before it, just as ruthless as Quan Hui. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue were responsible for clearing the densely packed areas. Fireballs were hurled into clusters of huts, igniting the highly flammable tattered materials and incinerating the goblins inside to charcoal. Ice spears swept across narrow passages, freezing the goblins attempting to flee through side tunnels and turning them into fragile ice statues. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu each led their teams, systematically clearing both sides. They thrust with bayonets fixed to their rifles, slashed throats with military knives, and detonated grenades to collapse cave junctions that might harbor large numbers of goblins. Their efficiency was exceptional, their coordination seamless. This was a thorough extermination. No fierce resistance, no tactical confrontation, only one-sided slaughter. The goblins' shrieks echoed through the cave, but soon grew sparse. You advanced 100 meters into the cave and arrived at a relatively open area. This seemed to be the core of the nest. The ground was comparatively flat, and at the center lay a crude fire pit ringed with stones containing unburned charcoal within. Scattered around the fire pit were more valuable items. Piles of battered weapons, stacks of various coins, gold, silver, and copper from different nations with mismatched designs, heaps of furs and fabrics, and several bulging packages wrapped in animal hides. Behind the fire pit stood a somewhat larger hut, more refined than the others, at least made of intact wooden planks and metal sheets. This was surely the dwelling of the Goblin King. You walked to the fire pit and used the tip of your sword to lift a gold coin. It bore the embossed relief of some otherworldly creature, crudely crafted. You casually tossed it back into the pile and looked toward Quan Hui. Brother, lead people to collect the weapons, armor, metals, coins, and valuable furs here. Pack them in the bags you brought and haul them back to the entrance. Quan Hui nodded and signaled several team members to begin work. You made your way toward the Goblin King's hut. Chi Yu followed behind you. Her perception could detect potential traps in advance. A thick animal hide curtain hung at the entrance. You pried it aside with your sword. The interior was darker, but the layout was visible. A bed made of flat stone slabs was covered with several relatively intact animal hides. Beside the bed were stacked several wooden crates and a metal box locked with a heavy iron chain. You approached the metal box and examined the lock. A simple mechanical lock, meaningless to you. You raised your baseball bat, infused it with a spark of lightning, and struck. The lock deformed and snapped. You directly lifted the lid. Inside lay the true treasure of the goblin nest. Piles of gold coins, at least of far superior quality compared to those near the fire pit outside, most bearing a unified pattern. You recognized the emblem, a mountain peak and a battle axe. These were likely relics from a dwarf clan destroyed by the goblins. Mixed among the gold coins were various jewels. Roughly polished gemstone necklaces, rings set with dim crystals, and several silver wine cups. At the bottom of the box lay a long object wrapped in soft leather. You removed it and unwrapped the leather to reveal a short sword. The scabbard was faded leather, the hilt wrapped with worn silver wire. You drew the blade. It measured approximately 40 centimeters, forged from a dark silver metal with a straight spine and an edge that remained keen. Delicate runes were etched onto the blade. They were not human script, but you could sense the faint magical fluctuations contained within. Clearly this was an enchanted weapon, though its energy was already quite weak. You gave it a test swing. The feel was decent, but you still balance of the rune longsword in your hand. You returned it to its scabbard and handed it to Chiyu. Yeah, take this. Use it for self-defense from now on. Hearing your words, Chiyu made no objection. She took it, felt its weight in her hand, nodded in acceptance, and immediately hung the short sword at her waist. You scanned the hut from every angle, but found nothing else of value. Turning immediately, you left the chamber. Outside, the cleanup was already nearing completion. The screams within the cave had largely ceased, with only sporadic dying wails remaining. Team members were finishing off stragglers in various locations, ensuring no survivors. At this moment, Zhang Long approached to report. Captain, the lair has been completely cleared. According to a preliminary count, we have slain approximately 600 goblins in total, including the young in the cave. We found 3 branching paths leading deeper. They have been explored, all dead ends with no other exits. The location of the secret realm portal happens to be right at the main entrance of the lair. You nodded in acknowledgement, then turned your gaze to the pile of spoils by the fire pit. Among the weapons there were dozens of usable metal swords, axes, and spears. Though crudely crafted, the materials themselves were decent. They could be melted down and reforged or simply repaired for use. Among the armor there were dozens of tattered leather jerkins and a few pieces of metal protective gear. Coins were piled waist-high, a mix of gold, silver, and copper. Their exact value needed to be assessed back at base. Several bundles of furs and fabrics were stacked. Though filthy, they might be of value after treatment. You ordered, bag them up, and haul them back. As soon as the words left your mouth, the team members immediately sprang into action. They had brought enough sturdy canvas bags and began sorting the spoils into them. In pairs they shouldered the bags and headed toward the portal exit. On the other side, support personnel waited to transport the bags back for counting and stacking. The entire process was efficient and orderly. After 30 minutes, all valuable items within the lair had been packed and transported away. The cave was left with only goblin corpses strewn across the ground and the smoldering remains of their huts. You led the cleanup team in the final evacuation, passing through the portal's shimmering membrane and returning to the zoo square. The sun had already shifted westward, but there was still some light. In the square, the bags of spoils were piled into several small hills. Zhang Yaqing was directing personnel in preliminary sorting and recording. Seeing that all of you had returned safely, she nodded. You looked at the portal. The fluctuations of the shimmering membrane were becoming unstable, its edges beginning to blur. An hour after the anchor creature's death, the portal was naturally closing. You retreated to a safe distance and watched as the mercury-colored membrane shrank, gradually, finally vanishing completely like a bubble. Only a faint disturbance in the air remained, which soon subsided as well. Portal No. 7 was completely closed. You swept your gaze across the team. Of the 72 people, none were seriously injured. The number of lightly injured had increased to 7, all from scratches or bites by dying goblins inside the lair or minor scrapes from tripping. Nothing more than superficial wounds. Zhang Yaqing approached, holding a preliminary inventory. Captain Yang, the gains here exceed expectations. 120 metal weapons, 45 usable pieces of armor, approximately 300 kilograms of various coins, and 80 bundles of furs and fabrics. There are also some miscellaneous items that require further identification. You let out an unconcerned. The spoils were merely incidental. The real objective was to close the portal. You looked westward. The sun was nearing the horizon, with at most an hour before nightfall. Congratulations, Fates chosen for obtaining a gold affix. Before you could even glance at it, the system interface suddenly changed. Because the chosen one possesses several Bane affixes, a random fusion and advancement of affixes is now triggered. Please wait. You were perplexed. What's going on? This is the first time such a situation has occurred. After waiting not too long, the system interface popped up a window. Evil Bane, Gold Goblin Slayer, Gold Beast Bane, Purple. The 3 affixes have been fused and evolved. The above 3 affixes have disappeared. Congratulations, Fates chosen for obtaining the Red mythical affix, the strictest father of alien races, Red. The strictest father of alien races read you are the strictest father of alien races. When the enemy is an alien race, all your attributes are unconditionally increased by 100 times. All attributes of the alien race are unconditionally weakened by 100 times. You will be immune to all skills released by alien races. Moreover, any alien race will unconditionally fear you, as if fearing a deity. A smile spread across your face, and you were even laughing uncontrollably. A red mythical affix is simply outrageously overpowered. What kind of heaven-defying effect is this? Adjust affixes. Yes, no. Looking at the system interface before him, Yang Jinyu didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. Without a second thought, you immediately equipped the strictest father of alien races red, and re-equipped desperate warrior purple. Currently equipped affixes 66 deep blue add points red iron great wall red epic coexistence red the strictest father of alien races red desperate warrior purple swift foot blue. You felt the immense power within you and couldn't help but be intoxicated for a moment. You told your comrades to turn their backs. Stealthily you stored all the spoils into your demiplane. With matters mostly settled, you led your comrades and began moving toward the city shelter. As the team moved through the ruins, you were pondering the system and affixes. Your gaze swept over the shattered shop windows and tilted street signs, your mind processing the details of the next move. In the midst of this contemplation, the shadow on the 4th floor of the building to the left shifted. It was not the wind blowing a rag, nor was it loose stones falling. It seemed to be a subtle tremor transmitted through the building's skeleton to the ground as a massive mass gathered strength under extreme control. This tremor was caught by your instincts before you even realized that your body had already reacted. You immediately stepped half a pace forward and to the left, exactly the opposite direction from the instinctive retreat most people would take when ambushed. At the same time, your right hand reached back, summoning a rune-engraved longsword from your demiplane. That mass of shadow shot out from the 4th floor window. It was not a pounce, but a projectile-like launch. Its massive body tore through the air, slamming into the spot where you had just stood with a dull roar. The concrete floor burst into a shallow crater, and debris flew like shrapnel. From the dust emerged a figure, a mutated Siberian tiger, but nearly a full size larger than the 3 from yesterday. It stood nearly 4 meters at the shoulder, its body covered in dark blocky scales with bone spurs protruding from the joints. Its enormous paws were like shovels, gouging deep furrows into the concrete as it landed. Its amber vertical pupils locked onto you, seething with icy hatred. So this must be the Tiger King that Commander Lee mentioned. Judging by its demeanor, it must have come to seek revenge on you. The mutated Siberian Tiger King, having missed its first strike, did not pause at all. Its massive frame displayed an unnatural agility. It kicked off the ground and lunged again. This time it was a standard predator's kill, massive claws blocking left and right, and its gaping maw aimed directly for your neck. You watched it lunge. It was fast and powerful, but in your eyes its trajectory was as clear as slow motion. Which claw would strike first was all perfectly clear. You couldn't even be bothered to use lightning, because you are the strictest father of alien races. As the Tiger King lunged forward, its massive claws about to strike your chest, and fangs half a meter from your throat, you moved, not retreating nor dodging. You stepped forward to meet it, positioning yourself perfectly within the blind spot of its forelimb attack. At the same time, your right hand finally moved on the sword hilt, drawing the blade. The sound of the rune longsword leaving its sheath was drowned by the Tiger King's pounce. The blade traced a dim arc through the air. No thunder coiled, no light radiated, just a simple horizontal slash. It struck the Tiger King's fully extended neck. The blade sliced through scales with no clang of metal, no sparks. Only a moist sound like a cleaver cutting through tofu. Your sword was too fast and too sharp, the force too immense. The Tiger King's scales, which could withstand rifle bullets, parted like paper before the rune longsword. The blade glided through muscle without resistance, severed the trachea, cut through the cervical vertebrae, and finally burst out from the other side. The entire slash took less than half a second. The Tiger King's forward momentum continued, but its amber pupils had already dilated. All strength and life were drained the moment the blade passed through its neck. The massive body brushed past your side and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The head rolled forward twice from inertia and stopped by the roadside drain. Green blood gushed like a fountain from the severed neck, instantly staining a large area of the ground. You flicked the sword and a few drops of blood flew from the tip. You looked down at the headless tiger corpse, still twitching, then at the head that had rolled to the ditch. The head still wore a ferocious expression from the pounce, fangs bared, but the eyes had dimmed. You sheathed the sword casually, as if you had just finished cutting vegetables, and returned the knife to the rack. Only then did you hear the sharp intake of breath from the team members behind you. Quan Hui's scales had just covered his arms. Xia King's flames still flickered in her palm, and Xia Mushua's cold had only begun to spread. They hadn't even seen how you drew your sword. You walked to the tiger head, nudged it straight with your toe. The king, character formed by dark red veins on its forehead, still faintly glowed. You crouched down to study the king character. You tentatively channeled thunder power from your palm. The dark red energy veins like ink being absorbed peeled off the tiger's forehead, gathering into your palm and condensing into a thumb-sized dark red crystal lump. You pinched the crystal, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the half-plane box. You thought to yourself, keep it for now, it might be useful. After all, it looked exactly like a magic crystal from a Western fantasy game. You stood up, waved your hand, and stored the mutant Northeastern Tiger King into the half-plane. The team members were somewhat accustomed to this. Everyone guessed you might have some kind of spatial ability. You walked aside, sat down on a fallen billboard, and took out your water flask to drink. The earlier sword strike consumed negligible physical energy. You hadn't even broken a sweat. Jiang Yaqing walked over, surveyed the battlefield, then looked at you. It seems it had been lying in ambush for a long time. You took a sip of water. Mimic clearly knew we would pass here. Jiang Yaqing sighed. It has intelligence, remembers grudges, and even sets ambushes. Where will humanity's future go? You didn't answer directly, but instead said, so we must kill them all. Tell the scouts ahead to stay alert. There might be other mutated creatures nearby. Jiang Yaqing nodded and relayed the orders through Yao Songjia. You walked at the front, steady steps. The Tiger King's ambush earlier had not disrupted your rhythm, nor even made your heartbeat quicken. The kill was as smooth as stepping on an insect blocking the way while walking. That was all. You were walking back along the street toward the shelter when a tremor came from beneath your feet, feeling unlike an earthquake. You raised your hand. The team stopped. Everyone sensed the anomaly. The sky began to distort. Not clouds changing, but space itself bending. 2 kilometers ahead, above the city center, a pure black mystic portal appeared. The moment it emerged, it began to devour everything around, all objects spiraling toward it. The black mystic portal swelled rapidly from a basin size to a dark void several meters in diameter. Entire buildings near it collapsed and were sucked in. The devouring range expanded visibly. Seeing this, you immediately ordered, run. Quickly, everyone run. Your team immediately turned and sprinted. But the street behind had already vanished in the sense of no longer existing. Turning to the side, street cars were being stretched and deformed, lampposts bent at impossible angles, everything curving toward that black dot. The black dot gradually exceeded 50 meters in diameter, hovering over the city, devouring everything. The hospital disappeared, the surrounding blocks disappeared, the devouring radius expanded by hundreds of meters every second. The dark purple vortex in the sky accelerated its rotation, forming a halo around the black dot. The halo began to contract inward. You ran through the streets, but space became viscous and solid, each step excruciatingly difficult. The road ahead began to fold. The asphalt bent like paper, buildings on both sides flattened into 2-dimensional patterns, then the patterns shrunk into lines into points, and finally the points vanished. When you looked back, the black dot was right before your eyes. Sound disappeared first, and absolute silence fell. Then light twisted and dimmed, plunging the street into darkness. You felt the air being sucked away, your lungs tightening, unable to breathe. The 2 lead team members' bodies were stretched, arms elongated, torsos thinned, and they were pulled like melting wax into a thin stream, vanishing into the darkness. Quan Hui roared and slammed the ground, but his strength was reversed and sucked away. He was dragged, sliding toward the darkness. Xia Qing and Xia Mushue's ice-fire barrier barely formed before twisting and collapsing, and both were pulled down and dragged away by the invisible force. The bullets fired by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu slowed and hovered after leaving the muzzle, then flew straight back into the darkness. Zhu Wenhao's gale was stretched and swallowed, blood oozed from his mouth and nose, but he still held on until his entire body lifted off the ground and flew into the darkness. Jiang Yaqing stood not far away, green life energy connecting to the team members, but the threads snapped one by one. Each snapped thread meant a member sucked away. Bleeding from 7 orifices, she still tried to maintain the last few threads, foolishly attempting to resist the pitch-black mystic portal. Running wildly, you looked down and saw your hand beginning to turn transparent. The skin blurred and peeled off like pixels, even revealing blood vessels and bones directly. Turning back to Qi Yue, she was also becoming transparent. She opened her mouth to say something, but there was no sound. You reached out to grab her, but your arm disintegrated as it extended, fingertips dissolving into motes of light. Behind you, the mystic portal had expanded to fill the entire view, over 300 meters in diameter, pulling everything around it into its flow. Your body began to dissolve into motes of light from the feet. No pain, no temperature, just the dissolving of existence itself. You died. Congratulations on receiving the following inheritances: first, memories and combat experience from 11 days of surviving in the apocalypse. Second, enhancements to your physique and mutant abilities. Third, 11 traits, including the most ruthless father among alien races, red, great wall of steel, red, shared fate, with heaven and earth, red, desperate warrior, purple, most beautiful Gundam, gray, ear moving, divine art, gray. All of the above inheritances are now yours. Memories from 11 days in the apocalypse flood into your mind all at once, yet you feel no discomfort whatsoever. It is like watching an impossibly long first-person film. You can recall every detail, yet nothing stirs your emotions. This feeling is all too familiar. Yang Jinyu clenched his fist as though this body had truly endured countless days of battle, and he could clearly feel that his strength had grown significantly. 10 traits were drawn, but only 3 proved useful. This cursed probability is simply unbeatable. Apocalypse Cheat System host Yang Jinyu age 22 level 2 mutant ability Thunder S attribute panel constitution 20 agility 20 intelligence 17 magic 21 perception 13 charm 17 available points 0 current cheats simulator trait draw semi-dimension ultimate evolution simulator 1 simulation per 3 days survived trait draw 1 draw available per day survived equipped traits 69 deep blue enhancement red great wall of steel red shared fate with heaven and earth red, the most ruthless father among alien races red desperate warrior purple swift legs blue. Acquired traits 38 eternal life gold sudden awakening blue lone crier true love invincible blue iron head white golden left hand white most beautiful Gundam gray ear moving divine art gray pointed head gray egg god gray fear of beast gray. Semi-dimension a limited alternate space existing within the multiverse measuring 1.0 meters in length and width with a total area of 100 million square meters. This is an alternate world anchored to you capable of storing living creatures, though they must originate from the primary material plane. Ultimate evolution every 3 days survived you may perform 1 ultimate evolution on an eligible target. Upon activation it elevates the target's tier to its maximum. There are no resource costs, and once the cooldown completes it can be used again. Current available uses 0 this simulation has proven extraordinarily profitable. 2 entirely new cheats, each more overwhelmingly powerful than the last. 3 red mythic traits, and 1 purple epic trait. The simulation felt as though fortune itself had blessed me. Although the most ruthless father among alien races red was not drawn directly, but rather fused and upgraded from 3 traits the luck required to combine them into something so broken remains remarkable. Inside the semi-dimension several rooms were packed with daily supplies along with an assortment of weapons armor firearms drones and robotic dogs. Every essential item needed to survive the apocalypse. After tallying what he had gained from this simulation Yang Jinyu could not help but grin from ear to ear. But then, he pondered that pitch-black portal at the end. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a portal. And it seemed humanity had absolutely no defense against it, no way to escape. Yang Jinyu suddenly remembered that during his first simulation on day 14, when the power and water failed, he had lost all contact with his family. It must be connected to that bizarre portal. No, he needed to speed things up. Otherwise his parents and older sister would all perish within that black gateway. With his current strength, he was virtually invincible now. An idea struck Yang Jinyu today. He would deliver all the surviving students here to the Kwanshan People's Hospital shelter, and then immediately head toward Lin City. Along the way he would clear out those anomalous portals and mutant nests, then evacuate every survivor from the Lin City district directly back to Kwanshan. After all, he had Great Wall of Steel Red. As long as everyone stayed firmly behind him, absolutely no one would come to harm. Yang Jinyu abruptly shook his head. Wait. What time was it now? Where exactly was he in the timeline? After pondering for a long while, Yang Jinyu finally realized, oh my heavens. He had only just rescued around 400 classmates. The Tianqing Miumong was still alive. Yang Jinyu raised his hand and rubbed his head a few times. With so many simulations, the memories in his mind had started to blur together. He must stay vigilant from now on. Never mistake real life for a simulation. Otherwise it would be far too dangerous. Yes, even in future simulations, he must treat the people within them as real humans. Otherwise, once he developed a mindset that scorned human life, he would likely not survive long in this apocalypse. Yang Jinyu slapped his cheeks hard. Absolutely. Never confuse the virtual with the real. Beside him, Chi Yu watched with confusion. Brother Jinyu, what is wrong with you? Why are you hitting yourself? Nothing, Yaya. Let us go to sleep. We still need to rescue our classmates tomorrow. Yang Jinyu held Chi Yu as they drifted into slumber. In his dream, he had become the savior of all mankind. Humans from another world worshipped him as a deity, and even the gods of the divine realm revered him as a heavenly king. The next morning, Yang Jinyu woke to find himself drooling excessively and hastily wiped Chi Yu's face. Chi Yu looked puzzled. Brother Jinyu, what wonderful dream did you have last night? You were drooling so much in your sleep. Yang Jinyu did not respond. Instead, after washing up, he summoned Quan Huizhu, Wenhao Yao Songjie, and the others. Comrades, our brothers, we need to pick up the pace from here on out. Time waits for no one. I have decided. We will thoroughly sweep the entire school today. After giving his instructions, Yang Jinyu and the students hurriedly finished breakfast and set out on the path to rescue the surviving classmates. This time Yang Jinyu and the others needed only the morning to rescue every surviving student from all the dormitory buildings on campus. Including Yang Jinyu himself, there were 781 survivors in total, more than 100 additional people compared to what the simulator had predicted. That afternoon, Yang Jinyu had Quan Hui and Zhu Wenhao lead everyone through a manual stimulation ritual to awaken their mutant abilities. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu himself headed to the comprehensive commercial building on campus. A nest of goblins awaited his clearing there. Yang Jinyu had just arrived at the basement level of the comprehensive commercial building when the system interface suddenly popped up a regional mission window. Now you stand at the crossroads of fate. Please choose your next step. 1. Slaughter the goblin settlement alone. 15 goblins hunt the anchor creature, Goblin Shaman, alone and close the secret realm. Reward 1 related term guaranteed, at least gold quality. 2. Lead your brothers to slaughter the goblin settlement. 15 goblins hunt the anchor creature, Goblin Shaman, and close the secret realm. Reward 1 related term guaranteed, at least blue quality. 3. I didn't see anything. Nobody saw anything. Nothing happened. Retreat. No reward. Host, please note that this choice will have profound effects on the future. Yang Jinyu did not hesitate to choose 1. Unexpectedly, even the quest appeared in duplicate. Thinking of this, Yang Jinyu suddenly realized something and immediately looked at the system quest page. Azure Sky Bull Python defeat quest incomplete. What? This is it right? Triggering a quest actually allows you to claim it once in reality and once again in the simulator. Kill the Azure Sky Bull Python once more and obtain another random golden finger. Amazing. My system is truly awesome. Calming his emotions slightly, Yang Jinyu took out the rune plate armor from his demiplane and put it on. Yang Jinyu hurried to the familiar corner of the basement level 1 in the comprehensive commercial building. The dim space was filled with the stench of rotting food and a familiar foul odor. In the center of the basement level, an azure portal to the secret realm stood quietly. Yang Jinyu chuckled. Your sternest father of the foreign races, Red, is here. Scattered outside the portal were some green figures. There were about 20 ordinary goblins wielding bone clubs or stone axes rummaging through overturned shelves. 3 bugbears stood in the distance commanding them. They were taller and stronger than goblins, their nearly 2-meter-tall bodies covered in coarse brown fur, wielding pale, white human bone staves. Good heavens! It was you 3 who misled me back, then making me think you were the goblin shamans. This time just die. The moment these monsters saw Yang Jinyu, they all stopped moving. After a brief dead silence, piercing screams erupted. The nearest 5 goblins charged first. Yang Jinyu didn't even draw his weapon. He took a half step to the left, dodging the first bone club, and struck the goblin's wrist with his palm. Crack! The bone shattered. Yang Jinyu seized the dislodged bone club and smashed the heads of 2 nearby goblins. The bone club shattered. He dropped the remnants, grabbed the wrist of the 4th goblin swinging a stone axe, and twisted and snapped its wrist. He kicked up the fallen stone axe, caught it with his right hand, and swept it across, severing the 5th goblin's neck. In just 3 seconds, the first wave of 5 goblins was completely annihilated. The remaining 15 goblins and 3 bugbears surrounded him simultaneously. Yang Jinyu finally took out his weapons from the demiplane. A baseball bat appeared in his left hand, a rune longsword in his right, as if they had always been there. 15 goblins lunged from all directions. Yang Jinyu stepped forward, charging toward the densest cluster. The baseball bat swept with faint arcs of electricity, crushing the sternums of 3 goblins, while lightning leaped to 2 nearby, paralyzing them. The rune longsword thrust straight through a goblin's throat, and as he withdrew the blade, it slashed open another's carotid artery. He spun, parrying a side stone axe with the longsword, while the baseball bat thrust backward, piercing the abdomen of a sneak attacker. Yang Jinyu weaved through the goblin horde, each step landing in a blind spot, each swing claiming at least 1 life. The baseball bat targeted joints and heads, while the longsword always aimed for throats and hearts. His movements were concise, without any waste. In a mere 10 seconds, all 15 goblins were corpses. The 3 bugbears surrounded him in a triangular formation. The bugbear in front roared and swung its club downward. Yang Jinyu did not dodge. He raised his left baseball bat to block. The clubs collided, the wooden bat splitting in the middle, and the bugbear was knocked back half a step. Yang Jinyu stepped forward, his right longsword slashing upward diagonally, cutting through the bugbear's thick hide and muscle. The bugbear on the left swung its human bone staff horizontally. Yang Jinyu ducked, then smashed the baseball bat into the bugbear's knee. Crack! The kneecap shattered, and the bugbear screamed as it knelt. The longsword swung back, cleaving off its head. The bugbear on the right saw the situation and tried to flee. But Yang Jinyu was faster. He hurled the baseball bat, which spun through the air and smashed into the bugbear's face, shattering its nasal bone and bursting its eye socket. The bugbear fell backward, and Yang Jinyu was already upon it, plunging the long sword into its heart and twisting his wrist. The 3 bugbears lay dead, not even 20 seconds having passed. The area outside the portal was cleared. Yang Jinyu flicked the green blood off his sword and looked at the azure portal. The scene inside was blurry, but he could see more green figures moving and even larger silhouettes. He stepped into the portal. A familiar slight dizziness, then spatial transition. Inside was a massive cave dimly lit only by glowing moss on the walls. The air was even more foul, filled with the stench unique to a goblin lair. There should be another rune longsword and a rune plate armor inside. I'm rich. Calculating there should be 18 more goblins in the cave. Deeper inside, the half-goblin, half-ogre mutant sat on a stone seat. Its nearly 3-meter-tall body was bloated, and its 2 arms each held different weapons. Beside it stood a goblin shaman, gaunt and hunched, draped in a robe patched from rags, holding a bone staff topped with a murky crystal. Next to the shaman was a true ogre over 3 meters tall, with gray-green skin, wielding a thick tree trunk. The moment Yang Jinyu appeared, all the goblins in the cave turned to look at him. After a brief moment of shock, screams erupted again. All 18 goblins charged at once. Yang Jinyu had already gripped his weapons and met them head-on. He plunged into the goblin horde, swinging the baseball bat left and right, each strike carrying just the right amount of lightning to paralyze the goblins it hit. The longsword struck like a viper's tongue, each thrust hitting vital points precisely. He weaved through the goblins without stopping, leaving a trail of corpses behind. A goblin ambushed from the side, thrusting a bone spear toward his ribs. Yang Jinyu didn't even turn his head. He jabbed the baseball bat backward, striking the goblin square in the face, collapsing its nose bridge and bursting its eyeball. Another jumped down from a shelf overhead. He sidestepped slightly, then thrust the longsword upward, disemboweling the goblin midair. 7 goblins had fallen like that. Yang Jinyu pushed forward to the center of the cave, where the goblins were even denser. He swung both weapons simultaneously, the baseball bat crushing the heads of 2 on the left, the longsword piercing the chests of 3 on the right. He spun the longsword, cutting an arc that severed the throats of 4 surrounding goblins. He kicked the one charging from the front, sending it flying, and before it landed, smashed its skull with a baseball bat strike. Another 8 goblins instantly died. The remaining 3 goblins finally panicked and turned to flee. Yang Jinyu hurled the baseball bat, which spun through the air consecutively, hitting the backs of all 3. The crisp sound of breaking spines was audible. The 3 goblins fell flat, twitched twice, and lay still. 18 goblins, all annihilated in 15 seconds. The cavern was dimly lit. Yang Jinyu stood in the center, his left hand holding a baseball bat angled toward the ground, while his right hand held a rune-etched longsword at his side. The runes on his plate armor glowed with a faint, subdued light in the gloom. The first to emerge from the shadows was a green-skinned half-ogre. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its skin was the grayish-green of a goblin, but its muscles were far more bulging and defined than any ordinary goblin's. Each of its thick arms wielded a weapon, a rusty cleaver in one hand, and a bone hammer crafted from an entire leg bone in the other. It glared at Yang Jinyu with murky yellow eyes, emitting a guttural growl from its throat as drool dripped from the corners of its gaping mouth. This mongrel creature possessed little intelligence, relying solely on instinct and brute force. It raised both weapons and charged forward with heavy thudding steps. The ground trembled slightly with each stride. Yang Jinyu watched it approach, his expression unchanged. He even took a moment to glance around the cavern, noting the 20 or so ordinary goblins cowering in the shadows, watching him intently. The half-ogre reached him and swung both weapons down simultaneously. The cleaver aimed for his head, the bone hammer for his chest, covering both sides with almost no room to dodge. But Yang Jinyu had no need to dodge. In the instant before the weapon struck, he moved. Not backward, not to block, but forward, a single large step. This step brought him directly into the half-ogre's embrace, right into the blind spot of its swinging arms. Both weapons grazed past his sides, the cleaver missing his shoulder by barely half an inch. The half-ogre froze, its simple mind unable to comprehend why the target had suddenly closed in. It tried to retreat, to wrap its arms around the human. But Yang Jinyu gave it no chance. A contemptuous laugh escaped him as he raised the rune longsword in his right hand, pointing the tip at the half-ogre's bloated belly. With a gentle thrust, the blade sank into the leathery skin, piercing through fat and muscle until the hilt met flesh. He twisted his wrist, rotating the blade inside the body, shredding the half-ogre's intestines and organs. The creature let out a pained roar, flailing its arms wildly in an attempt to grab him. But its movements slowed as strength drained with its life. Yang Jinyu withdrew the sword, stepping back half a pace to avoid the geyser of green blood and viscera. The half-ogre staggered, its weapons clattering to the ground. It clutched its massive abdominal wound with both hands, but could not stem the gushing blood and entrails. It collapsed to its knees, the yellow eyes losing their luster, then pitched forward, its enormous body hitting the ground and raising a cloud of dust. From its charge to its death, the entire process took less than 5 breaths. A brief, deathly silence fell over the cavern. The goblins cowering in the shadows stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the half-ogre, which they considered so powerful, had died so swiftly. Then from deep within the cave a thunderous roar erupted. filled with fury and anguish. Heavy footsteps thudded, and the ground shook violently. A true ogre burst from the shadows. It stood over 3 meters tall, its skin a grayish-white, muscles bulging like rocks. In its hands it dragged a thick tree trunk, the bark still not fully stripped. Its crimson eyes locked onto the corpse of the half-ogre on the ground, then snapped to Yang Jinyu, nearly blazing with rage. This was the mother ogre. The half-breed was her child with the goblin shaman. She let out an even more savage roar, hefted the trunk with both hands, and charged forward with long strides. Each heavy step cracked the ground beneath her. The wind howled as the trunk swept through the air. This strike born of fury could shatter a reinforced concrete wall. But unfortunately for her, she had encountered the sternest father of all alien races. Yang Jinyu stood still, not even moving. He watched the ogre charge, watched the trunk descend with immense force, his expression still calm. In the instant before the trunk struck his head, he made a simple move, a half step to the left. No more, no less. The trunk grazed his right side, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact, sending stone fragments flying. The ogre overextended, lurched forward. A perfect opportunity. Yang Jinyu acted decisively. Not with his sword, but with the baseball bat in his left hand. He swung it casually, the bat trailing faint arcs of electricity, and struck precisely at the ogre's right wrist joint. Crack! The ogre's wrist bone shattered. The ogre howled in pain and released the trunk with its right hand. But it still held on with its left, swinging it horizontally. Yang Jinyu ducked the trunk, grazing the top of his helmet. Then he stepped forward and thrust his right-hand sword. Not at the ogre's vital point, but at its left shoulder. The blade pierced the thick hide and muscle, sliding into the joint gap. He twisted his wrist, severing ligaments and tendons. The ogre's left hand went limp and the trunk fell to the ground. Now both its hands were useless. The ogre went completely berserk. It opened its gaping maw and lunged downward to bite Yang Jinyu, its fangs still dripping with decayed flesh. This bite could crush steel. Yang Jinyu sidestepped, and as he did, his left-hand baseball bat swung upward from below the bat's end, smashing into the ogre's chin. The upper and lower jaws slammed together, sending several fangs flying. The impact snapped the ogre's head back, exposing its entire throat. Yang Jinyu's right-hand sword slashed upward. The blade cut through the thick neck, slicing through hide, muscle, and severing the cervical spine. Acid green blood erupted like a fountain, splattering the cave floor. The ogre's movements froze. It stared wide-eyed, trying to roar again, but its throat was severed, producing only a gurgling hiss of escaping air. Its massive body swayed twice, then crashed to the ground, landing beside the corpse of its child. Mother and child sharing the same grave in death. From the moment the ogre emerged from the shadows to its death, less time passed than it takes to smoke a cigarette. Yang Jinyu flicked the blood from his sword and looked toward the deepest part of the cave. One last major monster remained. The anchor creature, the goblin shaman. Yang Jinyu wondered, why didn't these creatures attack together? Instead they came one by one to die. Were they brainless? The goblin shaman stepped forward. But it was no ordinary goblin shaman. It had the robust physique of a bugbear, standing nearly 2 meters tall, draped in a robe patched together from animal bones and colorful rags. The cloudy crystal embedded in the top of the exquisite bone staff in its hand pulsed violently with a dark red light. The goblin shaman glanced at the two corpses on the ground, then at Yang Jinyu. Its small eyes burned with deep-seated hatred and a trace of barely concealed fear. Now that his wife and daughter had died at the hands of this human, the goblin shaman glared at Yang Jinyu with venomous intensity. Unlike the other two, it did not charge mindlessly. The goblin shaman halted 20 meters away, raising its bone staff with both hands to begin casting. The murky crystal blazed with intense light, and dark red energy rapidly converged at the tip of the staff. The air in the cave grew restless, and the glow of moss on the rock walls dimmed noticeably. The goblin shaman was preparing to unleash a powerful area of effect spell intent on slaughtering this human in the cruelest manner. But it seemed it would never have the chance to complete this spell. The moment the goblin shaman raised its bone staff and the crystal began to glow, Yang Jinyu moved. His action was as swift as an arrow released from a bowstring. He did not charge forward. He simply raised his left hand and hurled the baseball bat coated in green blood from his grip. The bat spun through the air at speed so great that it left a blurred trail behind it. Faint arcs of electricity still clung to the bat's surface, tracing a blue-white streak of light across the dim cave. The goblin shaman's casting was only halfway complete with the dark red energy gathered to the size of a fist. It saw the baseball bat flying toward it and instinctively tried to interrupt the spell to block. But its reaction was too slow. Or rather, Yang Jinyu's move was too fast, and the power infused into the bat was too immense. The baseball bat struck the crystal atop the bone staff with pinpoint accuracy. The moment the lightning wrapped and collided with the crystal, a violent surge of thunderous energy erupted. The dark red energy was forcibly dispersed, and countless cracks exploded across the crystal's surface before it shattered completely. The exquisite bone staff snapped in the middle, its upper half along with the shattered crystal flying away. The tremendous impact split the goblin shaman's tiger's mouth, numbed its arms, and sent it staggering back 2 steps. The backlash from the forcibly interrupted casting made its chest feel tight, and a trickle of green blood seeped from the corner of its mouth. Before the goblin shaman could steady itself or recover from the disorientation of the interrupted spell, Yang Jinyu was already upon it. He didn't run, he was instantly in front of it. His speed was such that the goblin shaman only saw a blurry shadow flash by before the human in plate armor stood a single step away. The goblin shaman's pupils contracted sharply. It wanted to step back, reach for the bone dagger at its waist, and open its mouth to shout an alarm or a curse. But everything was too late. Yang Jinyu's right hand had already raised the longsword, its blade tracing a faint gray arc through the darkness. There was no lightning, no radiant glow, just the simplest, most direct horizontal slash. It cut straight toward the shaman's thick neck. The robe of beast bones and tattered cloth on the goblin shaman was as nothing before the rune-inscribed longsword. The tough hide, as resilient as a bugbear's, was sliced through like a hot knife through butter under the sharp edge. The blade passed through muscle without resistance, severed the trachea, cut through the cervical vertebrae, and finally burst out from the other side of the armor. The entire process took less than 3/10 of a second. All of the goblin shaman's movements froze. Its small eyes bulged wide, still filled with incredulous shock. The goblin shaman opened its mouth to speak, but its throat was already severed, producing only a rasping hiss of leaking air. Dark red blood gushed from the severed neck, staining its gaudy robe. The goblin shaman's head slid from its shoulders, tumbled twice in the air, and hit the ground with a thud, rolling a few times before stopping. The headless body swayed, pitched forward, and slammed heavily into the floor, raising a cloud of dust. From the moment the goblin shaman raised its bone staff to begin casting to the fall of its head and body, only a mere instant had passed. Yang Jinyu didn't even glance at the corpse. He walked over to the shaman's head and nudged it straight with his toe. The goblin shaman's face still wore the stunned expression of its final moment. Yang Jinyu bent down, picked up the baseball bat that had rolled to the side, and flicked off the blood and crystal shards clinging to it. Then finally he turned his gaze to the ordinary goblins cowering in the shadows around the cave. Yang Jinyu was a little curious. What's going on? I thought this goblin nest only had about 30 goblins in total. Could I have remembered wrong? Roughly 20-some goblins were now utterly terrified out of their wits. Some collapsed on the ground, their trousers soaked. Others huddled together, trembling violently. A few goblins were stealthily crawling deeper into the shadows, trying to slip away unnoticed by Yang Jinyu. Gripping his still dripping weapon, Yang Jinyu walked toward the nearest group of goblins. The massacre began. It was not a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Like a tiger entering a sheepfold, the goblins let out desperate screams and scattered in all directions. But where could they run? The cave entrance was behind Yang Jinyu, and the depths were a dead end. They crowded together, futilely brandishing crude bone clubs and stone axes in a final attempt at resistance. Yang Jinyu strolled leisurely into the midst of the goblins. His left hand wielded the baseball bat, each swing casually, but precisely smashing into a goblin's skull. The crack of splitting bone rang out in rapid succession, accompanied by brief screams. In his right hand the longsword thrust, or sliced the blade, always appearing at the most lethal spots. Every strike claimed a life, not a single one missed. A goblin lunged from the side, trying to grab his leg. Without even looking, he kicked it square in the chest. A dull thud of collapsing ribs, and the goblin flew backward, hitting the rock wall, and sliding limply down, completely silent. 3 goblins charged at him from the front, swinging their bone clubs and stone axes wildly. Yang Jinyu sidestepped half a pace to the left, evading the leftmost attack, crushed the middle one's skull with the baseball bat, and pierced the right one's throat with the longsword. As he withdrew the sword, he twisted his wrist, and the blade sliced across the leftmost goblin's neck. All 3 fell almost simultaneously. 5 more goblins were crammed into a corner, so terrified they could barely hold their weapons, just trembling together. Yang Jinyu walked over and tapped the baseball bat 5 times in succession, each strike landing squarely on the forehead. 5 dull thuds, and the backs of 5 goblins' heads slammed into the rock wall, leaving 5 smears of red and green before they slid to the ground. He began to accelerate. His figure moved swiftly through the cave, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The baseball bat and longsword alternated with terrifying efficiency. The goblin's screams rose and fell, but quickly died down for those who made a sound were killed. One goblin hid behind an overturned stone table, thinking it might escape. Yang Jinyu walked up to the stone table, flicked his left hand with the baseball bat, and tossed the several hundred-pound table aside, revealing the trembling green figure behind it. The longsword thrust downward, piercing through the heart. 2 goblins tried to sneak up behind Yang Jinyu, creeping closer and raising their weapons. But Yang Jinyu didn't even turn around. He simply swung the baseball bat backward. The bat struck the first goblin's face with precision, crushing its nose and bursting its eye. At the same time, he shifted his body, slightly evading the second goblin's thrusting bone spear and thrust the longsword backward from under his armpit, piercing through the second goblin's chest. The last few goblins knelt on the ground, dropped their weapons, and let out whimpering pleas, kowtowing incessantly. Yang Jinyu, expressionless, swept his longsword and cut their throats. The pleas abruptly ceased. The cave fell silent once more. Yang Jinyu stood amidst the strewn corpses, his plate armor bearing no damage other than the faint white scratch left by a stone spike. Even blood had barely splattered on him, only the blade and the end of the bat still retained some greenish residue. He put away the baseball bat and longsword, took a cloth from his storage space, and carefully wiped the bloodstains from the blade. After cleaning it, he sheathed the sword, checked the plate armor to confirm the runes were functioning properly, and verified that the white scratch did not compromise its protective capability. Then he began to clear the battlefield. Approaching the headless corpse of the shaman, he bent down to pick up the fallen murky crystal fragment. The fragment felt warm in his hand with a faint trace of energy fluctuation, but it was already very weak. He casually tossed it into his demiplane. Perhaps it might be useful later. He inspected the corpses of the ogre and half-ogre, finding nothing of particular value, just some shoddy weapons. However, the shaman's robe, though gaudy, was made of decent leather that could be stripped off. Yang Jinyu used his longsword to cut the seams, peeled away the intact animal hide, and stored it away as well. As for the 20-odd common goblin corpses, they were utterly worthless. He didn't even spare them a glance. Then, following his memory from before, Yang Jinyu walked straight toward the treasure chest. Sure enough, there was an identical rune-forged longsword and a flawless rune-forged plate armor. I'm rich, I'm rich. About 10 minutes later, Yang Jinyu exited the cave, passed through the Azure teleportation gate, and returned to the basement level of the shopping mall. Extracting Golden Finger. Please wait, host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Finger attribute I. Attribute I, no consumption whatsoever, as long as the host wishes. It can read the attribute window traits, and even hidden traits of any object. After a cursory glance at the description of this Golden Finger, the smile on Yang Jinyu's face grew ever broader. My heavens. Finally it has come. This is a function that should have been built into the system in other games or novels. Yang Jinyu curled his lips. Why did it become a golden finger that needed to be extracted in my case? Unbelievable. While contemplating his next plan, Yang Jinyu stored all the food in the multi-purpose commercial building into his demiplane. Yang Jinyu took off his plate armor and ascended to the 5th floor of the multi-purpose commercial building. The hallway was thick with the mixed odor of cheap tobacco and sweat. This floor had been converted into a temporary living area, partitioned into crude cubicles with wooden boards and cloth curtains. About 100 people were crammed in here, most of them gaunt and hollow-eyed, their gazes numb. As soon as Yang Jinyu stepped onto the 5th floor, all eyes turned to him. Those gazes held curiosity and wariness, but also concealed joy. Yang Jinyu smiled and greeted them. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Jinyu. Because everyone knew you were a good person. President Yang. President Yang, you're here. The crowd parted, automatically forming a path. At the end of the path, 6 men were seated around a battered table on which lay several bottles of murky liquid and some moldy food. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fierce glare. He was Han Guobang, the dean of the International Education Institute. Beside him were 5 of his underlings. Athletes, all with menacing expressions, each carrying various homemade weapons tucked into their waistbands. Things like sharpened rebars, wooden clubs with blades tied to them, rusty machetes, trashy weapons. Han Guobang was taken aback when he saw Yang Jinyu, then bared his yellow teeth in a grin. Oh, if it isn't little Yang. What brings you here? Yang Jinyu didn't reply. He continued walking forward, his steps steady, his eyes somewhat reddened. Han Guobang's smile froze on his face. He sensed something amiss and slowly moved his hand toward the machete tucked in his waistband. The 5 underlings also rose, each gripping their weapons. Little Yang, we had an agreement before. Let's keep to ourselves. Han Guobang's voice turned cold. This is the apocalypse now, I'm telling you. You go your way, I'll go mine. Why bother coming after me over a schoolmate? Before he could finish his words, Yang Jinyu had already reached 3 steps in front of him, then suddenly accelerated. That unhurried but abrupt burst of speed was so fast that no one could react. One moment he was walking, the next he was already within Han Guobang's personal space. Han Guobang instinctively drew his blade, but just as he gripped the handle, Yang Jinyu's left hand reached out and gently pressed down on his wrist. A seemingly light press. Crack. The sound of wrist bones shattering was unmistakable. Han Guobang screamed, the machete falling from his hand. He swung his other fist at Yang Jinyu's face, but the fist was caught mid-air by Yang Jinyu's right hand. Another crack. 5 fingers were crushed to pieces. Han Guobang's face twisted in agony. He opened his mouth to shout something, but Yang Jinyu released his grip, and his left hand now held the baseball bat produced from nowhere. With a casual swing, the bat struck Han Guobang's left temple. A seemingly careless yet perfectly precise blow. The skull caved in instantly, his eyeball popped out, and Han Guobang was sent flying to the right, crashing into the wall and sliding down limply, leaving a glaring smear of blood on the wall. From the moment Yang Jinyu stepped in front of him to his death, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Only then did the 5 underlings react, roaring as they charged at him simultaneously. The first lunged with a sharpened rebar aimed at Yang Jinyu's back. Yang Jinyu didn't even turn around, he merely shifted his body sideways, and the rebar scraped past his ribs, missing. He swung the baseball bat backward with his left hand, hitting the man's knee joint precisely. The kneecap shattered, causing the man to fall with a scream. Yang Jinyu followed up with a blow to the back of his head. A crack, and the man fell motionless. 2 more attacked from left and right simultaneously. On the left, a wooden club with blades swept horizontally. On the right, a rusty machete slashed down. Yang Jinyu stepped forward half a pace, dodging both attacks. In the instant their attacks reached their limit, he moved both hands at once. His left hand crushed the left man's larynx with the bat, while his right hand grabbed the right man's sword-wielding wrist, twisting and breaking it. The machete clattered to the ground. Then the bat swept back, striking the man's face, shattering his cheekbone and deforming half his head. One man, terrified, turned to flee. Yang Jinyu hurled the baseball bat. The bat spun through the air and struck the man square in the back. The sound of a spine breaking. The man pitched forward, twitched twice, and lay still. The last one was the most cunning. He retreated to the edge of the crowd, grabbed a frail middle-aged woman as a hostage, and pressed a homemade dagger to her throat. "Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll kill her immediately." The crowd gasped, and the woman trembled violently. Yang Jinyu glanced at him, his expression calm and unreadable. He didn't retrieve the metal bat. Instead, he took a wooden baseball bat out of his demi-plane. He walked toward the man, his pace unhurried. "Stop. I said stop, damn it." The man screamed, drawing a line of blood on the woman's neck with the dagger. Yang Jinyu kept walking. The man's eyes turned red, and he was about to make a fatal move. But just as he applied force to his wrist, Yang Jinyu moved, not by charging forward, but by flicking his right hand. The newly taken wooden bat flew out, spinning in the air and tracing a perfect arc. It didn't fly straight at the man, instead it curved slightly and struck his right elbow from the side. Crack! The elbow joint shattered, the dagger dropped, and the man screamed, releasing the hostage. The woman scrambled away. Yang Jinyu was already in front of him. The man tried to counter with his left hand, but Yang Jinyu seized his throat and lifted him off the ground with one hand. The man's feet dangled as he struggled desperately, his face turning purple. Yang Jinyu carried him to the wall, positioned his head against the concrete surface, and then, like driving a nail, struck it 3 times with the baseball bat in his other hand. Thud, thud, thud. 3 dull thuds. The wall splattered with red and white matter. He released his grip, and the corpse slumped down, its head unrecognizable. 6 men, all dead, in less than a minute. Yang Jinyu flicked the blood and brains off the bat, picked up the first bat from the ground, and stored both away. Then he turned to face the 100+ onlookers. Everyone was petrified. Their eyes wide, faces pale, some trembling, some covering their mouths to keep from vomiting. Although Han Guobang's gang had bullied them daily and committed every evil, the sight of such a cleanly executed, yet brutal killing overwhelmed them with fear. Yang Jinyu's bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd. Those gazes darted away, afraid to meet his crimson irises. They were terrified of this seemingly cold-blooded president, terrified that they might be next. But Yang Jinyu offered no explanation. There was nothing to explain. His time was precious, and he had no patience for wasting words. He pointed to some supplies, clothes, and weapons, and said simply, "Everyone pack up quickly. I'll take you to the shelter soon." Then with red eyes, Yang Jinyu turned and left. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the silent 3rd floor, gradually fading away, leaving behind mangled corpses and a room full of people scared out of their wits. The schoolmate who had contacted Yang Jinyu earlier stepped forward. "President Yang saved us. Hurry up and start packing. Don't waste his time." Snapping back to reality, everyone hurriedly began to gather their belongings. In the mixed-use commercial building, Yang Jinyu stared at his reflection in the mirror. "What the hell? Why are my eyes red? I didn't even use my ability just now. Could it be that I've killed so much I'm seeing red? No, I should rein in my killing intent a bit from now on. I must have terrified the classmates earlier." He retrieved his plate armor from the half-plane and donned it again. Before long, he reached the internet cafe on the same floor of the commercial building. Just as Jiang Jitao raised his solid iron rod and opened his mouth to speak, Yang Jinyu said, "Jiang Jitao, it's me, Yang Jinyu. Get everyone to pack up quickly and follow me to relocate to dormitory building 5. Seeing Yang Jinyu in full plate armor, Jiang Jitao couldn't help but remark, "President Yang, you actually remember me." "Enough, Jiang Jitao, no more nonsense. Time is precious. Hurry up and get everyone ready." Before long, Yang Jinyu led the 34 people from the internet cafe shelter down the stairs, then gathered the 142 people from the 5th floor, and the throng moved toward dormitory building 5. As soon as they reached the entrance of building 5, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu came up to greet him. "Brother Yang, you're back." Yang Jinyu nodded and instructed, "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, you two take the brothers from the combat department and give these people a thorough check. Make sure they strip naked. We must ensure none of them have been bitten by zombies. Once you find any, kill them immediately, understand?" Zhang Long nodded. Got it, Brother Yang. Don't worry. I'll also ask Sister Yuan to send a few girls to check the females. Good start right away. After saying this, Yang Jinyu headed to the dormitory specially used for artificially stimulating ability awakening. Yang Jinyu activated his attribute I to look at the student being stimulated. As luck would have it, it was Yao Songjia. Name Yao Songjia. Age 23. Level 0. Ability telepathy unawakened C grade. Attribute panel. Physique 9 stamina vitality muscle strength status resistance. Agility 6 flexibility balance reaction speed. Intelligence 8 logic memory mental power. Magic 3 mana capacity mana perception mana utilization. Perception 7 intuition senses insight. Charisma 6 temperament affinity leadership personality. Good heavens, utterly unremarkable. Well, it's fine. He's just going to be a messenger anyway. The other attributes are bound to be mediocre. Thinking this, Yang Jinyu turned his gaze to Quan Hui beside him. Name Quan Hui. Age 23. Level 1. Ability Little Dragon Man S grade. Attribute panel. Physique 18. Agility 12. Intelligence 11. Magic 9. Perception 9. Charisma 10. Oh, not bad. Pretty impressive attributes. That's my brother for you. Yang Jinyu then got up and walked to another dormitory where ability awakening was taking place. Chi Yu walked straight over. Jinyu Ji, you're back. Yang Jinyu smiled and nodded. Name Chi Yu. Age 20. Level 1. Ability Manipulation S grade. Attribute panel. Physique 8. Agility 9. Intelligence 17. Magic 13. Perception 11. Charisma 16. Amazing. Yeah is actually an S-grade ability user too. That makes sense. After all, in the apocalypse, being able to control low-intelligence monsters like zombies and skeletons, how could that not be powerful? Yang Jinyu casually glanced at Li Guanyuan beside him. Name Li Guanyuan. Age 28. Level 0. Ability Healing Unawakened S-grade. Attribute panel. Physique 9. Agility 10. Intelligence 10. Magic 4. Perception 9. Charisma 13. What's this? Yang Jinyu looked at Li Guanyuan with some surprise. S-grade. Even though Li Guanyuan did awaken the healing ability in the simulation, I never imagined it would be an S-grade ability. Incredible. In Dormitory 101, Yang Jinyu addressed the other 8 managers. I'm going out for a while. You all should quickly arrange to promote ability awakening while packing up your luggage. When I get back, we'll head straight to the Quanqing City People's Hospital shelter before it gets dark. Dismissed. Yang Jinyu left Dormitory Building 5 once more and walked straight toward the front plaza of the school. When Yang Jinyu reached the edge of the front plaza, he happened to witness the azure blue teleportation portal rippling violently. A large bulge formed on the surface of the mercury-like light membrane, and then a massive cyan head abruptly thrust out, followed by a thick body over 10 meters long. The azure sky serpent boa completely emerged from the portal and coiled up in the center of the plaza. It raised its head nearly 3 meters off the ground, its dark cyan scales gleaming with a metallic coldness under the sunlight. The 2 small protrusions on its crown gave it a somewhat bizarre appearance. The azure sky serpent boa flicked its forked tongue, its vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, and finally locked a pressure-laden gaze onto Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu felt nothing of it. Instead, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the giant serpent. Name Azure Sky Serpent Boa Divine Progeny. Age 972. Level 6. Abilities Poison Mist Intimidation Constriction Swift Movement Slowing Field. Attribute Panel. Physique 5, 577. Agility 3, 356. Intelligence 2, 288. Magic 4, 451. Perception 1, 139. Charisma 13. During the first simulation, I died in its jaws. The humiliation of being toyed with like a cat with a mouse was still fresh in Yang Jinyu's memory. But this time the tables would be turned. During the last simulation, killing this thing had cost him considerable effort. At that time, the Azure Sky Serpent Boa's scales were indeed tough, its poison mist troublesome, and its mental pressure caused sluggish movements. Though he had won in the end, it hadn't been easy, and he had ended up with several bruises. But that was in the past. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Yang Jinyu's mouth. The sternest father of the alien race Red had taken effect, dropping this creature's attributes to below that of an ordinary human. Good. Come on, turn into a warm, golden finger. Yang Jinyu looked at the system interface, which still displayed Azure Sky Serpent Boa Subjugation Quest incomplete. He retrieved 2 rune-engraved longswords from his storage space, one in each hand. The runes on the blades glowed faintly the moment he gripped them, resonating with the surging power of thunder within his body. The Azure Sky Serpent Boa seemed to sense something unusual about this human. As a divine progeny, it actually felt an extremely dangerous presence emanating from a mere human. Deep in its soul, it even felt an abnormal fear of him. The serpent did not attack immediately, but let out a low hiss. The sound carried a certain mental impact. It seemed its intimidation ability had been activated. The invisible pressure blanketed the entire plaza like a tangible force. Had any ordinary survivor been present, they would have already collapsed to the ground, their legs too weak to even flee. But it had no effect on Yang Jinyu. He didn't even feel any pressure. The thunderous power within his body circulated naturally like a solid dam, completely blocking out the mental assault. He even took 2 steps forward, moving as casually as if he were taking a stroll. The vertical pupils of the Azure Sky Serpent boa contracted. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent stopped probing, its massive body suddenly unfurling like a compressed spring released, moving so fast that it left afterimages in the air. Its blood-red maw opened wide, revealing stark white fangs with grooves lunging straight at Yang Jinyu. At the same time, a deep emerald glow ignited in its throat, poisonous mist ready to burst forth. This combined assault of lunge, bite, and spray would throw most opponents into disarray. But Yang Jinyu merely stood still, waiting for it to reach him. Just as the Azure Sky Azure Serpent's fangs were half a meter away and the poison mist was about to spew, he moved. Without retreating or dodging, Yang Jinyu stepped half a pace to the left front, his body slightly angled, perfectly evading the serpent's frontal lunge. The fangs scraped across his right plate armor, sparking a trail of fire. At the same time, his left-hand longsword slashed upward diagonally, the blade precisely cutting through the seam between the serpent's lower jaw scales. Ryup, a huge gash was cut through the dark cyan scales, red blood oozing out, showing a faint golden hue under the sunlight. The wound looked intimidating, but was not deep, yet it was enough to cause the Azure Sky Azure Serpent pain. The serpent let out an enraged hiss, violently shaking its head, trying to force him back with a ram. Yang Jinyu easily leaped back half a step, evading the ram. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent took the opportunity to spew poison mist. A dense emerald fog gushed from its mouth, rapidly spreading with the ground, hissing and corroding wherever it passed. Yang Jinyu did not dodge. A playful thought arose in his mind. Today I'll toy with you too. What divine son? I'm going to start torturing you. He raised his right-hand longsword and swung it forward. Lightning light flared on the blade, and a violent thunderous force formed a fan-shaped shockwave, forcibly dispersing the incoming poison mist. The poison mist was blown back toward the Azure Sky Azure Serpent. Although it was ineffective against itself, this move clearly stunned the serpent. In that moment of hesitation, Yang Jinyu stepped forward and charged, both swords striking simultaneously. The left sword thrust toward the serpent's left eye, while the right sword slashed at the relatively weaker scale area on its neck. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent reacted extremely quickly, closing its eyes and turning its head. Yang Jinyu's left-hand rune longsword struck the closed eyelid scales. The blade cut into the scale gaps, opening a shallow wound. The right-hand rune longsword struck the neck. The blade cut into the scale gaps, opening a 2-foot-long wound, and blood spurted out. Having landed his strike, Yang Jinyu immediately retreated, easily dodging the Azure Sky Azure Serpent's furious tail sweep. The thick snake tail swept across the ground, shattering concrete bricks and sending fragments flying. Yang Jinyu looked at the bleeding wound on the serpent's neck, and a thought flashed through his mind. Weren't you so formidable at the beginning? And you tortured me to death. Last time I had to put in a bit of effort to kill you. This time you're nothing to me. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent opposite was completely enraged. It no longer held back, its scales slightly raised, dark cyan light flowing between them. This was its defensive enhancement state, with scales now hard enough to withstand heavy machine gun fire. Its massive body began to move swiftly, not in a straight line attack, but rapidly coiling around Yang Jinyu, trying to trap him with its body. This was the classic tactic of giant serpents, constriction. But how could Yang Jinyu let it succeed? He moved easily through the gaps of the serpent's coils, each step landing in the safest spot. His twin swords stabbed out from time to time, each leaving a wound on the serpent's body. The wounds were not deep, because Yang Jinyu simply wanted to toy with it. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent grew more anxious as it coiled, and the more anxious it became, the more chaotic its movements. It had never encountered such an opponent. Despite the huge size difference, he was as slippery as a loach, every attack missing while its own wounds kept increasing. Finally, the Azure Sky Azure Serpent abandoned its constriction tactic. Its massive body suddenly sprang back, head raised high, and deep emerald light glowed again in its throat. But this time it was not spewing poison mist. Instead, it compressed and condensed the mist, preparing to unleash a stronger attack. Yang Jinyu was waiting for this moment. At the most critical moment, when the Azure Sky Azure Serpent was charging with the poison mist about to spew, but not yet released, he moved. Yang Jinyu infused lightning power into his legs, bursting forth with speed far exceeding normal, like a blue lightning bolt shooting straight at the serpent's head. The Azure Sky Azure Serpent had no time to react. It was still charging, its movements momentarily stiff. Yang Jinyu dashed in front of it, crossing his twin swords in a slash. The left sword slashed at its wide-open mouth, targeting the upper jaw. The right sword slashed at its neck, targeting the area below the previous wound. Sword light flashed. The left sword cut into the serpent's upper jaw. The sharp blade severed the venom gland duct, causing the poison mist about to spew to explode inside its mouth, with emerald venom flowing back down its throat. The azure serpent let out a scream of extreme agony, its entire head convulsing violently. The right sword then cut along the previous wound, this time deep into the muscle, severing a major blood vessel. Golden red blood gushed out like a fountain. Yang Jinyu landed, habitually dodging the azure serpent's frantic thrashing from the intense pain. Yang Jinyu retreated to 10 meters away, watching the azure serpent writhe in agony on the square, its massive body pounding the ground, shattering concrete bricks and raising dust. But such injuries were not yet fatal. Yang Jinyu hadn't delivered the killing blow yet. Besides, the azure serpent was after all a powerful otherworldly creature. After struggling for a few minutes, it actually managed to stabilize. The azure serpent lifted its head, although poisonous blood still seeped from its mouth and blood gushed from its neck wound, the killing intent in its vertical pupils grew even more manic. It wanted to fight to the death. Yang Jinyu couldn't help but smirk at this sight. Your attributes are only in the single digits in front of me, and you still want to fight me to the death. Ridiculous. The azure serpent's scales began to glow with an abnormal dark red, a sign of burning its life force. Its speed and strength were increasing, but at the cost of rapidly draining its life. Yang Jinyu looked at it and shook his head, just a deathbed struggle. The azure serpent burning its life lunged again, this time at more than double the speed. Yang Jinyu remained unhurried, his movements no longer holding back. The lightning on his twin swords blazed blindingly bright. Yang Jinyu charged straight at the azure serpent. At the moment of imminent contact, he ducked low and slid under the serpent's lower jaw. Both swords thrust upward simultaneously, the blades sinking deep into the soft underside of the serpent's jaw, then slicing forward, carving two long wounds on its belly, nearly disemboweling it. The azure serpent let out a final piercing shriek, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, temporarily unable to rise. Internal organs spilled from the abdominal wounds and golden red blood pooled into a small puddle. Yang Jinyu walked to its head. The serpent's vertical pupils were still open, but had dimmed. Yang Jinyu raised his right-hand longsword, aimed at the spot between its eyes, and thrust down with all his might. The blade pierced through the skull, sinking to the hilt. The azure serpent twitched once more, then lay completely still. The battle was over. Yang Jinyu pulled out his longsword and flicked off the blood and brain matter. He looked at himself. His plate armor was as clean as new, without even a scratch. Just then a sudden change occurred. From the pierced head of the azure serpent, a golden light spot flew out. That light spot was only the size of a thumb, yet it radiated a gentle and pure light, slowly floating to Yang Jinyu. It flew straight into the center of his brow, merged into his skin, and disappeared. Congratulations, Fate Holder. You have acquired divinity. Divinity, after a certain deity from another world fell, its divinity split into many fragments scattered across that world, and you were fortunate to obtain one of them. Divinity skill Intimidation inflicts soul-level intimidation on a creature. Divinity. What does it mean? Could I become a god in the future? Yang Jinyu pondered for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Instead, he realized something was wrong. That's not right. Why didn't I obtain divinity in the simulator before? Is it because divinity is unique? Yang Jinyu cast aside these conjectures. He waved his hand and stored the corpse of the azure sky python into his half-plane, then turned and stepped into the azure portal. Inside the portal was a damp cave, the air thick with the peculiar musky scent of serpents. In the center of the cave was a nest made of withered grass and moss, neatly arranged with 21 eggs. Each egg was the size of a basketball, with a dark cyan shell covered in fine patterns. These were the eggs of the azure sky python. If hatched, they would become 21 young azure sky pythons. Yang Jinyu walked over and collected the eggs one by one into his half-plane. 21 eggs, not a single one missing. Gazing at the 42 azure sky python eggs in his half-plane, a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. You bullied me in the first simulator run, didn't you? Now look what's happened. Not only did you die, but your children will have to call me father. Isn't this a form of calling the enemy father? He. After collecting the eggs and the spoils, Yang Jinyu walked out of the portal. Azure Sky Python subjugation mission complete. Extracting Golden Finger, please wait. Congratulations, Fate Master. You have obtained the Golden Finger Pet Beast. Pet Beast, you can sign a master-servant contract with beasts. Once the beast agrees, it will automatically become your pet beast. A pet beast can never betray you, and you can kill it with a single thought. You can merge with your pet beast. Your attribute values add up and abilities also combine. Your appearance will change somewhat according to the pet beast's appearance. You can cancel the merge state at any time. The merge can only be used once per day. Good heavens. It really is a pillow when you're drowsy. This system is simply too wonderful. Yang Jinyu glanced at the 42 Azure Sky Python eggs in his half-plane. Oh ho, this is absolutely amazing. It's just a bit of a pity that this golden finger was obtained by killing the Azure Sky Python. Otherwise, turning the Azure Sky Python directly into a pet beast would have been better, wouldn't it? Compared to eggs, the hen is definitely more useful. Yang Jinyu smiled and shook his head, then toured the entire Hudong University and rescued over 200 more students and teachers. Afterwards, Yang Jinyu returned to dormitory building No. 5 and led these people towards the Quanqing First People's Hospital shelter. At dusk, the group finally arrived at the Quanqing Central Lake shelter. Good heavens, it was already built at this time and had started rescuing surrounding citizens. This time, Yang Jinyu, familiar with the route, led the students who had awakened their abilities directly to the inspection and quarantine area of building No. 2. The procedures were exactly the same as in the simulator. Yang Jinyu's cooperative manner made the inspector on duty curious. Sir, have you been here before? Yang Jinyu smiled and shook his head. Haha, I've seen these procedures in TV shows and movies. As soon as he walked through the security door, he saw Jiang Yaqing looking bored. Without hiding his intentions, he walked straight over. Old Jiang, I've brought over 1,200 surviving students. Please take me to see Commander Yang. I have something to discuss with him. Jiang Yaqing was confused. No, kid, where did you come from? Hearing this address, Yang Jinyu frowned. Lieutenant Jiang Yaqing, what kind of address is that? I'm Yang Jinyu. Check the records. Jiang Yaqing checked the records with some skepticism and found that Yang Jinyu's file was actually classified as top secret with an SSS mark. Yang Jinyu, have you met me before? Or do you just know of me? Misled by his memories from the simulator, Yang Jinyu casually put his hand on Jiang Yaqing's shoulder. Alright, old Jiang, don't dwell on it. I really need to report to Lieutenant General Yang Kaiqing. Jiang Yaqing was stunned. What? Who are you? Are you this familiar with me? Are we close? How dare you touch me? Jiang Yaqing glanced at Yang Jinyu, shook her shoulder to dislodge his hand. Don't you think I'm some little girl from your school? You dare to take advantage of your elder sister? Behave yourself. Hearing this, Yang Jinyu suddenly came to his senses. The two of them didn't know each other yet. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Lieutenant Jiang, you look a bit like a distant cousin of mine, so. Jiang Yaqing didn't reply, but turned and walked upstairs. Alright, stop talking nonsense. It's not like I lost a piece of meat. Don't you have something to report? Come with me. Yang Jinyu was puzzled. What's going on? Since they know my name, why didn't Lieutenant General Yang directly have her take me up? Could it be? At this point in time, Lieutenant General Yang hasn't sent people to rescue students from Hudong University. So he doesn't know about the Azure Sky Python at Hudong University and naturally doesn't understand its terror. Naturally, he doesn't understand the significance of Yang Jinyu bringing so many classmates to safety. Oh well, the important matter takes priority. Let's talk about the situation in the Linqing City area first. After waiting a short while outside the director's office, Jiang Yaqing walked out with a smile. Yang Jinyu, come with me. Our commander wants to see you. As soon as he entered, Yang Jinyu saw Yang Kaiqing and immediately saluted. Greetings, Chief. Yang Kaiqing smiled slightly. Comrade Yang Jinyu, hello. I am Yang Kaiqing, commander of the Quanqing Military District. To quickly build rapport, Yang Jinyu made some small talk. Yang Kaiqing, however, asked first, Comrade Yang Jinyu, you are truly an outstanding talent in our organization. In such an apocalypse, you've actually saved 1257 survivors. Yang Jinyu smiled slightly. It's nothing. This is just what I should do as the student council president. Noticing no sign of stage fright from Yang Jinyu, Yang Kaiqing stood up and patted his shoulder. Comrade Xiao Yang, remarkable. Unmoved by honor or disgrace, truly excellent. Yang Jinyu smiled and shook his head. I'm not excellent. I just did what I had to do. Sure enough, just like in the simulator. Appreciation lit up in Yang Kaiqing's eyes. Well done, Comrade Xiao Yang. Are you interested in joining the People's Army? Without hesitation, Yang Jinyu stood up and saluted. Of course. But I want to bring my family to the Quanqing urban area. Yang Kaiqing immediately spoke, saying exactly the same words as in Yang Jinyu's memory. Comrade Xiao Yang, rest assured. I have already sent Old Li from the Linqing Military District to find your family. We should be able to contact them soon. Yang Jinyu said with a smile. I know about the situation at home. Actually, I came here this time to report something important to you. Yang Kaiqing poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Yang, just say it directly. We soldiers never play games. Chief, the Linqing City area is likely to fall. Hearing this, Yang Kaiqing's expression froze. Xiao Yang, is what you said true? You can't say such things carelessly. What evidence do you have? Yang Jinyu uttered the premeditated words. I have evidence, but it's not convenient to say directly. I am willing to vouch for it with my organizational integrity. Yang Kaiqing scrutinized Yang Jinyu for a few moments, noticing the extreme seriousness on his face. No need, Xiao Yang, I trust you. But this matter is of great importance. You must have some explanation, right? Yang Kaiqing took a sip of tea. The Linqing Military District has Old Li stationed there. How could it have fallen so easily? What exactly caused its fall? After contemplating, Yang Jinyu decided to share some specifics. There is a pitch-black teleportation portal in the urban area of Linqing. That secret realm portal is different from any we have ever seen. Like a black hole, it devours everything around it. When that secret realm portal appears, the entire city of Linqing will be sucked into it. At this point, Yang Jinyu continued. I have classified the current secret realms into 3 categories: overflow type, ordinary type, and collapse type. The overflow type endlessly disgorges alien creatures into Earth. The ordinary type allows alien beings to freely traverse the portal. The collapse type is the kind I just mentioned, similar to a black hole. Yang Kaiqing frowned and asked, Xiao Yang, will a collapse-type secret realm really appear in the urban area of Linqing? Of course. My family is in Linqing, otherwise I wouldn't be so anxious. Seeing the urgency on Yang Jinyu's face, Yang Kaiqing tentatively believed his words. Alright, I'll report it later and see what the higher-ups decide. In addition, I will apply for your special enlistment into the army. Your rank should not be too low. With that, Yang Kaiqing stood up, patted Yang Jinyu on the shoulder, and said, Xiao Yang, thank you for your contribution to the people of Dongda. After speaking, Yang Kaiqing solemnly saluted Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu returned the salute with equal solemnity. They chatted for a while longer, and then Yang Jinyu left. Yang Kaiqing immediately picked up the satellite phone. Hello, Chief. I have obtained some intelligence. The situation is as follows. Having left, Yang Jinyu was unaware of the office scene. Jiang Yaqing led him to the designated rest area. They walked one after the other. Jiang Yaqing slightly behind, sized up Yang Jinyu. This kid has a high level of organizational consciousness. He saved over 1,000 classmates without any trace of arrogance or self-importance. Yang Jinyu and the 99 classmates with special abilities chatted and rested in the rest area. Sure enough, before long, Jiang Yaqing returned. They entered a private room, and Jiang Yaqing stated, Comrade Yang Jinyu, after deliberation by the higher-ups, it has been decided to award you the rank of 2 bars and 1 star along with the special merit medal. The higher-ups have decided to have you establish a special ability battalion with you as its commander. The 99 classmates with special abilities you brought are also awarded 1 bar each from now on. They are your soldiers. Yang Jinyu glanced at Jiang Yaqing. Aren't you going to assign me a political commissar? A slightly odd expression crossed Jiang Yaqing's face. General Yang intends to have me serve as the political commissar of this special ability battalion. Speaking of which, did you already know about this little fellow? Why else would you be so familiar with me the moment we met? Confess quickly. Jiang Yaqing waved her fist and lightly punched Yang Jinyu's shoulder. Instead of answering, Yang Jinyu said with a serious face, Political Commissar, Jiang, what did you just call me? Jiang Yaqing immediately became stern. Commander Yang. That's more like it. They chatted casually, gradually beginning to get to know each other. That night, Yang Kaiqing indeed held the rank-conferring and medal-awarding ceremony. Yang Jinyu looked at the 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder in confusion. Have I really become a major? Is this right? In the simulator, I was only awarded 1 bar and 3 stars, and a special merit medal. After the ceremony, Yang Kaiqing called Yang Jinyu aside. Xiao Yang, from now on you are the commander of the Special Ability Battalion. I want to have Xiao Jiang, that is Lieutenant Jiang Yaqing, serve as your political commissar. What do you think? Yang Jinyu smiled. Of course, I think Political Commissar Jiang is excellent. Yang Kaiqing chuckled and patted Yang Jinyu's shoulder. Yes, a perfect match of talent and beauty if you ask me. General Yang, I already have a girlfriend. Yang Kaiqing said meaningfully. So what? A virtuous lady is for the capable to pursue. Yang Jinyu didn't know what to say, so he quickly changed the subject. General Yang, I plan to lead the Special Ability Battalion to the urban area of Linqing tomorrow. Yang Kaiqing nodded with a smile. You are truly decisive. The instruction from above to Old Li and me is to relocate all surviving people in the Linqing urban area to Quanqing. Leave this task to you then. With that, Yang Kaiqing poured a cup of tea for Yang Jinyu with satisfaction. Xiao Yang, if you do this well, I'll bump your rank up a notch. Yang Jinyu immediately stood up and saluted. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Apart from some necessary firearms and unmanned weapons, I can't offer you much other assistance. In this apocalyptic era, aircraft is the most dangerous mode of transportation. Speaking of this, a trace of sadness appeared in Yang Kaiqing's eyes. A couple of days ago, a leader from the urban area of Shangjing took a plane out accompanied by several fighter jets, and they were all shot down by unknown alien birds. Yang Jinyu understood the logic, but was still shocked. After all, even with fighter jet escorts, they couldn't overpower alien birds. After chatting for a while, Yang Kaiqing continued, Your Special Ability Battalion has a high degree of autonomy. I won't forcibly assign you tasks. I just hope you can lead everyone on the right path, alright? Yang Jinyu nodded solemnly. Definitely. Yang Kaiqing's gaze fell on Yang Jinyu's face. In this damned apocalypse, all we can do is try to save as many people as possible, try to extend civilization by 1 more day. I hope you understand this, Xiao Yang. Yang Jinyu replied. I will always remember this sentence, General Yang. Very good. Yang Jinyu and Yang Kaiqing talked for a long time about some plans for the future and some aspirations. Late that night at midnight, the time came and Yang Jinyu automatically woke up. He allocated points to intelligence. Now he had 18 intelligence points. Please draw a trait. Starting trait, draw. Draw successful. Dope bro. Gray, your big feet can rival a certain existence. Stinky yet fragrant, truly dope. Definitely a favorite among certain groups. A just trait. Yes, no, no. Yang Jinyu stared at the system interface in disbelief. What does this mean? Unbelievable. Currently equipped traits, 99, deep blue stat points, red steel, great wall, red same death. With heaven and earth, red sternest father of the alien race, red longevity, gold desperate fight, purple a blow to the head, blue one person, cries true love, invincible, blue, fleet-footed blue. The superpower brigade was now divided into 10 squads, each consisting of 10 members, including the squad leader. Coincidentally, the boys made up 6 squads while the girls formed 4. The 10 squad leaders were Quan Hui Zhang Long Zhao Hu Yao Song Jeju, Wen Hao Chun Jinghua Li Guang Yuan Su Jing Chi Yue, with Commissar Jiang Yaqing serving as captain of the final squad. After breakfast, Yang Jinyu returned to the rest area and asked Quan Hui to assemble all members of the superpower brigade. From now on, we are all soldiers together. I hope everyone will follow orders and remain disciplined. If anyone refuses to obey, I will hand them over to Lieutenant General Yang. Everyone chorused in unison, yes, sir. Is there anyone who does not wish to accompany me to Lin City? If so, speak now, and I will have them stay behind to assist. Everyone unanimously replied, no. Yang Jinyu clapped his hands and said, very well, everyone prepare yourselves. We depart in half an hour. Our destination is Lin City Urban District. Glancing at Jiang Yaqing in the ranks, Yang Jinyu spoke directly, Commissar, Jiang takes some people to collect our arms and ammunition. Jiang Yaqing gave Yang Jinyu a side-eye. Oh, I just arrived, and the brigade commander is already giving me orders. They chatted for a while, building familiarity to facilitate future collaboration. Time flew by, and everyone traded their military uniforms for specially designed anti-zombie combat gear. Yang Jinyu still had not distributed ammunition to the others. Although everyone had officially enlisted, the students were unfamiliar with firearms, and an accidental discharge could cause serious trouble. Yang Jinyu and Jiang Yaqing collected ample ammunition and stored it directly within the half-dimensional space. Jiang Yaqing was astonished at where Yang Jinyu had hidden all the bullets. However, she did not ask, for everyone has secrets. After a brief rest, the group set off on bicycles in a grand procession, departing from Quanqing City, First Hospital, and heading toward Lin City. Following the route from his memory, Yang Jinyu led the group at full speed toward Lin City. Commissar Jiang, try using your superpower sparingly. If anyone falls behind, then employ it. Absolutely do not waste it. Jiang Yaqing regarded Yang Jinyu quizzically. Captain Yang, how do you know what my superpower can do? Yang Jinyu felt momentarily awkward and quickly grasped for a plausible excuse. Head General Yang told me, and your personnel file is on record. I took a look just now. Jiang Yaqing stared at Yang Jinyu with suspicion, a faint air of wariness crossing her face. Where had this young Captain Yang come from? He seemed altogether too familiar, and now he even knew the nature of her superpower. Who exactly was this person? Could it be, has Captain Yang developed feelings for me? No, that makes no sense. He was merely the president of the student union at Hedong University. How could he possibly know me? Unless Captain Yang's superpower is actually precognition. But then what of his thunder superpower? Jiang Yaqing examined Yang Jinyu from head to toe. Could this fellow be a once-in-a-generation genius? Awakened 2 superpowers. Then how does he explain those bullets and weapons vanishing? A thread of curiosity stirred within Jiang Yaqing toward her youthful captain. One day passed. Under Yang Jinyu's leadership and command further enhanced by Jiang Yaqing's superpower, the superpower brigade traveled at remarkable speed. In merely 10 hours, they had covered a straight-line distance of 212 kilometers. They were now only 55 kilometers from Lin City's urban district. Watching the enthusiastic group, Yang Jinyu couldn't help but feel amazed. Even accounting for familiar terrain and Jiang Yaqing's superpower boost, the team had still cycled over 200 kilometers. It seemed those with superpowers possessed physiques far superior to ordinary people. Yang Jinyu led the group to encamp in an uninhabited village. That night at dawn, the time came and Yang Jinyu awoke automatically. He allocated his intelligence points, bringing his total to 19. Please draw a trait. Beginning trait, draw. Draw successful. Running faster than a train, purple. Upon seeing the true visage of the ancient gods by Luo, I carried a train on my back and fled overnight. As long as ugliness appears in your field of vision, your running speed will surpass that of a train. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Gazing at the system interface, a growing smile spread across Yang Jinyu's face. Good heavens, this trait was invincible. For a long time, Yang Jinyu's sole weakness had been speed. After all, Swift Legs was merely a blue-tier trait, granting only the speed of a peak human sprinter like Bolt. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, mutant zombies were likely no slower than Bolt himself. Fortunately, running faster than a train, purple had appeared. From now on, his speed need not be a concern. As for the conditional restriction, Yang Jinyu read the word, ugly, and chuckled aloud. Ugly creatures. Isn't that entirely subjective? I consider everyone ugly. Does that make it a permanent effect? Ha ha. Chi Yue beside him watched Yang Jinyu with confusion. Why did Brother Jinyu always wake up in the middle of the night and laugh inexplicably? Had something wonderful happened? You replaced Swift Legs Blue with Running Faster Than a Train Purple. Currently equipped traits, 99, Deep Blue Point Allocation Red Great Wall of Steel Red Heaven and Earth Sharing Fate Red The Harshest Father Among Alien Species Red Immortality Gold Desperate Fighter Purple Running Faster Than a Train Purple A Sudden Blow Blue Crying Alone True Love is Invincible Blue. The reason he kept equipping immortality was that Yang Jinyu wished to survive as long as possible during the next simulation to efficiently farm the Deep Blue Point Allocation Red trait. Farm it for 100 or 200 years and his attributes would skyrocket. One more day, and he could simulate again. Yang Jinyu embraced Qi Yu and drifted into slumber with a satisfied smile. In the distance, Jiang Yaqing glanced at the young couple, her thoughts unreadable. January 22nd, 2066, the 8th day of the apocalypse, early morning. After a hearty breakfast, everyone mounted their bicycles and continued toward Lin City. Knowing there were likely 4 more tigers ahead, Yang Jinyu reminded everyone to remain vigilant, emphasizing that they must stay behind him at all times. Everyone became more cautious, though not entirely diligent enough. After all, they all trusted in Yang Jinyu's formidable strength. They had never once needed him to fight, as ordinary zombies and mutated beasts fell to the group alone. Gazing at the tactical map as Lin City drew ever nearer, an uncontrollable surge of anticipation rose within Yang Jinyu's heart. He was finally going home. This time it was truly going home. As the superpower squadron approached the broken bridge, four colossal shadows suddenly burst forth. They were 4 mutant Northeast tigers with the Tiger King at the lead, measuring 15 meters in length and standing over 2 stories tall at the shoulder. Here they come. Yang Jinyu turned his head and shouted, "For mutant Northeast tigers, everyone prepare for battle." The mutant tigers were covered in dull dark scales resembling moving fortresses of steel. Ordinary bullets could not even leave a white scratch on their bodies. The leading Tiger King raised its head, unleashing a roar infused with a mental shock that erupted with force, its intimidation sweeping over the crowd like a tangible wave. Everyone except Yang Jinyu felt their hearts tighten instantly. But the next moment, thunder exploded before them. Yang Jinyu stepped forward, and the blue-white electric arcs leaping around him along with the surging intimidate easily shredded the invisible mental oppression. Yang Jinyu did not even twitch an eyebrow. "Little scrubs, hurry up and become my battle pets." His comrades quickly steadied themselves as various hues of superpower light flickered on, yet they tacitly remained in supportive positions. They knew that Captain Yang wanted to stretch his muscles personally today. The 3 ordinary mutant tigers charged from the flanks, their claws tearing through the air with strikes that could flatten armored vehicles, converging on Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu did not draw his rune longsword. He merely held the seemingly ordinary alloy baseball bat and shifted his stance slightly. The leading tiger's claw brushed past his clothes and shattered the ground. The baseball bat swung upward at the same time, wrapped in a layer of solid electric light, striking precisely at the gap between the scales on its lower jaw. With a crisp crack, lightning surged through the gap, and the giant tiger's scales stood on end. It let out a mournful cry, rolling away, crashing through half a collapsed wall. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably as electric serpents danced across its body. The next moment, another mutant tiger lunged. Without even turning his head, Yang Jinyu casually waved his left hand backward, and a twisted lightning whip materialized in midair, striking the tiger's eye with a sharp crack. The lightning did not attempt to break through the scales, but instead it directly attacked the relatively vulnerable eyes and brain. The giant tiger howled in agony, its forward momentum abruptly halted, and its massive body staggered uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. The 3rd mutant tiger tried to descend from above. Yang Jinyu finally moved. A flash of lightning beneath his feet, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the giant tiger. The baseball bat swung in a full arc, smashed into its ribs. This strike seemed ordinary, but the point of impact was extremely cunning. The thinnest part of the scale coverage. Lightning exploded instantly. The giant tiger's ribs gave way with a dull crack, and it was sent flying sideways, crashing into a bridge pier before slowly sliding down. The entire process was clean and efficient. 3 mutant giant tigers capable of annihilating an entire squad were now writhing on the ground, lightning raging within their bodies, stripping them of their ability to resist. The mutant Northeast Tiger King was enraged. It had never expected this prey to be so troublesome. The Tiger King's scales rasped against each other, and its massive body charged with surprising speed, its gaping maw aiming directly for Yang Jinyu's head, while its front claws swept to block any escape route. "How's that all?" Yang Jinyu finally grew a little serious. He drew the rune longsword, its blade glowing with azure runes. Instead of retreating, Yang Jinyu charged forward straight into the tiger's maw. His comrade's support arrived with perfect timing. Xia Qing's flames and Xia Mushue's frost intertwined into a red and white vortex. Though unable to break through the defenses, they briefly disrupted the Tiger King's vision. Quan Hui's body covered in cyan scales roared as he rammed into the Tiger King's flank, causing its movements to stall for a moment. Shi used dozens of decayed zombies oblivious to death, surged forward, and clung to the Tiger King's limbs. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurled boulders together, forcing the Tiger King to shift its position, ensuring their coordination was flawless. Finally, Zhu Wenhao's gale whipped up sand and gravel, blinding the tiger's eyes. Though these attacks did not harm the Tiger King, they were more than enough for support. The moment the Tiger King's jaws closed, Yang Jinyu vanished. He reappeared above the Tiger King's neck, his long sword not swinging horizontally, but pointing downward, aimed at the gap between scales. With his full weight and the ferocious thunder, he stabbed downward. Zzzt. The sword tip penetrated 3 inches, and the raging thunder transformed into countless fine needles pouring into the Tiger King's body through the wound. The Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar of agony, its entire body convulsing uncontrollably, and its once raised head slammed heavily into the ground. Yang Jinyu used the momentum to somersault, landing lightly in front of the Tiger King. The Tiger King struggled to rise, the murderous glint in its eyes undiminished. Yang Jinyu raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a loose grip, and his eyes turned amber gold. Intimidate activated. Down. At the same time, an even thicker pillar of lightning erupted from his palm, not attacking a single point, but spreading like a net over the Tiger King's entire body. The lightning infiltrated every gap, seeking the edges of each scale and every breath of air. The Tiger King trembled violently in the lightning, wisps of smoke rising from the gaps in its scales. The ferocity of the King of Beasts was forcibly electrocuted into submission, leaving only pained whimpers. The other 3 tigers, just barely struggling to their feet, saw this and tried to come to the rescue. Yang Jinyu's rune longsword tip flicked 3 times, and 3 thin arcs of lightning shot out like needles, precisely piercing the joints of their forelimbs. The 3 tigers let out weak, pitiful cries and collapsed again. Yang Jinyu walked up to the Tiger King's massive head. In the Tiger King's crimson eyes, the reflection of this human's calm, impassive face appeared. The Tiger King tried to exert its intimidating aura once more, but could not muster even a shred of mental energy. Yang Jinyu directly activated the master-servant contract inherent in his golden finger beast tamer. Shortly after, the rune took shape, slowly pressing down onto the Tiger King's forehead. The Tiger King instinctively resisted, but Yang Jinyu with a thought triggered the lightning still lingering within its body. The excruciating pain shattered the last of its resistance. The rune was firmly imprinted on the Tiger King's brow, then faded away. Master-servant contract established. Please name your battle pet mutant Northeast Tiger King. Yang Jinyu thought for a moment. Huda. Battle pet Huda. Age 7. Level 3. Abilities: Gigantification, Fast Movement, Earth Shield. Attribute panel. Constitution 203, Stamina, Vitality, Muscle Strength, Status Resistance. Agility 201, Flexibility, Balance, Reaction Speed. Intelligence 175, Logic, Memory, Mental Power. Magical Power 218, Mana Pool, Mana Perception, Mana Utilization. Perception 126, Intuition, Senses, Insight. Charisma 66, Aura, Affinity, Leadership, Personal Magnetism. Oh, not bad stats. Yang Jinyu reached out and patted the Tiger King's head, which had shrunk in size. Though the Tiger King was reluctant, it still let out a low huffing sound. Then, following the same method, Yang Jinyu forced the other 3 mutant tigers to accept the contract as well. The violence and wildness in their eyes were gradually replaced by docility and awe. They lay prostrate, emitting low submissive rumbles from their throats. The dust settled. Yang Jinyu sheathed his sword and casually slung the baseball bat over his shoulder. His runeplate armor was as clean as new, untouched by dust. He turned and nodded to his comrades, who were completely unharmed. Then Yang Jinyu patted the Tiger King's lowered head again. The texture was hard and cold. Comrades, let's go. We're almost there, Yang Jinyu said as he took the lead, walking forward. The 4 massive mutant Northeast tigers, once killing machines, were now as docile as cats, following behind Yang Jinyu with heavy yet cautious steps. His comrades were all dumbfounded. Did Captain Yang just recruit 4 underlings? In the early morning, Lynching City was still shrouded in a thin mist. Yang Jinyu stood on a slope, gazing at the Lynching City People's Hospital 3 kilometers away. Around the building with its mottled walls, the newly constructed high walls and watchtowers stood out starkly in the apocalypse. Captain Yang Lynching's defenses are more solid than Xuanqing's. Quan Hui handed over the binoculars. Yang Jinyu took them, looked through them for a moment, and said, indeed. The 6-meter-high wall was topped with double-layered barbed wire, and the heavy machine guns on the watchtowers glinted coldly. All buildings within 50 meters of the wall had been razed, creating an open field of fire. This was standard military-style defense. Very professional. He lowered the binoculars and looked behind him. A team of 100 people silently hid in the shadows. The elites of the Extraordinary Ability Brigade were full of energy, their eyes sharp and piercing. Yang Jinyu whispered to those behind him, find a place to hide outside, don't get near the wall. For miniature mutated northeast tiger pets quietly retreated into the depths of the ruins and disappeared. At that moment, political commissar Jiang Yaqing approached and said the identity signal has been sent. The shelter has confirmed it, allowing entry. Yang Jinyu nodded. Jiang Yaqing always managed administrative affairs with remarkable efficiency, whether in the simulator or in reality. Move out. Yang Jinyu gave low orders. Quan Hui leads the way, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu guard the flanks when Hao and Song Jie bring up the rear. Stay alert. The team silently moved through the abandoned streets. The road was scattered with the same car wrecks and skeleton remains as in his memories from the simulator, and fresh bullet holes and scorch marks marred the walls. The closer they got to the hospital, the more evident the signs of vigilance became. There were camouflage pits on the ground, observation mirrors on the rooftops, and minefield markers. This time, with his memories, Yang Jinyu gave timely warnings, allowing the team to notice and avoid them. At 200 meters from the wall, a loudspeaker crackled. Halt, identify yourselves. Yang Jinyu raised his arm, and the team came to a precise stop. Quan Hui stepped forward, unfurled an orange identification flag, and waved it at the predetermined frequency. The small door opened, and 6 fully armed soldiers fanned out. The leading lieutenant's voice was slightly muffled through his mask. Present your identification for verification. Jiang Yaqing stepped forward, produced the documents, and said, Extraordinary Ability Brigade Quanqing Military District ordered to return to Linqing. Here are the signed orders from Commander Yang Kaiqing, organizational documents, and the personnel roster. The lieutenant examined the documents carefully and scanned the encrypted seal with a device. The tense atmosphere hung in the air during the dozens of seconds of waiting. Yang Jinyu noticed that the sniper on the wall had him locked in their sights. The device beeped, and a green light illuminated. The lieutenant breathed a sigh of relief and signaled for the weapons to be lowered. Apologies, Captain Yang. There have been many trying to sneak in lately. The lieutenant paused and continued. According to the new regulations, all incoming personnel must undergo quarantine and weapon registration. Yang Jinyu glanced at Jiang Yaqing, who gave a slight nod. Agreed, Yang Jinyu nodded. But my people must be quarantined as a group, and the weapons should be stored in a location we can oversee. Understood. We've arranged the 3rd warehouse in District D as a temporary station. The weapons will be stored centrally with keys held jointly by both parties. Reasonable. The large gate slowly opened. The sight inside made many team members' eyes widen. Although Yang Jinyu had seen it in the simulator, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight again. After all, it was a stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic scene outside. The main road was clean, tents were neatly arranged on both sides, and there were even makeshift shops. People were already working, and children were playing in designated areas. The order within the walls stood in sharp contrast to the ruins outside. Yang Jinyu murmured, seeing it again, I still think Commander Li is managing things well. The group was led to District D. The 3rd warehouse in District D, originally a hospital equipment depot, was spacious enough to accommodate 100 people. The garrison team, just as in his memories, had already cleared out an empty area, partitioning it into living quarters, equipment storage, and command spaces. Yang Jinyu said to Jiang Yaqing, complete the quarantine and settlement within 2 hours. I need to go see my parents first. You prepare the materials for the meeting with Commander Li. Understood. Jiang Yaqing immediately began delegating tasks. The quarantine process was strict and efficient. Each team member had to undergo blood tests, temperature monitoring, and a basic physical examination. The medical staff explained that this was to prevent latent-stage mutants and infectious diseases from entering. After all, since the apocalypse began, Linqiang had experienced an internal mutation incident that had killed over 20 people. After completing the quarantine, Yang Jinyu handed over team management to Quan Hui, and together with Qi Yu and Jiang Yaqing headed to the residential area where his parents lived. The 2nd floor of Sector B had been converted from the old inpatient department. The hallway was lined with clothes hanging to dry, the smell of disinfectant mingling with the scent of food. Relying on his memories from the simulator, Yang Jinyu stopped in front of the door marked 207, took a deep breath, and knocked. The door opened. His mother Li Fong stood there holding half a potato in her hand. She stared at Yang Jinyu for 2 seconds, and the potato fell to the ground, rolling to a corner. Jinyu. Her voice trembled. Yang Jinyu stepped forward and embraced her tightly. It was indeed much warmer in reality. Her slender shoulders and protruding shoulder blades showed that his mother had lost much weight compared to the memories of half a year ago. His father Yang Ling quickly walked out from the inner room, his glasses askew on his nose. He paused for a moment, then strode forward and wrapped his arms tightly around his wife and son. Yang Ling's voice was unusually hoarse. It's good that you're back safe and sound. Qi Yu stood quietly outside the door. Political Commissar Jiang Yaqing tactfully took a few steps back to give them space. Li Fong released her grip, touched Yang Jinyu's face, and tears kept falling. Why are you only back now? Are you injured? Have you eaten? Who are these two? Please come in and sit down. Yang Ling had already noticed the military insignia on his son's shoulder, but said nothing, only giving him a firm pat on the back. The room was less than 20 square meters divided into two areas by a partition. The outer area was for living and cooking, the inner area for sleeping. Everything was orderly, reflecting his mother's habits. Yang Jinyu's gaze drifted to the innermost corner. His sister was there. Although he had memories from the simulator, his heart still ached terribly when it came to facing it in reality. The atmosphere grew heavy. Li Fong tightened her grip on Yang Jinyu's hand. Yang Ling adjusted his glasses and walked toward the corner, his hand stopping at the edge of the canvas. After hesitating for a few seconds, he suddenly lifted a corner. The bars of the alloy cage were as thick as a wrist, with steel plates reinforcing the welding points. Inside, a figure in a dark brown trench coat sat with its back to them, its withered, messy hair almost covering its neck. Hearing the noise, she slowly turned around. Yang Jinyu's breath caught for a few seconds. "Sis!" His excited shout was met only with several hoarse growls. Several hoarse growls. That was his sister, yet it wasn't. Her pale face had dull, lifeless eyes with pupils so dilated that the original deep brown was almost invisible. Her lips were chapped, and there were dark brown stains at the corners of her mouth and on her hospital gown. The most glaring thing was the black metal collar around her neck with a red light blinking at a fixed frequency. Yang Jinyu certainly knew what that was from the memories inherited from the simulator. A remote detonated bomb. Commander Li's contingency measure to ensure his parents' safety. Its power was not great, but it was enough to sever the neck. His elder sister Yang Chengxi stared at him blankly, as if seeing nothing. Her fingers gripped the bars, her once graceful nails had broken, and her fingertips were covered with blood scabs. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Yang Chengxi continued mechanically clawing at the cage. Their father was about to say something, but Yang Jinyu immediately waved his hand to signal him to stop. Yang Jinyu approached the cage and crouched down. In his memory, his sister used to play the piano, loved baking cookies, and always sent messages telling him to take care of himself. Now only her silhouette remained in the cage. Yang Jinyu's voice was hoarse and trembling. "Sis." At the corner of the cage were two stainless steel bowls. One held water that was barely touched, the other contained several pieces of bloody flesh with obvious bite marks. Yang Jinyu reached out and touched his sister's face. "Sis." Name: Yang Chengxi, zombie. Age: 25. Level 1. Ability: none. Attribute panel. Constitution 0, 7. Agility 0, 6. Intelligence 0, 3. Magic power 0, 2. Perception 0, 9. Charisma 0, 3. Hidden trait: mutant zombie dominator. At that moment, the sister in the cage suddenly stopped clawing. Her head tilted to one side, and her murky eyes seemed to focus on his face. The siblings stared at each other again for a few seconds. Yang Chengxi's lips moved, producing indistinct syllables that were hard to make out. Yang Jinyu's heart pounded. This time prepared, he clearly heard the words his sister murmured. "Brother, oh I." But the next second, Yang Chengxi suddenly opened her mouth, letting out a low roar completely unlike a human voice, and her teeth slammed viciously against the bars, producing a harsh scraping sound. Her hands shook the bars wildly, the entire cage vibrating. Yang Jinyu looked at his frenzied sister, then at the ultimate evolution in the system interface, and a crazy plan formed in his mind. Ultimate evolution: what would happen to his sister? What if it didn't develop as he imagined, and his sister went out of control? Although she couldn't cause much trouble for him, what if she scratched someone else? They would probably turn into zombies directly, right? Yang Jinyu looked at the half-plane in the system interface. It would be safer to put his sister into the half-plane and then use ultimate evolution. Without further ado, Yang Jinyu waved his hand and put his sister into the half-plane. His father and mother immediately became anxious. "Jinyu, where did you take your sister?" Yang Jinyu smiled and said, "Mom, Dad, my sister is now in the safest place in the world. Give me a couple of days, and I might be able to alleviate her condition a bit." Yang Jinyu didn't directly guarantee that he could restore his sister to her original state. After all, he couldn't predict what would happen to his sister with ultimate evolution. If something unexpected happened, he couldn't give his parents hope only to shatter it himself. "Mom, Dad, the reason I came back this time is to take you to the Quanqing City shelter." Yang Ling was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Jinyu, you're taking us to the Quanqing shelter. Why?" Yang Jinyu pointed at Yang Chengxi and said, "First, of course, to treat my sister. After all, the capital of our Hedong province is Quanqing City. Any resources from above will go there first. Second, Linqing City is no longer livable. In a few days, an insurmountable crisis will emerge. So all survivors here must be transferred to Quanqing City." Yang Ling looked again at the shoulder insignia on Yang Jinyu's shoulder. "Jinyu, you're not the one in full charge of this transfer operation, are you?" Yang Jinyu pursed his lips and patted Yang Ling's shoulder. "Dad, what are you thinking? Even if I wanted to, the higher-ups definitely wouldn't let a major like me take full charge. Of course, it's General Li Yunfei who's in full charge. I'm just going to slack off on the sidelines." Yang Ling nodded. "It's fine. Since we've joined the People's Army, we must truly act like soldiers. Back in the day, your father Yang Jinyu played the perfect listener for a while, providing his father with some emotional support. Jiang Yaqing walked in from outside. "Captain Yang, Commander Li has arranged the meeting time." Yang Jinyu looked at his parents. I'll be back soon. Just tell Chiyu if you need anything as she's my girlfriend. Li Fang wanted to say something, but only nodded in the end. Yang Ling came over and patted his shoulder pretending to be casual. Jinyu, business is important. Go ahead. Yang Jinyu glanced at the cage covered with canvas, and as he turned to leave he heard his mother's suppressed sobbing. Sigh. The command center was set up in the basement of the hospital's original administration building, which had the sturdiest structure and the most complete protection. After passing through 2 security checkpoints, Yang Jinyu and his team entered a spacious underground area. The walls were covered with maps of lynching and its surrounding areas with markers and lines of various colors interwoven into a complex battle situation map. Yang Jinyu sighed inwardly, holy cow. But only the 8th day of the apocalypse, and yet it's already this comprehensive. Have to say this is the speed of our great nation. In the center of the room, a group of officers were discussing around a huge sand table. Hearing footsteps, they turned around. Standing at the front was Commander Li Yunfei. He was about 60 years old with graying hair, but an upright posture, deep wrinkles etched on his face, yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Li Yunfei wore a faded combat uniform, and the stars on his epaulets were somewhat worn. Captain of the Psionics Squad, welcome home. Li Yunfei extended his hand, which was rough and powerful. Yang Jinyu grasped it. Commander Li, thank you for taking care of my family. Just my duty, Li Yunfei said succinctly, then his gaze turned to Jiang Yaqing. Oh, isn't this little Jiang? Jiang Yaqing saluted properly. Commander Li. Li Yunfei gestured for them to come to the sand table. Let's get straight to business. You must have seen on your way back that Lynching's situation is much worse than Xuanqing's. There are too many mutated creatures here. The sand table clearly displayed the current state of lynching. 17 striking red markers were scattered throughout the city, each with detailed annotations alongside. Li Yunfei's voice carried a heavy helplessness. Our lynching is truly a chosen land. Among all prefecture-level cities in the country, we have the most bad luck with the most secret realm portals. Li Yunfei then looked at Yang Jinyu. Not only that, but there's also a collapsing type secret realm. It's really heaven's will to destroy our lynching city. Yang Jinyu nodded and replied. Yes, actually, generally you can think of it as a black hole. A black hole will appear in the lynching urban area, so we must race against time to prepare for the transfer. Li Yunfei asked, Comrade Xiao Yang, I've heard from the higher-ups that we have at most a week. Yang Jinyu shook his head solemnly. Counting today, we have exactly only 1 week left. So tight. Li Yunfei frowned and said, even if we have a route on the way from lynching urban area to Quanqing urban area, there are still 3 mutated beast nests and 2 secret realm portals. Yang Jinyu smiled slightly and said confidently, Generally, don't worry. Leave these matters to our psionic squad. I guarantee that even if we start the transfer today, we can easily clear these obstacles along the way. Off. General Li Yunfei was stunned. Li Yunfei was somewhat skeptical of Yang Jinyu's words. It wasn't because he looked young that he seemed unreliable, but rather because the ease in Yang Jinyu's tone was not feigned, as if he could effortlessly annihilate the mutated beasts and the anchor creatures of the secret realm portals. According to Yang Jinyu's report, Li Yunfei received a document from above. The otherworldly creatures within the overflowing secret realm would actively attack any life forms that entered the influence range of the secret realm. That was precisely why those 2 secret realm portals had to be closed and eliminated. Generally, rest assured, I am not one to speak without basis. Yang Jinyu said with a serious expression, if time permits, I would like to start preparing for evacuation immediately. Time truly cannot be postponed any further, every day of delay may bring new changes. Li Yunfei did not reply directly, but instead said, Comrade Xiao Yang, this matter is of great importance. I cannot decide on it alone. I need to submit an application to higher authorities. Yang Jinyu smiled and nodded. Yes, I understand, and I sympathize. The rest of the matters will have to be arranged by you, General Li. By the way, I would like to remind you that there are some incompetent individuals in the lynching city shelter who are just occupying positions. I hope you can pay attention to that. Having said this, Yang Jinyu looked around with a smile. I wonder which esteemed person it is who, as soon as our special ability brigade arrived today, tried to cut our supplies. To be honest, I don't lack supplies. But a person lives for dignity, just as a tree lives for its bark. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to slap our special ability brigade in the face like this? After finishing, Yang Jinyu glanced around the command room, saluted Li Yunfei, and said, General Li, that's all I have to report. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to spend time with my family. Li Yunfei said warmly, Yes, Comrade Xiao Yang, you've worked hard. Go back and rest. Yang Jinyu immediately turned and walked out with Jiang Yaqing following behind him. Before the door was even closed, Yang Jinyu heard Li Yunfei's roar speak. Which damn idiot did it? I'm really speechless. Is there SHD in your head? A loud crashing sound followed. Is it him? You drove Captain Yang away. Who the hell can escort the survivors to evacuate? I'm really. Hearing Li Yunfei's curses, Yang Jinyu couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Good heavens. Who would have thought that a general as refined as he had such a side? Returning to the third warehouse of District D, Yang Jinyu began to ponder his future plans. Next simulation, the goal must be to survive by any means necessary. But he still had to hold on to his inner moral line. Even the people in the simulator were living beings, and he couldn't treat them as mere virtual data. By tomorrow morning, he could start the simulation again. This simulation starts from the lynching urban area, which is perfect for scouting the path. After the simulation ends, he could follow this route in reality as well. Moreover, by dawn, the ultimate evolution would have finished its cooldown. After waking up yesterday, Yang Jinyu glanced at the system interface and realized an important point. Although ultimate evolution could be used in the simulator and would enter cooldown, just like in reality, the time cooldown in the simulator could not be stacked with real time. Otherwise, since he survived 11 days in the last simulation, logically ultimate evolution should have finished cooling down after one more real day. Staring at the system panel, Yang Jinyu fell into deep thought. Originally, he planned to use ultimate evolution to upgrade a mythical affix, but given his sister's current situation, he had to prioritize trying it on her. However, should he directly use ultimate evolution on his sister? If it didn't work, then there was nothing to say. If it did work, should he use it directly? Or should he test it on the sister in the simulator first? Since the goal of the next simulation is to survive, time is plenty. Even if he wasted one use of ultimate evolution, it wouldn't matter. After all, these messy things weren't even worth a single finger of his sister. Better to first test what would happen. If there were any changes, he could plan ahead. Thinking of this, Yang Jinyu suddenly realized a problem. He had already stored his sister in the demiplane. Would there still be another sister in the simulator? Yang Jinyu patted his face in exasperation. It's like a brainstorming session. But isn't this just random nonsense? While Yang Jinyu was pondering, Chi Yu arrived with Yang Ling and Li Fong, who were carrying large bags on their backs. Seeing their son deep in thought, Yang Ling and Li Fong didn't disturb him, but instead chatted with Chi Yu in the distance. Yeah, does Jinyu often do this? Chi Yu smiled and said, yes, brother Jinyu seems to think for a while every day. Especially after midnight, he always stares at the air in front of him and smiles foolishly. Yang Ling was confused. By the way, how did Jinyu become a 2-bar 1? And how did you students suddenly all become 1 bar? Chi Yu brought 2 cups of tea and handed them to Yang Ling, and Li Fong then sat down and said, well, we all have supernatural abilities, so the state specially recruited us into the military and directly awarded us 1 bar. It's similar to the pre-apocalypse military academy system. Hearing this, Yang Ling and Li Fong looked at Yang Jinyu with some relief. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu, who was being watched, was now thinking about a question. Can he really become invincible through longevity in the simulator? Theoretically, it should be feasible. As long as nothing beyond his capabilities happens, surviving this kind of apocalypse would be easy. Unless the collapsing type secret realms were everywhere and followed him like a shadow, appearing wherever he went. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Jinyu laughed lightly. I haven't done anything to incur heaven's wrath, so why would the heavens keep targeting me? It has no reason. So steady. After this simulation, Yang Jinyu will definitely be invincible. Thinking of this, Yang Jinyu recalled a novel he once liked very much. His liking wasn't for any other reason, but because of a very interesting plot point. In the previous chapter, he was invincible. In the next chapter, an enemy from heaven appears. At that time, it made Yang Jinyu laugh so hard his stomach hurt. What a genius concept. Normal people definitely couldn't come up with such an interesting plot. Yang Jinyu snapped back to reality and noticed his parents and Chi Yu not far away. He quickly walked over. Mom, Dad, when did you two arrive? Yang Ling and Li Fong, perhaps because their son had returned safely, actually showed a natural smile on their faces. You little rascal, we arrived while you were grinning foolishly. Yang Jinyu noticed that his parents' hair had turned much grayer. He sighed softly. It must be my sister worrying them. I need to resolve this matter quickly. Yang Jinyu and Chi Yu chatted with Yang Ling and Li Fong, who grew fonder of Chi Yu with each passing moment. Jinyu, when are you planning to marry Yaya? Yang Jinyu smiled and said, as soon as we settle down, we'll pick an auspicious day. Hearing this, Chi Yu beamed with joy. I feel the same way. Li Fong smiled and asked, Yaya, what do your parents think? Where are they now? A chill fell over the room as soon as she spoke. Chi Yu forced herself to remain calm. Aunt Fong, I lost contact with my parents after the apocalypse. They were in their hometown of Haiqing City. Li Fong was startled and quickly apologized. Yeah, I'm so sorry, it was wrong of me to ask. This mouth of mine really can't find anything good to talk about. I'm sorry. The news of Haiqing City's complete fall had been broadcast on the radio in the past 2 days. An enormous portal had opened on the outskirts of Haiqing, spewing forth tens of thousands of orcs. These orcs were not only physically powerful, but also skilled in swordsmanship and aura arts. The Haiqing military garrison was already strained by the fishmen and mermaids along the coast. Yet suddenly such a massive portal appeared. Bullets, artillery, and even small missiles were deployed, but all supplies and troops were exhausted, and the city was ultimately swallowed by the endless orc army. It wasn't that the Haicheng garrison was incompetent. For the sake of survivors, the authorities had not approved the use of nuclear weapons. After all, there might still be scattered survivors in the nooks and crannies of Haicheng. We could not resort to nuclear strikes to eliminate these invaders from another world. Such an approach would violate our principles. Everything for the people. This was the iron law of our eastern great nation. Amid the awkward atmosphere, Chi Yu clasped Li Fang's hand. Aunt Fang, it's all right. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, but my hometown is Haicheng. Li Fang looked at Chi Yu with compassion. Yeah, I'm sorry. Auntie will never. Chi Yu forced a smile and shook her head. Aunt Fang, it's okay. I already guessed when I lost contact. They chatted for a while until Jiang Yaqing and Li Guangyuan came to call them for lunch. Yang Jinyu Yang Ling Li Fang Chi Yue Jiang Yaqing Li Guangyuan Xia King Xia Muxue and Su Jing. 9 people sat around a large round table. For some reason, the atmosphere at the table felt strange today. As he met the girls at the table one by one, Yang Ling noticed something odd. Why did these beautiful girls keep stealing glances at Jinyu while eating? Li Fang wore a troubled expression. No way. I feel like all the girls at the table have a thing for Jinyu. It's almost the end of the 21st century. This can't be happening, right? Yang Ling and Li Fang quickly finished a few bites and left under the pretext of packing their luggage. The remaining 7 looked at each other. Chi Yu was puzzled. Brother Jinyu, why do uncle and aunt seem a bit off? Yang Jinyu was also perplexed. I don't know. Maybe they're worried about my sister. After lunch, Yang Jinyu received a call from Li Yunfei. Hello, General Li. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat ingratiating. Jinyu, I've investigated the matter you reported. It was Staff Officer Fan Xiaodong. He's been dismissed and thrown into prison. I guarantee this won't happen again. Yang Jinyu nodded with a smile. Good, that's settled. Is there anything else, General Li? Jinyu, I've issued an order. We'll spend today packing and set out for the urban area of Quanqing tomorrow. What do you think? All right, that's for the best. We can't delay any longer. Every day brings risks. At this, Yang Jinyu suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, General Li, may I ask if there are any weapons, ammunition, or supplies in the shelter that can't be taken? Li Yunfei paused, then replied, yes, quite a bit. There are many supplies in Zone A that can't be moved. As for weapons and ammunition, they can all be transported. Hearing this, Yang Jinyu couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, in the apocalypse, having food doesn't guarantee weapons, but having weapons guarantees food. After all, power comes from the barrel of a gun. Yang Jinyu asked again, were there any weapons and ammunition left behind in the military compound? Li Yunfei remained silent for a few seconds before saying, yes. Jinyu, what are you planning? Yang Jinyu laughed. I want to take these things back to Quanqing City. How can we leave such good stuff here? Isn't that a pure waste? Li Yunfei chuckled heartily. All right, I'll have Chief of Staff Chen send the location to Shaojiang. But there's a dimensional portal there, and the monsters inside are quite troublesome. No problem, thank you, General Li. After a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaqing walked over. Captain Yang, Chief of Staff Chen Junxiao, sent a military map with a marked location. It looks like a military warehouse. Yang Jinyu nodded with a smile. Yes, there's something I want in there. Captain Yang, it seems we have an operation this afternoon. Yang Jinyu shook his head. No operation. I'll go alone. You all stay here and rest. Tomorrow, everyone needs to be alert. Jiang Yaqing immediately objected. Captain Yang, you're our ace fighter. If you exhaust yourself while everyone else is fresh tomorrow, that won't do. Yang Jinyu patted her shoulder with a smile. Old Jiang, it's fine. I can move more freely alone, and if things get tough, I can always run. Seeing her worried expression, he patted her shoulder again. Old Jiang, my political commissar. Jiang, I mean it. I can run faster than a train, though I'm not sure if I can match a high-speed rail. Hearing this frivolous remark, Jiang Yaqing couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, Captain Yang, I hope you're not bluffing. I'd hate to see such a compatible partner die young. With a flick of his finger, Yang Jinyu tapped her forehead. Commissar, Jiang, do you wish me ill? Jiang Yaqing covered her reddening forehead and fumed. You little rascal, can't you take a joke? Do you think that's wishing you ill? You blockhead, humph. Though she was furious, she still spread out the map and briefed Yang Jinyu on the situation there. Captain Yang, the area near that warehouse is designated as Secret Realm No. 1. Inside lurk 4 man-eaters, a mated pair with 2 offspring. Conventional bullets are entirely useless against them. Jiang Yaqing asked with visible concern. Captain Yang, according to the files, these man-eaters seem to be immune to magic as well. A water-type Esper once tried. At the cost of his life. Yang Jinyu grinned. Relax, it's fine. I've got my own way of handling them. After casting a glance at the system panel, showing most stern father of alien kindness, Red Yang Jinyu cautioned Jiang Yaqing about potential sabotage from the lynching military district, then pulled Chiyue into a quick embrace. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Chiyue nodded with a gentle smile. Be careful. Yang Jinyu set out from the lynching shelter under the farewells of his companions. He traveled north alone, his pace swift, covering roughly 6 or 7 kilometers in no time. Scattered zombies wandering along the way posed no real threat. He simply ran casually, swinging his weapon as dozens of zombies were pulverized one after another. Two mutated zombies dropped from the ruins above their speed slightly faster, but they only cost Yang Jinyu a moment longer. He smashed the first one's jaw with his baseball bat, and impaled the second's heart with his rune sword, then expertly extracted the milky white virus gel, veined with red from their skulls. To be honest, he had collected quite a lot of this substance already, and had no idea what it was for. What if he tried feeding it to his sister, and saw what would happen? The more Yang Jinyu thought about it, the more tempting it seemed. While pondering, he continued slaughtering the approaching zombies, and before long the markings of a military warehouse came into view. The rusted giant iron doors stood half open, revealing a vast and silent interior. As Yang Jinyu approached, a regional mission window suddenly popped up on his system interface. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a regional mission. Please choose your next action. 1. Slaughter the man-eater family, 4 targets. Reward 1 random attribute modifier, guaranteed gold tier. 2. I saw nothing. Nothing happened. Retreat with no reward. Please make your choice, host. Yang Jinyu's gaze quickly fell upon the warehouse entrance where a water ripple-like shimmering barrier flickered. Clearly a secret realm portal. Choice 1, of course. Why pass up a free gold tier attribute modifier? On the open ground, near the barrier, 2 creatures roughly the size of adult grizzly bears were playing. Their skin was dark gray, fangs exposed, youthful man-eaters. Yang Jinyu's appearance immediately drew their attention. The young man-eaters emitted excited low growls, grabbed crude wooden clubs at hand, and lunged from both sides with the ferocity of wild beasts, albeit without any real combat discipline. Yang Jinyu did not draw his rune sword immediately. He wanted to see if he could tame a young man-eater into a beast companion. He sidestepped the wooden club swing from the left, then flashed his right hand forward, gripping the creature's neck and slamming it into the ground with overwhelming force. Within seconds, the young man-eater was near death. Yang Jinyu attempted to inject a master-servant contract to establish a bond. Capture failed. A chaotic, greedy, and fiercely devouring will surged back immediately. Pure incomprehensible, driven solely by primal hunger for flesh and blood. As expected, man-eaters could not be tamed as beast companions. Yang Jinyu promptly released his grip and delivered a swift kick to its abdomen, tearing a gaping hole through its gut. The wooden club from the other young man-eater was already descending toward his head. Yang Jinyu abandoned all attempts, his expression cooling. He shifted his body aside, effortlessly evading the clumsy strike, while both hands swept across his waist. 2 rune swords appeared in his grasp. The sword blades caught a faint glow. Yang Jinyu stepped forward, his movements so swift they left afterimages. His left sword slashed diagonally upward from below, cleanly severing the throat of the first young man-eater. His right sword thrust straight through the arm the second young man-eater had just raised in a futile attempt to block, piercing deep into its chest. The wails of both young man-eaters ceased abruptly as their massive bodies crashed to the ground, dark green blood gushing forth. Almost simultaneously, the portal's barrier began to tremble violently. A roar of greater fury and anguish erupted from within the portal. A far larger figure burst forth, a female man-eater wielding a massive rusted cleaver. Upon seeing the corpses of the young man-eaters, her eyes turned crimson with rage. She charged at Yang Jinyu without caution, the cleaver descending in a vicious horizontal arc aimed to sever him at the waist. Yang Jinyu advanced rather than retreated. At the instant the cleaver was about to strike, he dropped low and slid beneath the blade, his dual swords crossing in a lethal flash. One arc severed the tendons of her legs, while the other sliced through the wrist tendons of her weapon arm. The female man-eater cried out in agony and lost her balance, the cleaver flying from her grip. Yang Jinyu gave her no reprieve. Rising in a spinning slash, his twin swords crossed like shears around her neck. Her massive head tumbled to the ground, and her headless body crashed down heavily. Yang Jinyu shook the blood from his blades and stood waiting. Logically, the male man-eater should have been drawn out by the commotion. He waited a moment, but no further movement came from within the portal, only the quiet shimmering of the barrier. Yang Jinyu walked out of the military warehouse. Outside on the open ground, an unusually tall figure knelt. It was a male ogre cradling the bodies of a female ogre and 2 young ogres in its arms, letting out a deep, mournful whimper. Its dark, gray skin twitched slightly under the pale sunlight. The ogre sensed the movement behind it. It spun its head abruptly, its crimson eyes locking onto Yang Jinyu. The scent of its family clung to him. After a brief silence, the ogre's grief transformed into towering fury. It threw back its head and let out a long howl that tore through the air, filled with maddened hatred. It grabbed a rough iron bar as thick as a pillar beside it, and its massive body charged at Yang Jinyu like an out-of-control war chariot with the momentum to crush everything in its path. The ground trembled under its heavy footsteps. Yang Jinyu watched the frenzied charge and merely shook his head gently. This display meant nothing to him. He didn't move until the ogre closed within 10 meters, then he suddenly surged forward far faster than his opponent. During his sprint, Yang Jinyu grasped at empty air by his sides, and with a faint spark of electricity in his palms, two rune-etched swords materialized instantly. The ogre, clearly unprepared for such conjuration, faltered for the briefest moment in its charge due to shock. That tiny opening was enough for Yang Jinyu. Their figures crossed. He ducked under the swinging iron bar, and at the same time his right sword traced a cold arc from above. The blade precisely slashed across the ogre's thick neck. The keen rune-forged edge combined with the cutting angle nearly severed its throat, leaving only a strip of flesh at the back. Dark red blood gushed out like a fountain. The ogre's massive body froze, and the iron bar fell from its grip, crashing to the ground. Yet the ogre did not die immediately. A rasping, air-leaking sound came from its throat, and the crimson light in its eyes not only failed to dim, but blazed even fiercer. With its last vestiges of life, the ogre lifted its head again, letting out a silent roar, and a ring of dark red bloodlight burst from its body. Berserk! 2 breaths later, the ogre's muscles swelled further, veins bulging, and the blood spurting from its wound seemed to slow under some force. A wild, chaotic, yet primitive aura spread, several times stronger than before. Yet it was still not enough. The berserk ogre lunged again with even greater speed, its remaining bestial instinct leaving only the urge to tear its target apart. Yang Jinyu's expression remained calm. He parried the reaching claws with his left sword, stepped forward with his right foot, and thrust his right sword straight the tip, striking the ogre's heart. The runes on the blade lit up, and the power of thunder surged into the ogre, causing it to shudder. Taking advantage of the paralysis, Yang Jinyu circled behind it like a wraith and slashed down with both swords. The sword lights flashed, and the ogre's legs were severed behind the knees. It crashed to its knees. Before it could struggle again, Yang Jinyu appeared before it and drove both swords like scissors into its chest, burying them to the hilt. Thunder exploded inside the ogre, destroying its last vestiges of life. The red light in its eyes died completely, the berserk bloodlight dissipated, and its massive body toppled forward like a falling mountain, silent. Yang Jinyu withdrew, the swords flicked off the blood drops, and the blades dissolved into motes of light in his hands. A red orb flew out from the ogre's head. The orb, no larger than a thumb, radiated a wild and chaotic brilliance, drifting slowly before Yang Jinyu. It flew straight into his brow and merged into his skin, vanishing. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained Divinity. Divinity skill Berserk consumes all life force to activate Berserk, increasing all attributes tenfold during the state. After Berserk ends, the user triggers instant death. Wasn't this the skill the ogre just used? Before Yang Jinyu could ponder further, a task window appeared before him. Seeing the system prompt for the area task completion, Yang Jinyu immediately tapped the claim reward button. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a gold trait. The Guillotine Executioner Gold. If the target's neck is severed, you instantly execute them. Ignoring all rules, the target triggers instant death. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Yang Jinyu fell into contemplation. This trait is quite powerful. Only 2 blue rare traits with mediocre effects remain. Blow to the head and One Man Cries True Love is invincible. Blow to the head blue provides a multiplier bonus. Attacks to the head are doubled. One Man Cries True Love is invincible. Blue gives a strength bonus. Knocking out an ox with one punch is no longer impressive for me. Replace One Man Cries True Love is invincible. Blue with the Guillotine Executioner Gold. After adjusting the trait combination, Yang Jinyu stepped forward and collected the 4 ogre corpses into his demiplane. Then he entered the crude portal to the secret realm again, searched quickly and thoroughly, and took away any items that might be useful or contain energy. A few longswords, a full set of armor, 2 half sets of armor, some currency. After finishing, Yang Jinyu did not linger and turned back toward Lynching Shelter at a steady speed. Soon under the setting sun, Yang Jinyu returned to Lynching Shelter. After dinner, he held Chi-Yu and drifted into sleep. At midnight, Yang Jinyu woke up on time. Chi-Yu, lying on Yang Jinyu's chest, stared at him with a smile. Haha, brother Jinyu is going to perform with invisible props again. Yang Jinyu smiled back at her, then focused on the system interface before him. Then he clicked to increase intelligence. Now Yang Jinyu had 20 intelligence. Next, he should increase perception, since his perception was only a mere 13 points, too much of a hindrance. Please draw a trait. Start trait drawing. Drawing successful. 3-minute enthusiasm. Gray. No matter what you do, you only have 3 minutes of enthusiasm. After that, you become a saint free of desires. Adjust trait. Yes, no, no. What nonsense. Simulator ready. Simulator cooling. Remaining time 7:0. Apocalypse cheat extraction system. Master Yang Jinyu, age 22, level 2 ability Thunder S attribute panel. Remaining distributable attribute points 0. Current cheats. Simulator demiplane attribute. I trait extraction ultimate evolution. Simulator simulate once every 3 days of survival. Demiplane, a limited dimensional space existing in the multiverse 1.0 meters in length and width, with an area of 100 million square meters. It is an otherworld anchored to you, capable of storing living creatures, but only those from the main material plane. Attribute I know consumption. As long as the master wills it, he can read the attribute window traits, and even hidden traits of any target. Ultimate evolution. Every 3 days of survival you can perform an ultimate evolution on a usable target. After use, the target's rank is raised to the maximum. No consumption. Reusable after cooldown. Current available uses 1. Trait extraction. Draw once per day of survival. Current equipped traits, 99, deep blue points, red great wall of steel, red shared life, and death, red sternest father of the alien race, red guillotine, executioner, gold longevity, gold desperate daredevil, purple running, with a train, purple blow to the head, blue. Acquired traits, 41 man cries true love, is invincible, blue sprinter, blue iron head, white golden left hand, white terror of beasts, gray, most beautiful Gundam gray. Start simulation. Yes. Yang Jinyu thought to himself, this time I'll grind until the end of time. Simulation started. The first day dawn. You led 100 comrades as the vanguard, carving a path for the 10,000 survivors behind you. Your mission was to depart from the Lin City shelter and advance toward Chuanqing, a distance of 267 kilometers. For mutated Siberian tigers led the column at the forefront, their colossal forms and fearsome presence forming a living, moving barrier. Ordinary zombies were crushed by tiger claws or repelled by thunderous roars before they could draw near. The scattered stragglers could not possibly approach the core force of ability users. Along both sides of the road, emaciated survivors poured forth from their hiding places, their eyes alight with hope as they sought to join the massive migrating caravan. Commander Lee directed soldiers to rigorously inspect every newcomer, searching for any signs of bites or scratches on their bodies. Only after being cleared did they merge into the flow of people. Your comrades were positioned at strategic points throughout the column. Chi-Yu walked along the column's flank, her controlled zombies patrolling as silent sentinels on the outer perimeter, detecting and silently neutralizing threats that crept in from remote corners. Quan Hui, his body clad in emerald scales like a guardian deity, led the front line and casually smashed reinforced zombies that occasionally broke through the tiger formation. Jiang Yaqing's life energy flowed like invisible veins, ever ready to bolster any team member growing weary or suffering an accidental wound. Xia Qing and Xia Mushua flanked left and right, their flames and frost flashing in alternating succession as they swept through zombie groups driven into confined spaces by the Tiger Pack's intimidation. Zhang Long and Zhao, who led a squad of physically enhanced warriors to guard the column's flanks. Meanwhile, Yao Songjia's telepathic communication relayed concise commands and warnings directly into everyone's minds. Zhu Wenhao's gale swept away the nauseating stench of decay and at times hurled scattered zombies skyward until they plummeted back to earth as bloody pulp. True combat was hardly required of you. The Tiger Pack handled over 99% of the threats on its own. Only when unusually swift or anomalous mutant zombies attempted aerial or subterranean ambushes did your forces need to intervene. The path ahead was blocked by an earthen mound. Suddenly it erupted and a colossal beast burst from the ground. Resembling a giant lizard, it stretched over 10 meters in length, armored in thick plate-like keratin. Its massive tail was powerful, its dark yellow eyes gleaming, while the corrosive saliva dripping from its maw ate into the earth below. It resembled the earth dragons of Western fantasy realms. The mutated beast let out a guttural roar that sent dust cascading from the surrounding ruins. Your fellow ability users among the column wished to intervene, but you halted them. You thought to yourself it was time to see just how capable these mutated Siberian tigers truly were. You gave the command to hunt. Instantly, the 4 tigers shifted into predatory mode, fanning out in silent coordination to form a pincer movement. Huda stood at the forefront, emitting a deep rumbling growl, while the other 3 tigers flanked from either side, moving with the speed of wind. The earth dragon lashed its colossal tail horizontally, unleashing a howling gale. Husi, the left flank tiger, had anticipated this. It launched itself skyward, precisely evading the sweep, while its claws flashed out, raking sparks along the tail's side. Though it failed to breach the armor, it successfully drew the beast's attention. Nearly simultaneously, the 2 right flank tigers surged forward. Hu-Air clamped its jaws onto the dragon's comparatively vulnerable hind limb joint, while Husan slashed its claws against the ribcage, producing a dull thud. The earth dragon twisted its thick neck in pain and opened its massive jaws to bite down on Husan to the right. With agile reflexes, Husan leaped backward and easily avoided the attack. Meanwhile, Huda moved at the front. Rather than pouncing, it crouched low on all fours as pale golden light and crackling arcs of electricity wove around its body. Indeed, ever since the 4 tigers became your familiar beasts, they had inherited your lightning ability from you. Huda released a sharp, piercing roar, and a condensed sonic wave fused with thunderous power crashed into the earth dragon's head like a massive hammer. The impact through the dragon's head askew and froze its movements for an instant. A fleeting opening that the Tiger Pack seized upon perfectly. Hu-Er and Hu-San lunged once more, sinking their fangs deep into the base of the dragon's forelimbs and tearing with all their strength. Meanwhile, the clever Hu-Si took the opportunity to dart around to the dragon's rear, its claws digging deeply into the junction, where the tail met the body, dragging with frantic force. The mutated earth dragon thrashed wildly, attempting to roll over or burrow underground. But would Huda ever grant it the chance to escape? Huda charged forward like a bolt of golden lightning, launching itself high into the air. Its massive paw, far greater than that of its kind, wreathed in blinding electric fury, smashed down upon the dragon's relatively vulnerable junction of neck and carapace. A sharp cracking sound rang out as the rock-like shell shattered and flew apart, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. Upon landing, Huda clamped its jaws onto the wound, then whipped its head back violently. The terrifying bite force, combined with explosive, thunderous energy, tore open a massive gash. The earth dragon let out a dying wail, its struggles growing feeble by the moment. The other three tigers redoubled their efforts in coordinated succession, completely immobilizing the beast. Huda released its grip and coldly watched the colossal beast collapse, its convulsions finally ceasing. The battle had been concluded with ruthless efficiency. The tiger pack relinquished their prey, licking the scant traces of blood from their claws before regrouping around Huda. Less than 2 kilometers into their march, a dense rustling sound erupted from the ground. The earth ruptured simultaneously in over a dozen locations as 13 giant mutated rats, each the size of a young calf, burrowed forth. Their crimson eyes glowed, and their exposed incisors protruded like chisels. Moving with astonishing speed, they surged toward the column's flanks from all directions. The tiger pack reacted even faster. In the instant the rats breached the surface, 4 figures were already in motion. Rather than converging on a single point, the tigers dispersed naturally, like a single lethal entity, sharing one mind. Huda met the densest concentration of rats head-on, unleashing a menacing roar that struck fear into the 3 lead rats, freezing them in place beneath an invisible pressure. Its colossal body barreled through the fray, claws flashing in afterimages. 2 rats were crushed into pulp on the spot, while a third was seized by the spine and hurled backward, crashing through a crumbling wall. Hu-Er and Hu-San darted toward the rats on the flanking sides. Displaying the apex agility of felines, they weaved through the horde, each pounce landing with lethal precision. A giant rat attempted a sneak attack on Hu-Er's underbelly, but the tiger pivoted with uncanny instinct, snapping its jaws to sever the creature's neck in one motion. Hu-San charged straight into a quartet of giant rats, its paws sweeping and striking in rapid succession. 2 fell instantly, and it pursued the third, biting through its spinal column. Hu-Si had always been the unique one, specializing in eliminating stragglers that attempted to circle behind or flee. Moving with ghostly swiftness, Hu-Si closed the distance on a giant rat that had just surfaced and was attempting to escape, crushing its skull with a single paw strike. Another rat, hoping to flank the column, was intercepted mid-air before it could draw near its throat, severed in an instant by those sharp teeth. All 13 giant rats were eliminated from emergence to destruction in under a minute. The ground was littered with mangled rat carcasses, yet the 4 tigers bore barely a scratch more than before. They calmly returned to the front of the column as though this had been nothing more than a trivial warm-up. The entire engagement had been smooth to the point of monotony. You smiled and nodded. Good gods, with all of you here, I won't need to lift a finger anymore. Mounted atop, Huda rode at the very front, your gaze calmly surveying the ruined highway ahead. The 4 colossal tigers silently carved a path, their paws leaving trails through crumpled zombie remains. Behind you, the column of survivors stretched onward like a slowly moving lifeline, advancing resolutely toward Quanqing. Half an hour later, you arrived at the edge of the industrial zone, riding Huda accompanied by the other 3 tigers. The familiar pungent chemical smell permeated the air. Your gaze fell upon the entrance of the abandoned fertilizer factory, 800 meters away, where the air shimmered like water ripples, and a cerulean portal stood silently. You chuckled, haha, skeletons, your grandpa is back. At the same time, a pop-up window appeared on the system interface before you. You are within the influence range of the secret realm portal. Please choose whether to accept the regional quest, hunt the anchor creature Undead Knight, to close the secret realm portal. Quest completion reward, a random affix guaranteed at gold tier. Yang Jin, you accepted without hesitation. A free golden legendary affix. Why not take it? You have accepted the regional quest. But this time you had no other comrades by your side, only Huda beneath you, and the 3 mutant Siberian tigers crouching silently beside you. Their gazes were also fixed on the portal, and low majestic growls rumbled from their throats. No further communication was needed. You dismounted and strode forward while the 4 giant tigers dispersed, silently following you like shadows, trained in perfect synchronization. When you were 300 meters from the portal, the scattered bones on the ground began to tremble faintly. The next second, a gray-white tide surged forth, the familiar sea of skeletons. Huda stood at the forefront, its dark golden fur gleaming like flowing metal under the dim light. Faint arcs of lightning danced among the king character stripes on its forehead. Hu'er and Hussein flanked the sides, their bodies lean and powerful, their auras steady. They always responded in unison. Husi crouched slightly behind the most slender of the four, its amber eyes constantly shifting, the tip of its tail lightly tapping the ground, as if calculating something. The light curtain of the portal ahead churned violently. The gray-white tide of bones surged forth. The clattering friction of bones converged into a wave. At the front were hundreds of humanoid skeletons wielding bone blades with blue soul fires flickering in their eye sockets. Behind them followed dozens of mutant skeletons, some with extra arms, others with protruding bone spikes along their spines. At the rear, a dozen skeleton archers drew pale bone bows. You did not pause your steps, and Huda let out a roar from its throat. That roar carried a spiritual deterrent and a hint of thunder's ferocity, striking the front ranks of the skeleton sea like an invisible hammer. The charging momentum of over 100 skeletons suddenly froze, their soul fires wildly flickering. In that instant, Hu'er and Hussein moved. They dashed like two lightning bolts, skimming the ground, arcing left and right straight for the archers and mutants at the rear of the skeleton formation. Hu'er leaped high, soaring over the front ranks of skeletons and landing among the archers. With a sweep of its claws, 3 skeleton archers along with their bone bows were shattered into pieces. Hu'er flanked from the side, precisely pouncing on a 4-armed skeleton, biting its spine with its massive jaws and shaking its head violently, tearing it in two. The skeletons in front continued to surge forward, their formation now in chaos. You raised your right hand, fingers spread and clenched the air. 5 thick blue-white thunder serpents burst from your palm, writhing wildly into the densest cluster of skeletons. Any skeleton touched by the thunder serpents ignited as if set ablaze, their soul fires extinguished, their bones charred and shattered. With one strike, over 30 skeletons were reduced to dust. At the same time, Huda moved. Its massive body sidled into the flank of the skeleton ranks, disrupted by lightning. Its claws swung a bloody wind, preceding each strike, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones. Huda was like a heavy meat grinder plowing a wide swath of emptiness through the sea of bones. Husi's silhouette moved like a specter prowling the edges of the battlefield. A crawling skeletal beast suddenly sprang up, lunging at Hussein's hind leg as it grappled with a shield-bearing skeleton. Husi's shadow flashed past, biting the skeletal beast's cervical spine precisely, then darting away without pause. It even deliberately bumped one skeleton into another, causing a small-scale chaos, creating an opening for Hu'er. The battle predictably turned into a one-sided slaughter. Huda's intimidation and frontal-crushing Hu'er and Hussein's flank assaults, Husi's cunning maneuvers and finishing strikes combined with your thunderous cleansing command, formed an efficient and ruthless killing system. The numerical advantage of the skeleton sea was meaningless. In less than 10 minutes, the first wave of hundreds of skeletons had become charred, shattered bones scattered across the ground. You sighed inwardly, having minions is so good. No need to tire myself out. I should recruit more minions in the future. I wonder if these skeleton knights and undead knights can be turned into spirit beasts. The portal's light curtain rippled violently again. A warhorse made of gleaming silver bones leaped out. On its back, a skeleton knight held a bone spear wreathed in black mist, its silver soul fire locked onto you. The skeleton knight raised its bone spear, and from the surrounding bone fragments, scattered blue soul fires rose, converging at the spear tip to form an unstable black energy sphere. You smiled and shook your head, classic old trick, unavoidable. Huda growled low and stepped forward, shielding you. Hu'er and Hussein dispersed to the sides. Husi silently circled to a farther flank. The skeleton knight's silver soul fire locked onto Huda, the energy sphere at the spear tip trembling slightly. Just as it was about to release, Husi acted. It sprinted at full speed from the flank, targeting the hind leg of the silver-bone horse. The skeleton knight reacted swiftly, sending a wisp of black mist like a whip to strike Husi. However, Husi's sprint was a feint. It nimbly dodged the black mist, letting out a sharp, piercing howl. This howl was a signal. The frontal Huda reared up on its hind legs and unleashed a soul-shaking roar. This time, the combined pressure from the roars of the 4 tigers erupted with full force, targeting the silver-bone horse. The soul fire in the horse's eye sockets flickered wildly, and its movements became slightly sluggish. That sluggishness was the cue. Hu'er and Hussein on both sides launched a sudden attack. Hu'er pounced on the horse's front legs, while Hussein aimed for the knight's lower body. The skeleton knight had to swing its spear back to fend them off, causing the energy sphere at the spear tip to deviate. You moved. Thunder exploded beneath your feet, your figure transforming into a zigzagging blue-white lightning bolt, rapidly approaching in a serpentine path, targeting the joint between the horse's belly and the knight's leg bones. This angle was cutting precisely the blind spot of the knight's spear defense. The skeleton knight realized your intent and tried to rein the horse around, but Hu'er and Hussein's entanglement prevented it from acting freely. The silver flame in the skeleton knight's eyes flared, the bone spear reversed, and the black energy sphere at the tip suddenly expanded, about to blast at you. Huda delivered the fatal blow. It opened its massive maw, and a solid, golden liquid like thunder beam shot out, striking the arm joint of the skeleton knight's raised bone spear with blinding speed, hitting before the spear could move. Crack! The bright silver arm bone cracked, and the spear's trajectory inevitably dipped downward. The black energy sphere flew 3 meters above your head, hitting a remnant wall and corroding a large hole. Meanwhile, the rune sword in your hand, wrapped in highly compressed thunder, thrust upward from below into the chest-belly connection of the silver bone horse, then slashed upward. Sword energy and thunder burst forth, tearing the horse's belly and leaving deep scorch marks on the knight's leg bones. The silver bone horse's front legs gave way, and it collapsed to its knees. The knight's body lurched. You seized the opportunity to deploy the beast-taming master-servant contract. Unfortunately, as expected, the taming failed. System panel object not available. You immediately ordered Hu-Er and Hu-San to act. Hu-Er bit down on the knight's spear-holding arm and yanked it downward violently, while Hu-San leaped onto the horse's back and drove his claws deep into the knight's back, aiming for the skeleton's core. The skeleton knight's silver soul flame flickered wildly as it struggled to break free. You twisted your wrist, changing the sword's thrust into a slash. A crescent-shaped thunder sword arc flew from the blade, precisely grazing its exposed neck bone. The silver soul flame abruptly extinguished. The skeleton knight and its mount collapsed together, turning into dull, shattered bones. The portal's light curtain violently contracted and dimmed, yet it still remained. A more profound and malevolent aura of death emanated from within the portal. You peered into the portal. Undead knight, come and face your death. I can hardly wait for that golden attribute. You signaled the tiger pack to rest briefly. Huda walked over to your side and warily watched the portal. Hu-Er and Hu-San licked their paws. Hu-Si carried a small, shiny piece of armor fragment to your feet, looked up at you with a sly glint in his eyes. You reached out and patted Hu-Si's head, and he purred contentedly. About a minute later, a figure slowly emerged from the pitch-black light curtain. It rode a dark gold bone horse with thick bones, and its eye sockets burned with dark red flames. The knight on the horse wore a tattered, once splendid black armor beneath, which was a skeleton covered in withered membrane. The black mist coiling around the dark gold long spear in its hand was almost liquefied. In its eye sockets, 2 clusters of golden soul flame burned calmly, its gaze icy and indifferent. You're here, bro. The undead knight slowly raised its dark gold long spear. Without absorbing any remnant souls, the death domain it exuded caused the ground to frost over. Huda's fur bristled slightly, his low growl carrying a note of solemnity. Hu-Er and Hu-San tensed their bodies. Hu-Si quietly retreated, seeking the best ambush position. You smiled at the undead knight. I'll stretch my limbs a little later. The undead knight opposite you moved. The dark gold bone horse stepped forward, initially slow, then continuously accelerating, charging straight, like a death chariot. Where its hooves trod, they left hoofprints of burning black flames. Hiss! You sensed that the undead knight seemed somewhat different from the last time. Huda roared and charged head-on, attempting to intimidate and disrupt. The undead knight's golden soul flame flashed, and the black mist around it suddenly expanded. Huda's mental intimidation vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. The undead knight casually swung its dark gold long spear, and a condensed black spear beam shot out, forcing Huda to leap sideways to dodge the smell of scorched fur emanating from his shoulder blade. The undead knight stared at you, a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. Hu-Er and Hu-San pounced from both sides. The undead knight's left bony claw clenched in the air, and dozens of pale bone spikes abruptly thrust up from the ground on both sides, forcing Hu-Er and Hu-San to dodge in disarray. At this moment, the undead knight had eyes only for you. The spear tip locked onto you, its death aura nearly freezing the air around you. Now, instead of retreating, you stepped forward. You grasped a rune sword in each hand, crossing them before your chest. All the runes on the blade simultaneously erupted with unprecedented brilliant light. You turned yourself into a lightning rod, pouring out your vast thunder ability without reservation, not to attack, but to attract. Boom. Centered on you, an area 20 meters in radius instantly transformed into a pool of thunder. Massive blue-white lightning bolts rampaged and twisted wildly, indiscriminately striking everything in the area, including where you stood. Dazzling lightning filled the vision. The turbulent energy currents disrupted spatial stability and greatly interfered with the undead knight's perception and lock-on. The undead knight's charge momentum slowed slightly. Its golden soul flame tried to pierce through the lightning to lock onto your true body. And the tiger pack nearby had been waiting for this exact slowdown. Hu-Si was like a shadow merging with the thunder. It risked moving along the edge of the raging thunder pool, using its small size and familiarity with your energy fluctuations to evade most of the lightning strikes, appearing like a ghost at the diagonal rear of the dark gold bone horse. Hu-Si bit at the tendon joint of the horse's leg, not aiming to sever it, but only to leave a wound and cause disruption. After stabilizing its stance, Huda took a deep breath, its chest swelling high. It let out a continuous, unending roar toward the undead knight. The roar generated an invisible, sustained sonic shockwave that constantly shook and disrupted the death energy shield around the undead knight and the stability of its soul flame. Hu'er and Husan changed their strategy. The two of them began to run at high speed around the periphery of the thunder pool, continuously spitting wind blades or clawing out aerial claw marks. These attacks couldn't break through the defense, but like annoying flies they kept harassing from all angles, forcing the undead knight to divert a sliver of attention to deal with them. The undead knight was enraged. Its golden soul flame flickered. Ignoring the small wounds and harassment left by Husi on the horse's leg, the black mist around its dark gold long spear swelled, and it prepared to forcefully break through the thunder pool. Just as its old strength was exhausted and new strength was about to emerge, and its attention was drawn by the continuous roar of Huda and the annoying harassment at the core of the thunder pool, your figure abruptly vanished. The next instant you appeared directly above the undead knight's head. You merged the twin swords, condensing all the thunder power into a single point at the blade edge, transforming it into an extremely condensed dark blue thunder line. Your body and the sword formed a straight line, uniting man and blade like a judgment thunder falling from the heavens, stabbing straight at the nearly non-existent gap between the undead knight's helmet and shoulder armor. This strike gathered most of your power and the perfect environment created by the tiger pack for you. The undead knight finally sensed a lethal threat. The undead knight let out a furious roar, the black mist around it wildly surging upward to envelop and crush you while it desperately twisted its body and raised the dark gold long spear to block. But it was too slow. Huda's continuous roar caused a subtle, yet crucial delay in its energy flow. The wound left by Husi reduced the dark gold bone horse's mobility by a fraction. The harassment from Hu'er and Husan prevented it from fully focusing. Kai. That dark blue thunder line, like a red-hot needle piercing into ice, easily tore through the hastily gathered black mist and precisely stabbed into the tiny armor gap, sinking it up to the hilt. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then the raging thunder power exploded from within. The undead knight's withered body swelled violently, and countless blinding blue-white lightning serpents burst out from the gaps in its dark gold armor. The dark gold bone horse beneath it let out a piercing wail and exploded into countless fragments. The golden soul flame in the undead knight's eyes first expanded to its peak, then flickered wildly, and finally, like a candle blown out by the wind, it abruptly dimmed and extinguished completely. Bang! Its broken body fell backward, disintegrating midair before hitting the ground, turning into countless charred bone fragments and armor pieces that scattered down. You landed slowly, took a deep breath, and calmed the surging thunder energy within. Huda stopped roaring, walked over to your side, and lowered his head. Hu'er and Husin stopped running, bearing a few scratches. Husi also darted out from a corner with a bit of dark gold bone debris at the corner of his mouth and affectionately rubbed against your leg. So easy. You sighed with a smile. Last time this guy ambushed me, but this time it's so fragile. You and the 4 tigers entered the portal and looted for a while. You collected some equipment and currency into the demiplane. Congratulations, Fate Master, for obtaining a golden legendary attribute. Spiritual Link Gold. Spiritual Link Gold. With the others' permission, you could ignore life form, race, and language, directly establishing a spiritual link to communicate with them. Good heavens. As a golden legendary trait, it might seem useless at first glance, but in fact it's extremely useful. You smiled and looked at Huda beside you. Huda. A slightly surprised young voice echoed in your mind. Perhaps it was surprise, or perhaps joy. The 4 tigers chatted with you for a long time, one after another. You felt that your relationship with them had improved somewhat. Before, it might have truly been a master-servant relationship, but now it was really more like that of a beast-taming warrior. You strictly ordered them never to eat humans again, and without your command they were not to attack any target. When there was no danger, the 4 of them could only maintain the size of ordinary tigers before their mutation. Huda and the others repeatedly agreed. After a moment, Hu'er said weakly, Master, in the future can we still eat zombies? You smiled and patted its big head. Of course you can, zombies aren't humans. At this point you suddenly thought of your sister, and quickly added, except for my sister you can eat all the other zombies as you please. Hu'er's delighted voice rang out. Okay, thank you, Master. After chatting for a while you waved your hand, and collected the remains of the Skeleton Knight and Death Knight into the semi-plane. After checking for any omissions you mounted Huda and leading the other 3 tigers headed toward the Goblin's secret realm in your memory. You thought might as well deal with both secret realms this morning to avoid future complications. At the unhurried pace of Huda beneath you, you soon arrived at the zoo to the north. Just as in the last simulation, a group of greenskins were moving around the zoo. Congratulations, Fate Lord. You have triggered a regional quest. Please choose your next step. 1. Slaughter the goblins, hunt down the anchor creature, the Goblin King, and close the secret realm portal. Reward a random trait guaranteed to be at least gold. 2. I didn't see anything. Nothing at all. Nothing happened. Retreat. No reward. Please make your choice, Fate Lord. Yang Jinyu grinned. Of course I choose 1. How could I refuse a free, golden legendary trait? You chose 1 without hesitation. Not far ahead, a blue portal stood quietly. Behind the portal, large swaths of green figures could be vaguely seen moving with chaotic screams and sounds of fighting constantly coming through. That was the entrance to the goblin nest. Beside you crouched 4 mutated Siberian tigers. Huda was in front, its dark gold fur flowing like metal, its gaze calm. Huer and Husin stood on the left and right, lean and sturdy. Usi was at your feet, its amber eyes nimbly scanning the surroundings, the tip of its tail lightly tapping the ground. You stepped forward, and the tiger pack silently spread out. When you were 200 meters from the portal, the surging green tide within suddenly intensified. The next moment, dense gray-green figures rushed out like a flood from a breached dam. The goblins were short and small, numbering at least 300. Among them were dozens of larger elite goblins wearing tattered leather armor, also known as bugbears. They screeched, shoved, and surged toward you in a chaotic mess like a filthy green carpet. You did not stop. A low growl rumbled from Huda's throat, carrying a spiritual-level deterrence that slammed into the front ranks of the goblin horde like an invisible wall. The dozens of goblins in the lead all froze in their movements, instinctive fear flickering in their eyes, and their screams faltered for a moment. At that instant, Huer and Husan moved. Instead of pouncing head-on, they shot out like 2 arrows from a bow, tracing deadly arcs to the left and right, plunging straight into the flanks of the goblin tide. Huer charged into the left side, its tiger claws leaving afterimages, smashing goblins like they were hit by a heavy truck, sending them flying with broken bones. Husan, on the other hand, charged into the right side, where the elite goblins were more numerous. It was more cunning, specifically targeting lower limbs, biting ankles, shattering knees, causing the slightly threatening elites to fall in droves, howling in pain, instantly disrupting the formation on the flank. The goblins in front continued to surge forward, but their formation was already in disarray. You raised your right hand, fingers spread, and made a grasping motion toward the densest area of goblins. There was no deafening thunder, only a crackling blue-white electric net materialized out of thin air, descending like a fishing net. The goblins caught in the net immediately convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, and fell down smoking. With that casual strike, you incapacitated over 30 goblins. At the same time, Huda moved. Its massive body launched forward with astonishing speed like a dark gold lightning bolt, crashing straight into the very center of the densest goblin cluster. Huda did not use its claws, it simply crushed them with its body. Like a steamroller at full throttle, goblins were knocked flying, flattened, and ruthlessly ground into paste, leaving a wide trail of gore. Occasionally, an elite goblin would raise a weapon and strike its rock-like skin, only to produce a few sparks, not even enough to tickle it. There were always some stragglers trying to flank from farther sides or feigning death, and then suddenly springing up to ambush. At such times, Husi's role became evident. Husi's figure was like a ghost, never engaging in head-on clashes, always prowling the edges of the battlefield. An elite goblin hiding behind a comrade's corpse had just raised a short bow to aim at Husan when Husi pounced from the shadows, biting through its wrist in one snap, then darted away, without pause, to pounce on another goblin trying to throw a stone. That Husi even knew how to exploit the chaos, kicking down goblins into the charging ranks of its own kind, causing small-scale stampedes. Seeing this, you couldn't help but shake your head and sigh. With these 4 excellent fighters, ordinary battles in the future won't even require my presence. The battle was a complete rout from the very beginning. Huda's frontal deterrence and ruthless crushing, Huer and Husan's efficient flank assaults and elite sniping, Husi's cunning mobility and precise finishing moves, combined with your control of the entire field and timely thunderous clearing, formed a perfect and cold killing system. The goblins' numerical advantage was meaningless in the face of absolute power and exquisite coordination. They were stupid, chaotic, and cowardly when they saw their own kind being mowed down like wheat stalks. Panic spread rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the initial 300 goblins were dead or wounded, and the rest began screaming and retreating toward the portal. The shimmering portal began to ripple violently. A 2-meter-tall dark green figure stepped out from within. You chuckled. Well, if it isn't the Goblin King. Finally out. The Goblin King's muscles bulged, adorned with a horned helmet, crude armor stitched from metal and leather, a massive, grimy, double-bladed battle axe in his right hand, and a thick leather shield in his left. Indeed, this was the Goblin King of the lair. His crimson eyes swept over the green corpses littering the ground, then to you and your party who had been sweeping through. A roar erupted from his throat, a cacophony of fury and brutality. This roar seemed to carry a coercive force. You were no stranger to this tactic, the king's roar, a special attack against its subjects. The fleeing goblins shuddered, their terror deepening, yet they were forced to halt, trembling as they turned around. Under the king's pressure, a glint of maniacal red replaced the fear in their eyes. They shrieked and charged again, more frenzied, but even more chaotic. Tiger 1 let out a low growl and advanced toward the Goblin King. The king's eyes blazed red at the sight of the massive tiger. Ignoring the minions, he raised his axe and charged, heavy footsteps thudding against the ground. Clearly, the Goblin King's limited intellect believed that eliminating the largest tiger would turn the tide of battle. Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 immediately abandoned their mop-up duties, flanking the Goblin King from both sides. Tiger 4 silently vanished behind a pile of debris nearby. The Goblin King reached Tiger 1, swinging the massive axe down in a vicious overhead strike. Tiger 1 did not meet the blow head-on. With astonishing agility, he leaped diagonally forward, dodging the axe blade, and simultaneously lashed out, with a massive paw aiming for the Goblin King's midsection. The Goblin King's left arm raised the shield just in time. A thunderous crash echoed, leaving deep claw marks on the shield's surface. The force of the blow sent the king stumbling back half a step. At that moment, Tiger 2 lunged from the left, aiming for the king's shield-bearing arm. The Goblin King reacted swiftly, sweeping the axe back in an attempt to drive Tiger 2 away. But Tiger 3 had already closed in from the right, claws reaching for the king's right knee. The Goblin King roared, stomping the ground with force, sending a visible shockwave that staggered Tiger 3. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin King swung his axe in a wide arc, cleaving toward Tiger 1. The tiger leaped back, but the king pressed the attack, stomping forward with relentless axe blows. Tiger 1 dodged nimbly, occasionally batting the axe blade to redirect its path. Though seemingly on the defensive, he was actually draining the king's stamina and drawing its full attention. You had been observing from the sidelines, not interfering in their duel, because you had noticed something during the earlier skeleton battle. When you refrained from fighting, the enemy's attributes didn't directly drop 100-fold. Just like the Goblin King now. Your gaze swept over the battlefield. The berserk common goblins, lacking the king's direct command, merely charged on instinct, posing little threat to the tiger pack. You raised your hand and several precise arcs of lightning shot forth, turning a few elite goblins attempting to ambush Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 from behind into charred remains. Just as the Goblin King's focus was fixed on Tiger 1, and he missed an axe swing, causing his body to lean slightly forward, the unexpected happened. Tiger 4, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly burst out from beneath a pile of goblin corpses behind the king. Instead of targeting the tall torso, Tiger 4 shot, like a golden lightning bolt, straight for the relatively vulnerable area behind the king's ankle, where the crude armor offered no protection. Tiger 4 sank his fangs deep into the flesh. The Goblin King cried out in pain, instinctively trying to kick the tiger off. However, this movement disrupted the king's balance. Tiger 1, who had been waiting, drove his hind legs against the ground, launching his massive body like a cannonball. Instead of pouncing, he used his broad, hard shoulder to slam directly into the Goblin King's exposed chest. Thud! A dull, heavy impact echoed. The Goblin King was sent flying backward, the axe flying from his grip, his shield skewed. He crashed heavily onto the ground several meters away, dust rising. Before he could scramble up, Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 were already upon him. Tiger 2 clamped down on his shield arm, tearing viciously, while Tiger 3 pinned him down, claws gripping his shoulders, jaws lunging for his throat. The Goblin King struggled in terror, clawing wildly at Tiger 3 with his free hand legs thrashing. But Tiger 4 still held his ankle in a death grip. Tiger 1 slowly approached, towering over him, eyes crackling with lightning as he locked onto the gap between the king's helmet and shoulder armor. You knew the final blow was at hand. Wait, let me take this kill. With a flicker of lightning underfoot, you instantly appeared beside the Goblin King's head. The Goblin King's crimson eyes reflected your calm face, and the sword gleaming with runes. You gripped the sword with both hands, pointed the rune-lit blade downward, and without hesitation drove it through the eye slit of his slightly tilted helmet. Squelch! The blade pierced the eyeball, thrust into the cranial cavity, and emerged half an inch from the back of the skull. All movement ceased instantly, the red light in his eyes faded and dimmed. You pulled out the rune sword, flicking off the murky fluid. Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 released their grip, and Tiger 4 let go, leaping lightly away. The Goblin King's massive corpse lay lifeless on the ground. His death was like a final death sentence. All remaining goblins on the battlefield, common and elite alike, felt the maniacal red light in their eyes vanish, replaced by boundless terror. The goblins let out despairing shrieks and utterly collapsed. Disregarding the king's authority, they dropped their weapons and fled desperately toward the portal, deeper into the lair, or any direction that offered escape. You watched their retreating backs and ordered the tigers to pursue. Amidst the mournful cries, the goblins were mowed down like wheat in autumn. You sheathed your sword, observing coldly. With the Goblin King dead, the remnants in the lair were merely trash to be cleared. After the 4 tigers slaughtered the fleeing goblins around them, you led the battle-hungry felines toward the portal, ready to finish this rout. Congratulations, Fated One, you have obtained a red mythic affix. Dragon Banner forward, press red as long as you personally appear at the front line of battle and engage the enemy. All friendly units' attributes will double immediately and their morale will be locked at maximum for the duration of this fight. No matter what happens. Is this affix, right? Isn't this a bit too powerful? You exclaimed in awe. This is my first time obtaining a red mythic affix as a mission reward. Yongjin couldn't help but inhale sharply. But now the entire battle situation still depends on me. Doubling the stats of allies doesn't help much. For now everyone just stay behind me and obediently serve as the trigger condition for the steel Great Wall Red. The cave was thick with that familiar pungent stench of blood and rot. You stepped into the dim space with only 4 mutated northeast tigers following behind. Huda strode at the front with steady steps, his dark gold fur shimmering coldly under the faint glow of the cave walls. Hu Er and Hu Sen flanked you on either side, their eyes sharp. Hu Si followed lightly at your side, tail held high, warily scanning every corner. 30 meters ahead, dozens of goblins were huddled together. Upon seeing you and the tigers, they let out terrified shrieks, but with their escape routes blocked, they could not flee. The foremost elite goblin clutching a rusty cleaver trembled and let out a clattering threat. You ignored it, striding forward directly. The elite goblin instinctively swung its blade at you. You sidestepped, and your longsword in your left hand, like a viper's strike, pierced its throat with precision. As you withdrew the sword, you swept it sideways, sending the heads of 2 ordinary goblins flying. Your right hand swung a baseball bat, smashing the chests of 3 goblins. You charged into the goblin horde, a blur of sword and bat. Each strike reaped a life. You didn't even need to use lightning. Pure swordsmanship and strength combined with your absolute domination over goblins made the slaughter exceptionally efficient. Indeed, only in combat would the system classify monsters as enemies. Your understanding of the terminology had deepened. The tiger pack moved the moment you did. Huda let out a low roar, its terrifying pressure freezing the frontline goblins in place. Huda's massive body did not charge directly, instead it stepped forward slowly like a moving mountain, bringing despair to the goblins. Occasionally a goblin would muster the courage to leap at it, but Huda merely raised a paw and swatted it into a pulp. Hu Er and Hu Sen flanked from the sides. Hu Er pounced toward the left shanty area, its claws tearing apart the crude shelters and shredding the goblins hiding inside along with the huts. Hu Sen charged at a group of elite goblins on the right, attempting to form a formation. Moving at incredible speed, it wove among them, targeting their lower bodies, biting ankles, crushing knees, sending the bugbear-like goblins falling in droves, howling in pain. Hu Si's figure was the most elusive. It never engaged in frontal combat, always lurking in the shadows. A goblin archer hiding behind a stone pillar raised its short bow to aim at you, but Hu Si dropped from a crevice above and bit through its cervical spine in one swift motion. Another goblin feigned death, waiting for Hu Sen to pass before springing up, but Hu Si had already sensed it, darted in from the side, and crushed its skull with a single claw. It was like a phantom on the battlefield, precisely eliminating any potential threat. You cut through the first group of goblins, heaps of green corpses at your feet. You leaped onto a nearby platform and used your longsword to flip open a shanty. Inside, 3 small, scrawny goblin children huddled together, screaming in terror. Expressionless, you swung your right hand. A flash of sword light ended their brief and wretched lives. You jumped off the platform and pressed deeper into the cave. The tiger pack worked in seamless coordination with you. Huda stayed ahead and on your flank, using its pressure and strength to clear the main path. Hu Er and Hu San were like 2 flexible razors, clearing the remaining enemies in the side shanties and branching tunnels. Hu Si ensured no stray arrows or ambushes could disturb you. As you advanced deeper into the cave, the resistance you encountered was laughably weak. The goblins either screamed and fled deeper or collapsed on the ground, offering their necks to the blade. Occasionally, a few bugbear-like goblins tried to organize a resistance, but Hu Er or Hu San would swiftly pounce and annihilate them before they could form ranks. Your longsword and baseball bat were like the scythe of death, steadily and efficiently reaping every green figure within sight. The cave echoed with the brief screams of goblins and the sounds of bones snapping, but the noise quickly grew sparse. You advanced steadily, like clearing trash, leaving only goblin corpses strewn everywhere in your wake. The slaughter was so easy it was almost monotonous. The tiger pack hardly let out any proper roars. Because these goblins were not worth the tiger's effort, roaring loudly was less efficient than simply swatting them dead. Soon you had advanced 100 meters into the cave and reached a relatively open area. This seemed to be a gathering square for the goblins, with even filthier ground. But now, aside from a few trembling goblins cowering in corners, there were no more groups of enemies. Huda came to your side and lowered its head to nuzzle your hand. Hu Er and Hu San warily scanned the several dark branching tunnels leading deeper. Hu Si crouched on a rock, licking a paw, its amber eyes fixed on you, as if asking where to go next. You immediately laughed. Indeed, this is far more efficient than bringing everyone in last time. Even with superpowers, humans are no match for the tiger's innate killing instincts. From the location in your memory, you directly took out the exact same rune shortsword. Without even a glance, you tossed all the miscellaneous loot into the demiplane. A heap of items suddenly appeared in the demi-plane. Your sister immediately threw back her head and let out a long howl, as if someone had invaded her territory. A thought crossed your mind. Now that I have spiritual link gold, can I have a proper conversation with my sister? You were always a person of action. With a thought, the spiritual link stretched across space, reaching directly to your sister. You patiently tried for a while, but could only shake your head in disappointment. Your sister simply refused to communicate. If the spiritual link couldn't connect, even the most impressive term was useless. You were still a bit disappointed. After thinking for a moment, you decided to try ultimate evolution tonight. After cleaning up the battlefield, you collected all usable weapons into the demi-plane. You sat on Hu Da's back and led the other 3 tigers southward toward the main force. Timing was perfect. You returned just in time for lunch. You took a lunchbox from each of Jiang Yaqing and Shiyu. You glanced at the two of them. You couldn't shake the feeling, perhaps it was your imagination, that something seemed off between them. Yeah, is something on your mind? Shiyu shook her head. Political Commissar Jiang, is there something? Jiang Yaqing shook her head and said, nothing, Captain Yang. You've worked hard. With that, she turned and left. Watching her back, you were completely baffled. After lunch, you and Jiang Yaqing approached Li Yunfei, the commander of the Lynching Military District. You briefly summarized the morning's migration progress. The morning march proceeded smoothly, with no casualties. This was due to the escort provided by you and your 4 mutant Siberian tigers, along with the 100 soldiers of the Ability Corps. Only a few ordinary people had stumbled on the uneven road and sustained minor injuries, which were promptly treated. Li Yunfei inquired about your plans for the afternoon. You pondered briefly. You told him it would suffice to maintain the current pace. You noted that the team had only advanced about 10 kilometers in the entire morning, which seemed rather slow to you. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's face bore a resigned smile. He explained, the vast majority of the team are ordinary people without abilities, and many lack even basic physical training. Carrying their personal supplies covering 10 kilometers in a morning is already a commendable achievement. You quickly calculated in your mind. At this pace, you could cover roughly 30 kilometers per day. The total distance from Lynching City to Quanqing City was approximately 270 kilometers. Thus, the entire migration would take about 10 days. Having reached this conclusion, you voiced it aloud. You told Li Yunfei that at the current rate, it would take roughly 10 days to reach Quanqing. You also mentioned that after another 10+ kilometers this afternoon, you would arrive at a village. The route would pass a beast lair, but you assured him it was not a problem. You would handle it. As you spoke, Jiang Yaqing stood quietly by your side. Her gaze was fixed on you, listening in silence. You always had the illusion that there was a certain hidden emotion in her eyes. The 3 of you briefly exchanged a few more words about the route details and potential challenges ahead. Then, with a nod to them, you turned and left the temporary rest point, heading toward the front of the column. Hu Da rose from its resting position when it saw you returning, strode over with steady steps, and gently nuzzled your palm with its broad head. Hu Er and Hu San lifted their heads, emitting affectionate rumbles from their throats. The smallest of the 4, Hu Si, trotted over nimbly, circled around you once, then sat at your feet looking up at you, with its tail tip lightly tapping the ground. With the brief midday break over, the massive migration column began to move again. You walked at the very front, with the 4 tigers spread around you like loyal and formidable sentinels, naturally forming a mobile, alert perimeter. The afternoon sun was even more scorching than the morning's, casting dazzling patches of light through the gaps in the damaged buildings lining the road. Zombies still roamed along the way, but they could not even approach. The apex predator aura exuded by the tigers, coupled with their occasional icy glances, was enough to make these low-level monsters instinctively cower, hiding in the shadows of the ruins, not daring to cross the line. The entire column advanced in a steady, silent march, enveloped in a sense of security provided by a formidable protector. As you walked, you recalled the information marked on the map. The beast lair you had mentioned earlier was located in an abandoned logistics park along the inevitable route ahead. According to limited intelligence, a pack of mutated hyenas had taken up residence there. Numerous, ferocious, and a significant threat to ordinary people lacking weapons. You found yourself wondering, how on earth did hyenas end up in the zoo? After an hour of marching, the outline of the logistics park appeared on one side of the road ahead. The rusted iron fence had collapsed in many places, revealing rows of dilapidated warehouses with broken windows that stared out like hollow eyes. Low, dense growls emanated from deep within the park, and the air began to reek of a sickening carrion-like stench characteristic of scavengers. You raised your right hand, signaling the column to halt. You gave brief orders to Hu Da and the others, instructing them to follow you. Then you strode toward the iron gate of the park, which lay half buried in the dust. As you approached the gate, 5 grayish-yellow figures suddenly burst out from the shadows within. They were 5 mutated hyenas, each a full size larger than an ordinary dog, nearly the size of a small calf. Viscous saliva dripped from their jaws, and their murky eyes burned with ferocity and greed. The hyenas quickly fanned out, lowering their front halves bearing jagged white fangs, and emitting threatening growls as they slowly edged toward you in a loose semicircle. You stopped calmly watching them, not even bothering to draw your baseball bat or rune sword. You simply raised your right hand, casually, fingers spread, aiming at the leading hyena. Crackle! A thin yet dazzlingly bright blue-white arc of lightning shot from your fingertip, moving so fast, it left only a blur in the air. The lightning bolt struck the hyena squarely between the eyes. It didn't even let out a yelp. Its body jerked backward, then stiffly toppled to the ground, limbs twitching slightly, smoke curling from its mouth and nostrils. Life vanished instantly. The other 4 hyenas were stunned by the sudden lethal attack, their forward momentum halted abruptly. But the savagery brought by the mutation quickly overrode the momentary fear. Hesitating for less than a second, they let out even more frenzied roars and lunged at you from different directions, fangs aimed at your throat and limbs. You remained rooted to the spot, merely giving your wrist an almost imperceptible twist. For even thinner but more agile arcs of lightning, like silver serpents with a life of their own, shot out from your palm. The arcs traced unpredictable paths through the air, bypassing the hyenas' torsos and instead coiling nimbly around their relatively vulnerable necks. The lightning tightened abruptly, then erupted in a series of crisp crackles. The 4 hyenas, as if caught by invisible nooses, let out piercing screams, their bodies writhing violently in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. They clawed frantically at their own necks, legs kicking wildly. The intense electrical current had already ravaged their nervous systems. Their struggles quickly weakened, and they finally went limp, only faint twitching remaining. From the ambush to the annihilation of all 5 hyenas, the entire process was fluid and seamless. You had grown accustomed to killing, and even found yourself somewhat immersed in it. You lowered your hand, your gaze sweeping over the corpses, emitting a burnt odor. Your face betrayed no emotion. You stepped over them, ready to enter the logistics park. The light in the park grew dimmer, thick with the scent of dust and rust. You patted Huda's sturdy neck and strode toward the main gate. The 4 tigers silently dispersed. Huda to your left front, Hu-Er to your right front, Hussein slightly behind on the left, and Husi trailing like a shadow at the rear. They naturally formed an offensive formation. As you stepped through the half-collapsed iron gate, 7 or 8 gray-yellow figures burst from the shadows within. These mutated hyenas quickly spread out, crouching low to expose their ghastly white teeth, issuing threatening growls as they attempted to encircle you. A cold glint flickered in your eyes. This creature's method of attack was base and filthy. You had no interest in making them your pets. They deserved nothing but total eradication. Before you could act, Huda moved. No thunderous roar came. Just a deep, penetrating growl from its throat, carrying the majesty of an apex predator and the intimidation of thunder. The 3 hyenas directly ahead were struck by the roar, their forward momentum, freezing instinctive fear flashing in their eyes. In that instant, Hu-Er and Hussein on the left and right lunged like lightning, skimming the ground. Hu-Er pounced on the 2 hyenas to the left, its enormous paw smashing down in midair, crushing one skull into its chest cavity. The other was struck by its side ribs, shattered, flying sideways. Hussein charged to the right, its movements more skillful. Dodging a frontal bite, it clamped its jaws precisely on a hyena's nape, jerked its head, and snapped its neck with a crisp crack. Meanwhile, its thick tail whipped out like a steel flail, breaking bones and tearing tendons from another. Husi's figure had somehow appeared behind a hyena that was attempting a flanking ambush. Though smaller, Husi's movements were cunning and deadly. It leaped onto the hyena's back, claws sinking into flesh, and bit through its spine in one swift motion, then bounded away lightly to target the next. Before you could even draw your weapon, the 7 or 8 hyenas that had burst forth were all dead. The tiger's actions were clean and efficient, leaving no chance for these filthy creatures to employ their usual tricks. More gray-yellow figures surged from the depths of the park, their growls and barks merging into a cacophony, at least 30 or 40. The hyenas, enraged by their kin's deaths, charged fearlessly in a swarm, trying to overwhelm you with numbers. You finally drew your alloy baseball bat, holding it casually in hand. Huda stepped forward, blocking your front. Facing the surging hyena pack, it took a deep breath, its chest swelling high, then unleashed a furious roar several times louder than before. The sound wave pushed forward like an invisible tsunami. The dozen or so hyenas in the lead were struck as if by a heavy blow. Their movements completely distorted, some stumbling, others spinning in place, their formation instantly shattered. Hu-Er and Hussein took the opportunity to charge out from Huda's flanks like 2 red-hot knives, cutting into the chaotic beast pack. Hu-Er, relying on brute force, rampaged through, leaving hyenas with broken bones in its wake. Hussein, using its speed, wove through the enemy ranks, each flash of its claws and fangs bringing a spray of blood. Husi remained on the periphery of the main battlefield. True to form, Husi was still the insidious one, targeting only those hyenas attempting to attack from the sides or rear, as well as the wounded ones that tried to struggle back. Husi's attacks were lethal and treacherous, always striking from blind spots, striking and retreating without lingering. You did not join the tigers' overwhelming assault, but walked slowly behind, Huda like a commander surveying the battlefield. Your gaze swept calmly across the field. Occasionally a hyena slipped through the tiger's defenses and lunged at you with a screech, and only then did you lazily swing your bat. The movements were simple and direct. A hyena leaped at you. You sidestepped half a step, your bat swinging upward from below, striking its jaw precisely and sending it flipping upward, its neck twisted grotesquely. Another scurried low to bite your leg. You simply stamped down accurately, planting your foot on its snout, applying slight pressure, and the crunch of skull breaking was clearly audible. You didn't even bother to use your lightning power. Pure brute force was enough to easily dispatch these stragglers. You loathed these creatures, perhaps stemming from their habit of attacking the rear in the animal world. The stench from their mouths as they lunged, the greedy mad gleam in their eyes, their filthy habit of targeting the lower body. All of it filled you with disgust. As you watched the tigers efficiently slaughter them, you felt no pity, only a cold detachment, like cleaning away filth. The battle was a one-sided massacre. The hyena's numerical advantage meant nothing against absolute power. The tiger's overwhelming might and your leisurely plugging of gaps formed a net of death with no blind spots. The hyena's screams rang out repeatedly, but quickly grew sparse. Those that tried to flee found their retreat inadvertently blocked by the tigers. In less than 3 minutes, only a handful of hyenas remained standing. The last few were cornered by Hu'er and Husan and easily torn apart. Husi dragged out a hyena that was playing dead from behind a pile of debris and bit through its throat. The battle was over. You patted each of the 4 tigers on the head. Such good helpers I have. The open ground was littered with gray-yellow corpses, the stench of blood and scorched flesh mingling with the original filth, almost nauseating. You put away your bat and swept your gaze over the battlefield. With a casual gesture you collected all the messy corpses into your demiplane. Though disgusting, the corpses were still useful in some way. After all, even if they couldn't be used for experiments, they could be fed to the tigers right. You patted Huda's head and turned to walk back toward the team waiting outside the park. The 4 tigers followed behind you, their steps unhurried. Admittedly, you didn't enjoy clearing out mutated beast lairs. It wasn't due to the trouble, but rather the lack of reward. Secret realms. You still preferred secret realm portals, for no other reason than that every portal would have a word waiting for you. Riding Huda, you returned to the team. Chi saw you coming and immediately approached. Brother Jinyu, there's something I want to tell you. You looked at her with curiosity. Just say it. What can we talk about between us? You pulled Chi up and she sat on Huda's back beside you. Chi leaned close to your ear and whispered, Brother Jinyu, Sister Yaching seems to like you. Huh? You looked toward Jiang Yaching in disbelief. Is that right? You quickly spoke up. Yeah, you can't say things like that. Political Commissar Jiang and I have a genuine bond of brotherhood in arms. Seeing your nervous demeanor, Chi Yu smiled gently. Brother Jinyu, it's the apocalypse now. Why are you still stuck in the mindset before the end of the world? You were even more confused. Yeah, what do you mean? I don't mean anything else. I've read plenty of apocalyptic novels in the past, you know. Whether it's male-oriented or female-oriented people let loose after the apocalypse. Saying this, Chi Yu giggled. Brother Jinyu, it's fine. As long as Sister Yaching doesn't mind and you're willing, I'm fine with it too. Your eyes widened. Yeah, don't mess with me. Chi Yu looked a bit worried. Ever since you joined the army, I feel like you've been all tensed up. You've been frowning all day long, and it breaks my heart to see you like this. Chi Yu leaned on your shoulder and whispered, Brother Jinyu, I just want you to be happy. This speech left you utterly stunned. Not only was he stunned in the simulator, but Yang Jinyu, who was holding Chi Yue, was also stunned. What kind of chaotic wild words were these? Was this right? You decided to play dumb and brush it off because you didn't know how to deal with this absurd situation. Seeing that you didn't respond, Chi, you didn't press further as if nothing had happened. Time passed quickly and the afternoon was gone. As expected, you walked another 10 kilometers or so. Just as you predicted, at dusk you arrived at the village you had camped in during previous simulations. The soldiers of the lynching military district quickly swept through the village and set up barbed wire around it. Unsurprisingly, you Chi Yue and your parents were assigned to a separate courtyard. A few survivors shouted, We have dozens of people crammed into one courtyard, but why do the 4 of them get a whole courtyard to themselves? The soldiers were about to say something when several people suddenly burst out from the crowd. Do you heartless bastards have no conscience? If it weren't for Captain Yang, would you bastards have made it here alive? The shouters retorted, Did I beg him to lead us to evacuate? Things were fine in lynching. Why the hell do we have to go to Quancheng? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding survivors immediately surrounded them. Thump, thump, thump. A group of survivors encircled the few shouters and kicked them around. If you didn't want to evacuate, then why didn't you just stay in lynching and wait to die? Commander Lee already explained the reason last night, didn't he? If you don't want to follow, then don't come. You bastards followed us here on your own, and now you're spouting nonsense here. If you bastards could also put your lives on the line to protect us, I'd be the first to request a separate courtyard for you. Perhaps the soldiers of the lynching military district were a bit slow to warm up. Anyway, after those shouters were beaten into swollen pig faces, the soldiers only then stepped in to break up the fight. Maybe they were tired from guarding the survivors all day, so a few soldiers accidentally stepped on the hands of those shouters. When Jiang Yaqing reported this to you, a smile spread across your face. Comrades are really interesting, haha. After dinner, you immediately looked at your sister in the demiplane. You suppressed your excitement. Come on, let me see what happens to sister with the ultimate evolution. Do you want to use ultimate evolution on the zombie Yang Qingxi? Yes. Ultimate evolution on zombie Yang Qingxi in progress. Please wait patiently. You successful. Zombie Yang Qingxi has evolved into zombie overlord Yang Qingxi. Name Yang Qingxi zombie overlord. Age 25. Level 1 abilities none. Attribute panel physique 7107. Agility 660. Intelligence 3103. Magic 2102. Perception 990. Charisma 3103. Trait zombie overlord, a rare anomaly among zombie kings. It possesses all the advantages of a zombie king and a tyrant with strong mental and physical strength. Not only is its combat power explosive, but it also has skills similar to a zombie king. Ordinary zombies will bow down in submission at the sight of it. Yang Jinyu was stunned. His sister had actually turned into something called a zombie overlord. In the demiplane, Yang Qingxi looked around in confusion. It's so dark. Where is this? What happened to me? You used mental link on the zombie overlord Yang Qingxi in the demiplane. This time the connection succeeded immediately. You suppressed your excitement, sis. Yang Qingxi was a bit agitated, shouting, Jinyu, Jinyu, where are you? What is this place? It's so dark. What's going on with my body? As she spoke, Yang Qingxi exerted a little force with her legs and jumped 3 to 5 meters high. Sis, this is my world called the demiplane. Wait a moment, I'll send you back. You wanted to see your sister, but you didn't take her out of the demiplane. After all that effort, it turned out that living beings in the demiplane couldn't be taken out in the simulator. You were very confused and frustrated and finally could only cry out to the heavens, Old me, I've healed your sister, go and reunite with her. Yang Jinyu was overjoyed, but he didn't immediately take his sister out of the demiplane. Yeah, I need to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Chiyu nodded. Brother Jinyu, go early and come back early. Stay safe. Yang Jinyu nodded and quickly left the lynching people's hospital shelter. He called over the 4 tigers nearby and then finally brought his sister out of the demiplane. Jinyu, sis. Yang Qingxi rushed over and gave Yang Jinyu a bear hug. Yang Jinyu had braced himself to be crushed, but surprisingly felt little strength. Goodness, so the harshest father of the other race, Red, has taken effect again. Yang Qingxi looked up at Yang Jinyu in confusion. Jinyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yang Jinyu smiled slightly. Sis, it's cold outside. Let's talk about it when we get home. Yang Jinyu carried his sister and flew back to District D Warehouse 3. At this moment, the simulation in the simulator was still ongoing. At night, you held Chiyu and drifted into dreams. At dawn, you both woke up on time. Start allocating perception points. You now have 14 points of perception. Please draw a trait. Starting trait, draw. Draw successful. My figure is alluring. White, I don't know, but my figure is alluring. Your figure will always be at its most enchanting moment. Even if you starve to death, your appearance won't change. Do you want to adjust the trait? Yes, no. Yang Jinyu put down his sister and immediately chose to refuse. No. What nonsense was this? How could this be a white trait? It was utterly ridiculous. No. Under the pitch-black night, the lights of Zone D Warehouse 3 blazed brightly. Yang Qingxi stood in the center of the room clad in clean clothes, her hair carefully combed and tied simply at the nape of her neck. Her once clear eyes were now a crimson hue like wine. Li Fang gripped Yang Qingxi's hand tightly, her fingers trembling and tears streaming silently down her face. Yang Ling stood 2 steps away, his lips moving, but no sound escaping. He raised a hand as if to touch his daughter's cheek, but it froze mid-air, as if afraid it would all shatter. Yang Qingxi looked at her father, gently taking his suspended hand. Dad. Her voice was soft, hoarse from long disuse, then she called Mom. Li Fang's tears burst forth. She threw herself forward, hugging her daughter, tightly, crying like a child. Yang Ling's arms encircled them, pulling his wife and daughter into his embrace. His shoulders heaved violently, silent, but Yang Jinyu saw his father's tears slide down the wrinkles and fall into his sister's hair. Yang Jinyu stood still. He watched his sister cradled in the middle of their parents, saw his mother crying so hard she could barely stand, saw his father holding them with all his strength. Something surged in his chest, hot and bitter. Perhaps this is what I have longed for. Yang Jinyu walked straight over. First he hugged his mother from the side, then his father, and finally his arm reached over them, gently resting on his sister's shoulder. Yang Qingxi turned to look at him. Jinyu. Her voice calling his name, just like years ago, made Yang Jinyu's eyes instantly redden. Sis. Yang Jinyu heard his own voice trembling. You're finally back. Yang Qingxi nodded, not smiling, but tears slid down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from her brother's face, her fingertips still bearing small, unhealed scabs, yet her touch was gentle. None of the family spoke another word. Jiang Yaqing stood at the door, quietly not entering. Chi Yu leaned against the doorframe, her eyes red, but a smile curled at the corner of her lips. The harsh cold light fell on the old sofa and on the empty alloy cage in the corner. The cage door was open. The canvas lay piled aside, no longer needed to cover it. Yang Qingxi closed her eyes, leaning against her mother's shoulder. Li Feng's hand patted her back, just as she had done when coaxing her to sleep years ago. Yang Ling took off his glasses and wiped them slowly with his sleeve. He did not put them back on, but simply looked down at the lenses in his hand, not moving for a long time. Yang Jinyu stood by his family, his hand still resting on his sister's shoulder. Outside the window, the password of the sentry-changing guard echoed, but in this cramped room of less than 20 square meters, there were only tears and embraces. Chi Yu and Jiang Yaqing softly pulled the door closed, leaving this moment to the family. Meanwhile, the simulation continued as usual inside the simulator. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, you felt somewhat puzzled and called Jiang Yaqing aside alone. Political Commissar Jiang, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Jiang Yaqing smiled slightly. Just say it. What's with all this hemming and hawing? You stomped your foot, steeled your heart, and said directly, Political Commissar Jiang, we have a pure comrade-in-arms bond, you know. I have no other intentions toward you. Jiang Yaqing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Don't say another word. Captain Yang, you misunderstood what I said yesterday. I just noticed you've been a bit down lately, so I wanted to check on your mood. Jiang Yaqing casually raised her hand and patted your shoulder. Captain Yang, we're just pure comrades in arms. Seeing you gloomy all day, of course I'm worried. Hearing this, you felt much relieved and raised your hand to pat her shoulder as well. Good, that scared me half to death when I heard it yesterday. Haha, look at you, such a scaredy cat. You and Jiang Yaqing were arm in arm, laughing heartily. You were relieved. Your group set off in full force. The team marched north along the dilapidated highway, the migration column of over 10,000 people stretching into a long line. The low rumble of car engines mingled with the footsteps of the crowd, carrying far into the empty ruins. For mutated creatures with keen hearing, such a scale of sound was nothing short of a dinner bell. The zombie horde you feared most before departure had arrived. You walked at the very front of the column, your mental link, like an invisible net, closely connecting your consciousness with the four tigers. Time passed minute by minute, and you arrived at a small county town. The team advanced north along the county road. On both sides of the road were low street-side shops, rolling shutters, half-closed, most signs missing. Further away, a few 5- or 6-story residential buildings could be seen, their exteriors, mottled windows, dark and hollow. This was a typical scene at the edge of a small county town. No tall buildings, no large structures, only the endless gray-white road and the silent ruins on either side. The sound of your over 10,000-person team was enough to awaken the zombie groups sleeping in various parts of the county. You walked at the very front of the column. The 4 tigers were spread out around you, Tiger 1 on the left, front Tiger 2 on the right, front Tiger 3 about 10 meters directly behind you, and Tiger 4 roaming the outermost perimeter. Your mental link was like an invisible web connecting your consciousness to the 4 tigers. Tiger 4's pace suddenly slowed. It stopped, its amber eyes turning toward the abandoned auto repair shop on the left side of the road, ears flattening back, and a very soft whimper rumbling from its throat. Master, there are many zombies. Tiger 4's body lowered slightly, a posture of alert. You saw the dim doorway of those shops, glimpsed the gray decaying outlines swaying in the shadows. You transmitted a brief command to Tiger 4, prepare for battle. The tip of Tiger 4's tail gently tapped the ground, then it averted its gaze and continued roaming forward. You raised your right hand into a fist, lifting it above your head. At the rear of the column, the doors of 8 military trucks opened simultaneously. Armed personnel quickly took positions. 6 heavy machine guns were mounted on modified vehicle roofs. Gunners pulled back the bolts, ammunition belts drooping, then tightening. Snipers occupied firing positions on the roofs of several box trucks in the middle of the column, their bipods firmly set on the truck beds. 8 small drones launched from the trucks, their rotors humming low and dense, spreading out like a swarm of bees in a fan shape ahead. 5 armed robot dogs leaped from the transport vehicles, their hydraulic joints emitting a low hum as they landed steadily on the asphalt road on both sides. Soldiers pulled back the bolts of their rifles. Gunners of small-caliber grenade launchers adjusted their sights, the muzzles tilting slightly upward. Commander Li and Chief of Staff Chen stood on the step of a command vehicle in the middle of the convoy, holding binoculars, continuously issuing brief hand signals to various firepower nodes. The warriors of the superpowered battalion transitioned from marching formation to combat formation. Quan Hui stepped forward a few paces, standing at the edge of the road on the outermost flank of the formation. Grayish-blue scales began to emerge from his forearm, rapidly spreading to his shoulders and neck, gleaming coldly under the afternoon sun. Quan Hui's breathing grew deep and long, his feet firmly planted on the road, pressing shallow imprints into the surface. Chi Yu stood beside a truck on the inner side of the formation, her eyes shrouded in a grayish-white mist. The 7 mutant zombies under her control advanced silently from the flank, their steps unsteady, yet steady like the first wave of expendables pushed into battle. Xia Qing and Xia Muxue stood side by side, the auras of flame and frost maintaining a delicate balance between them. In Xia Qing's palm, an orange-red flame flickered, its temperature gradually rising. Xia Muxue's fingertips formed delicate frost flowers, and faint ice crystals drifted in the air. Zhang Long and Zhao, who led a dozen body-reinforced warriors to guard the flanks. The muscles of their squad members bulged slightly, their breathing deepened, and the knuckles of their clenched fists turned white. Zhu Wenhao closed his eyes, sensing every current in the air. He stood with his squad at the rear flank, his hands hanging naturally, but the dust around him had already begun to slowly rotate with him as the center. You stood at the very front of the formation. Both hands were empty, but as soon as battle commenced, your 2 rune longswords would appear in your hands instantly. Your mental link extended steadily, enveloping the 4 tigers. Your commands were transmitted through an invisible channel into their minds. Prepare for battle. Understood, Master. Huda did not look back at you. It planted its front paws firmly on the asphalt road, lowered its center of gravity, and emitted a low, short growl from its throat. It held the front line without charging forward. Before long, the zombie tide indeed came. The first to appear were scattered stragglers. A dozen ordinary zombies stumbled out from the shops on both sides of the road, some crawling out from under half-open rolling shutters, others emerging from behind shattered shop windows. The zombies' skin was gray and decayed, their eye sockets hollow, their clothes tattered. They had no concept of gun muzzles or claws, only instinctively lunging at the nearest humans. Gunfire rang out in succession. It was not a dense spray, but precise single shots. The soldiers were well trained, their trigger pulls steady and ruthless. 7.62mm bullets pierced the air through the zombie heads, entering at the forehead and exiting from the back of the skull. Those gray, decaying figures collapsed forward like puppets with their strings cut, thudding heavily onto the road surface. The sniper's gunshot was even deeper. 400 meters away, a bizarre zombie, clinging to a drainage pipe on the outer wall of a residential building, had its head blown apart in midair. Filthy blood burst into a brief flower in the air, then the headless corpse fell from the 5th floor, crashing onto the roof of an abandoned car with a loud metallic dent. The first wave of stragglers was easily cleared, not even entering the attack range of the superpowered battalion. But more zombies were surging in. The zombie tide appeared from further away. Crawling out from the entrance of the abandoned supermarket at the end of the road, surging out from behind the stairwell doors of residential buildings, tumbling out from the windows of the gas station convenience store. The zombies' steps were unsteady yet persistent, their hollow eye sockets all locked onto this long, slowly moving column on the road. Their numbers were no longer in the tens, but in the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. You transmitted commands through the mental link to Hu Air and Hu San. Prepare to engage. Do not attack first. Hu Air had already stepped forward 2 paces, his front paws extending beyond the edge of the road. It paused for half a second, then stopped and retreated to the right rear of Huda. Hu San lowered his body, moving 5 meters closer to the flank of the formation. They held their positions without breaking formation. The firepower net of the nearby troops suddenly intensified. 6 heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously. A storm of metal poured into the fan-shaped area ahead at a rate of thousands of rounds per minute, shell casings leaping from the ejection ports like rain, bouncing and falling on the vehicle floor, quickly accumulating into small piles. The zombies in the front ranks fell like wheat harvested by a scythe. Seeing this, you couldn't help but sigh. No wonder many zombie novels have to set it so that guns and cannons are unusable. These zombies are just coming to die. Large caliber bullets easily tore through their decayed muscle tissue, shattered bones, or even blew them apart. Severed limbs and filthy blood splattered, broken bodies rolled on the asphalt, then were trampled by their kind, surging from behind. The sound of shattering bones was as dense as hail hitting sheet metal. Under Commander Lee's command, small-caliber grenade launchers now joined the fray. 30mm grenades traced low, flat trajectories, accurately landing in the center of the zombie horde. Fireballs of explosions rose one after another, orange-red flashes glaring against the gray-white road background. The shockwave sent zombies within a dozen meters flying, broken bodies disintegrating in midair, filthy blood raining down like mist. Drones swooped overhead, dropping micro-guided bombs, precisely eliminating the dense clusters attempting to outflank from the ruins on both sides of the road. Explosions kicked up dust and debris, burying large numbers of zombies under collapsed walls. 5 armed robotic dogs advanced 100 meters, forming mobile firing points in the middle of the road. The light machine guns mounted on the robotic dogs fired continuously, muzzle flashes dancing before their hydraulically driven steel bodies. Why have unmanned combat machines become mainstream in recent decades? Isn't it because they have no fear, no fatigue, only cold calculation cores, and extremely stable ballistic output? A zombie lunged from the side. The robotic dog quickly turned 3 shots, shattering its knee joint. The zombie fell to its knees, then 3 more bullets pierced its eye socket, blowing a bloody hole through the back of its head. The robotic dog turned again, locking onto the next target, its trigger pull rhythm flawless. The density of the zombie horde was decreasing, but the absolute number was still massive. The zombies advanced over the remains of their own kind. Some had their lower bodies blown apart, so they used their remaining hands to claw the ground, dragging their half-bodies forward, leaving dragging bloodstains on the road. The zombies' persistence stemmed from their remaining hunting instinct, and death was the only thing that could stop these mindless creatures. Finally, your superpower squad began engaging the enemy. Quan Hui stepped forward, his right fist covered in cyan scales, and struck the chest of the strongest zombie in the front. The force of his fist pierced through the zombie's back, blasting a gruesome hole, with broken ribs protruding from beneath the skin. The zombie flew backward like a torn sack, crashing into 3 of its own behind it, and the 4 bodies rolled into a tangled heap. It must be said Quan Hui understood the aesthetics of violence. He grabbed another zombie by the ankle and swung it around like a human warhammer. The withered zombie body arced through the air, sweeping across a swath of enemies. The sound of snapping bones rang out incessantly, and rotting flesh peeled away from the point of impact. Quan Hui swung 3 times, knocking down 7 zombies, then casually hurled the mangled remains in his hand, toppling 2 more. His breathing was steady, his scales were splattered with filthy blood, but there was not a single real wound. Quan Hui too remained in his position, never rashly charging forward, because everyone knew that as long as they were behind you, they were utterly safe. Meanwhile, Chi Yu's ability spread silently, and 7 mutant zombies along with over a dozen normal ones advanced toward the horde. The mutant zombies fought with a tactic of trading wounds for wounds, life for life. It must be said the physical condition of mutant zombies was far superior to that of normal ones. But those mutant zombies that were not enhanced in constitution were only slightly stronger than ordinary ones. However, if they were knocked down, they would directly bite the throats of their own kind. If an arm was torn off, they would continue tearing with the other. If their bodies were too broken to stand, they would tightly grip the enemy's legs, even gnawing at their ankles with their teeth. Such a tactic could only be used by zombies. The mutant zombies created fleeting opportunities for their comrades' attacks. Beads of sweat formed on Chi Yu's forehead, and her breathing grew rapid. Yet her control was precise. Every mutant zombie executed her silent commands. Chi Yu's forehead beaded with sweat, and her breathing turned rapid. But her control was precise. Every mutant zombie carried out her silent commands. Few zombies could cross the line formed by these 20-plus undead sentinels. You watched Chi Yu and shook your head helplessly. It was a pity that Yeye's current ability level couldn't support her quickly switching control targets. Otherwise, she could directly spread her ability and command the zombies to commit mass suicide. On the other side, Xia King raised her hand. Flames burst from her palm, spreading forward in a fan shape, forming a wall of fire 5 meters wide. You were puzzled. Why were all the ability users around you so powerful? The firewall wasn't fixed, it slowly advanced like a flowing river of magma. The asphalt road softened and bubbled under the high temperature, emitting a pungent blue smoke. The clothes and skin of zombies charging into the firewall ignited instantly. The zombies shrieked, stumbled forward a few steps, then fell as flames continued to spread over their bodies, burning the remaining flesh to charcoal. The smell of burning mingled with the decay and gunpowder in the air, creating the unique scent of this battlefield. Her sister Xia Muxue stood beside her. An icy blue chill spread from her feet, forming a thin frost on the road surface. She raised her hand and cast a spell, sending 3 rows of ice spikes slanting upward from the ground, the crystals refracting delicate light under the afternoon sun. Zombies attempting to flank the firewall were impaled by the ice spikes, some through the abdomen, some through the chest. Frost spread from the wounds, freezing blood vessels and organs and locking their already dead muscles. The bodies pinned on the spikes still struggled, but their movements grew slower until they were completely frozen solid. The boundary between ice and fire blurred at that moment. Only death was the clear language of the moment. Zhang Long and Zhao, who led the body reinforcement ability users to guard the flanks. They did not use firearms. Fists, knees, elbows, shoulders. Every part of the body was a weapon. The body cultivators and novels were synonymous with violence. One reinforced ability user snapped a zombie's neck, the sound of bone breaking crisp and clean. Another kicked a zombie's knee to shatter it, then stepped on its head, crushing it. Their breathing was heavy, chests heaving violently, but their steps were not disordered, and their formation remained stable. The half-meter-high curbstones on both sides of the road became natural cover for Zhang Long and Zhao, whose teams. No one retreated a single step. Zhu Wenhao's gale took shape at the edge of the battlefield. It was not an offensive wind, but a tactical application biased toward defense and disruption. The whirlwind swept up dust, gravel, and debris from both sides of the road, forming a gray-yellow barrier in the air. The barrier obscured the already weak perception of some zombies, deflected their staggering charge directions, and caused the dense horde to trip over one another. The wind was not strong, consuming little energy, yet its effect was remarkable. At least 30 zombies were disoriented after being swept into the dust barrier, and in their confusion, they were knocked down and trampled by the subsequent surge of their own kind. You remained standing where you were, commanding everyone through mental link. Your mental link steadily connected with the 4 tigers. Huda never left a spot 10 meters to your front left. He crouched in the middle of the road like a dark golden statue. Occasionally a zombie broke through the firing net and reached him. He would lift his massive paw and casually swat. The skull shattered, and the zombie flew sideways, silent ever after. Hu-Er and Hussein guarded your front right. They neither pounced nor chased, but waited quietly. Hussein occasionally lowered his head to lick his front paw, while Hu-Er kept his eyes fixed on the depths of the horde. They were waiting for the target you designated. Husi still prowled along the edge of the road. He never left your side beyond 30 meters and never attacked ordinary zombies on his own. That fellow was only waiting for the cunning prey that would sneak up to deliver itself. And there it was. The first mutant zombie appeared, stealthily mingling in the horde. After a failed surprise attack that was repelled by Quan Hui, it clung to the outer wall of a 4-story residential building on the left side of the road. Its limbs were long and slender, its claws embedding into the wall's crevices, climbing vertically in defiance of gravity. This mutant zombie was attempting to bypass the frontal firing net from a high altitude, diving straight into the middle of the formation where the unarmed, ordinary survivors were. Your mental link transmitted a command to Hu-Er. Go take it down. Yes, master. Hu-Er looked up, his amber eyes locking onto the figure clinging to the gray wall. He took 3 running steps, pushed off the ground with his hind legs, and launched his massive body into the air. Hu-Er did not jump in a straight line. Instead, he first leaped onto the roof of an abandoned minivan parked by the road, using it as a second foothold. The roof dented and glass shattered. Hu-Er exerted force a second time, launching from the roof straight to the balcony railing of the 3rd floor. The railing deformed but withstood the impact. Without pausing, Hu-Er leaped a 3rd time, reaching the 4th floor face to face with the mutant zombie. The mutant zombie shrieked and launched itself from the wall. Hu-Er could not dodge in midair, but he did not need to. He met it head-on, his right claw, leaving a blur in its wake. The tips of his claws sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound. Before the zombie could reach him, Hu-Er's claws struck its neck first. It was not a slap, but a slash. 5 claw marks deep enough to expose bone extended from the side of the neck to the opposite side. The cervical vertebrae were completely severed. The mutant zombie's head drooped backward at an unnatural angle. The headless body stiffened for a moment in midair, then plummeted. Bang! The body crashed onto the roof of the abandoned minivan, piercing through the metal, and got stuck inside the twisted, deformed cabin. Filthy blood oozed from the breach, dripping down the door. Hu-Er landed, as well, his 4 paws touching the ground with joints slightly bent to absorb the impact, completely unharmed. Hu-Er glanced down at the corpse wedged on the car roof, then turned and trotted back to his position, crouching down. He did not look at you, nor did he make a sound. Hu-Er simply continued to stare into the depths of the zombie tide, awaiting the next command. The second mutant zombie to emerge was clearly a strength type. The hulking figure appeared from the very center of the zombie horde. Its height had clearly exceeded 3 meters, its arms as thick as tree trunks covered in a grayish-brown keratinized armor layer. Ordinary bullets striking its body could only leave a few white marks, the bullet tips embedded in the keratin surface, unable to penetrate any deeper. Even grenade fragments could not truly breach that thick biological armor. The giant zombie used raw force to shove aside its kin, striding forward toward your direction. Each step on the asphalt pavement produced a dull, heavy thud, shaking up fine dust. You were somewhat puzzled what was happening. When had zombies learned to capture the leader first? But you did not hesitate. You immediately transmitted an attack command to Huda through mental link. Go kill it. Yes. Huda, guarding beside you, rose directly. He did not sprint or roar, but walked steadily toward that colossal monster. Huda indeed appeared to walk slowly at first glance, yet each step was steady and forceful, as if he were merely patrolling his own territory. But Huda's body was gradually growing larger and larger. The giant zombie swung its arm in a horizontal sweep. The thick arm came with a foul wind, and the force of this blow was clearly enough to crush a light truck into scrap. Huda crouched the instant the colossal arm swept toward him. The giant zombie's arm grazed the fur atop his head, bringing a gust of stench. Huda did not waste that half second of the giant zombie's stiffness. He immediately pushed off with his hind legs, his body like a spring released after being compressed to the extreme, leaping upward. The massive tiger head, encased in similar rock armor, slammed hard into the open armpit of the mutant zombie. The combat instincts of a tiger were, of course, terrifyingly sharp. The point of impact was extremely precise. There where the edge of the keratin layer met the weakest area of the armor, the pivot of joint movement. Huda's skull was as hard as steel, and with the rock armor no less sturdy than steel, the force of the collision caused the keratin layer to crack from within, emitting a crisp snapping sound. Huda seized the moment to strike with his claws. One massive paw directly dug into the fissure deep into the flesh, tearing violently. Black-red fluid gushed from the wound, a mixture of blood and some mutated tissue fluid. The giant zombie let out a heaven-shaking roar of pain, its other arm flailing down blindly. But Huda had already retreated, standing a few meters away on the road, watching it calmly. With every swing of its massive arms, the bodily fluids leaked faster. With every movement, the wound under its armpit ripped wider. The giant zombie's strength gradually waned, its movements slowing. After a dozen seconds, Huda suddenly lunged, clamping his jaws onto the giant zombie's neck. The giant zombie crashed to its knees, its thick arms hanging limply, its chest rising and falling weakly with each breath. Huda approached it again, without a moment's hesitation, raised his massive paw, and with a fierce slap aimed at the lowered head. Crack! The sound of the skull shattering was exceptionally crisp. The mutant zombie's body pitched forward, crashing onto the road, raising a cloud of dust. Huda shook off the bloodstains on his claws, then stepped back 2 paces. He did not immediately return to his position, but stood beside the corpse, turning his head to glance at you. Your mental link transmitted an instruction to Huda. Huda, don't forget the viral gel in its head. Huda retrieved the gel, turned, and trotted back to your left front, crouching down again. You took the gel from his mouth, and Huda licked the remaining bloodstains off his paws. You stood atop the cab of the military vehicle, scanning your surroundings, alert for lurking mutant zombies. Because you knew that some mutant zombies like to play dirty. At that moment, one mutant zombie was indeed mingling among the ordinary zombie horde. Its appearance was almost indistinguishable from its kind, the same grayish skin, the same hollow eye sockets, the same shuffling gait. But this zombie's movements were nearly silent, blending into the cacophony of the horde, making it almost impossible to detect the anomaly. The mutant zombie was now trying to stealthily approach the flank of the team. That was where Chi-Yu was controlling the mutant zombie group. A sharp bone spur suddenly protruded from the mutant zombie's palm, its edge glinting with an unnatural dark green. It seemed to be poisonous. Clearly it intended to ambush Chi-Yu. Your attribute, I had already detected its anomaly. Even though being behind you was absolutely safe, you still didn't want Yaya to be startled. Who see protect Yaya? Emma Master, I see it. Who see, though still patrolling along the edge of the road, had changed the trajectory of his movement. Now Husi no longer moved in a straight line, but curved toward the flank of the team. His amber eyes locked onto a direction. Husi's tail stopped, swaying his entire body like a solidified sculpture. The next second he moved. This clever tiger did not intercept directly from the front. Husi did not even appear in the field of vision of the hidden assassin-type zombie. He took a wide arc, using the abandoned vehicles and other zombies along the road edge as cover, quietly approaching from the mutant zombie's side and rear. Husi made no sound. The pads under his claws absorbed every shock of landing his lowered body, making his small frame almost invisible amid the debris and zombie shadows on the road. The assassin zombie was 10 meters from Chi-Yu. At that moment, the hidden assassin-type zombie abruptly raised its bone spur, aiming at Chi-Yu's back. Husi shot out from under the chassis of an abandoned car, moving at an incredibly fast speed, yet still without a sound. Husi did not pounce on the torso, nor did he bite the assassin zombie's neck. Instead, this clever tiger directly clamped his jaws onto the zombie's ankle, exerting force to drag it backward. The assassin zombie lost its balance, falling backward helpless. The zombie instinctively swung its bone spur downward, but Husi had already released his grip, leaping half a meter away. The zombie's bone spur struck empty air, stabbing straight into the ground. Husi pounced again. This time he did not hold back. He pressed half his body onto the zombie's chest, his gaping maw aiming for the assassin zombie's neck. The crisp sound of a cervical vertebra breaking reached Chi-Yu's ears. When Chi-Yu turned around, Husi had already jumped off the corpse, licking the bloodstains around his mouth. Husi grinned at her, then turned and trotted back to the edge of the road, continuing to sneak and strike at the zombies in the horde. You gazed upon the boundless tide of corpses, a hint of doubt stirring in your heart as you activated your attribute eye for a sweeping scan. You couldn't help but wonder, why are there so many mutated zombies? In a small county, it was rare to see even 2 or 3. How could 3 have appeared in such a short time? You suddenly pouted. Good heavens, here comes another one. Hussein, go take care of it. Be careful, this one spits acid. Understood, Master. Hussein shot out, abruptly scattering the ordinary zombies in all directions. The acid-spitting zombie emerged at the right rear of the horde, about 20 meters from the edge of the road. At that moment, it was opening its jaw, beginning to brew a pale green mucus deep in its throat. Hussein cut in from the flank at high speed, not charging straight, but approaching the corrosive zombie in a zigzag pattern. The mutated zombie also spotted this formidable opponent, so it turned its body to face Hussein, slightly opening its jaw and beginning to brew a glob of acid. A blob of mucus shot from the acid zombie's mouth, tracing a pale green arc through the air. Hussein made a sudden stop and changed direction the instant before the mucus landed. The mucus missed its target, striking the concrete barrier at the edge of the road. A hissing sound arose, white smoke billowed, and the surface of the barrier was corroded into a fist-sized pit. Hussein continued to lure, and then abruptly charged with a sharp turn. The acid zombie's second glob of mucus also missed, corroding a smoking shallow pit on the ground. A third acid blast. Clearly the acid zombie needed time to brew its acid, but Hussein didn't give it much time. The mucus spat out in haste had become noticeably thinner, and the ejection speed slowed considerably. Hussein no longer dodged, it lunged straight at the mutant zombie's front, its right paw striking the drooping jaw. Hit! The acid zombie's jaw was knocked askew, and the unsprayed strong acid flowed back from the acid cavity into its own throat. The acid zombie's scream was abruptly cut short by the very acid it used to attack. It frantically clawed at its own throat, but that only left festering claw marks on its skin. Acid spilled from the corners of its mouth, dripping straight onto its chest. The tattered clothes on its body instantly turned black, and the mutated flesh began to dissolve. After a dozen seconds, its head and neck were unrecognizable, revealing some charred bones. Finally, the acid zombie's body stiffened, and it pitched forward, crashing to the ground. Hussein took a few steps back, shaking its paw in disgust. It carefully retrieved the viral gel, then trotted back to your side to report, and crouched down again. The fire net formed by the troops never ceased. The barrels of 6 heavy machine guns had been replaced once. Hot spare barrels were thrown on the ground, mingling with mountains of shell casings sizzling. The pace of small-caliber grenade launches slowed, but accuracy improved. Each round landed in the densest area of the horde, and every flash of explosion took at least a dozen zombies. Drones took turns returning to recharge, and then ascending again. Of the 8, 5 were always circling in the air, monitoring the edges and depths of the zombie horde. The ammunition of the armed robotic dogs had been replenished several times, so their attack rhythm remained steady. Each burst of fire brought down a zombie, and ballistic data was transmitted back in real time via the link. The comrades of the Special Ability Brigade began to show signs of fatigue. Although no one would get injured, people still got tired eventually. The aggressive Quan Hui naturally charged ahead of you again, with a few shallow scratches on his scales, marks left by repeated clawing from zombie claws. Chi Wen, not far from you, had begun to breathe rapidly, with beads of sweat on her temples sliding down her cheeks. The sisters Xia Qing and Xia Muxue had significantly reduced their attack frequency, clearly exhausted as well. But the comrades were still fighting, still steadily slaughtering zombies. At this moment, they were the iron wall before the survivors. Through your unremitting efforts, the density of the horde finally began to decrease. The surging zombies were no longer endless. They began to thin out, becoming scattered. The piled-up zombie corpses on the ground had clearly exceeded 10,000. Filthy blood formed streams on the road surface, pooling into dark red shallows in low-lying areas, and flowing underground through the iron grates of drainage wells. The air was filled with gunpowder smoke, scorched smell, and putrid stench. Every breath you took carried the rusty smell of blood. But the battle was not over yet. Your gaze swept over the gradually thinning horde and locked onto the mutated zombie that had been lurking in the depths all along. Zombie Hunter. Age 31. Level 2. Ability none. Attribute panel. Constitution 86. Agility 81. Intelligence 36. Magic 29. Perception 77. Charm 1. Trait Shadow Kill. Ambush from shadows. Damage doubled. The hunter did not rush to join the fray. Clearly, it was observing, waiting for the perfect moment. It crouched on the roof of a gas station about 300 meters ahead on the road. The roof was made of color steel tiles, partially collapsed and heavily rusted at the edges. It crouched in the shadow of the collapsed edge, overlooking the entire battlefield. The hunter's physique was a size larger than ordinary zombies. Its skin was an abnormal bluish-black, emitting a sickly sheen under the afternoon sun. Its arms had mutated into scythe-like bone blades with narrow, long edges that emitted a cold, white gleam. The hunter's eye sockets were dark red, quite different from the scarlet of ordinary zombies. You moved. This was the first time you had shifted your position since the battle began. You issued an order. Hussein, the two of you go take it down. Yes. Huair and Hussein broke away from the formation and trotted steadily toward the gas station ahead on the road. You did not follow. You stood still, watching the figures of the two tigers cross the corpse-strewn road, weave around the overturned vehicle wrecks, and disappear into the shadow of the gas station entrance. Huair and Hussein entered the gas station. The rusted color steel tile roof creaked in the breeze. The hunter crouched at the edge of the roof, its dark red eyes locked tightly on the two giant tigers that had intruded below. Huair did not look up, it simply walked directly under the roof and lowered its head to lick its front paw. Hussein sat down 5 meters behind it, its tail gently sweeping the ground. The hunter's eyes twitched violently. It could not comprehend this attitude, but the bone blades on its arms slowly spread open. The hunter launched itself from the edge of the roof, its arms crossed with bone blades thrust forward, lunging through the air at Huair's head. Huair did not look up, it simply took half a step forward. That half step was all it took. The bone blades grazed past its nape, the edges slicing through the air without even cutting off a single hair. The hunter landed stumbling a step. The hunter had not yet stabilized its footing when Hussein moved. It didn't lunge, merely extended its right forepaw and gently hooked at the hunter's feet. The hunter lost balance and tumbled forward instinctively, swinging its blade to brace itself. At that moment, Huair raised his head, bared his fangs in a snarl, and casually pressed his right paw down, directly onto the hunter's occiput. The skull struck the concrete floor with a dull, decisive crack. Fractures radiated from the hunter's temple as its crimson eyes dimmed instantly, and it struggled to rise. Except Huair's paw remained planted atop its skull, applying a fraction more pressure. The hunter's face was pressed back to the ground, its limbs flailing wildly, as its razor-sharp bone blades scraped against the concrete in a screeching chorus. Yet its head wouldn't budge. Huair playfully lifted his paw, and the hunter surged upward, bone blades sweeping back toward his throat. But he merely tilted his head and evaded with ease. In the same instant, Hussein lunged forward and clamped his jaws around the hunter's blade-wielding wrist. Without tearing or thrashing, he simply crushed. The sound of bones shattering rang out crisp and clear. The wrist was torn clean off, the bone blade clattering to the ground from its palm. The hunter shrieked in pain, swinging its opposite arm's bone blade in a horizontal arc toward Hussein. Huair raised his paw and deflected the blade aside as though batting away a falling leaf, then lowered his head and gently closed his jaws around the hunter's exposed neck. The hunter froze completely. Moments later, its head lolled forward as it went limp. Huair cracked open its skull and used his tongue to extract the virus gel. The two tigers trotted back toward you. They returned to your side. Huair squatting before your right front, Hussein lying down behind your left as he licked his paws. Huda never strayed from your side, while Husi continued patrolling the outer perimeter. The remaining zombies on the battlefield had grown sparse. Gunshots were scattered, abilities flashing intermittently. All seemed to believe the zombie tide was nearly over. Just then your spine went rigid. A familiar sensation drifted from the direction of the gas station. Ancient, indifferent, carrying a quality that transcended the mortal realm. That was divinity. The system interface suddenly popped up a regional quest window. Congratulations, Master of Fate, on triggering a regional quest. Please choose your next move. 1. Hunt the Zombie King and the Mutant Demon Zombie. Reward a random golden sheet. 2. Hunt either the Zombie King or the Mutant Demon Zombie. Reward a random attribute guaranteed to be gold tier. 3. Abandon the survivors and run. No reward. 4. I really fancy all three of you. Shall we have a deeper exchange? Unknown consequences. Choose wisely. Master of Fate, please make your selection. Yang Jinyu turned to her sister beside her and poured her a cup of tea. Of course, choose option 1. Regardless, golden sheets were far more indispensable than attributes, even if some attributes could rival or surpass cheats in their power. You recognized this feeling. You also knew that whatever stood across from you with divinity had sensed you in return. The shattered rolling door of the gas station exploded outward. 3 figures burst from the darkness. The one in the center was roughly human-sized with deep gray skin and eyes of rich golden hue. It did not roar, did not frenzy. It calmly locked onto you like a monarch gazing upon its subjects. You activated Attribute I. Zombie King Shinzi Divine Child. Age, 27. Level 4. Abilities: Pressure Fusion, Physical Enhancement, Sovereign Domain, Mental Control, Mental Impact. Attribute Panel: Constitution 278, Vigor, Vitality, Muscle Strength, Status, Resistance, Agility 312, Flexibility, Balance, Reaction Speed, Intelligence 399, Logic, Memory, Spiritual Power, Magic 307, Magic, Total Magic, Perception, Magic Application, Perception 361, Intuition, Senses, Insight, Charm 222, Aura, Affinity, Leadership, Personality. You were shocked. This was the highest attribute local non-dungeon enemy you'd encountered since the apocalypse. Now you finally understood why this small county town had so many mutant zombies. There was actually a zombie king here. To the zombie king's left was a strength-type mutant zombie standing 5 meters tall, its arms covered in keratin-heavy armor, each finger tipped with curved black hooked claws. Somewhat insect-like. The one on the right bore almost no resemblance to any normal organism. Its body appeared forcibly pieced together. Its left arm a bone blade of some arthropod, its right half encased in semi-transparent, otherworldly carapace, 3 backward curving bone spines protruding from its spine. Mutant Demon Zombie Han Lingtong. Age 32. Level 3. Abilities: Poison, Fog, Teleportation, Durability, Rapid Movement, Powerful Physique. Attribute Panel: Constitution 581, Agility 333, Intelligence 12, Magic 383, Perception 116, Charm 1. The 3 zombies formed a wedge formation and charged straight at you. The Zombie King's golden eyes never left your forehead. You knew what it craved. The shard of divinity resided at your third eye. You extended both hands, and 2 rune-forged long swords materialized in your grip. Runes on the blades flared to life, blue-white electricity cascading along the edges. An arc of electricity shot toward the 3 zombies, triggering the effect of the strictest father of alien race red. Your mental link transmitted commands to all 4 tigers simultaneously. Prepare for combat. It might be tricky. Stay sharp. Yes. Huda launched from your left front position. It didn't probe, charging head-on toward the strength-type mutant zombie. In the instant they crossed paths, Huda raised its right paw, bringing its full weight and charging momentum down in a devastating strike. The strength-type zombie crossed its arms to block. The impact of keratin armor against tiger claws produced a deep metallic thunder. Huda's right paw pressed down on its arms, continuing downward until the claws touched its shoulders. A second strike followed. The left paw hooked upward into its exposed armpit. That was the edge of the keratin layer, the weakest seam of the armor. Tiger claws tore inward, spraying dark red fluid. The strength-type zombie's arms dropped limply, and Huda's third strike smashed into its brow. The skull shattered with a sound like snapping timber. The massive body fell backward dead before it even hit the ground. Huair and Hussein pounced on the mutant demon zombie simultaneously. Rather than flanking from opposite sides, they charged side by side like twin bolts of lightning. The mutant demon zombie's left arm bone blade slashed horizontally. Huair leaped to evade, while Hussein skittered low along the ground, teeth aiming for its right leg. The mutant demon zombie stepped back half a pace, sweeping its bone blade to force Hussein back. But Huair had already rotated mid-air, his right paw striking downward from above. The mutant demon zombie raised its semi-transparent, otherworldly carapace to block. Huair's claw strikes left 3 white scores on the surface, but failed to penetrate. Yet Hussein had already circled to its flank. This time it wasn't the leg. It targeted the 3 backward curving bone spines at the zombie's spine. Hussein clamped onto the base of the thickest central spine and dragged downward with all his strength. The bone spine tore free along with the connected vertebral segment. The mutant demon zombie's movements suddenly went out of control. Its right half carapace remained intact, but its left half musculature began spasming. Huair and Hussein gave it no time to recover. Huair lunged at its front claws, raking toward its chest cavity. Hussein bit its rear neck, teeth severing its cervical spine. Both strikes landed nearly simultaneously. The mutant demon zombie stiffened for half a second before collapsing like wet clay. Hussein had not joined either engagement throughout. It held position 5 meters from you, amber eyes locked onto that gray-black figure. The zombie king never once turned around. It didn't watch its 2 subordinates defeat or witness them being torn apart. The zombie king's golden eyes remained fixed solely on you. It walked toward you, steady-paced, unhurried. In that moment, the zombie king's eyes held only you. You stand still, your hands naturally hanging at your sides. For tigers are scattered around you, Hudo on the left front, Huair on the right front, Hussein behind, and Husi prowling the outermost perimeter. 10 meters ahead, the zombie king continues walking toward you. Its physique is similar to an ordinary person with dark gray skin, and its golden eyes fixate intently on your forehead. On either side behind the zombie king, 2 corpses hang in midair. On the left is the twisted remains of a demon zombie. On the right is the stalwart body of a strength-type zombie. The 2 corpses are drawn by an invisible force guarding it like loyal attendants. You are somewhat surprised. Damn, no wonder it didn't care at all about its own men dying. Looks like it has a backup plan. The zombie king walks toward you. Its steps are slow, carrying a certain composed confidence. The zombie king raises its right hand, fingers loosely clenched as a dark red light gathers in its palm. The rubble on the ground begins to tremble as if drawn by some force. The zombie king looks at you, then at the 4 tigers beside you, and a flicker of contempt passes through its golden eyes. Your spiritual link transmits commands to all 4 tigers in the same instant. Prepare to attack it. Yes. Huda lowers its front body, Huair and Hussein spread out to the sides, and Husi's figure vanishes into the shadows of the nearby ruins. The zombie king waves its right hand, and the dark red mass transforms into 3 arrows that shoot toward you. You don't even move. Huda has already pounced from the side, its massive body blocking you. The 3 blood arrows strike Huda's shoulder blade, leaving 3 shallow red marks on its dark golden fur before dissipating. How can the weakened attributes reduced by 100-fold contend with Huda? Huda does not even pause. The moment it lands, it charges toward the zombie king. The zombie king raises its left hand, and the 2 suspended corpses float in front of it, acting as shields blocking Huda's charging path. Huda does not slow down or swerve, it charges straight into the 2 corpses. The demon zombie's remains are sent flying sideways, and the strength-type zombie's body is swatted away with a single claw. Huda breaks through the 2 obstacles, its right claw aiming directly for the zombie king's head. The zombie king steps back, blocking with its right arm. Huda's claw strikes its forearm, ripping 3 large gashes in the dark gray skin. A flicker of gold moves in the zombie king's eyes. It clearly did not expect this blow to injure it. It swings its left fist at Huda's ribs, but Huda sidesteps and simultaneously sweeps its right claw across its waist, adding 3 more bleeding wounds. You are puzzled. Is it this tough? You activate the attribute I. Zombie King Chung Shinsi, Divine Sun King's Domain 100's Attribute 10 version age 27 level 4 abilities pressure fusion physical enhancement king's domain mind control psychic shock. Attribute panel constitution 27 27810. Agility 31 31210. Intelligence 39 39910. Magic 30 30710. Perception 36 36110. Charisma 22 22210. You shake your head with a smile. Damn, so overpowered. Attribute 10 within the king's domain. Could this be another trick of that so-called divinity? Hu Air cuts in from the right. It does not pounce, but instead darts low straight for the zombie king's calf. The zombie king lifts its leg to kick Hu Air, but Hu Air twists its body in midair, evading the kick, while biting down on its ankle. Fangs pierce the skin and crack the bone. Stung by the pain, the zombie king swings its fist at Hu Air's head. Hu Air releases its bite and leaps back to evade. Hu San pounces from the left, leaping into the air and pressing its claws toward the zombie king's shoulders. The zombie king turns and meets it with a right fist. Claw and fist collide. The zombie king staggers back half a step, and Hu San is knocked backward, somersaulting in the air, but lands steadily without a scratch. You remain standing still. 2 rune longswords are still sheathed in the half-plane, and you calmly watch the clash. Panting, the zombie king sweeps its gaze over the 3 giant tigers surrounding it. The contempt in its golden eyes has vanished, replaced by gravity. The zombie king now bears 7 or 8 deep wounds that reach the bone, dark gray skin, stained with blood. It lets out a low growl and raises both hands simultaneously. The 2 corpses that were sent flying suddenly tremble violently, as if awakened by some force. The twisted remains of the demon zombie float behind the zombie king, while the strength-type zombie's body floats in front of it. The zombie king clenches its 10 fingers as if gripping something, and the 2 corpses fly toward it. The demon zombie's torso attaches to its waist and abdomen, its broken spine piercing into the zombie king's body with a dull, wet sound. The strength-type zombie's body begins to melt, turning into a dark red film of flesh and blood. It spreads from the zombie king's shoulders downward, covering the chest and back, and finally solidifies into crude armor. The 3 bodies merge into one. The zombie king's upper body emerges from the blood armor, its neck and below wrapped in the twisted torso of the demon zombie, with 3 curved bone spikes protruding from its back. Massive horn-like lumps bulge on the zombie king's shoulders, and its arms are sheathed in the black hooks left by the strength-type zombie. Fusion complete. You activate the attribute I. Zombie King Chung Shinsi, Divine Sun King's Domain 100's Attribute 10 version, age 27 level 4 abilities pressure fusion physical enhancement King's Domain Mind Control Psychic Shock. Attribute panel Constitution 103 103710. Agility 87 87610. Intelligence 67 67310. Magic 108 108 310. Perception 91911410. Charisma 28 28810. The zombie king looks down at its new body, raises its right arm, and clenches its hook claws. The ground cracks and debris floats. The zombie king throws its head back in a silent roar, its golden eyes reigniting with brutality and confidence, as if the entire world now belongs to it. The zombie king looks at you, at the 3 tigers beside you, and at the direction of the shadows, where Husi vanished. At this moment it feels invincible, strong enough to crush every living thing before it. You reach out with both hands. 2 rune longswords suddenly appear in your hands at the same time. The ancient runes on the blades light up one by one, and blue-white electric light flows along the edges, converging at the tips into 2 brilliant points of light. The rune plate armor on your body also glows faintly, the mark of thunder and guardianship. Your spiritual link sends another command. Charge. Let's kill it together. Huda rushes out first, still approaching in a zigzag pattern each step, making the ground tremble slightly. The zombie king swings its right arm, its black hook claws tearing at Huda. Huda sidesteps at the last moment, the claws scraping past its flank and leaving 3 deep furrows in the ground. Tiger Da closed in and swiped its right claw at the fleshy armor plating on the zombie king's side. The claws breached the surface, tearing a half-meter gash as dark crimson fluid splattered outward. The zombie king roared in fury, whipping its left arm around in a backhand sweep, but Tiger Da had already retreated. Tiger Air launched itself from the right, this time targeting the 3 bone spines protruding from the king's back. It lunged upward, clamping its jaws onto the base of the rightmost bone spine and pulling with all its weight. Half the spine and the connecting vertebrae were torn free, drawing a pained snarl from the zombie king as it spun to strike at Tiger Air. Tiger Air immediately released its grip and bounded away upon landing. Tiger Sen cut in from the left wing, skimming low across the ground straight for the hollow behind the zombie king's left knee. Its fangs sank into the tendons and tore with brutal force. The zombie king's left leg buckled, sending it down to one knee. It swung its left arm's hooked claw downward in a stabbing motion, but Tiger Sand had already released its grip and retreated 2 meters away. That should do it. Time to turn this cold kill into a warm golden finger reward. You moved. Taking 3 swift strides forward, you drove your right hand's longsword straight into the Zombie King's exposed left flank. The blade pierced through that layer of flesh and blood armor, punching clean through the strange demon zombie's torso and emerging 3 inches from its back. Lightning surged along the sword's length, detonating a web of blue-white arcs within the Zombie King's body. The Zombie King's entire frame shuddered violently, its golden eyes fluttering erratically. It couldn't comprehend why you were so overwhelmingly powerful, as if you could crush it in every conceivable way. It raised its right arm, sweeping its hooked claw toward your head. You deflected the hook upward with your left sword, sparks cascading as steel met steel. The claw was effortlessly parried aside, and the blade slashed across the inner forearm, carving a deep wound that exposed bone. You withdrew your swords and stepped back to your original position, both blades angled toward the ground as dark crimson fluid dripped from their points. Tiger lunged again, this time crashing head-on into the Zombie King's chest, pinning its shoulders with both claws before sinking its massive jaws into the creature's neck. The Zombie King struggled, desperately driving its knee upward into Tiger's abdomen. Tiger absorbed the impact without loosening its grip, biting down even harder. The fangs pierced through flesh and sinew, reaching bone. Tiger attacked from the right, targeting the Zombie King's right elbow joint. It bit down on the joint and tore with all its strength, rupturing ligaments until the hooked claw arm went limp and useless. Tiger leaped in from the left, biting into the hollow behind the Zombie King's left knee and severing the tendons. Deprived of support, the Zombie King toppled backward. Its back crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The Zombie King raised its remaining left hand in a final struggle, but Tiger stomped down, with one claw pinning both its left arm and upper body to the ground. A figure emerged from the ruins behind the Zombie King, Tiger C. It had remained hidden until now, lying in wait in the shadows for precisely this moment. Rather than attacking the torso or arms, Tiger C clamped its jaws onto the thickest of the 3 bone spines at the Zombie King's lower back and dropped its full weight downward. The bone spine and its connected vertebrae were torn free with brutal force, and dark red fluid gushed from the wound. The Zombie King's roars of rage finally broke into pitiful wails as its body convulsed violently. The fleshy armor plating began to crumble and peel away in chunks. You stepped forward and looked down at the Zombie King. Its golden eyes remained open, locked onto you with a fixed, unblinking stare. Pain, resentment, and an unquenchable hunger still burning even at death's door, all mixed together with overwhelming confusion in those golden eyes. It simply could not understand. Why had the once unstoppable predator who had ruled supreme been reduced to a beaten stray by a single kick from this human? It had even unleashed its ultimate technique, the fusion, and combined it with the King's domain to achieve maximum power, yet it still couldn't match you and these tigers. The Zombie King truly couldn't fathom it. You gripped your sword in your right hand, pointing the tip directly at the center of its brow. Without a word, you flicked through the beast's servant-master-servant contract in your mind. As expected, the system notified you that the target was unavailable. The blade drove forward, piercing through the skull and brainstem before emerging 3 inches from the back of the head. For a brief moment, the golden eyes flickered violently before going completely dark. The broken body collapsed limp and lifeless, showing no signs of vitality whatsoever. You waited and waited, but no divine light sphere appeared. Was it really unique? Only obtainable in reality. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly azure python had been the same. Killing it in the simulator had granted rewards, but no divine light sphere. He drew his longsword and shook off the blood and filth clinging to the blade. He casually retrieved the corpses of the Zombie King and the strange demon zombie, along with the viral gel from the power-type zombie skull. He placed them in sealed bags and examined them carefully. The viral gel from the power-type zombie was similar to what he'd seen before, but the other 2 fist-sized specimens were completely different. Well, the viral gel inside the Zombie King's head was entirely crimson, and unlike the soft consistency of ordinary gel, it was as firm as white rabbit milk candy. The strange demon zombie's gel was equally firm, but its color was an eerie purplish red. After examining them for a moment, he tossed all 3 bodies and the viral gel into his pocket dimension. Tiger released its grip and stepped back 2 paces. Tiger Air and Tiger Sand continued to flank you on either side, while Tiger C trotted over in a circle before settling down at your feet. All 4 tigers regrouped around you. Their fur was dirted from the fight, yet their breathing remained steady and calm with no visible wounds on any of them. Sunlight fell upon you, casting long shadows across the ground. Before you lay the ruined corpse of the fused zombie, which would never understand why a single human and these 4 tigers could be so overwhelmingly powerful. In the distance, gunfire had completely ceased. The last remnants of the zombies were being cleared by the ability squad. You sheathed your sword and turned to walk back toward the group. Along the highway, the final scattered zombies were being eliminated by the military and ability squad. The sound of gunfire grew sparse, the echoes of explosions reverberating through the county town streets before fading into the afternoon air. The column continued advancing in formation. Medics began patrolling to check for casualties. Ammunition handlers collected spent casings and fetched fresh supply boxes from the transport vehicles. Drones returned to base as their rotors gradually slowed. The armed mechanized dogs entered standby mode, their hydraulic joints releasing pressure with low hissing sounds. Members of the ability squad regulated their breathing and dispersed their gathered powers. Quan Hui's scales slowly receded beneath his skin, the gray mist in Chi Yu's eyes faded away, and the Xia sisters collapsed onto the ground in relief. You returned to the front of the formation. Tiger Da positioned itself to your front left, Tiger Air to your front right, Tiger Sand covered your rear, and Tiger C continued patrolling the outer perimeter. Your mental link remained active, steadily connected to all 4 tigers. You didn't speak, nor did they need to respond. The column marched toward Xuanqing's urban area, moving in silence, but with determination under the bright morning sun. The highway stretched endlessly ahead. Buildings on both sides of the road slid past, as if watching this vast procession head northward toward the promise of survival. Regional mission completed. Drawing Golden Finger reward, please wait, Master. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Golden Finger map. Map indeed, this is truly a map. It provides a comprehensive view of everything within a 10-kilometer radius of your location and marks all enemies with brief information. His mood was somewhat complicated. Wait, system. You definitely took an existing feature and put it into the Golden Finger pool for me to draw from. Come out and explain yourself. But the system remained silent, as always completely unresponsive. You composed yourself, leading the 4 tigers and the members of the superhuman squad to clear the path for over 10,000 survivors. Tiger 1 took the lead at the front of the column, Tiger 2 and Tiger 3 guarded the flanks, while Tiger 4 brought up the rear. Even without their gigantic forms, they were larger than ordinary tigers. Any mutated creatures they encountered along the way would usually steer clear upon catching their scent. The survivors were initially frightened, but after 2 days they had grown accustomed to the tiger's presence. The column stretched out long, with the elderly, women, and children placed in the middle, while able-bodied men formed an outer cordon for vigilance. You rode Tiger 1, occasionally patrolling back and forth to ensure the formation remained orderly and that no one in the ranks was up to any tricks. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, there were still more kind-hearted people. When someone couldn't walk any further, those nearby would lend a hand. If someone fell, others would immediately rush to help them up. That evening, the column set up camp on an open expanse of ground. Protective netting was set up around the perimeter, and patrols and sentries were arranged. Just as you finished inspecting the posts and returned to the temporary command post, you saw a group of people approaching. They included both the elderly and the young, led by a man in his 60s carrying a cloth bag. Captain Yang, he said. The old man stepped up to you and handed you the bag. This is a small token from everyone. We owe you these past few days. Without you, we'd have died on the road. You took the bag and opened it to find a few boiled eggs and a piece of cured meat. In the apocalypse, such items were surely worth more than gold. But you weren't really in need. After all, the demi-plane was stocked with mountains of food that only ever went in, never out. Even in this apocalypse, you wouldn't go hungry for 3 to 5 years. You handed the bag back. Uncle, we can't accept this. We have our discipline, we've sworn an oath. If you don't take it, we'll all feel uneasy. The people behind the old man nodded in agreement. A woman carrying a child stepped forward. The little one clutched a wildflower and shyly offered it to you. You took the flower, looked at the weary yet sincere faces before you, and felt a surge of warmth in your heart. We'll accept the gifts, you said. Then you added, and we'll share them with you. That night you distributed the eggs and cured meat to the wounded and the children. The old man sat by the campfire and recounted their journey. He said they had fled from the outskirts of Forest City yesterday, losing many along the way, and only felt safe after meeting you. You had to admit the old man and his companions were genuinely good-hearted. They were grateful to you, but unable to offer much help. They could only give you the food they had saved. Perhaps in this world, only those blessed with great fortune or those who knew how to band together could survive. That night you held Chi Yu close as you drifted into sleep. At dawn, both of you woke up right on time. You began to allocate perception points. Now you had 14 perception points. Please draw a trait. Drawing trait. Success. Rubbish, a gray trait. You didn't even glance at it, and skipped it directly. Day 3, early morning. The column set off again. Before they had gone 5 kilometers, a horde of zombies surged out of an abandoned residential building by the roadside. Tiger 1 charged ahead, its claws shattering the nearest zombie's skull. You and your squad followed closely. Blades flashed and zombies fell one after another. At dawn, another useless gray trait. You couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Day 4, day 5, day 6. Every day brought battles, every day small-scale skirmishes. Someone twisted an ankle, another was cut by sharp stones, someone collapsed from exhaustion, but no one died. You led the squad at the front, the 4 tigers always guarding the column's perimeter. Any mutated creature that dared approach would be torn apart. At noon on the 6th day, the column passed through a small town. Strangely, there were no zombies in the town, but there was clean well water. You ordered a 2-hour rest to let everyone replenish their water. A little girl ran up to you and handed you a drawing. The drawing depicted 4 tigers and a group of people wielding blades with the words, "Thank you," scrawled crookedly beside them. You crouched down and patted the girl's head. "What's your name?" "Ñoño." The girl blinked. "When I grow up, I want to be as strong as you." "Good," you said with a smile. "I'll teach you then." Day 7, day 8. The column moved slower and slower, but no one gave up. You watched the figures supporting one another, parents carrying children on their shoulders, young people bearing the elderly, who could no longer walk. A complex emotion swelled in your heart. On the evening of the 8th day, the old man came to you again. "Captain Yang, can we make it tomorrow?" You smiled. "Yes, before noon tomorrow we'll reach Quanching shelter." The old man nodded, his eyes reddening. The traits drawn at dawn these past few days were all uniformly gray junk. You were really speechless. Day 9, noon. Under the bright sunlight, the column finally arrived in Quanching City. After a short while, you spotted the silhouette of the First People's Hospital in the city center. The building's exterior was indeed a bit mottled. You couldn't understand how such changes had occurred in just a few days. But the newly built walls and watchtowers around the shelter stood out strikingly under the sun. "That's the shelter." Someone in the crowd behind you shouted. The rear of the column erupted in thunderous cheers. Fortunately, the troops from Quanching Military District had already cleared the area of zombies, or else this would surely have attracted a zombie horde. Some people in the column were crying, others tightly embracing those beside them, and a few even knelt to kiss the ground. You stood at the front of the column looking at the familiar gate in the distance, your eyes stinging. The shelter gate opened, and a group of people hurried out to greet you. At the forefront was Yang Kaiching. He wore a neatly pressed military uniform, the stars on his epaulets glinting in the sunlight. Behind him followed a squad of fully armed soldiers along with medical staff and logistics personnel. Yang Kaiching walked up to you, his gaze shifting from your face to the endless column behind you, then back. He solemnly saluted you, his voice a little hoarse. "Jinyu, you've worked hard." You returned the salute with equal solemnity and smiled. "It's what I as a soldier should do." Commander Yang, 18,619 people all arrived safely. Yang Kaiching nodded, his hand tightening around yours. Good, good, good. He looked past you and sighed. "As long as the people are still here, our Eastern University is still here." While you were still talking, the soldiers behind Yang Kaiching had already begun their work. Some guided the survivors into designated areas, others distributed water and food, and medical staff prepared testing equipment for examinations. Yang Kaiching pointed to a large open area on the east side of the shelter. "That area has been cleared. Tents are set up, enough to accommodate the people you brought back. Get them settled first, then conduct infection tests in batches." I looked toward the open ground where rows of military tents stood in neat formation enclosed by barbed wire. At the entrance, a disinfection station and a checkpoint had been set up. "Thank you, Commander Yang," I said. "Don't thank me." Yang Kaiching shook his head with a smile. "It was you who brought them back, you who protected them all the way. I only did what I had to do." After speaking, Yang Kaiching paused and glanced at the 4 tigers beside me. "Have they been following you all along?" I smiled. "Yes. The 4 of them have been a great help along the way." Yang Kaiching nodded. "Find a place for them to stay." As soon as he finished, he added, "Try to keep them away from our living quarters to avoid causing chaos." "Commander Yang, I understand." After a few more words with Yang Kaiching, I turned to arrange for the team members to assist with the settlement work. Jiang Yaqing had already taken several people to coordinate the testing procedures with the shelter's medical staff, while Quan Hui led the first squad to set up a cordon around the open ground. The survivors lined up and entered the open ground, each face etched with the relief of having escaped death. Some turned back to look at me, waving and shouting thanks. I stood at the entrance watching over 10,000 people file into the tent area. The 4 tigers crouched at my feet, their tails lightly sweeping the ground. Chiyu came up to me and handed me a bottle of water. "Brother Jinyu, have a drink. You've been so heavy-hearted these past few days." I took the water and drank a few gulps. I smiled and asked, Yeah, when will our people finish testing?" Chiyu pointed to the open ground. "Sister Yaching said it might take a while longer. Let's try to be quick." I smiled, handed the bottle back to Chiyu, and said, "Let's go, yeah. Let's check on the testing." Chiyu and I walked toward the testing area. Along the way, we met several survivors who stopped to nod at me. I acknowledged each one, but didn't stop. The testing area was beside the entrance to the open ground with a row of temporary shelters made from waterproof tarps. Medical staff in protective suits were examining the first batch of survivors. Jiang Yaching stood nearby holding a notebook and recording something. "How's it going?" I walked over and asked. "Just finished testing 30 people, all negative." Jiang Yaching looked up. "At this pace, we'll be done within 24 hours. I nodded. "Good. What about our own team?" Jiang Yaching said, "They're already being tested." I glanced at the testing area, then turned and walked toward the exit of the open ground. Big Tiger followed me while the other 3 tigers patrolled the perimeter of the open ground. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, Captain Yang. I stopped and turned around. It was the old man from before. He stood in the testing line calling out to me through the crowd, get some rest. Don't overwork yourself. I waved at him and continued walking. The tall walls of the shelter loomed ahead where sentries were changing shifts, the barrels of heavy machine guns glinting coldly in the sunlight. Inside the walls people moved about, voices murmured, and children laughed. I stood beneath the wall looking up at this rare safe zone in the apocalypse. Things have changed so much. It wasn't like this when I left. I led my parents, who had already been tested, and the special ability team to the place assigned to us by Yang Kaiching to set up camp. It was originally a hospital storage warehouse. I couldn't help but shake my head with a wry smile. Why do I keep ending up in warehouses these days? We tidied up a bit. Chi Yue, my parents, and I were naturally assigned the best part of the warehouse, 2 offices on the 2nd floor. Before I could exchange a few words with Chi Yue, Jiang Yaqing hurried over with a satellite phone. Captain Yang, Commander Yang, and Commander Li are looking for you. I took the phone. Hello, Commander Yang, what's the matter? Yang Kaiching's voice came through. Jin Yu, come over. I need to talk to you. Alright, I'll be right there. At the hospital's building 2, in the dean's office. As soon as I entered, Commander Yang and Commander Li immediately stood up to greet me. Yang Kaiching smiled. Jin Yu, you're finally here. Li Yunfei nodded at me with a smile. Yang Kaiching looked at me. Jin Yu, why do I feel like you've become distant after going back to your hometown? I was puzzled. Have I? I didn't notice. Yang Kaiching laughed. You keep calling us Commander Yang and Commander Li. Jin Yu, there's no one else here. Just call us Uncle Yang and Uncle Li. I replied with a smile, alright Uncle Yang. We chatted for a little while longer. I soon understood why Yang Kaiching and Li Yunfei were so eager to see me. Just a moment ago, a portal had suddenly appeared at the entrance of Building 3 of the hospital's inpatient ward. Out of the portal came many otherworldly wolves. I immediately pulled up the map to check. Good heavens. Another overflowing mystic realm. I had figured out one thing over this period. That is, the portal of a mystic realm only appears where there are many people or many zombies. For example, the many places we passed through these days that had few people or zombies, we never saw a portal. Today, just after we moved over 1800 people, a mystic realm appeared. If this wasn't a pattern, how could it be so coincidental every time? Yang Kaiching looked a bit embarrassed. Jin Yu, we still have to trouble you to handle it. Just now several of our soldiers were injured while trying to block those giant wolves. I was puzzled. What? Why didn't you call me immediately? Li Yunfei, standing nearby, looked a little awkward. We were thinking you'd had a tough journey and didn't want to disturb your rest. I didn't know what to say. Alright Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, let's not waste time. We can talk about the rest later. I'll go deal with it right now. Yang Kaiching and Li Yunfei both nodded in agreement. In no time I arrived not far from the blue portal. The area around it had been cordoned off with a green camouflage warning line by my comrades. A sign stood nearby, Mystic Realm ahead, do not approach. Congratulations, Fate player. You have triggered a regional quest. Please choose your next step. 1. Slaughter the otherworldly Grey Wolf Pack, 44 wolves. Reward 1 random attribute guaranteed, at least gold level. 2. I didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Retreat. No reward. Please make your choice, Fate player. Yang Jinyu naturally chose option 1. Why refuse a free golden attribute? With a leap, Yu and Huda easily cleared the green camouflage warning line. Inside the warning line was a hastily constructed defensive position. Dozens of fully armed robot dogs crouched behind the cover, their metallic shells glinting coldly in the sunlight. Over a dozen Special Forces soldiers were scattered at various firing positions, their muzzles all aimed at the mercury-colored portal not far away. The portal's light screen rippled faintly, and from time to time 1 or 2 ashen gray figures would dart out, only to be riddled by concentrated fire upon landing. As you landed, a figure stood up from behind the cover. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s with an upright posture and resolute features, wearing a colonel's rank on his shoulder boards. He was Xiong Wanyan, captain of the Falcon Squad. You walked toward him with a calm stride. Xiong Wanyan looked you over, his gaze carrying scrutiny and a hint of confusion. You stopped before him and spoke. Captain Xiong, I'm here. I'll go in now to hunt down the anchor creature and shut down this portal. Xiong Wanyan frowned, slightly scrutinizing your face. He asked, Captain Yang, how do you know me? I don't recall us ever meeting before. Xiong Wanyan's tone carried evident confusion. You smiled and replied, when I had some free time I chatted about you with Commander Yang. That answer was clearly insufficient to dispel Xiong Wanyan's doubts, but he didn't press further. Time was pressing. More and more otherworldly gray wolves were surging out of the portal, and the pressure of suppressing fire was increasing. Xiong Wanyan nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, Captain Yang, please go ahead. We'll guard the portal from outside and kill every beast that comes through. You looked around. Dozens of robot dogs had already adjusted their firing angles, and the Special Forces soldiers' fingers rested on the triggers. This was a solid defensive line sufficient to handle most situations. All right, Captain Xiong, I'll leave the outside to you. Xiong Wanyan saluted you and said, rest assured, Captain Yang. You withdrew your gaze, returned the salute, and walked toward the portal. Just as you reached the edge of the portal, a gray wolf burst out from the light screen. It was enormous, with a shoulder height exceeding 1.5 meters, and its head was covered in thick exoskeletal armor like a natural helmet. Every hair on its body stood on end, each as thick as a steel needle gleaming with a cold, ashen gray light. The moment the otherworldly gray wolf landed, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at you. You didn't dodge or even slow down. You simply raised your right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out. The fist struck the gray wolf square in the center of its forehead. The thick cranial exoskeleton instantly caved in with a crisp, piercing crack. The gray wolf's lunge was abruptly halted, its entire body flying backwards, smashing onto the ground 5 meters away. Its limbs twitched twice, then went still. You withdrew your fist, and without pausing stepped straight into the portal. The light screen closed behind you. Xiong Wanyin stood there staring at the dead gray wolf, then at the direction where you had vanished. He murmured, "Indeed, Captain Yang is formidable." The comrades around him also voiced their praises, filled with genuine admiration. They had never seen such monstrous strength. Punching an otherworldly gray wolf into oblivion with a single blow surpassing their understanding of current human limits. You passed through the portal and landed on solid ground. Before you lay an open wasteland. This was the first time you had seen such a vast secret realm. The sky was gray and overcast. Coincidentally, there was no sun today, yet there was enough light to see everything around. The ground was covered with withered yellow grass, with occasional jagged rocks protruding from the thickets. In the distance, rolling hills were visible, and at the horizon lay the silhouette of a black mountain range. The wind howled, carrying an unfamiliar aura. Huda, who had landed behind you, stood up, shook its fur, and swept its amber eyes around. You reached out to both sides, and 2 rune longswords materialized in your hands. The ancient patterns on the blades lit up one by one, and blue-white electricity flowed along the edges. You were originally in military uniform, but a rune plate armor suddenly enveloped your body. The rune plate armor also emitted a faint glow. You flexed your wrists and stepped forward. Huda walked beside you, half a step ahead on your left, its gait steady and eyes calm. For now, no living creatures were visible on the wasteland. But from the map, you could see life energy moving in the distance. They were gray wolves. You and Huda headed in that direction. After walking about half a kilometer, a stretch of undulating hills appeared ahead. In the depressions between the hills, ashen gray figures could be faintly seen moving. You stopped and carefully studied the map. They were gray wolves, 22 in total. They were scattered across the depression. Some were resting prone, some gnawing on the remains of some creature, and some were playfully tussling with each other. They hadn't noticed you. Through your mental link, you sent a brief command to Huda. Sneak attack them quietly. Yes, master. Huda let out a low growl, indicating understanding. You circled around from the right, while Huda flanked from the left. You didn't rush to charge, instead you quietly approached, using the undulating terrain. The gray wolves remained completely unaware. The sentry wolf was crouching on a rock, its head bobbing, as if drowsy. When you had stealthily approached to within 20 meters of the nearest gray wolf, it finally sensed something. The sentry wolf raised its head, its eerie green eyes turning toward you. You didn't give it a chance to raise an alarm. Pushing off the ground with both feet, your body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, skimming the ground. The 20 meters were crossed in an instant. The gray wolf had just opened its mouth when your right-hand sword pierced its eye socket, penetrating its brain. It didn't even let out a whimper before collapsing limply. Meanwhile, Huda charged into the pack from the left. It didn't use stealth, it charged straight into the densest area of the gray wolves. Its massive body knocked 2 aside, its right paw crushed a wolf's skull, its left paw pinned another, and its gaping maw bit through its neck. 3 gray wolves were killed instantly. Only then did the remaining wolves react, letting out sharp howls. The battle had fully erupted. You cut into the wolf pack from the right flank. 3 gray wolves lunged at you, 1 from the front, 2 from the flanks. You did not halt your stride. The sword in your right hand thrust straight into the brow of the wolf before you, the blade piercing through its skull. As you withdrew, you swung horizontally, cleaving off half the head of the wolf on your left. The wolf on your right sprang at your side. Your left-hand sword swept upward from below, slicing open its abdomen. Entrails and foul blood spilled across the ground. 3 gray wolves fell in under 2 seconds. Another 5 gray wolves encircled you. This time, they had learned. No longer charging in a swarm, but spreading out, attempting to strike from different directions simultaneously. You stood still, waiting for them to close in. The moment the first lunged, you sidestepped half a pace and drove your right-hand sword into its gaping maw, the blade emerging from the back of its skull. With a flick of your wrist, you shook off the corpse and swung your left-hand sword horizontally, driving 2 wolves back. You stepped forward, closing in on one, and thrust your blade into the nape of its neck, severing its spine. Another came from the side. You retracted your right-hand sword and stabbed the tip into its eye socket. 4 of the 5 gray wolves lay dead. The last one turned to flee. You hurled your left-hand sword. The blade became a streak of light, piercing its hind leg and pinning it to the ground. You walked over, pulled out the longsword, and finished it off. Huda's slaughter was equally efficient. He had already downed 8 gray wolves, each killed with a single blow. He barely exerted any force, just casual swipes, bites, and charges. The remaining gray wolves scattered in panic, but they could not outrun him. He caught up to one, crushed its skull, then turned and chased another, snapping its cervical spine. In less than a minute, no gray wolf remained standing in his area. You scanned the battlefield. All 22 gray wolves lay dead. You and Huda stood amidst the carnage, not a single wound on your bodies, barely even splattered with blood. Huda licked his paw and sat down, his demeanor relaxed. You sheathed your sword and prepared to venture deeper. Just then a low, enraged howl echoed from afar. You turned your gaze. At the edge of your vision, a pack of gray wolves was charging toward you. The leader was a massive gray wolf, its shoulder height nearly matching Huda's, its body covered in thicker, darker gray fur. It sprinted with incredible speed, trailing an afterimage. Stranger still, with each landing, a crimson flash surged across its body, and its speed increased another notch. The Wolf King. Judging by its posture, it was definitely the Wolf King, the anchor creature. Behind it followed 21 gray wolves, each carrying prey in its mouth. Some held the remains of an otherworldly deer-like creature, others the carcass of a large, otherworldly rodent. They had clearly just returned from a hunt, still carrying food, only to find their territory littered with the corpses of their kin. The Wolf King halted 50 meters away. It dropped its prey, its emerald eyes sweeping over the scattered gray wolf bodies, then fixed on you and Huda. A deep, guttural whine rolled from the Wolf King's throat, a sound laden with fury, grief, and burning hatred. The gray wolves behind the Wolf King also dropped their prey, bared their fangs, and let out threatening growls. A crimson glow began to emanate from the Wolf King's body. The red light spread from its chest, enveloping its entire form, then coalesced into a faint blood-colored aura around its limbs and head. The Wolf King's muscles bulged slightly under the red light. Already incredibly fast, it now seemed even quicker. It stared at you, its emerald eyes brimming with murderous intent. Through your mental link, you sent a brief command to Huda. He rose and walked to your side, his amber eyes locking onto the Wolf King. Huda's gaze was calm. No trace of tension, no fear, only a faint, hunting-focused concentration. The Wolf King made the first move. Its form flickered and vanished from its spot. The next instant, it appeared 5 meters in front of you. Teleportation. The Wolf King vanished again, reappearing 3 meters from you. 2 teleports brought it right before you. The Wolf King opened its gaping maw, fangs aimed directly at your throat. You did not dodge. You did not even draw your sword. You simply raised your right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched. The fist collided head-on with the Wolf King's skull. Crimson light and lightning exploded simultaneously, accompanied by a muffled boom. The Wolf King's lunge was halted midair. Its entire body flipped backward, tumbling twice across the ground before scrambling up. It shook its head, a flicker of confusion in its emerald eyes. The Wolf King could not fathom why, despite its immense speed and uncanny teleportation, it was knocked back by a single punch. Weren't you just an ordinary human? When had a human become so absurdly powerful? Huda moved. He sprang from your side, charging straight at the Wolf King. The Wolf King flickered again, teleporting 5 meters behind Huda. Huda did not turn to pursue. Instead, he lunged directly into the pack of gray wolves behind the Wolf King. 21 gray wolves surged at Huda simultaneously. Driven by rage at their fallen kin, they charged fearlessly. Huda faced the pack without retreat. He was a reckless brute too. He crashed into the densest cluster, batting one away with his right paw, pinning another with his left, and crushing a third's cervical spine with his massive jaws. The gray wolves bit wildly, but their fangs could not even pierce Huda's hide. Their needle-like hair slid across his fur, leaving not a single scratch. Huda rampaged through the pack. With every step, gray wolves were sent flying. With every swipe of his claw, another wolf perished. He was like a heavy war machine rolling over a patch of weeds. Only corpses and howls remained in his wake. Meanwhile, the Wolf King lunged at you again. This time it did not teleport, but charged straight ahead, still terrifyingly fast. The red glow on its body intensified, making it resemble a ball of burning flame. It closed in and swung its right claw at your head. You sidestepped, drawing your left-hand sword, and its blade sliced across the attacking limb. The rune-etched longsword cut through the crimson light, then through fur and muscle, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. The Wolf King yelped in pain and leaped back to create distance. It stared at the gash on its foreleg, disbelief flooding its emerald eyes. It raised its left claw, pointed it at you, flickered, and teleported behind you. The Wolf King lunged for the back of your neck. You did not turn. You simply thrust your right-hand sword backward, the tip precisely entering its gaping maw, piercing through the palate and emerging from the top of its skull. The Wolf King's bite ceased abruptly, its body frozen in place. You withdrew the sword and turned. The Wolf King staggered back, a torrent of dark blood gushing from its mouth. The crimson light on its body flickered violently, waxing and waning. It fixed its gaze on you, its emerald eyes filled with bewilderment. It could not understand why, with its incredible speed, eerie teleportation, and powerful red light enhancement, it still could not harm you in the slightest. The Wolf King attempted another lunge. It flickered and appeared to your left, raising its left claw to strike. You blocked with your left-hand sword, the blade meeting its claw, while your right-hand sword thrust forward, piercing its chest. The blade ran through its chest cavity, emerging from its back. Lightning surged along the sword, detonating arcs of blue-white electricity inside its body. The Wolf King convulsed violently, and the red light extinguished completely. It looked down at the sword embedded in its chest, then raised its gaze to you, its emerald eyes utterly confused and unwilling. It opened its mouth to emit a final howl, but only a gush of foul blood poured out. You withdrew the sword. The Wolf King's body wobbled, pitched forward, and crashed to the ground motionless. It was not that you were unwilling to take the Wolf King as a pet beast. It was that the simulator simply did not allow capturing beasts. Any attempt to use the pet beast master-servant contract in the simulator would invariably fail. You turned your gaze toward Huda. He had already finished his battle. All 21 gray wolves lay dead on the ground. Some had shattered skulls, others broken necks, and some collapsed chests. Huda stood amidst the corpses, licking the bloodstains from his paws. Huda bore no wounds, his fur still pristine. Seeing you looking his way, he stopped licking, trotted back to your side, and sat down. You surveyed the surroundings. 43 gray wolf carcasses lay strewn across the ground, including the Wolf King. Not a single one escaped. You sheathed your sword and patted Huda on the head. He rubbed his head against your arm, a contented purr rumbling from his throat. The wind swept across the wasteland, carrying a thick coppery scent of blood. You looked up at the distant hills and mountains. There might be other creatures there, but at least this pack of gray wolves was entirely eliminated. You strode forward, continuing to explore the secret realm. Anyway, now that you had the map, there was no way to get lost. This was a perfect opportunity to take a good look at this other world. Huda rose and followed at your side, his gait as unhurried as ever. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden trait. Dual-wield warrior gold. What are two hands for? As long as both hands simultaneously hold objects, attack speed increases threefold, and all damage dealt shall be doubled. Would you like to adjust the trait? Yes, no, a rather impressive golden rarity trait. Watching the system interface, Yang Jinyu pondered for a moment. Currently equipped traits: 99, deep blue allocation, red, iron, great wall, red, shared destiny of heaven and earth, red, the sternest father among alien races, red, the executioner on the scaffold, gold, immortality, gold, mental link, gold, desperate fighter, purple, carrying a train while running, purple, nothing to hesitate about. Desperate fighter, purple is certainly far inferior to dual wield warrior, gold. Desperate fighter, purple, it is time to retire from the stage of history. You have replaced desperate fighter, purple with dual wield warrior, gold. Staring at the system interface, you fell into deep thought. Ultimate evolution. Every 3 days of survival grants 1 ultimate evolution upon any eligible subject. Upon activation, it elevates the target's rank to the maximum tier. 0 cost required. Once cooldown completes, it may be used again. Remaining uses 2. You plan to ponder over how to utilize these 3 ultimate evolutions in the early hours of tomorrow. Coming back to your senses, you and Huda pressed deeper into the secret realm. This alien wasteland was far vaster than imagined. The farther you ventured inward, the more complex the terrain grew, and the more diverse the creatures you encountered. After crossing a stretch of low rolling hills, a dense thicket appeared ahead. Rustling sounds drifted from within the bushes. Several strange creatures, part wild boar and part armadillo, were gnawing on some juicy tubers. They were not large, their bodies sheathed in hardened skuts with long pointed snouts. As you passed by, those creatures raised their heads and glanced at you once, then returned to their feeding, seemingly uninterested in you. Nor did you care to trouble yourself with them. You and Huda continued forward, piercing through the thicket, when suddenly the vista opened before you. A broad river spanned ahead, its waters muddy and swift, with rolling hills stretching along the opposite bank. Near the riverbank, several large birds resembling ostriches, yet sporting prominent tusks, were drinking. Upon seeing you and Huda, they let out shrieks and scattered in all directions. One of them was slower on its feet, and Huda, taking an interest, gave chase and swatted it down with a single paw strike. You walked over and lifted your hand, absorbing the still twitching carcass of the giant bird into your half-dimensional space. You and Huda continued following the riverbank downstream. This alien wasteland was far vaster than imagined. The farther you ventured inward, the more complex the terrain grew, and the more diverse the creatures you encountered. Along the way, the strange and bizarre creatures you casually dispatched had already been stored in your half-dimensional space as a reserve of plunder. After rounding a bend in the river, the terrain suddenly opened up ahead. A valley basin of considerable scale came into view. The river slowed as it passed through, curving at the basin's center and scouring out a flat expanse of alluvial flatland. Scattered across the floodplain were dozens of crude structures built from rough-hewn logs and roofed with animal hides and dry grass, resembling a primitive tribal settlement. The system interface suddenly popped up, a regional quest window. Congratulations, host, on triggering a regional quest. Please select your next course of action. 1. Massacre the half-orc tribe, 312 individuals. Reward 1 random trait guaranteed to be at least white rarity. 2. Don the yellow robes. I shall become their emperor. Direction unknown. 2. I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Nothing will occur, retreat. No reward. Host, please make your selection. Of course you pick 1. Why would you decline a complimentary white rarity trait? Yang Jinyu took the teacup from his elder sister, somewhat puzzled. Why is the reward only a white rarity trait this time? Could it be because the secret realm's transmission gate cannot be sealed? Figures moved about throughout the tribal settlement. Those figures were short and stocky with coarse builds, gray-green skin, large round heads, and prominent tusks jutting from their faces. Some were whetting stone axes, others were processing game, and yet more were grappling and cursing at one another. The cacophony blended into a deafening din, clearly audible even from hundreds of meters away. Half-orcs. The system interface offered this designation. Their attributes are roughly comparable to ordinary humans. You halted your steps and stood upon a rock at the valley's edge, gazing down upon the tribal settlement below. Huda crouched beside you, his amber eyes scanning those busy figures, a nearly inaudible rumble rolling from his throat. Master, shall I kill them all? Huda's voice transmitted through mental link. You raised your wrist and glanced at your mechanical watch. 42 minutes remained before the secret realm's transmission gate closed. Plenty of time. Since these half-orcs resided in the valley, they would likely view you, an outsider, with hostility. However, you were in no rush to strike first. You wished to observe how they would react. You and Huda simply stood at that elevated position, quietly watching the tribal settlement below. A half-orc drawing water by the river casually raised his head and happened to meet your gaze. He froze for a heartbeat, then dropped the wineskin in his hands and let out a shrill scream. That cry was like a stone cast upon still water. The entire tribal settlement erupted into commotion instantly. All the half-orcs ceased their activities and turned their heads toward you and Huda. Upon clearly discerning your faces without fear or hesitation, they almost instinctively seized whatever weapons were at hand and charged toward you with feral roaring. At the forefront of the charge were some 30 to 40 half-orcs brandishing stone axes, bone clubs, and crude wooden spears, their gray-green faces contorted with bloodthirsty excitement. More half-orcs poured out of the tribal settlement behind them. Some were even still pulling on their animal-hide trousers, yet this in no way dampened their fervor for the charge. Watching the half-orcs surge toward you like a tidal wave, you shook your head with some resignation. These fellows were indeed exactly as described in the game, hot-tempered and foolish. Since they were coming to you of their own accord, there was no need for courtesy. Besides, there was still a common white rarity trait to claim. You extended both hands, and 2 rune-etched long swords materialized simultaneously in your grip. Huda let out a low growl and surged forward first. His massive body was like a streak of dark golden lightning, diving straight down from the height and crashing head-on into the throng of 30 or 40 half-orcs. Several half-orcs at the very front had not yet registered what was happening before they were launched into the air by the impact, crashing into their companions behind them. Huda's right paw swept out, shattering a half-orc's skull. The sound of splitting bone was crisp and appalling. His left paw swept across, collapsing the chest cavity of another half-orc, leaving a deep crater in the center of his torso, as foul blood geysered from his mouth and nose. He did not slow his pace, simply plowing through with relentless charges and strikes. Wherever he passed, half-orcs were sent flying and crashed to the ground like rag dolls. Some had their ribs snapped, others had their skulls crushed, and a few were caught in his jaws, with a vicious head toss split cleanly in twain with a mere snap. Huda's movements were clean and efficient, lacking any superfluous motion. Every strike claimed at least 1 life. Meanwhile, you chose to carve into the battlefield from a different direction. Huda's movements were clean and efficient, lacking any superfluous motion. Every strike claimed at least 1 life. Meanwhile, you chose to carve into the battlefield from a different direction. More than 20 half-orcs came charging at you, weapons brandished, their mouths emitting savage roars, eyes filled with bloodthirsty gleams. Your steps unwavering, your right sword struck straight forward, piercing through the first half-orc's throat and emerging from the back of its neck. As you drew the blade, you swept it horizontally in one fluid motion, shearing off half of the second half-orc's head. The half-orc's body continued its forward lunge, even as its head flew through the air, foul blood gushing from the severed neck. The third half-orc raised a stone axe and brought it crashing down toward you. You sidestepped the stone axe, grazing past your ear. Your left sword swept upward from below, splitting open its abdomen, entrails, and dark blood splattering across the ground. The half-orc let out a blood-curdling scream, both hands clutching its belly as it collapsed and writhed on the ground. The fourth and fifth attacked simultaneously, one swinging a bone club at your head, the other thrusting a wooden spear at your chest. You stepped back half a pace to avoid the bone club, parried the wooden spear with your right sword, and delivered a horizontal slash with your left. The 2 heads flew off together. The 2 headless bodies lunged forward 2 more steps before crashing down. 3 more half-orcs closed in from 3 different directions. You stood your ground waiting for them to approach. The instant the first half-orc's bone club came crashing down, you sidestepped and drove your right sword into its eye socket. Retracting the blade, your left sword jammed under the stone axe of another half-orc, and you kicked it hard in the abdomen, sending it flying backward and crashing into the 8th half-orc behind it. You stepped forward, catching up to the fallen one, and drove your sword tip into the back of its neck, severing its spine. Another 7 half-orcs surged forward at once, surrounding you and attacking from all directions. Stone axes, bone clubs, and wooden spears rained down upon you from every angle. Your rune-etched plate armor absorbed every blow, producing dull thudding sounds, but the weapons could only leave faint white scratches on the metal plates, unable to cause a single crack. Ignoring those futile attacks, you unleashed both swords, their blade light weaving a web of death. Each thrust pierced a half-orc's vital point, and every swing sent forth a spray of blood. Their weapons continued striking uselessly against you, but their lives were draining rapidly beneath your blades. All 7 half-orcs lay dead in less than 5 seconds. You stepped over their corpses and pressed onward, leaving behind a bloody trail paved with grayish-yellow bodies. Meanwhile, over at Huda's position, the carnage was even more brutal. It had already charged into the edge of the village, completely surrounded by at least 60 half-orcs. They attacked frantically with every weapon at their disposal. Stone axes hacking at its backbone, clubs smashing into its ribs, wooden spears driving into its abdomen. Unfortunately, every strike could only leave superficial white marks on its fur, unable even to break the skin. Huda didn't bother acknowledging these annoyances, it focused on one thing alone: killing. Huda raised its right paw and smashed a half-orc skull to pieces. Turning, its left paw swept horizontally, sending 3 half-orcs flying sideways as they crashed into their companions behind them. Its massive jaws clamped down on a half-orc's upper torso, and with a gentle squeeze the creature split cleanly in two. The upper half was flung to the left, the lower half collapsing to the right. Then Huda thrashed its head violently, and the severed corpse crashed down, toppling 2 more. A half-orc lunged from the side, grabbing onto Huda's hind leg and attempting to climb upward. Huda didn't even glance back, merely kicking with its hind leg, and the half-orc was sent flying, crashing into a boulder 10 meters away. Its skull shattered on impact, leaving it motionless. 2 half-orcs thrust wooden spears simultaneously toward Huda's eyes. Huda closed its eyes, and the spears struck its eyelids, their tips snapping off. Opening its eyes, Huda swept its left paw, and the heads of both half-orcs were sent flying. 5 half-orcs converged together, grabbing Huda's front leg in an attempt to topple it. Huda simply raised its front leg, lifting the 5 half-orcs along with it, then stomped down with devastating force. The 5 half-orcs were crushed beneath the leg, the sound of shattering bones clearly audible. Huda lifted its leg, and on the ground remained only 5 grotesque pools of mangled flesh and bone. Like a tireless killing machine, it tore through the half-orc ranks. Every movement claimed at least 1 life, and each turn sent another half-orc collapsing. Their attacks were utterly meaningless against it. Their weapons weren't even worthy of bothering it. You had also carved through the front line of half-orcs. At least 40 corpses lay scattered across the ground, and the remaining half-orcs finally began to retreat. No longer attacking frantically, they backed away, whimpering in fear. But you showed no intention of letting them escape. You took a step forward, and they retreated a step. You accelerated into a charge, and they turned and ran. You closed the distance, your right sword piercing through a fleeing half-orc's back, emerging from its chest. Retracting the blade, your left sword severed another half-orc's leg. It collapsed with a desperate scream, and you delivered a finishing strike. 1 more half-orc ran the fastest, already 20 meters ahead. You raised your hand, and a bolt of lightning arced from your fingertip, piercing the back of its skull. The half-orc crashed straight to the ground, limbs convulsing twice before going still. Over at Huda's end, the pursuit had also broken out. It was faster, catching each escaping half-orc and swatting it down. Those half-orcs didn't even have time to scream before meeting their end. Huda hunted them down, mercilessly crushing each one it caught. Just then, an eerie chanting voice echoed from deep within the village. Following the sound, you saw 6 half-orcs in rough robes standing before a wooden hut at the center of the village. The 6 half-orcs raised their hands high, lips moving in silent incantations as colored lights began gathering at their fingertips. Half-orc mages. Glancing at them with your attribute, absolute trash, even weaker than the weakest ability user in our squad. One mage had completed its incantation and hurled a fist-sized fireball toward you. The fireball trailed flames as it came, moving at a leisurely pace. You didn't even bother dodging, merely raising your left sword and batting it aside casually. The fireball dispersed against the blade, scattering into a shower of sparks before fading away. The mage froze, clearly stunned that its spell had been so easily dispelled. It raised its hand again and chanted, sending another fireball hurtling toward you. This time you didn't even bother swatting it aside, stepping forward directly into the flames. The fireball struck your chest, exploding against your rune-etched plate armor in a burst of fire before dissipating. You were unscathed and continued walking toward them. The mages finally panicked. The first half-orc mage turned to flee, but you raised your hand and sent a bolt of lightning from your fingertips piercing its skull. The creature collapsed motionless on the ground. The remaining 5 mages had at last completed their incantations simultaneously. 3 fireballs, 2 acid arrows, and a chilling frost touch converged toward you in a coordinated assault. The fireball detonated against your body, the acid arrows you dodged landing on the ground and hissing with white smoke, while the frost touch crystallized a thin layer of ice beneath your feet. You looked down at the dissipating frost, then raised your gaze to the mages. The expressions on these half-orc wizards had shifted from confidence to sheer terror. Lightning flashed beneath your feet, and with the added power of a mysterious ability you appeared before the 5 mages, as if teleporting. They didn't even have time to react before your twin sword struck. Your right-hand sword executed a horizontal slash, sending 2 heads flying. The headless corpses remained standing, 2 fountains of blood spurting from their necks. Your left-hand sword thrust straight forward, piercing through one mage's chest and emerging from his back. He looked down at the blade, impaling him, his hands grabbing the sword to pull it out, but the moment his fingers touched the blade, runes flared and smoke rose from his scorched palms. You withdrew your sword, and the corpse toppled backward. Another mage, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee. You stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant, and your right-hand sword sheared off half his skull. The last mage had already sprinted 10 meters away. You hurled your left-hand sword, which transformed into a streak of luminescence, piercing through his back and pinning him to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the sword had pierced his spinal column. All he could do was convulse on the ground. You walked over, retrieved your long sword, and shook off the blood clinging to its blade. 6 mages all dead. You glanced at your mechanical watch. Not bad. The entire exchange took no more than 20 seconds. You turned your gaze toward Huda. Huda had already hunted down most of the fleeing beastmen and was making his way back toward the center of the tribe. Though his body was splattered with blood, his fur remained sleek, his pace unhurried and composed. He approached you, crouched down, and licked the blood from his paws. Not many beastmen remained alive in the village. They scattered in all directions, some bolting deeper into the river valley, others attempting to leap into the river, and a few crawling beneath wooden houses, shivering in terror. Rather than pursuing them immediately, you and Huda began systematically clearing the village. You made your way to the nearest wooden house. The door stood slightly ajar, and rustling sounds drifted from within. You kicked the door open. Inside, 7 or 8 beastmen, old and young alike, were crammed together. Seeing you, they emitted terrified shrieks and huddled into a trembling mass. Your expression remained unreadable as your twin swords flashed. 7 or 8 heads rolled across the floor. You stepped out of the house and moved to the next. This house concealed 5 armed beastman warriors who lunged at you simultaneously the moment you entered. You stepped back half a pace, dodging the first beastman's pounce, and drove your right-hand sword into his heart from behind. Your left-hand sword deflected the second beastman's bone club, and in one fluid motion, sliced his head clean off. You sidestepped a stone axe from another, delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing into the wall, then stepped forward and finished him with a single thrust. The remaining 2 beastmen fell to their knees, begging for mercy. You dispatched them both without hesitation. Meanwhile, Huda was clearing out the houses on the other side. His approach was far more direct. He spotted a wooden house and charged straight through it, collapsing half the wall before the muffled screams and cracking bones echoed within. He emerged from the rubble with half a beastman's corpse in his jaws, shook his head to discard it, and continued toward the next house. One house after another, you cleared them methodically. Some contained 3 or 5 beastmen, others sheltered over a dozen. Some beastmen fought back, brandishing their weapons and charging out. Others dropped to their knees, wailing mournful pleads for their lives. Some played dead, waiting to ambush you as you passed. But no matter what they did, the outcome was the same. Beneath your swords and Huda's claws, not a single beastman survived more than 3 seconds. The largest wooden house at the center of the village remained tightly sealed. As you approached the door, you could sense a presence far stronger than any ordinary beastman within. You kicked the door open. The door panel flew inward and shattered against the far wall. Standing within was a figure towering well above any ordinary beastman. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his body a mass of knotted muscle, his grayish-yellow skin tattooed with crimson sigils. In his hands he wielded a massive broadsword, its wide blade gleaming with cold light. A faint white radiance shrouded his body, flickering like flame and exuding an unmistakably dangerous aura. The Beastman Chieftain. This is Battle Aura. Monster Beastman Chieftain. Age 21. Level 3. Abilities: Monstrous Strength, Berserk, Mode Battle Aura. Attribute panel omitted. What garbage stats. You couldn't be bothered to examine his attributes further. The Beastman Chieftain fixed his gaze upon you, his eyes devoid of fear. Only rage and killing intent burned within them. He let out a guttural roar and charged his broadsword, swinging down toward you. His speed was remarkable, Each footfall sent faint tremors through the ground. The chieftain closed the distance in an instant. His broadsword came down like a falling moon wreathed in white battle aura, the wind howling in its wake. You sidestepped and the broadsword cleaved a half-meter-deep fissure into the earth. Huda pounced from the flank. The chieftain pivoted, swinging his blade to drive the beast back, and you seized the opening, driving your right-hand sword into his right ribcage. The blade pierced flesh and plunged into his chest cavity. The beastman chieftain roared in agony and swung his sword in a wide arc. You withdrew and retreated, his slash missed, but the sword's wind grazed past your breastplate. Even so, it was less imposing than the gentlest breeze on the open plains. The chieftain looked down at the wound in his side, the white battle aura around it flickering violently. With a thunderous roar, he charged again, faster and with greater ferocity than before. He unleashed 3 rapid slashes. You dodged 2 and parried 1. The third strike actually registered some force against your blade, though nothing more. You took 2 steps back and steadied your stance. The chieftain lunged once more, his broadsword aimed directly at your chest. You shifted sideways, letting the blade pass, and your right-hand sword thrust upward, piercing his throat. The tip emerged from the back of his neck. The beastman chieftain's body stiffened. His broadsword slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. He looked down at the sword impaling his throat, then raised his eyes to meet yours. Unreadable confusion and unwillingness etched into his fading expression. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a mouthful of dark blood gushed forth. You withdrew your sword. The chieftain's body swayed, then crashed forward onto the ground motionless. You glanced down at the corpse and casually deposited it into your subspace. This carcass held more value than an ordinary beastman. You would keep it for study. Stepping out of the house, you surveyed the entire village. Huda had finished the final cleanup and was crouched by a bonfire at the village center, licking his paws. Spotting your emergence, he ceased his grooming, rose to his feet, and made his way toward you. You stood shoulder to shoulder at the heart of the village, gazing upon the carnage spread around you. At least 300 beastman corpses lay scattered across the ground, gray-green bodies filling every inch of the settlement. Some died at the threshold of their homes, others on the riverbank, and still others collapsed mid-flight as they attempted to flee. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of blood mingled with smoke and the acrid tang of charred flesh. You raised your wrist and checked your mechanical watch. 19 minutes had elapsed since the battle began. 23 minutes remained before the portal sealed, plenty of time. You raised your right-hand palm open, and with a flick of your will, the entrance to your subspace materialized above it. An invisible suction drew across the entire village. Beastman corpses rose one after another, transforming into streams of light that poured into your palm, absorbed into your subspace. You moved methodically, clearing from the outskirts inward, collecting every ordinary beastman and those 6 mages along the way until you reached the largest house and confirmed it was empty. 367 corpses in total. The mission marker's estimate was invariably lower than the actual count, a classic pattern. You brushed off your hands and turned to leave. Huda rose and fell into step beside you. You traversed the village, followed the riverbank back, crossed the hills, pushed through the thickets, and returned to the wasteland where you had first descended. Ahead, the azure-blue portal stood quietly, its luminous surface rippling softly. You quickened your pace, stopped before the portal, and cast one final glance at this alien wasteland. In the distance, a few peculiar creatures still moved about. The sky remained a uniform gray, and the wind howled endlessly. You averted your gaze and stepped through the portal. After the familiar wave of dizziness passed, your feet found solid ground once more. Before you stretched the green camouflage warning tape, dozens of fully armed robotic dogs, and a dozen Special Forces soldiers. Xiong Wanyin still stood behind his cover. Seeing you emerge, his expression visibly relaxed. You gave him a nod, saying nothing further. Huda followed closely behind you out of the portal. His massive frame caused the Special Forces soldiers to instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons, until they recognized the tiger, at which point they relaxed. You crossed the warning line and walked back the way you had come. Behind you, the portal's luminous surface began to tremble violently, then gradually contracted, until it collapsed into a single point of light and vanished from the air. The portal was closed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blue-grade rare trait. Bone Shrinking Art Blue. As the name suggests, you can shrink your body size by a significant margin. You stood in the open space of the shelter, watching Huda lead, Hu Air, Hu San, and Hu Si disappear into the night. They would skirt around crowded areas silently, making their way to the hospital warehouse. You had discussed this with them beforehand. They were intelligent creatures, naturally knowing when to conceal their tracks. You turned and walked toward the hospital warehouse. The warehouse of Quanqing People's Hospital, once a storage for medical supplies, had now been completely transformed into your base of operations. Most of your superpowered task force members were billeted here, ready to assemble and deploy at a moment's notice. As you pushed open the warehouse doors, several emergency lights cast a dim glow inside. The team members were scattered on the floor in small groups, some sharpening blades, others organizing gear, and a few gathered around playing cards. When they saw you enter, they called out greetings. Quan Hui stood up and shouted, Captain Yang wants something to eat. The logistics just brought supplies. You waved a hand. No need, you all go ahead. I'll eat when I get back to my quarters. You walked to the innermost corner of the warehouse where a pile of unused wooden crates was stacked. You moved aside a few planks to clear a patch of floor, then pulled some old blankets from a crate and spread them on the ground. Quan Hui followed and lowered his voice, Captain, looks like you're planning to bring Hu Da and the others here. You nodded. Yeah, they'll be here soon. Quan Hui acknowledged, understood. Want me to prepare some food for them? You thought for a moment. Ask the logistics for some meat, whatever they can spare. I'll talk to Commander Yang about it later. Quan Hui turned and left. You had just finished laying out the blankets when a faint rustle came from the warehouse entrance. Hu Da's head poked through the crack in the door, glanced around, and then the whole body slipped inside. Hu Er, Hu San, and Hu Si followed in silence. The team members froze their eyes, snapping toward the newcomers. Recognizing them as your 4 faithful companions, they relaxed. You raised your head, your voice calm, but audible to everyone. Playing cards is fine, but don't disturb others' sleep or rest, and absolutely no gambling. Understood? Everyone immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir. You smiled and waved dismissively. At ease, carry on with what you were doing. The team members relaxed and turned back to their own activities, though they couldn't help stealing glances at the corner. The 4 tigers walked over to the blankets you had laid out and lay down one by one. Hu Da licked Hu Er's head, and Hu San tucked his head under Hu Si's belly. Soon all 4 closed their eyes. After the long journey, they too needed rest. You crouched down and patted each of their heads. Hu Da opened an eye to look at you, then closed it again. You stood up and walked out of the warehouse. The night breeze came carrying a hint of chill. You pulled out a satellite phone and dialed Yang Kaicheng's number. After 2 rings, he answered. Jinyu. Yang Kaicheng's voice came through the receiver. You've worked hard. You chuckled. It's nothing, all part of the job. Jinyu, your sense of duty is truly admirable. After a few casual exchanges, you got down to business. Uncle Yang, I thought it over. I'd better keep the 4 tigers close. Otherwise, if someone mistakes them for mutated beasts from outside and attacks, it could cause a disastrous misunderstanding. There was a few seconds of silence on the line, and you could hear Yang Kaicheng let out a soft chuckle. As expected, you've thought of everything. Yang Kaicheng continued, all right, Jinyu, keep them with you. But make sure you keep them under control. Don't let them harm any survivors in the shelter. You replied, rest assured, Uncle Yang, I understand. Yang Kaicheng added one more thing. Come to my office tomorrow morning. We need to discuss the future plans for the shelter. You said, sure, Uncle Yang, I'll be there first thing. You hung up and stood there for a moment. The dim yellow light of the shelter's street lamps glowed, and the faint sound of sentries exchanging passwords came from afar. You took a deep breath, turned, and walked back into the warehouse. The 4 tigers were still lying in the corner, breathing evenly. You gave Quan Hui a few instructions to look after them, then left the warehouse. When you returned to your second-floor quarters, Li Fong had already set out the meal. Yang Ling sat at the table, and Chi Yu was helping arrange the chopsticks. Seeing you enter, Chi Yu looked up with a smile. Jinyu Ji, come quickly, we've been waiting for you. You washed your hands and sat down at the table. 6 dishes were laid out. Not large portions, but certainly a feast in the post-apocalyptic world. Li Fong placed a bowl of rice in front of you. Jinyu, eat up, you've worked hard all day. You nodded and picked up your chopsticks. After a while, Yang Ling asked Jinyu, where's your sister? Li Fong paused her chopsticks, looking at you. Chi Yu also looked up. You raised your head, expression calm. Don't worry. The next time you see her, she'll be back to normal. Your parents exchanged glances, their faces showing surprise. Li Fong's voice trembled. Really? You nodded solemnly. Really, absolutely true. Would I ever lie about my sister? Yang Ling put down his chopsticks and took a deep breath. Li Fong lowered her head and wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. Chi Yu gently held your hand, but said nothing. After a moment, Li Fong calmed her emotions and picked up a piece of food for you. Good, that's wonderful. The conversation turned to everyday matters. Li Fong spoke about what she saw and heard that afternoon, her tone gradually lightening. Quanqing shelter is much better than lynching. She smiled. Everyone helps each other here, especially the young people. They're so eager to lend a hand. This afternoon, when I went out to fetch water, a young man came running over to help. Li Fong chuckled. Today your father got lost while wandering around, and when he asked for directions, a girl led him part of the way. And all these young people speak highly of you. You smiled. Well, Mom and Dad, you probably ran into some classmates from my school. Yang Ling was surprised. From your school? So many. You said, yeah, almost everyone from our school looks out for each other. When they see an elderly person in need, they'll definitely lend a hand. Li Fong nodded, feeling moved. Good kids, all good kids. Your school taught you well. Chi Yu interjected, Annie Fong, that's not quite right. Our schoolmates were all saved by Jinyu Ji. Li Fong was astonished. Jinyu, you saved so many people. You didn't answer, just smiled, and picked up a piece of food for your mother. Mom, have some more. After chatting for a while longer, the parents stood up and returned to their room. Li Fong said, Jinyu, we've been on edge these past few days and haven't rested well. We'll go to bed first. You stood up. Okay, Mom and Dad, rest early. Yang Ling walked over to you and patted your shoulder. You should sleep early too. You've got things to do tomorrow, right? You said, Commander Yang asked me to come over for a meeting early tomorrow morning. Yang Ling nodded and went into the inner room with Li Fong. The door closed softly. Only you and Chi Yu remained in the room. You looked at her. She looked back at you, eyes bright, a smile on her lips. You stood up and walked over to her. She also stood up, tilting her head to look at you. You reached out and lifted her into your arms. Chi Yu let out a soft gasp, wrapped her arms around your neck, and buried her face in the crook of your neck. You carried her into another room and laid her on the bed. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and the streetlight outside seeped in, casting a pale streak of light on the floor. Chi Yu lay on the bed looking up at you, her hair spread out, her smile soft and tender. You leaned down. The two of you tussled and played for a while. The room was filled only with soft breaths and occasional laughter. Chi Yu laughed as she dodged you, then laughed again as she leaned in close. You wrapped her in your arms. She struggled a little, but couldn't break free, so she gave up. After a moment, she lay limp in your arms, her cheek pressed against your chest. Jinyu Gij. Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse. I'm so happy. You said nothing, your fingers winding through her hair. Her hair was soft, carrying a faint fragrance. Ever since you saved me from the dormitory building, everything has felt like a dream. You lowered your head and kissed her forehead. I'm very happy too. You smiled and tapped her nose. Yeah, don't say weird things like that anymore. You made political commissar Jiang and me feel really awkward. Chi Yu laughed in your arms, her body trembling slightly. She lifted her head to look at you, her eyes curved like crescents reflecting the light from the window. Got it, Jinyu Gij. Chi Yu's face was full of smiles. I was just joking with you. As she spoke, she burrowed deeper into your arms, finding a comfortable position to lie in. You held her and looked out the window. The night was deep. In the distance, a searchlight on a watchtower swept across the sky every now and then moved elsewhere. You closed your eyes and pulled her closer. She was still laughing softly in your arms, her breathing gradually evening out. And so, holding the soft, warm Chi Yu, you drifted into dreamland. At dawn, you woke up right on time. Your perception had long been raised to 20, and today, even your charm had been raised to 19. Please draw a trait. Beginning trait draw. Draw successful. One shot and done. Blue dear darling, you only need one shot to make her pregnant. Adjust trait. Yes, no. Having put his sister back into the demi-plane, Yang Jinyu was now lying in bed with Chi Yu. This trait is a bit hilarious. No. Who would create a burden for themselves in the apocalypse? And it would cost me, yeah, one of my best fighters. No, you ignored this trait. Instead, you focused your gaze on the system interface. Ultimate evolution. Every 3 days of survival, you can perform one ultimate evolution on a usable target. After use, it will raise the target's rank to the highest level. No cost, and can be used again once the cooldown ends. Current available uses 3. You looked at Yaya beside you and asked, Yaya, I want to run an experiment on you. Is that okay? Chi Yu closed her eyes, lying on your chest. Jinyu Gij, go ahead. I'm all yours. That's right, you were planning to try ultimate evolution on Chi Yu. Previously, you had tried ultimate evolution on self-system simulator, ultimate evolution, and trait draw, all of which returned failed due to unknown reasons. You still decided to try it on Yaya. However, there was no need to ultimate evolution Yaya in the simulator because she wouldn't inherit it. You didn't plan to waste ultimate evolution charges in the simulator. As long as a system prompt window popped up later, it would mean it could be used on humans. Sure enough, it didn't work at all. Ultimate evolution failed due to unknown reasons. You just didn't know whether it was because humans had no theoretical limit or because humans were already the ultimate form and couldn't evolve further. You looked up and silently shouted, "Old me, it really didn't work." Then you tiptoed downstairs and used ultimate evolution on Tiger 1. Do you want to use ultimate evolution on Battle Pet Tiger 1? No. Yang Jinyu smiled and nodded. Indeed. You can use ultimate evolution on Battle Pets. But it still felt a bit wasteful, because you realized there were still more than one golden finger that could use ultimate evolution. Namely map and attribute eye. You made a decision on the spot. Do you want to use ultimate evolution on attribute eye? Yes. Ultimate evolution attribute eye in progress, please wait. Use successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the golden finger true sight eye. With an excited heart and trembling hands, you open the description of true sight eye. True sight eye, as long as you want, you can see the real world. No cost, can be used anytime. Someone must always see the truth. What does it mean? You were a bit confused. How does this not feel like an ultimate evolution? More like a downgrade. You inadvertently glanced at Chi Yu beside you. First, there was Yaya's attribute window. Name Chi Yu Flesh. Age 20. Level 1. Ability Manipulation S rank. Attribute panel. Physique 9. Agility 10. Intelligence 17. Mana 13. Perception 11. Charm 16. Trait Unswerving Loyalty to Yang Jinyu. Evaluation. That's right, she is just a mass of mutated flesh from an ancient god. What? You stared, your soul almost fleeing in terror, your spine ice cold as if pierced by countless needles. Where was Yaya anymore? It was just a human-shaped thing. At a glance, it still had a human form. A head limbs lying on top of you like that. But if you looked closely, the shape was wrong. It wasn't just one part wrong, the whole thing was off. The bones pushed against the mass of flesh from inside, protruding outward, stretching the skin into sharp angles. A lump jutted out at the knee, the shoulder blades pierced through the skin from the back, revealing pale bone, stumps hung with shreds of flesh and viscous fluid. Several ribs poked out from the side, twisted and crooked, like dead tree branches, the bone surface covered with fine cracks and pits. Purple-black veins crawled all over Yaya's body. From the scalp to the top of the feet, every inch of skin beneath was filled with swollen, intertwined, purple-black blood vessels, like a dense net binding the mass of flesh. In some places the blood vessels had burst, the blood congealing into clumps of dark purple-black tumors that hung from the skin's surface, swaying slightly with her breathing. That slippery skin was no longer skin at all. It was a thin, translucent membrane tightly pressed against the flesh underneath. The flesh was pink, wet with patches of yellowish-white pus gleam, and some areas had begun to turn gray and black. That mass of flesh wasn't flat, it was stacked in clumps like minced meat, barely shaped into a human form, with transparent mucus seeping out from the gaps, pulling into thin strands that dripped onto the bed. You couldn't believe it, so you squeezed your eyes shut, then opened them again. In an instant you sprang up from the bed. Your heart hammered against your ribs, each thud sending a sharp ache through your chest. Your mouth gaped open, but no sound emerged. Something seemed to clog your throat. You fixed your gaze on the form lying on the bed. It was Yaya. It was your girlfriend. She lay exactly where you had been, and the pillow bore the indentation of a human head, but that indentation was a mound of raw flesh. There was no face, no features. Only a wet, pinkish lump of meat with bones jutting out at random angles, creating grotesque bulges under the skin. Purple-black veins crawled across the surface like earthworms, thick and dense, some swelling into finger-sized tumors, others weaving into a web as fine as hair strands. Ribs pierced through the side, stark white bone, ends glistening with shreds of flesh and viscous fluid. The mass of flesh still rose and fell faintly as if breathing. You staggered backward until your back slammed against the wall. A chill crept up your spine, your scalp tingled, and your fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. You tried to look away, but you simply couldn't. On one side of the fleshy mass, a bulge vaguely resembled a shoulder, and draped over it hung a thing, like an arm or a column of meat wrapped in blood vessels, splitting at the end into several thinner columns. Yes, that must be a hand. Your breathing grew more ragged, your chest stuffed with cotton. You looked down at your own hand. Your hand. Your hand was also covered in purple-black veins crawling from the back of the hand all the way up your forearm. The skin was as thin as a membrane, and beneath it the flesh was pink and wet. At the joints, white bones poked through with a drop of thick blood hanging from the bone tip. You clenched your fist abruptly, and the flesh in your vision squirmed, the veins pulsating with it. In terror, you raised your other hand. It was the same. You looked down at your chest. Ribs protruded through the skin, pale bone, ends entwined with veins, the gaps filled with pink flesh, the crevices oozing clear mucus. It was exactly the same as Yaya's. You touched your face. There was no skin either. Only a thin membrane beneath which were bones, flesh, and writhing blood vessels. You felt your eye sockets. There were no eyelids, your eyeballs were simply embedded in the bony holes connected to several blood vessels behind them like umbilical cords. You opened your mouth to scream, but in doing so you saw your own teeth. They were too dense, crowded, and crooked, some growing sideways, piercing through the gums. The gums were a ring of purplish-red, rotten flesh. Your scream stuck in your throat, turning into a wet gurgle. So I'm also one of them. Seeing the description in the simulator, Yang Jinyu was terrified. He immediately activated his true sight eye and looked at his own hand. Huh. No, it's not. Isn't this the hand I've had for 22 years? Such a familiar hand. Then why was it flesh and blood in the simulator? Could it be? A conjecture emerged in Yang Jinyu's mind. Could the world in the simulator also be real? Just a mass of ancient god flesh performing a play for me. Then what about the power I inherited? Yang Jinyu was a bit puzzled, so he turned his head and glanced at Chi Yue, whose big eyes were blinking. Well, at least Yaya is still Yaya. Not some disgusting flesh. Huh. Yang Jinyu hastily retrieved his sister from the half-plane. This retrieval scared Yang Jinyu himself. Flesh? His sister was actually flesh. But a second later, she turned back into her beautiful form. After maintaining her sister's appearance for 9 seconds, she would turn into flesh for 1 second. Could it be that all zombies were actually assimilated into flesh by the ancient god? What about his sister? Yang Jinyu looked at his sister's attribute window. Name: Yang Qingxi, Flesh Lord. Age: 25. Level 1. Abilities: Flesh Manipulation, Mental Shock, Tenacious Mind, Dominion Domain. Attribute panel: Constitution 107, Agility 60, Intelligence 103, Imagic 102, Perception 90, to Charisma 103. Trait: Flesh Lord, a rare anomaly among the Flesh King ranks, possessing the full advantages of both a Flesh King and a Flesh Tyrant, with strong mental and physical power. Not only is its combat prowess formidable, but it also possesses the skills of a Flesh King. Ordinary flesh will bow before it and become part of it. Hidden trait Ancient God Lord. Upon meeting specific conditions, Flesh Lord will directly ascend to Ancient God Lord. Evaluation. This is the future Ancient God Lord. Please accept my faith. Sure enough, the original text of zombie had all turned into flesh. So was the catastrophe on Earth actually an invasion by the ancient god of flesh from another world? Yang Jinyu then looked at the corpse in the half-plane. Sure enough, the corpse's food and weapons obtained from the simulator were all, without exception, flesh. Yang Jinyu still couldn't make sense of it, and thought for a long time without finding a reasonable explanation. So he decided to stop thinking. Yang Jinyu calmed down and looked at the system simulator interface. After an unknown length of time, you finally came to your senses. You eventually accepted your identity as flesh and decided to carve out a bright future for your never-before-seen old me. Yang Jinyu smiled slightly. Old me, I truly thank you. Yang Jinyu had read many simulator novels before in which the simulated self often set traps for the original, even attempting to possess it. But his own old me in the simulator was completely devoted to him. How wonderful, how wonderful. Although you were terrified by the earlier scene, you soon closed your true sight. I hugged that massive Chi-Yu again and continued to think. Good heavens. What a true man. Yang Jinyu gave 5 thumbs up to old me in the simulator. You looked at the system interface again. Do you choose to use ultimate evolution on map? Yes. Ultimate evolution in progress on map. Please wait patiently. You successful. Congratulations, Destiny Holder. You have obtained the Golden Finger holographic map. With an excited heart and trembling hands, you open the description of holographic map. Holographic map. Yes, this is a holographic map. Every location within 100 kilometers of your current position is laid out in full view. As long as you wish, you can even see every detail of a fly 9 kilometers away. Moreover, the holographic map will mark the detailed information of all enemies. Impressive. Now this map finally looks like something from an ordinary game. What was that garbage, a stripped-down map before? It was just filler. You open the holographic map and look at Zhang Yaqing's room, finding her. Do not look at things that should not be seen. Do not look at things that should not be seen. Blushing, you quickly turn back to the system interface. There are currently 6 golden fingers in total. The golden fingers that can undergo ultimate evolution have already done so. One chance remains. What should you use for ultimate evolution? The rune longsword. No items yield too little benefit. Then go with a trait. Traits offer relatively high returns. And there is one trait with an exceptionally high payoff. It is deep blue stat allocation. This trait could even moonlight as a golden finger. Do you choose to use ultimate evolution on deep blue stat allocation? Yes. Ultimate evolution of deep blue stat allocation in progress. Please wait patiently. Successfully executed. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the golden finger deep blue stat allocation. With a pounding heart and trembling hands, you open the description of deep blue stat allocation. Deep blue stat allocation. Everything I have now is earned through my own effort. Deep blue, show me your limits. Automatically gain 2 free attribute points daily. It only increased by 1 point. What kind of ultimate evolution is this? Who are you trying to fool? You suppress the rage in your heart and comfort yourself. It's okay. At least it doubled, right? That's double. What a huge improvement. You ultimately fail to convince yourself and silently curse at the system pointing at it. You kiss Chi-Yu beside you, finally suppressing the anger in your heart. You hold Chi-Yu and fall into a deep sleep. The 10th day, early morning. The sky outside the window is just beginning to lighten. Chi-Yu is still curled up in your arms, sleeping soundly. You remind yourself to forget the scene you saw last night, with true side-eye. You gently move her arm aside, get up, and put on your clothes. Your mother is already preparing breakfast outside. Your father sits at the table holding a briefing sent by the shelter. Seeing you come out, Yang Ling looks up awake. Go wash your face, it's time to eat. You wash up quickly and return to sit down. Chi-Yu also gets up, her hair a bit messy, and squints as she sits at the table. Li Fong brings over the porridge and steamed buns, saying, eat more. You have a meeting today, don't you? You say, yes, I'm going to the headquarters. After eating, you stand up. Chi-Yu straightens your collar and says, come back early. You nod and step out the door. The morning shelter is already bustling with activity. People are exercising on the open ground, some are lining up for supplies, and a few children chase past, their laughter echoing far. You weave through the crowd and head toward Building 2. Building 2 used to be the hospital's administrative building. Now a new sign hangs at the entrance reading Quanqing Shelter Headquarters. You push the door open and climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. The office at the end of the corridor, once the director's office, is now Yang Kaicheng's workplace. The door is ajar. You knock twice. Come in. Yang Kaicheng's voice comes from inside. You push the door open. The office is spacious with maps hanging on the walls. Yang Kaicheng stands by the window talking to Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei nods at you. Yang Kaicheng smiles. Jinyu, you're early. We just arrived ourselves. You step forward, stand at attention, and salute Uncle Yang. Uncle Li, I'm here. Yang Kaicheng waves his hand. Enough, don't stand on ceremony. Come sit. You walk to the desk and sit down. Li Yunfei also sits beside you. A large map of Quanqing City and its surrounding areas is spread out on the desk. Yang Kaiqing gets straight to the point. I called you here today to discuss something. Commander Li and I plan to clear safe zones around the shelter and expand outward so we're not all crowded here. You lean in to look at the map. Yang Kaiqing extends his hand and points to a river on the map. Look, this is the Dongel River in our Quanqing. His finger traces a circle along the river. My idea is to use the Dongel River as a boundary and turn this entire area into the new Quanqing Urban District. You follow his finger. The area enclosed by the river has a central lake to the north and is surrounded by the Dongel River on the east, west, and south, forming a natural barrier. You nod. Yes, an excellent concept. Li Yunfei takes over. The river is deep enough to prevent large-scale crossings by mutated creatures. As long as we guard a few bridges, this area will be safe. And it's large enough to accommodate more people. Yang Kaiqing continues, but to realize this vision, we need a lot of manpower. Especially ability users. They are the main force for clearing and defending. You and Li Yunfei look at him. Yang Kaiqing exchanges a glance with Li Yunfei, then turns to you. Yang Kaiqing says, Jinyu, neither of us has abilities. So we're counting on you to effectively manage all the ability users in Quanqing. You are taken aback. You fully understand the weight of this task. You hesitate and say, with my rank of major, I'm afraid I don't carry enough weight, right? Hearing this, Yang Kaiqing smiles slightly. He reaches into the drawer and pulls out a folder, pushing it in front of you. Major. Yang Kaiqing's smile deepens. Colonel Yang. Your eyes widen, and for a moment you are speechless. What? You blurt out. Li Yunfei laughs beside you and pats your shoulder. Yesterday, the higher-ups unanimously agreed to promote you. You led 100 team members and escorted over 10,000 survivors from lynching. This achievement fully deserves this rank. You open the folder. Inside is a formal appointment document. It clearly states, appoint Comrade Yang Jinyu as Colonel and Commander of the Quanqing Military District Ability Battalion. Below is a bright red official seal. You look up at the two generals before you. Yang Kaiqing says, is the rank of colonel enough? You take a deep breath, stand up, and salute. Thank you for your trust, commanders. Li Yunfei waves his hand. Enough, sit down. The trust from above is earned by your own efforts, not given by us. You sit back down. Yang Kaiqing points at the map and continues, next we need to proceed in several steps. The first step is to consolidate the area around the existing shelter. The second step is to establish outposts and defensive fortifications along the Dongel River. The third step is to gradually expand settlements into the river area. Li Yunfei adds, ability users are the vanguard. When you go back, register all the ability users in Quanqing and group them by ability. Reconnaissance, combat, rescue, construction. Each has its role. Yang Kaiqing nods and says, from now on, all ability users in Quanqing will be under your command. Whether to absorb them into our system or establish another organization to manage them, that's your decision. After that, Yang Kaiqing continues, Jinyu, go back and organize a report for me. The higher-ups intend for Quanqing to be a national pilot. If it works well, it will be promoted nationwide. You nod. Understood. I'll do it as soon as I get back. Yang Kaiqing adds, also keep your eyes open. Ability users vary in capability. Some may cause trouble using their powers. You need to keep them in line and avoid chaos. You say, don't worry, Uncle Yang. I'll keep them disciplined. Yang Kaiqing lowers his voice. If necessary, execute them on the spot. The higher-ups have given you that authority. You are deeply shaken. Li Yunfei stands up and walks to the window, looking out at the shelter. He says, this place is now home to tens of thousands of people. More will come in the future. We must turn it into a real city, where children can run in the streets and the elderly can bask in the sun without worry. You also stand up and walk to the window. Outside, children are still chasing and playing on the open ground. Sunlight shines on them just like before the apocalypse. Yang Kaiqing walks over to you and says, Jinyu, this burden is heavy, but I hope you can bear it. You say, I will do my best. Yang Kaiqing pats your shoulder. All right, go back and get to work. Come to us anytime if you run into difficulties. You salute and turn to leave. Walking out of building 2, the sunlight falls directly on you. You look down at your shoulder insignia, still that of a major. But soon it will be replaced by a colonel's. You head toward the warehouse, your steps lighter than when you came. Power, immense, overwhelming power, and the heavy mountain-like responsibility. A smile spreads across your face. Not fear, but a hint of anticipation. You stepped out of the command post, crossed the shelter's open ground, and headed toward the hospital warehouse. The morning sunlight had already bathed the entire shelter. People were lining up for supplies on the open ground, some were patching tents, and a few children chased a ball past you. You skirted around them and entered the gate of the warehouse district. The warehouse area was quieter than outside. Several rows of warehouses stood in neat order with wooden crates and military supplies stacked by the entrances. You entered the warehouse and pushed open the door marked 101. This was your office. The room was small, a desk, a few chairs, and a map of Quanqing City hanging on the wall. The window faced the interior of the warehouse district, so the light was decent. You walked behind the desk and sat down. Just as you poured a glass of water, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Jiang Yaqing walked in. She held a military tablet in her hand, wore a neat protective suit, and had her hair tied back in a bun. She walked over and sat across from you, placing the tablet on the desk. Captain Yang back already? You nodded. Just finished the meeting. Both Commander Yang and Commander Li were there. Jiang Yaqing came over and sat beside you. Perfect timing. I've got a pile of things to report. First have a drink, and we'll go through it slowly. You took a sip of water and gestured for her to continue. Jiang Yaqing turned on the tablet and swiped her finger across the screen. First, about task assignments. Our battalion has taken on quite a few missions these past few days. I've categorized them. Take a look and see if it makes sense. She slid the tablet over to you. You took it and glanced at the several tables listed on the screen. Jiang Yaqing pointed at the tablet. The first category is routine patrol missions. Safety patrols around the shelter require 3 squads in rotation each day. I've already arranged the schedule, and team leaders like Quan Hui have agreed. You nodded. Fine, follow the old procedure. Jiang Yaqing continued. The second category is supply collection missions. Logistics has drawn up a list. We need to go to several designated locations for medicine and food. I've arranged for Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to each lead a team. They'll set out early tomorrow morning. You thought for a moment, then instructed tell them to bring more people. Things might be unsettled outside lately. Jiang Yaqing acknowledged and swiped the screen again. The third category is rescue missions. Yesterday we received several distress signals. Survivors are trapped in a residential area to the southeast. I sent one house team to scout. They should be back this afternoon. You frowned and asked any specific news. Jiang Yaqing shook her head. Not yet. But it's not far from here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. You handed the tablet back to her. You've arranged these matters well. Stick with this plan. Anything else? Jiang Yaqing nodded. One more thing. About the team members' rotating rest. Since we moved from Linqing, many haven't had a break. I suggest arranging rest in batches with at least 2 days off per person. You considered it and nodded. All right, draw up a schedule. Prioritize those with elderly family members at home. Jiang Yaqing made a note on the tablet. Got it, I'll handle it right away. She paused and looked up at you. Captain Yang, there's one more thing. Jiang Yaqing leaned in. I'd like to discuss the management of ability users with you. You straightened up and looked at her with curiosity. Old Jiang, you're well informed, eh? Jiang Yaqing gave a slight smile. I am your deputy after all. It's only natural to catch wind of things ahead of time. You leaned back in your chair, smiled at her, and nodded. All right, speak your mind. Jiang Yaqing looked at you and said, right now there are about 70 or 80 registered ability users in our shelter, plus some who haven't registered. These people are scattered everywhere. Some are helping with work, some are idle, and a few have caused minor trouble. I also think the higher-ups are right. We should bring them all under unified management. You smiled at Jiang Yaqing. Old Jiang, what specific ideas do you have? Jiang Yaqing's face brightened. I suggest we recruit all ability users into the supernatural squad. We're short-handed and missions keep increasing. These people are idle anyway, we might as well put them to use. And joining us as benefits, good pay, perks, and some security. You were silent for a moment, then shook your head. Jiang Yaqing looked surprised. What? You disagree? You shook your head with a smile and looked at Jiang Yaqing. Old Jiang, have you considered their willingness? Jiang Yaqing was taken aback. You continued. It's true that the supernatural squad offers good pay and perks. But at the same time the responsibilities are heavy. Joining the supernatural squad means being ready for missions at any time, facing danger at any moment. Not everyone is willing to take that on. Jiang Yaqing nodded thoughtfully. You poured tea for Jiang Yaqing. We can't force them. Some may have their own plans, some may just want a peaceful life, and some may not want to be bound at all. Forcing them in would only cause problems. Jiang Yaqing asked doubtfully, so you mean we leave them alone for now? You smiled. Of course not. I have an idea. Jiang Yaqing looked at you, waiting for you to continue. You took a sip of tea. I think we should set up a buffer organization. First, let all ability users join this organization for observation and assessment. Only after passing the assessment can they join the supernatural squad. Jiang Yaqing thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, that's a good idea. It allows us to keep tabs on all ability users while screening the right candidates. During the buffer period, we can also observe their character and abilities. You nodded. Exactly what I meant. Captain Yang, what should we call this organization? You smiled and said, let's call it the Adventurers Association. Jiang Yaqing looked at you with an odd expression. You patted her on the shoulder. Old Jiang, haven't you seen those Western fantasy novels? They always have an Adventurers Association. Adventurers take on quests for rewards and level up. It's quite similar to our idea. Jiang Yaqing gave a helpless smile. You sure know how to name things. Hey old Jiang, the name doesn't matter. What matters is the function. In simple terms, we're creating an official platform to register all ability users. Then we give them something to do. We can't have the supernatural squad handle everything ourselves, can we? You tapped your fingers lightly on the desk. You raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Yaqing. We'll post missions that are less dangerous or uncertain. We'll offer some supplies and let these ability users scout ahead. They earn supplies, and we save our strength.